era, Su-yang's routine hadn't changed. He was completely focused, pushing through another rep with a heavy dumbbell. The sun was just coming up, but he was already deep into his workout. His physique was unlike anything this time period had ever seen. Another man walked up, and they started joking around. He teased Su-yang about losing weight, but Su-yang just laughed and complimented how big the man's shoulders had gotten. Elsewhere, the training was just as intense. One man was forced to run on a giant wooden wheel, completely exhausted and wondering when it would finally be over. The nobleman was pushing himself to the absolute limit, his face filled with strain as he tried to lift the heavy bar. With a loud grunt, he powered through and lifted the massive wooden weight. Another official just watched silently from the side. Su-yang was right there with them, getting ready for his own set. He always led from the front. He was training a whole group of men, making sure their form was perfect. He encouraged them to keep going, just like that. He looked at the men he was training, and this insane smile spread across his face. He was thinking about how their muscles were developing, and it brought him pure joy. For him, as a life sports instructor, there was nothing in the world that could make him happier than this. This whole obsession started back in his old life, in a place that looked completely different. See, before he was a prince, his name was Choi Young-jik. He was just a regular guy from South Korea who studied food and nutrition in college. His one goal was to become an all-around fitness trainer. He first learned about bodybuilding when he joined the military. He was in a frontline unit, and there wasn't much else to do for fun. So, the gym became his only source of joy. When he finally came home, he was so huge that his own mother couldn't believe it was really him. Even after he returned to college, he never stopped exercising. Other students would whisper, confused about why a history major was built like that. He ended up pouring way more time into fitness than his actual major. He was so obsessed with fitness that even in his history classes, people couldn't believe he was a student there. But that obsession paid off. He eventually became a Class 1 professional sports trainer. One day, though, he did something different. He decided to have a drink, something he almost never did because it wasn't good for his muscles. Later that night, he was relaxing at home and decided to watch some videos before going to sleep. He scrolled through and landed on a video about an old king from the Joseon era, King Sejong. The video asked why the king lived such a short life. To Choi Young-jik, that the answer was obvious. It was because he didn't exercise. And that's when a thought crossed his mind. He wondered what it would be like for a professional trainer to live back in those times. He thought about what would happen if someone like him really did end up in the Joseon era. He could build an army of warriors so strong they'd be unstoppable. The idea of a health trainer changing history seemed pretty fun to him. And with that thought, he passed out on the couch. The next morning, a rooster crowed. A voice from outside called for the royal prince, telling him it was time to wake up. He groaned. The noise was so annoying. He wondered where his phone was, then paused, confused. The sound wasn't an alarm. It was a real rooster, lying in a bed he didn't recognize. He couldn't make sense of what he was hearing. He sat up, his head pounding. He just figured he must have had way too much to drink last night. He woke up with a start. He looked around the room, completely confused. Everything looked old, really old. He recognized the style. It was a traditional Korean house. He just figured he was still half asleep and probably dreaming. But then he looked down at himself. He was wearing clothes he'd never seen before, in a room that wasn't his. He sat there, staring out the window, trying to make sense of it all. His mind was racing. He had no idea what was going on. Just then, the voice from outside called again. An attendant was telling the royal prince that it was time to get up. He looked down at his arm. The crushing weight of the situation finally hit him. He looked down at his arms in total shock. All the muscle he'd spent his life building was just gone. This wasn't his body. He scrambled towards the door, refusing to believe any of this was real. He threw open the door, desperate for an explanation, but the man waiting outside just bowed and wished the royal prince a good morning. The attendant was completely stunned by the prince's strange outburst. The world outside the room was clearly from a different time. Ignoring the greeting, he looked straight at the attendant. He needed to know who he was supposed to be. The attendant, though confused, told him his name was Suji. That's when a thought hit him, and he asked if his father's name was Yi-do. The attendant confirmed it. The name Yi-do hit him like a ton of bricks. He knew that name. Yi-do was the fourth great king of Joseon, known to history as King Sejong the Great. He wasn't just in the past. He was the son of a legend. If his father really was King Sejong the Great, and his own name was Yi-yu, another piece of the puzzle clicked into place. He knew that name from history. Yi-yu was better known as Royal Prince Su-yang. His mind reeled. Why was he here? How in the world did he, a modern fitness trainer, end up in the Joseon dynasty? This wasn't a dream. Everything felt way too real. It finally sank in. He had really traveled back in time to the Joseon era. He was being brought to the royal court right before the king. An official announced his arrival, calling him Grand Prince Jin Yang. The name was a clue. It meant this was happening before the year 1445. He was nervous, of course, but the real reason his heart was pounding was because of the person he was about to meet. He was about to have an audience with King Sejong the Great, the most famous king in Korean history. For a history lover like him, this was an unbelievable moment. The king's voice greeted him. Su-yang was impressed by his presence, but then he noticed something was wrong. The great king was sweating and panting, struggling just to speak. He told Su-yang he had an order for him, but he could barely get the words out. This was not the legendary figure he had imagined. The king snapped at him, asking why he was just staring blankly. He wondered if Su-yang was even awake. He just couldn't believe it. This was the legendary King Sejong. The man looked completely completely out of shape. The silence in the throne room was heavy. Finally, the king asked what was wrong. Soo-young quickly apologized. It seemed like some kind of translation system was helping him speak the old language. He began a formal speech, praising the king's wisdom. He explained that he was just so focused on what order the king might give him that he'd forgotten his manners. The king seemed to accept the excuse, telling Soo-young not to put himself down. The king said he valued Soo-young's talent and had the perfect task for him. He was ordering him to rewrite a famous historical text. The king ordered him to go to the Hall of Worthies to complete the task. Soo-young was floored. It was the most important place for scholars in the entire kingdom. Still, he accepted the command, and so he made his way to the Hall of Worthies. He couldn't believe he was actually in the Hall of Worthies. A scholar there was already praising him, saying his work on the historical text would be legendary. Soo-young tried to be humble, saying his brother, Grand Prince Anpyeong, was a much better writer. The scholar just smiled, taking it as a sign of modesty. That's when he realized something important. It wasn't just a translation system in his head. He could understand everything perfectly. It felt like the original owner's memories were still there. With that thought, he got to work, settling in with the ancient books. As he was reading, he noticed the letters weren't actually that small, but he clearly remembered King Sejong complaining that he couldn't see them well. A red flag went up in his mind. His 15 years of experience as a trainer kicked in. He ran a mental check on the king's condition. The results were bad, severely obese, with a BMI over 35 and a dangerous body fat percentage. He also recalled how swollen the king's face was, and he was sweating buckets, even though it was a cool morning. All of it pointed to a serious problem. He put all the pieces together in his head. The conclusion was obvious. The king either had diabetes or was on the very edge of developing it. Soo-young knew what this meant for the future. Not long after this, King Sejong would die. His son, King Munjong, would then get sick from mourning and pass away as well. With them gone, the young Donjong would be forced to take the throne, and after that, he would be the one to change everything. He thought about the terrible future he knew was coming, but he made a promise to himself. He would not let it happen that way. Just then, someone walked in. It was Crown Prince Yi Hyang, his older brother. The prince was surprised to see him studying, teasing him about not being out hunting like usual. Soo-young looked at him, realizing this was the man who would become the 5th king of Joseon. He asked his brother why he was there. The Crown Prince explained that their father had sent him to check on some books. The Crown Prince told him not to worry and to just keep doing what he was doing. But Soo-young's mind was stuck on the books his father wanted. He decided to test his brother, asking if he'd noticed the same thing. He started carefully, mentioning that after reading for a while, he found some of the books had letters that were too small to see clearly. So, he said, the order to rewrite them with bigger letters seemed like a really smart move. The Crown Prince saw right through him. He said it sounded like there was another meaning to his words, and asked if Soo-young was also aware of their father's failing vision. Soo-young admitted it was just a guess. His brother was surprised. He mentioned that Soo-young used to act like he knew everything, but he'd changed a lot recently. He then asked when Soo-young thought their father's illness began. The Crown Prince confessed that he'd started noticing the signs about a year ago. The Crown Prince leaned in, explaining that this was different from normal farsightedness. He warned Soo-young that no one else knew about this, and he had to keep his mouth shut. Soo-young agreed. As he walked away, Soo-young let out a quiet of relief. He thought he'd handled that pretty naturally. He entered a study where a couple of scholars greeted him. He barely gave them a glance, just nodding as he passed by. He sat down, feeling the tension from the conversation settle in his neck. It was completely stiff. So, he did what any health trainer would do. He leaned back to stretch it out. But this wasn't just a simple stretch. He put his entire body into it, twisting and straining to release the tension. He finished with a huge of relief. The two men standing nearby just stared, completely speechless. One of them finally asked what in the world he was doing. He said if his neck was stiff, he could have just massaged it, questioning why he had to move his entire body like that. It suddenly hit him. These people had no idea what stretching even was. He knew they had physicians who could give massages, but they weren't very effective. They just didn't understand how the muscles were all connected. He decided to just make something up. He told the scholar that he'd sprained his neck the other day while riding a horse. He explained that his neck was incredibly stiff, and when he just started moving his back around, it suddenly felt better. With a confident smile, he told them they should try it too, promising it was really effective. So, he had them sit down and follow his lead, leaning back to stretch out their necks. He showed them how to really get into it, pushing their muscles in a way they never had before. A moment later, the two scholars looked completely amazed. They'd never felt relief like that in their entire lives. The next day, word started to spread. One of the scholars couldn't believe it. He was amazed that just by moving his shoulders and back, his whole body felt better. His neck, which had been as stiff as a rock, was finally moving freely. He felt so good, he joked that they wouldn't even need a doctor anymore. Turns out, Soo-young's modern stretching method caught on fast. Soon, all the scholars in the Hall of Worthies were doing it. They even gave it a name, the whale stretch method. But even with this small success, Soo-young's real problem was still weighing on his mind. So he'd gone to a small shop in the village, looking for someone. He told his companion to call out and let the shopkeeper know they were here. The shopkeeper rushed out, completely stunned. He recognized Soo-young immediately and bowed, asking what could possibly bring the Grand Prince to his little shop. Soo-young asked the shopkeeper for oil, but he was very specific. He wanted sesame oil. The shopkeeper offered him beef or even horse fat instead. Soo-young paid him and then made an even stranger request. He wanted a huge amount of the worst quality oil they had. His companion was completely lost. First, it was herbs and roots, and now a massive amount of bad oil. He couldn't figure out what the prince was up to, but Soo-young had a very good reason for all this. He remembered from history that the real Grand Prince Soo-young died from a bad skin problem. Until he found a way back to his own time, he had to survive, and he knew even a simple infection could be a death sentence back then. He was determined to make his countermeasure as fast as he could. A little later, they arrived back at his home. His attendant told him they were here, and Soo-young just nodded, thanking him for his work. Just as he was thinking about his plan, a woman's voice cut in. She pointed out that he'd been spending a lot of time in the streets lately. He turned with a smile and agreed, calling her his wife. He tried to play it cool, explaining that he'd read something interesting in a book, but his mind went completely blank. It had just hit him. This woman was his wife. She wasn't buying it. She pointed out that just a few days ago, he was completely focused on hunting. Now he was spending all his time with common people. She looked at him suspiciously, wanting to know what he was really thinking. He was freaking out inside. He had completely forgotten he was married. Forcing himself to stay calm, he quickly came up with an excuse, explaining that he was looking for an old washing tool from the Song dynasty. She seemed to accept his story, at least for now. He just nodded and said it was something he thought was worth trying. But his real goal was much more important. The one thing he needed most in this era was soap. He knew from experience that even modern people got nasty skin diseases if they worked out in dirty clothes. Trying to lift weights in a time before soap was just asking for trouble. The germs would lead to all kinds of infections. Luckily, this wasn't his first time. He remembered making soap once before, back at the gym where he used to work. The building's owner, an old grandma, didn't trust the soaps from the store, so he'd made some for her. It was pretty basic, but it got the job done. He remembered the method was actually pretty simple. All you had to do was add water, mixed with ash from burnt rice straw to some natural oil, mix an herbal powder, and heat it up. He was sure this method would work, even back in the Joseon era. His wife, however, looked confused. She pointed out that oil makes things dirty, so using it to wash yourself didn't make any sense. Soo-young just smiled, explaining that he planned to try a few things. He told her that according to the book he read, it would remove all the dirt from clothes, even old stains. She didn't say anything, just watched him quietly. With that, she simply turned and walked away with her attendant. Soo-young seemed to snap out of his thoughts, surprised that she was leaving already. That's when it hit him. The way she just left, it was strange. He wondered if the real Soo-young and his wife even had a good relationship. The thought hung in the air for a moment. The sun beat down on the house as he got ready to put his plan into action. Soo-young and his attendant stood over the large pot, watching the mixture bubble over the fire. This was the first step in creating his own soap. He could see the chemical reaction happening. It was a success, at least for now. But he knew finding the perfect recipe would take a lot more testing. The mixture itself looked pretty gross. He wasn't sure how well it would actually clean anything. There was only one way to find out. He decided he had to be the one to test it. Later that evening, he prepared for the test. As he used the soap, he was surprised. It wasn't perfect, but its cleaning power was actually pretty good. The only problem was the smell. Because it was made with sesame oil, it smelled more like food than soap. But he knew if he could just fix the scent and figure out how to make a lot of it, this could be huge. He started thinking bigger. This soap could be sold in huge amounts to the Ming Empire. But that business plan was quickly pushed aside by a more urgent problem, his father's health. King Sejong was famously stubborn about exercise. Not even his own father, the powerful King Taejong, could get him to move. Soo-young felt the weight of that history. If the king wouldn't listen to his own father, what chance did he, the second son, have? He remembered his grandfather, King Taejong. The man had a terrifying presence and didn't like it when Soo-young had too many random thoughts. His grandfather's solution was always a threat, offering him a post far away on some remote island or sending him to fight in the north. It was his way of telling Soo-young to shut up and fall in line. Snapping out of the memory, he knew he couldn't use force. To cure his father's obesity, he had to win him over with logic. But then he looked down at himself. His own body was a problem. He couldn't teach anyone about bodybuilding when he was this out of shape. He felt like even a stray dog had more muscle. He knew what he had to do. In order to convince anyone, he first had to build his own persuasive power. He set a clear goal. He needed to be able to lift a combined 400 kilograms in the 3 main exercises. Back in reality, he was striking poses in front of his attendants. They had no idea what deadlifts, squats, or bench presses even were. Then, an idea hit him. What if he turned bodybuilding into an entire field of study? He could write a book explaining all of his theories. He realized he could frame it in a way they would understand. There was a principle about gaining fame to honor your family. So, improving the body he inherited from his parents could be seen as a duty. He knew exactly what to call it. The book would be called Conducting Oneself and Preparing the Body. With his plan set, the sounds of intense training began to echo from his home. His attendants watched from a distance, completely stunned. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. He immediately got to work, starting his training with a set of pull-ups. He landed solidly on his feet. As he trained, he started to realize something. This body, it had some seriously good genes. He used 2 large pots to do dips, knocking out 29 reps. Then he moved on to push-ups, doing 82 of them. He even managed to do a dragon flag, a really tough core exercise. He realized that while most of the muscle groups were pretty average, his natural core and pulling strength were off the charts. He couldn't believe it. Even with all this belly fat, he could still do 15 pull-ups. It all made sense. He was a descendant of Yi Seongye, the great warrior king. That powerful bloodline was the real reason for his strength. Su-yang was in the middle of his training when one of his men called out. He announced that he'd brought the items Su-yang had ordered. He was ecstatic. His dumbbells had finally arrived. He didn't waste a second, immediately picking them up to test them out. He told the men he'd pay them right away. The craftsman admitted he was relieved, since it was their first time making anything like them. As Su-yang laughed and lifted the strange iron blocks, the two men watched him from a distance. They didn't look happy at all. One of them whispered that the Grand Prince must have finally lost it. He couldn't believe Su-yang paid so much rice for a bunch of iron blocks, muttering that it was impossible to understand nobles. The other man agreed, pointing out that even warrior families wouldn't need that much iron. Then, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. He wondered if the prince was secretly gathering soldiers for a rebellion. His friend quickly shut him down, telling him to watch his mouth. He said they should just take their money and forget they ever saw anything. The two men didn't stick around. They took their payment and left as fast as they could. Su-yang didn't care what they thought. He was just thrilled to finally have weights again. Working out with his bare hands just wasn't cutting it anymore. But inside, his wife and her attendant were watching. The attendant, Bangshil, couldn't hold back, saying that even for royalty, he was going too far. Bangshil asked Her Highness if she was just going to sit by and watch, but the wife quietly told her to forget it, saying that was enough. Bangshil didn't stop though. She brought up how he even washed with oil and spent a fortune on those iron blocks, enough rice to feed a farmer for years. She reminded her that for a long time, he was completely into hunting, treating his own wife like she didn't even exist. And now, Bangshil said, he's moved on to all these other weird things. Bangshil started to wonder what Her Highness did in a past life to deserve this, but the wife cut her off again, telling her that was enough. Bangshil tried to get her attention, but the wife didn't seem to hear her. She was completely lost in her own world. Her mind drifted back to a memory from a long time ago. She remembered when her husband was different. He wasn't obsessed with muscles or strange inventions. Back then, he was a gentle scholar who would pick flowers for her, but that version of him was gone now. The memory just made her feel even more alone. She told her attendant that she wanted to sleep early and be left alone for the night. Later that evening, she sat alone in her bath, just thinking. That's when she noticed something on the table. She wondered if this was the strange thing he called soap. She stared at the strange bar, wondering if this was really what he used to wash himself. She was hesitant, but her curiosity won. She decided to give it a try. She gently rubbed the soap against her skin. Instantly, the water filled with bubbles. She'd never seen anything like it. Her eyes widened in complete shock. The feeling was incredible. He stepped out, drying himself off. He felt amazing. For him, nothing beat the feeling of a good workout with real weights. Suddenly, he heard something behind him. He whipped around, asking who was there. He relaxed when he saw who it was. It was just his wife. He told her how great it was to finally get clean with the soap he made. Then he asked if she had tried it out too. He explained the big problem though. The soap was made with sesame oil, and the smell was way too strong. He joked that if she used it every day, people would mistake her for an oil seller's wife. He started thinking out loud, wondering if he could use pig fat or beef tallow instead. But he quickly realized both of those were just as expensive. That meant the soap would just be a luxury item for the rich nobles. He wouldn't be able to sell it to the common people, let alone to other empires. He needed an easy solution. That's when it hit him. He could mix the soap with other oils, like from the euodia tree or camellia flowers, to improve the smell. He was sure that was the answer. He excitedly told her that those other oils not only smelled better than sesame oil, but they were also easy to get. He grabbed her hand and thanked her. She just blushed and quietly told him it was nothing. Sometime later, Su-yang traveled to a poor village in the Gaichon area. The people there were stunned. They couldn't believe the Grand Prince would actually visit such a shabby place. Su-yang looked right at one of the men and told him he remembered his face. He asked if the man had joined last year's autumn hunt as a chaser. He recalled how the man had gotten covered in scars while driving a deer out of the bushes. Su-yang said he remembered that effort and wanted to finally reward him for it. He explained that he was going to give him silver, but that didn't feel right. Instead, he decided to provide the man's family with rice, oil, eggs, and chicken twice a month. Su-yang just told him to make sure his family used it all. The man was completely overwhelmed, asking how they could ever repay such kindness. Su-yang told him he didn't have to repay the kindness, but there was one condition. He had to report his children's height and weight twice a month. The man immediately agreed. Su-yang smiled. His plan was working perfectly. Over the next 2 days, Su-yang expanded his experiment. He promised food to 20 different children and ordered all of their measurements to be recorded. He split the children into 2 groups. Half of them were given a diet focused on protein, while the other half received food high in carbs and fat. His goal was to record the changes in their bodies and use the results as evidence. He could already hear his father, King Sejong, angrily dismissing it all as useless nonsense. But Su-yang imagined a different outcome. He would present his father with perfect records, and the king would be stunned by the flawless theory. This was his real plan to finally fix King Sejong's terrible eating habits. Meanwhile, Su-yang had another project in the works. He showed his designs to a craftsman. The man looked at the plans, completely puzzled, and asked if what Su-yang wanted was even possible to make. The craftsman looked over Su-yang's plans. He admitted he couldn't read, but he understood the drawings. He noted that just one of those round iron pieces would weigh as much as 3 heavy cauldron lids. He hammered away at the hot metal, asking if Su-yang wanted to put a long iron bar through the weights. Su-yang confirmed that was exactly right. Su-yang explained that the bar needed to be strong enough to hold 4 of those weights on each side. The craftsman was stunned, realizing the total weight would be insane, but Su-yang wasn't finished. He told the man that honestly, it needed to be able to handle even more. He specified that he wanted it to withstand more than 300 Jun of weight. The craftsman was completely speechless. With the weight settled, Su-yang pulled out another set of plans. He said he had one more thing for him to make. This time, he described a long, hollow tube. He wanted it made from a rolled-up steel plate to keep it light. He was doing this out of pure curiosity. He wanted to see if it was possible to build a simple rifle using the technology of this time. He was sure he could do it. He could actually create a rifle. As they walked, a man with him praised his efforts, saying the king would be very happy to see his good heart. Su-yang thought about his public image. Before he arrived, the prince was seen as a total fool, but now things were definitely looking up. The man beside him laughed, agreeing that Su-yang had really pulled himself together and put things back on the right path. Su-yang stopped and turned to the man. He called him by his name, Ma Il-yong, and his tone got serious. That's when a special skill kicked in. The system called it trainer eyes. His eyes scanned Ma Il-yong's body, analyzing every muscle. The guy had an amazing build. Ma Il-yong just looked confused, saying people always told him he had strong bones. Suddenly, it all clicked. Ma Il-yong couldn't become a government official because he was the child of a concubine, but he had the absolute perfect talent for bodybuilding. Su-yang made him an offer. He wanted to teach Ma Il-yong how to train his body, making him his very first student. He promised that if he succeeded, almost no one in the entire country would be able to match his strength. Ma Il-yong was completely blown away. He asked how he could ever repay such a kindness, but Su-yang just smiled and told him to forget about that. All he had to do was believe in him. Ma Il-yong had absolutely no idea what he had just signed up for. Sometime later, Su-yang arrived at the palace to meet with the crown prince. The crown prince looked up, acknowledging his brother's arrival. Su-yang stepped forward, confirming his presence with a confident smile. The crown prince looked him over. He noted that even though Su-yang seemed to have lost weight, his upper body had gotten bigger and his eyes were brighter. He was curious about why Su-yang had asked to see him. Su-yang explained that he'd been working on a new training method instead of hunting. He told his brother that the real reason he came was to show him something important. The crown prince was confused, wondering what kind of new training method he was talking about. Su-yang opened a small fancy box. Inside was a single bar of what looked like solid gold. He explained that it was called soap, and he wanted his brother to try it. So they went to a small pool of water to test it out. The crown prince was in total shock. He couldn't believe how easily the old dirt washed away, calling it a truly magical object. But a thought immediately crossed his mind. He figured that the expensive oils needed to make it must cost a fortune. Su-yang quickly corrected him. He explained that by mixing in cheaper oils, he'd managed to keep the price much lower than it seemed. The crown prince understood immediately. He asked someone to bring him a writing brush. He sat down at a desk, ready to write. It was clear he saw a massive opportunity in his brother's invention. The crown prince read his brother's proposal. The plan was to make every government official wash their hands with soap twice a day to keep the books clean. He thought about the plan. He figured that while the soap seemed expensive, rich people would definitely buy it. The problem was, since no one knew what it did, it might be a hard sell at first. Then he understood the real strategy. He asked Su-yang if he was making every official try the soap for free. He knew that once they washed their hands, they'd want to wash their whole bodies with it. Su-yang was thinking about modern marketing. It was basically a free trial. Once soap became popular and people started making their own, he planned to tax them, creating a whole new source of money for the government. He was already thinking ahead. Using a simple bar of soap to generate tax revenue was a brilliant idea. The crown prince was amazed. He thought that this was exactly the kind of cleverness you'd expect from a son of King Sejong. He even wondered if he was looking at a future king. Meanwhile, at a workshop, craftsmen were hard at work, hammering metal and carrying heavy lumber. An official arrived to question the workers, asking if they were sure Grand Prince Jinyang had ordered all these items. The workers insisted they weren't lying at all. The official gave them one last warning, reminding them what happens to people who lie. As he walked away, the craftsman bowed deeply. The second the official was gone, the head craftsman gave a crazy order. Melt down everything Grand Prince Jinyang had paid for. His partner was stunned, arguing that they would lose a ton of money. But the head craftsman was terrified. He yelled back that their lives were worth way more than any amount of money. They quickly agreed on their new story. As far as anyone was concerned, they had never even met the Grand Prince. The rumors were already spreading. The second prince, who couldn't be king, was spending a fortune on iron and training his body all day long. To one person in particular, all of this pointed to only one thing. He was convinced Su-yang was finally showing his true colors, making a move for the throne. The rumors about the prince had been spreading like wildfire. But now, a totally different story was making its way through the capital. One man told his friend about a new thing he'd tried called soap. He was amazed at how it washed away tough ink stains from his hands in an instant. He said it wasn't just for ink. It even washed the grease right off his face. His friend couldn't believe what he was hearing. The man then asked who could have created such an amazing thing. His friend guessed it must have been the crown prince, but he was wrong. Turns out, the inventor was Grand Prince Jinyang. The friend was stunned. He thought Jinyang was just a troublemaker. The whole story seemed completely unbelievable. But while everyone was talking, Su-yang was focused on something else entirely. He was counting his reps, pushing through the 8th one. He grunted, pushing the heavy bar up for the 9th time. He finished his 10th and final rep. That was a full set of bench presses with 45 kilograms. He felt like a bodybuilding god who had come down to earth. His assistant watched in amazement, pointing out that Su-young had increased the weight on his bench press yet again. Su-young just smiled. He explained that training his body was a duty, so he couldn't possibly put in less effort. He looked at his weights. They reminded him of a rusty barbell from an old army gym. But they worked. Still, he remembered there had been some problems getting them made. The craftsman came to him with bad news. He apologized, saying that due to some urgent matters, he couldn't complete the rest of the big barbells. He offered to return all the silver tokens Su-young had paid. Su-young thought this was strange, since the craftsman was famous for never missing a deadline. But he shrugged it off and turned to his assistant with a grin, telling him it was his turn now. The man was completely confused. The assistant panicked, convinced the weight would crush him in an instant. But Su-young wasn't taking no for an answer. He reminded his terrified assistant that the body always needs new challenges to grow. Su-young coached his assistant, correcting his form on the bench press. The man was struggling, but he had to admit Su-young was right. Watching from the side, the lady was amazed. She knew he was always quick, but this level of strength was something new. She thought he might even be able to rival General Wanbong. Su-young overheard them. The name Wanbong immediately caught his attention. He smiled, thinking about the general's famous military skills. It gave him an idea. What if he created a special training program just for soldiers? He was being realistic, though. In terms of pure strength, he might win, but the moment Wanbong picked up a weapon, he wouldn't stand a chance. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the main doors. Everyone froze and turned to look. Someone was pounding on the doors, and it was clear they weren't going to wait patiently. Su-young's expression hardened. He wondered who would dare to bang on his door like that. The doors flew open, and a group of officials stormed inside. The man leading them looked furious. This clearly wasn't a friendly visit. They marched straight into the courtyard, right up to Su-young and his people. The lady stepped forward, demanding to know what was going on. She reminded them that this was the Grand Prince's residence, and they had no right to act this way. The official grabbed her arm. He said he knew exactly where he was, and that the prince was part of the problem. She was completely stunned by his aggression. That's when Su-young stepped in, grabbing the official's wrist with a grip of steel. The man froze, suddenly realizing he'd crossed a line. The official couldn't believe it. He was from the Inspector General's office, known for his strength, yet he was completely overpowered. Su-young warned him to watch what he said. The other guards didn't like that. They started to draw their weapons. But a voice cut through the tension, telling them to stop. The man in charge stepped forward. He greeted Su-young with a smirk, reminding him that they hadn't seen each other since last year's hunting competition. Su-young let go of the first official's wrist and addressed the leader directly, calling him Yi Suk-chi. He demanded an explanation, warning him to stay away from his people. Yi Suk-chi laughed, calling the prince shameless. He pointed at the metal bar in Su-young's hand and accused him, saying that one bar alone could make 20 swords. Then he pointed to the rest of the equipment. He accused Su-young of having enough iron to create 400 weapons and demanded to know what he was planning. This was an accusation of treason. To make his point, Yi Suk-chi had one of the craftsmen shoved forward. The man was beaten and tied up. Yi Suk-chi continued his accusations. He pointed out that just 7 months ago, Su-young didn't care about his people. He asked if the prince was gathering followers for a rebellion. Su-young was furious. He yelled back that the claim was nonsense and not evidence. He accused Yi Suk-chi of abusing his power by bringing soldiers to his home based on nothing but suspicion. He warned him not to dare make claims he couldn't prove. But Yi Suk-chi just smirked. He admitted they were acting on rumors, claiming that's how their office always worked. He confidently promised that the truth would come out soon. Su-young asked what would happen if his truth turned out to be wrong. Yi Suk-chi just scoffed, saying that was unlikely. He then made his threat clear. Until he found the answers he wanted, the interrogation of everyone close to the prince would not stop. Su-young and his people were stunned. This wasn't an investigation anymore. Yi Suk-chi was threatening to hurt innocent people just to frame him. Su-young understood immediately. It didn't matter if he was innocent. They had no intention of stopping this interrogation. This wasn't about finding the truth. They had already decided he was guilty. He knew he hadn't done anything wrong since taking over this body. The problem was, he had no idea what the real Grand Prince Jinyoung did to make enemies with Yi Suk-chi. He was trapped with no easy way out. He was trying to figure out what to do when someone else suddenly arrived. A man in formal robes stepped forward, demanding to know what was going on. Su-young looked up, his eyes wide with surprise. It was the Crown Prince. His older brother was here. The Crown Prince announced that he'd heard troubling rumors and had come to see things for himself. Yi Suk-chi and his men were completely stunned by his sudden appearance. But Yi Suk-chi immediately warned the Crown Prince to keep his distance. He claimed Su-young was dangerous and might be planning to overthrow the government. The Crown Prince stopped him, questioning the disrespectful way he spoke. He told the Inspector General to watch his mouth. Soo-young wasn't just some random person. He was his younger brother. Yi Suk-chi argued that even relatives could be traitors. The Crown Prince ignored him and asked one of Soo-young's men to explain what these strange devices were. That's when Soo-young finally spoke. He agreed that treason was an unforgivable crime, but added that falsely accusing a member of the royal family was just as serious. He looked the Inspector General right in the eye and called him out by name. Yi Suk-chi just smirked back. Then Soo-young made it clear. If Yi Suk-chi was going to make this accusation, he'd better be ready to risk his own neck. The threat hung in the air, shocking everyone. Young repeated the Inspector General's words, telling him he should be ready to risk his own neck. He took a firm step forward, his presence filling the courtyard. Ignoring the Inspector General completely, Soo-young turned to his brother. He told the Crown Prince that his timing was perfect, since he had something to discuss with him anyway. He called over one of his men and asked him to bring the book he wrote, titled Conducting Oneself and Preparing the Body. As the man brought the book, Soo-young began to explain. He said that all this training, all this work on his body, was for a very important reason. He handed the book to his brother, asking him to look it over. The Crown Prince took it, wondering what could possibly be so important that Soo-young had written an entire book about it. After reading a bit, the Crown Prince looked up. He understood Soo-young's point, that taking care of one's body is a way to honor their parents. He agreed that the idea wasn't wrong, but something still didn't add up. He looked over at the strange wooden contraptions. He just didn't understand why Soo-young needed all these massive devices to show respect. The Crown Prince still didn't get it. He asked Soo-young why he was going to all this trouble just for a simple training plan. Soo-young glanced around at the others listening in. He told his brother they needed to talk about this privately. He then explained the real reason for all this. He reminded the Crown Prince that their father's health was getting worse every day, and he was sure it was some kind of disease. The Crown Prince was skeptical. He said it was probably just his age, and challenged Soo-young to name the exact illness if he was so certain. Soo-young didn't hesitate. He started listing the symptoms he'd noticed, like their father's feverish face and constant sweating. A mental chart showed just how bad the king's health really was. Then, Soo-young delivered his diagnosis. He told his brother he suspected their father had high blood sugar. The Crown Prince's eyes went wide. He explained that the cause was a buildup of too much energy in the body. Basically, it was because the king was eating way more food than his body actually needed. Soo-young kept explaining, since the king never exercised, all that extra energy was building up inside him, even starting to damage his eyesight. The Crown Prince's expression changed as he started to connect the dots. He asked if Soo-young's recent charity work was also part of this plan for their father. Soo-young said yes, it was all connected. He'd figured out that if even simple food, like rice and eggs, could make someone unhealthy, then the king was in serious danger. That's why he was creating a detailed record of proper eating and exercise. The whole point, he said, was to show this record to their father, so the king could see the proof for himself. The Crown Prince listened quietly, taking it all in. That was enough for him. The Crown Prince turned to the Inspector General and ordered him to get his men to step back. He was convinced that his brother had no bad intentions, but the Inspector General refused the order. He stood his ground, reminding the Crown Prince that his office's job was to investigate corruption and correct wrongdoing. He argued that the king himself wouldn't want them to be weakened by power or unjust pressure. He pointed out that all of his best officials were gathered there, from senior ranks all the way down to a brand new recruit. He then challenged the Crown Prince, asking how they could possibly back down on a royal's order without getting any answers. He claimed it would teach the younger officers a terrible lesson. This was no longer an investigation. It was a direct challenge. The Inspector General stood firm, reminding everyone that he was the chief officer of his department. He gripped his fan like a weapon, making it clear he wouldn't be moved. He then shouted that if they really wanted him to step back, they would have to kill him. The Inspector General turned to the Crown Prince, warning him not to take this lightly just because Soo-young was his brother. He told the future king to show the world how strict the nation's laws were, even for royalty. Soo-young watched him, realizing this man didn't get to his position by luck. He was dangerous. He understood this was no longer about him and the Inspector General. It had become a public trial to test his own capabilities. The pressure worked. The Crown Prince turned to Soo-young and told him that he needed to explain why he had gathered so much iron and built all these strange devices. Soo-young looked at his brother and agreed. Since it had come to this, he would show them everything himself. He declared that he would prove his innocence, not with words, but with his own strength. He began to explain his reasoning. Their father's body had too much yang qi, which was causing his health to fail. Soo-young claimed that working out would remove the excess energy and make him better. Soo-young admitted the biggest problem. Their father hated moving. The Crown Prince's expression showed he agreed. That's when he revealed his plan. What if they showed the king a level of strength he'd never seen before? Something legendary, like the power of the great warrior Xiang Yu. He believed that kind of display would finally motivate him. Soo-young explained that this demonstration frustration wasn't just for the Inspector General. If he couldn't convince the people here, he'd never be able to convince his father. The Crown Prince finally seemed to understand. With his mind made up, the Crown Prince turned and shouted for everyone's attention. He then announced the official explanation. Prince Jinyoung wasn't a traitor. He was inventing a new health regimen for the people. The strange iron devices weren't weapons. They were tools to help with his work. The Inspector General wasn't buying it. He asked suspiciously if the prince really used those things to train his body. He pointed out that the lumps of iron looked heavier than a cooking cauldron. To him, they looked like anything but training tools. That's when the Crown Prince came up with an idea. He explained that the whole suspicion was just because no one understood what the equipment was for. So, he proposed a simple solution. If Su-young showed them how he trained, the false accusations would have to stop. He then asked if anyone wanted to step forward and challenge him. The Inspector General immediately accepted. He would be the one to challenge the prince. He boasted that he had never lost a contest of strength. He made it clear that if Su-young was weaker than him, it would prove everything he said was a lie. Su-young didn't say a word. He just calmly flexed his arm, ready for what was coming. But it wasn't the Inspector General who was going to compete. Instead, a huge, muscular man from his group stepped forward. He was the real challenger. The competition was set. Su-young and the Inspector General's champion got into position on the benches, ready to begin. Su-young started by explaining the exercise. He told everyone it was called a bench press. He explained that it was specifically for training the arms, chest, and shoulder muscles. The challenger just smirked. He said it didn't matter what it was called. All he had to do was lift it. He accused Su-young of talking too much, asking if he was just trying to stall, because he was worried he might lose. With a loud grunt, the challenger put all of his strength into the first lift, but the bar barely moved. He strained hard, his arms trembling under the immense weight. He realized it was way heavier than it looked, but he told himself he couldn't fail. The honor of his office was on the line. He let out a huge roar, putting every ounce of his strength into the lift. His muscles were shaking, and his face was bright red from the effort. And he did it. He actually managed to push the bar all the way up. One of the officials watching gasped, totally amazed by the show of strength. The official cheered for his senior, then looked over confidently, asking what the prince was going to do now. But his smile vanished in an instant. Something had just happened that completely stunned him. Turns out, that one lift was all he had. The challenger's arms gave out, and he couldn't hold the weight any longer. Then it was Su-young's turn. He looked over at the other guy and mocked him, asking if that was really the best he could do. The Crown Prince watched the entire thing without saying a word. The Inspector General was furious. His plan was falling apart, and his champion had been completely embarrassed. The challenger was still on the ground, looking up in total disbelief. The other officials didn't get it either. They just stared, completely confused by what they were seeing. Turns out, Su-young was already lifting the bar. He wasn't even struggling. He just calmly counted out each lift. 8, 9. He made the impossible weight look like nothing. When he was done, Su-young just dusted off his hands. It was over. One of the men rushed over to congratulate him on the incredible performance, but the other official just stared in horror, thinking the whole thing was absurd. The challenger couldn't process it. He, the strongest man in his office, had just been beaten. Su-young didn't even seem to notice. He just started explaining the basics of training, telling them that the number of lifts depends on your goal. Then he dropped the real bombshell. He told them he could lift up to 105 kilograms. The Inspector General and his men just stared. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. The Inspector General called it nonsense. He refused to listen to another word and ordered his men to leave. He announced they were leaving for the day, but his tone made it clear this wasn't over. As he turned to leave, the Inspector General made it clear this wasn't over. He warned Su-young that he was still under suspicion. He promised to keep doing his job, which meant he'd be watching Su-young's every move. Su-young watched them walk away. He knew the Inspector General would be keeping a close eye on him from now on, but Su-young wasn't intimidated. He decided he would do the same and keep an eye on the inspector. Besides, he was out of immediate danger, and now his elder brother knew about the king's illness. The Crown Prince said he was leaving as well, and told Su-young to take care. This was a huge win for Su-young. His brother had even offered to help with his new training program. He was making the best of a bad situation. He let out of relief. Things could have gone a lot worse, but he was glad it all worked out in the end. Su-young apologized for surprising her, saying he should have discussed things sooner, but she told him not to be sorry, admitting she was ashamed for not understanding his good intentions. He tried to promise that nothing like that would happen again, but his legs suddenly gave out from under him. He fell right into her, pulling her into a tight embrace. She was completely caught off guard. She tried to stop him, suddenly realizing they had an audience. 2 servants were watching nearby, their jaws on the floor. The lady reminded him they couldn't be doing this in the middle of the day. As the servants looked away, completely flustered, he started to sweat. Realizing he'd made a huge scene, the lady blushed and whispered that if he wanted to continue, they needed to go to the bedroom. The whole situation was getting really awkward, really fast. The next day, things were much more serious elsewhere. An official was debriefing his men. He started to apologize for what happened, then told them to just forget it. He explained that their mission wasn't a complete failure. His subordinate looked back, confused. Turns out, among all of Su-young's strange devices, they found one that stood out. It was a thin, hollow tube, like a small, stretched-out version of a firearm. The official had noticed Su-young's interest in strange objects before. He was now sure the prince had some kind of secret plan. A thought started to form in his mind. What if Su-young wasn't just making odd contraptions? What if he was trying to develop a whole new kind of weapon? The official's mind went back to a hunting contest from a year ago. He was sure that's when he saw the prince's true, beast-like colors. He was completely focused on Prince Jinyoung. He thought the idea of the prince's exercises being an act of loyalty was ridiculous. He swore to himself that he would keep watching until he uncovered whatever the prince was hiding. But while the official was plotting, Prince Jinyoung just went about his daily life. A few days later, news came that the smithy was back to work on his strange devices. 3 months passed. Then one day, Jinyoung heard something that stopped him in his tracks. He had to ask them to repeat what they just said. His wife explained that she hadn't been feeling well, so she went to a doctor. The news was that she was pregnant. Jinyoung was so stunned he couldn't even close his mouth. She even told him she thought she knew exactly which day it happened. Pregnant? The word echoed in his mind, completely catching him off guard. The news sent him back. He remembered the kinds of conversations he used to have in his old life. A guy would complain that he didn't have time to work out because his kid was 3 years old. Soo-young would try to tell him that exercise would change his life, but the guy would just call it nonsense. He'd even get insulted for being unmarried at his age. But Soo-young would just laugh. He'd proudly say that he was married to his 2 true loves, the barbell and the dumbbell. That was his life just a short time ago. But now, everything was different. He was going to be a father. He snapped back to the present moment, his hands instinctively going to his wife's stomach. The shock finally melted away, replaced by pure joy. He excitedly asked her to confirm the news one more time as he lifted her into the air. An attendant immediately suggested they share the great news with the king. Soo-young's wife just smiled, looking very pleased with herself. His wife was thrilled to see him so happy. She suggested they go together to give thanks to the gods for the good news. She told him that to have a healthy child, she needed to be healthy too. She wanted to learn his exercises, and Soo-young agreed, saying they'd start with simple postures so she wouldn't get too tired. So he started teaching her deep breathing and stretching. But as they sat there, he knew that this alone wouldn't be enough to guarantee a safe birth. He remembered a terrible fact from history. In this era, death from infection after childbirth was incredibly common. Even the crown princess had died from it. Then it hit him. Something as simple as alcohol could be used as a disinfectant. He decided right then that he would have to make it himself. Just then, an attendant called out to him. A guest had arrived. The guest, an older man, was staring at a strange contraption. Soo-young had apparently told him it was called sojugori. The man commented that he'd never seen anything with such a strange shape before. It was a device for distilling pure alcohol. Soo-young explained that he'd designed the device himself. The long tube was meant to cool down the alcohol vapor, turning it back into a pure liquid. With the explanation over, he ordered his attendants to bring him all the soju in the house. Soon, the device was fired up and the distillation process began. Once it was done, Soo-young announced that he had to check the purity of the alcohol he'd created. He set up a simple test using 2 cups that weighed exactly the same. He filled one of them with water. He explained that pure alcohol has a specific weight. If the alcohol he made was heavier or lighter than the water, it meant the experiment was a failure. He poured his new alcohol into the second cup and placed them both on a scale. The scale balanced perfectly. He had done it. The scale settled, perfectly balanced. The experiment was a complete success. Soo-young and his assistant were thrilled. It had actually worked. He had successfully created a disinfectant, something that could save countless lives. A lot of time had passed since he first arrived in the Joseon era. He often wondered if he might suddenly get sent back to the modern world, right in the middle of a workout, but that never happened. He was still here. He'd even thought about what might have happened to the world he left behind. Those questions were always in the back of his mind. But after his child was born, everything changed. He became completely absorbed into his new life in the Joseon era. Time flew by, and back at the royal palace, things were happening. Inside, the court was gathered. An official announced that Prince Jinyoung had recently done something amazing. King Sejong explained what he'd done. He'd given soap to the people, making the kingdom richer, and even invented a disinfectant to help heal wounds. Prince Jinyoung bowed his head and thanked the king. He said he still had a lot to learn and was overwhelmed by the compliment, but the king just smiled and told him not to be so humble. As a reward, the king offered him 200 nyangs of silver to cover his costs. One of the other officials did not look happy about that at all. The official then announced another success. Prince Jinyoung's wife had just given birth, and thanks to the new disinfectant, she recovered in only a week. It was the ultimate proof that his invention worked. Hearing this, King Sejong made a decision. He ordered that the disinfectant be used to treat all new mothers and their babies from now on. The court immediately agreed. The king let out a satisfied breath. He looked genuinely proud. The king admitted that he used to see Prince Jinyoung as nothing but a problem. But now, he told him, he could see that he had truly grown up. But just as the king finished, the mood shattered. The officials looked up in alarm. Someone screamed for his majesty. The king was collapsing. Panic filled the room as everyone rushed to help. It was March of 1438. King Sejong had hit the floor, and the court officials were scrambling around him in complete chaos. He was completely unconscious. Someone screamed for them to call a physician immediately. Time later, the two brothers met to talk. The elder brother explained that their father's illness had gotten worse. He recovered quickly this time, but the whole situation was unsettling. He asked Soo-young how their father was doing now. He said their father was always thirsty, drinking tons of water. His eyesight had gotten so bad, he had to hold books right up to his face just to read them. To make things worse, he admitted that even the special medicine wasn't having any effect. Soo-young then asked his brother a very specific question. He wanted to know if their father had mentioned seeing things. like a hazy mist or little bugs floating in his vision. He remembered his grandpa from his past life describing those exact symptoms when he was suffering from diabetes. His brother shook his head. He said their father never mentioned anything like that. He just complained about how frustrating it was that he couldn't see things far away. Hearing that, the elder brother was relieved. He figured the situation wasn't serious yet, and the symptoms were probably just from overworking. But Su-young knew they couldn't just relax. In this era, eye problems like retinal degeneration or cataracts were basically incurable. If they didn't do something, he knew what would happen. He remembered what history said. In just 1 year, King Sejong was fated to lose his eyesight completely. Suddenly, an idea hit him. He turned to his brother and asked if their mother's birthday was in September. His arm tensed up. He told his brother that he would create an opportunity that day to finally change their father's mind about everything. The elder brother was completely confused. He asked what Su-young could possibly do at their mother's royal banquet. Su-young began to explain his training philosophy. He said that in his system, there were 3 exercises that used the heaviest weight. The first was the squat, and the second was the bench press, and the last one was the deadlift. He explained that together, they're called the Big 3 exercises. Then he laid out his plan. At their mother's birthday banquet, he would perform with a total of 1,000 gun in the Big 3. His brother was stunned. He asked if Su-young was serious, saying 1,000 gun sounded like a ridiculous amount of weight. Su-young reminded him that even the palace guards couldn't lift 600 gun when they were ordered to try. The weight was just too much for them. They couldn't even budget. Su-young took a bite of chicken and admitted that right now, he was only at 900 gun himself. He knew it would be a challenge, but he was determined to succeed for their father's sake. Hearing this, his brother was on board. He promised to help by improving the training book, making it something their father would have to respect. But then, his brother added a condition. He told Su-young that he also had to devote himself to his studies. Su-young was completely thrown off. He asked why, pointing out that his book about physical training was supposed to be his way of showing respect. His brother explained that as the author, Su-young needed to master all 13 classic scriptures to prove his methods were valid. Su-young started to panic. The memories he'd inherited from the original prince only covered the 4 books and 5 classics. The difficulty had just skyrocketed, but then he remembered why he was doing all of this. It was for his father, the great King Sejong. He took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. He looked his brother in the eye and told him not to worry. He promised that once he achieved his goal of lifting 1,000 gun, they would bring up his training book in front of their father and make sure the king finally experienced his methods for himself. They both raised their cups, toasting to their father's health. With that, the deal was struck. But later, the weight of his promise hit him. He had to take on something crazy. Increasing his lifting weight by 100 gun in just 6 months was already pushing the limits. But even if he succeeded, there was another problem. He grabbed his side, realizing that a body covered in fat wouldn't convince the king of anything. If he wanted to really show off his muscles, he'd have to drop about 8 gun of body fat. That was about 3 kilograms. And the best way to burn calories back in this era was obvious: hiking. He started running, hoping his body's potential was as limitless as he thought it was. Because from this moment on, it was nothing but special training. The days that followed were quiet, but filled with purpose. But the training wasn't just physical. He also had to hit the books. Between the early morning hikes and the intense workouts, he was completely drained. He complained that he didn't even have the strength to turn a page, and memorizing everything felt impossible. That's when his elder brother appeared, laughing. He reminded Yu that he had their father's blood, and bragged that since he finished the classics in 2 weeks, Yu should be able to do it in 1. His smile vanished, replaced by a dark look as he asked Yu if he had any complaints. Later that evening, it was time for dinner. But his diet was just as strict as his training. It was only cabbage, cucumbers, beef, and oatmeal. The lady with him looked worried, asking if this kind of meal was really acceptable. He told her the oats were just to fill his stomach. He had to do this to prove his dedication at his mother's birthday celebration. He worried that she must be concerned about his extra body fat. He slammed his chopsticks down, vowing to eat this way until he proved his dedication. His wife looked ashamed. She confessed that she hadn't understood his goal and had salted the beef. But now she saw it was a mistake. She immediately took control, calling for a servant named Bangshil. She ordered them to take the food away and bring a new, unseasoned meal. She made it crystal clear. From that moment on, his food was to have absolutely no seasoning. Elsewhere, Su-young was pushing himself just as hard. The training was so intense that he was sick from the effort, but he didn't stop. He got right back up and lifted the massive weight as his wife watched. Su-young and his brother pushed themselves to the absolute limit. Their training now included climbing sheer cliffs without any ropes. While Su-young focused on his body, his brother devoted himself to his studies, poring over books late into the night. Day after day, they trained until they could barely stand. But Su-young's focus never broke. He had a goal, and nothing was going to stop him. And just like that, time flew by. Soon, the day of Queen Sohyeon's birthday banquet arrived. One of the princes rode out, proudly showing off his skills on horseback. King Sejong and Queen Sohyeon were delighted, clapping and praising the young prince's talent. The other princes continued to show off their skills, performing complex moves on horseback. King Sejong watched with a gentle smile, enjoying the show. Meanwhile, Su-young was talking with his brother. He told him that their turn was last, and that everyone expected them to just show off their muscles like street performers. He then asked if his brother had mentioned their special training to anyone. His brother admitted he'd told the crown princess that Su-young could carry over 100 kilograms. She didn't believe him and even got angry. He told Soo-young they had to make their plan work. He said that if they succeeded, their father would finally show interest in their training methods. Soo-young then turned to his brother. He had one thing to ask of him. His brother knelt, ready to do his part. Soo-young stood behind him, trusting him to pull it off. Queen's birthday celebration was in full swing. The whole palace was decorated for the big day. Then an announcer called out the next name, Grand Prince Jinyoung. A figure in a heavy cloak walked toward the king and queen. No one could see his face. He addressed his mother, the queen, and wished her a happy birthday. As he spoke, servants struggled to carry something heavy into the courtyard. Jinyoung continued his speech, thanking his parents for everything they had given him. He told them that with this gratitude in mind, he had created a special program. He called it Conducting Oneself and Preparing the Body. He explained that it was a healthy discipline for building a fit body and a strong mind. The king looked at the heavy iron weights, completely confused. He asked his son what exactly he was trying to show them. Jinyoung replied that he had prepared a small gift just to repay their kindness. He said he was overwhelmed with emotion as he gripped the heavy iron bar. He declared that his gift was something they, his royal parents, had given to him. Then he began to pull off his cloak. He ripped the fabric away, presenting his true gift, his own body, sculpted into pure muscle. This was Queen Sohaeon's birthday in the year 1438. It was a ceremony that would alter the entire course of the kingdom's history, and it was all unfolding right here, right now. The guards were stunned. They'd never seen a body like that in their lives. They wondered if this was even the same Grand Prince Jinyoung they knew. With that, he announced it was time to begin. The crowd started whispering. They had no idea what he was trying to do. He lay down on the bench and got into position. He lowered the massive weight down to his chest. One of the men watching couldn't believe his eyes. The plates were even larger than the ones he'd struggled to lift himself. The bar rested on his chest, the weight almost crushing him. He tightened his grip, ready to push. And then, with a huge burst of power, he pushed the weight straight up. The guards in the crowd were completely stunned. They couldn't understand where he was getting all that strength from. With a loud clang, he slammed the weight back onto the rack. He stood up, taking a deep breath after the effort. He then addressed the crowd, explaining that this exercise was called a bench press. He said it was a key part of his program for training the chest, shoulders, and arms. The queen just smiled, admitting she had no idea what she had just witnessed. When someone asked how much it all weighed, he broke it down. The bar itself was 40 gun, and the plates added up to 240. That brought the total to a massive 280 gun. The king and queen were absolutely speechless. But Soo-young wasn't done yet. He announced that the next exercise was called squats. His assistant started loading even more weight onto the bar. The clanging sound of the metal echoed through the courtyard. He explained that this exercise involved lifting the bar onto his shoulders, then sitting down and standing up over and over. He told them that while it looked like a leg exercise, it actually trained the glutes, waist, and even the lower stomach. Seeing the massive weight, the queen panicked. She yelled out his name, telling him it was too dangerous and to stop right away. But he ignored her completely. He announced to everyone that he would now perform the squats with 340 gun. With a grunt, he got under the bar and lifted the incredible weight onto his shoulders. The bar bent under the massive weight, digging into his back muscles. He held the position at the very bottom, his legs shaking from the strain, but his eyes burned with focus. There was no way he was going to fail. Every muscle in his body tensed up as he started to push. With a huge grunt, he began to rise, and then he stood up straight, holding all 340 jon on his shoulders. The king and queen were speechless. The queen even jumped from her seat in shock. Stunned, the king immediately called for the royal physician, Yang Honosu. The king asked if what Soo-young did was even possible for a human. Physician Yang Honosu admitted he wasn't sure, but he had a theory. The king immediately called for the royal physician, Yang Honosu. The king asked if what Soo-young did was even possible for a human. Physician Yang Honosu admitted he wasn't sure, but he had a theory. He explained it was all part of Soo-young's healthy discipline, and that the final event was called a deadlift. For this lift, he would use the heaviest barbell yet. The queen was stunned, asking if it still wasn't over. The idea of him lifting something even heavier sounded completely absurd to her. But then, Soo-young's brother spoke up, addressing the king. He excused himself for speaking, but said he was worried that Soo-young might injure his back. He asked for permission to step in for a moment, to take some safety measures, holding up a thick leather belt. He walked over to Soo-young and began wrapping the belt tightly around his waist, preparing him for the final lift. He pulled the belt tight, making sure it was secure. With his part done, Soo-young's brother stepped back and watched. Soo-young took a moment to focus. This was the final lift. He stood before the final weight, 400 gun. It was an unbelievable amount for anyone to even consider lifting. He turned to his parents, the king and queen, who looked completely stunned. He told them that this display of strength was a gift. He promised to keep nurturing the body they gave him, saying it was his way of honoring them. The barbell sat there, loaded with massive wooden plates, and looking impossibly heavy. But in the crowd, some of the nobles were whispering. They thought Soo-young had finally lost his mind, calling his training complete madness. He knew that after losing so much weight, lifting 400 gun was almost impossible. If he'd been heavier, he could have handled even more. The waistband gave him some support, but he couldn't deny it. This whole plan was completely absurd. His goal was to be able to lift a total of 1,000 jun across the big 3 exercises in just 2 years. He knew there was no other way to do this. He had to use the sumo deadlift technique. He lowered himself, planting his feet wide and getting into position. He took a deep breath, his eyes fixed forward. Everything else disappeared. His hand closed around the bar, his grip like solid iron. As he began to pull, the ground beneath the massive weight started to crack under the strain. The officials in the crowd absolutely lost their minds. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The weight was actually moving. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Was it even possible for one person to lift that much iron with their own strength? Slowly, the massive weight lifted off the platform. The pressure was so intense that his hands started to bleed, but his grip never loosened. In that moment, it felt like the whole world went quiet. And there he was. Soo-young stood tall, holding all 400 gun. He had actually done it. He held the weight high, a silhouette of pure power against the bright sky. The pressure was immense, but his grip was unbreakable. The sight was too much for his mother. The queen fainted right there in her seat. With the lift complete, Soo-young let the weight go. It hit the ground with incredible force, shattering the stone platform. He stood over the wreckage, breathing heavily. The ground around him was completely destroyed. The officials were speechless, staring at the destruction in disbelief. His mother trembled, completely overwhelmed by what she had just seen. The king looked over, his face filled with worry, as he asked if she was all right. He stood there, panting, the ground completely destroyed from the impact. The lift was over, but his attention immediately snapped back to his mother. He rushed over, worried about her. She grabbed his hands, seeing how rough and brutal they were from 2 years of lifting. She asked him what he meant by honoring them when his hands were in this state. But then her tone changed. Looking at him, she said that in her entire life, she had never seen a greater act of devotion. She started to cry, explaining that seeing how hard he had pushed his body was just too much for her. Soo-young was speechless. Even the other women in the court were moved to tears by the display. The king watched them, and the officials started whispering amongst themselves. They noted that even martial arts masters didn't have muscles that defined, and they could see them moving under his skin. The king finally spoke, addressing Soo-young directly. He told him he had personally proven that his training method worked, and that he had truly worked hard. The king had one question. He wanted to know the real purpose behind the intense training Soo-young had just shown everyone. Soo-young answered that his goal was to perfectly prepare the body that his parents had given him. The king considered this. He asked if lifting 1,000 gun was the standard, worried that this kind of training would be too much for weaker people. Soo-young quickly corrected him. He explained that he only started this discipline to get rid of his excess fat, and the strength just came naturally during the process. He clenched his fist, adding that in just 3 months, his body moved more smoothly, and his fatigue was completely gone. The king nodded. He remembered that Soo-young and the crown prince had written books about this. He decided he would read them himself to judge whether it was right or wrong. The king then told him they would discuss this new training method later, back at the palace. Soo-young couldn't hide his excitement. This was exactly what he wanted. He thanked his father, overjoyed. The king wasn't finished. He said that Soo-young's current title, the Grand Prince Jin-young, just didn't feel right anymore. He explained that since Soo-young had invented this new discipline and reached its peak, he deserved a name to match. So the king gave him a new title, the Grand Prince Soo-young. It was a name that finally matched the man he had become. Later that night, back at the palace, the discussion continued. The king looked over the book his son had written. He admitted it was truly extraordinary. He turned to his other son and asked how Soo-young had become so knowledgeable, even with his brother's help. The crown prince replied that he had also marveled at the book. He explained that he simply compiled the regimen Soo-young had created. The king noted that unlike other books, this one had a special diagram at the end of the first volume. He decided that's what he would check first. The king continued to read his son's book. He was genuinely impressed by the detailed analysis of how food affected children's bodies, admitting that this logical approach was very similar to his own. The book laid everything out in simple terms. It explained how food could either provide energy or, if eaten in excess, turn into fat. It even offered practical advice, like how a little oil could give children more strength. As he read the part about how a full stomach leads to gaining fat, the words hit a little too close to home. He glanced down at his own belly, and the phrase excess fat just kept repeating in his head. The next day, the king's decision was about to be revealed. Soo-young saw his brother approaching and immediately rushed to ask for the news. He was desperate to know what their father had decided. His brother paused for a second, making him wait. Then, a huge smile spread across his face. He told Soo-young that the king had actually agreed to give the training a try. Soo-young was completely stunned. The crown prince then showed him that he was serious. He had already prepared a full training area, complete with wooden equipment and a trainer, all ready for the king. The trainer explained that for the first day, he'd only go over the basics. But then he dropped the bad news. Due to national affairs, they'd have to wait for a good day to actually begin. Soo-young couldn't believe what he was hearing. He knew there was no time for that. In just a few months, the king's eyesight would be gone for good. But his father just walked away, complaining he was tired and asking for a plate of sweets. Soo-young remembered an old saying, the hardest part of getting fit is just starting. So he decided that if the king wouldn't come to him, he would go to the king. And just like that, he took off running. His brother yelled after him, calling him by his old name, Yu, trying to get him to stop. The palace guards were completely caught off guard, shouting in confusion about what was happening. Turns out, Soo-young had stripped to his waist and was staging a protest right in the middle of the palace. The guards pleaded with him to stand up, reminding him of the palace rules. But Soo-young wasn't moving. He yelled back, challenging them to move him if they were strong enough. The guards frantically tried to stop him. They warned him that the king would be arriving any second. Just then, A powerful voice boomed through the courtyard, demanding to know what all the noise was about. It was the king. He stood there, staring down at his son kneeling in the middle of the palace grounds. The king was furious. He yelled at Suyang for creating a disturbance in broad daylight and forgetting his royal dignity. But Suyang yelled right back. He told his father that there was something urgent they needed to discuss. The king cut him off. He knew it was about that book on exercise and said he'd already read it. He promised to try it out when he had more time. Suyang wasn't having it. He explained that the whole point of the training was to start immediately and do it consistently every single day. It was a standoff. Suyang insisted they start exercising right now, but the king flatly refused, saying he was too busy. The king's expression turned serious. He asked Suyang if he wrote the exercise book because he suspected the king had an illness. Suyang didn't back down. He admitted that he interfered because he saw the signs, and it's always better to treat an illness before it gets worse. The king immediately turned to his physician, Yang Hongsu, and demanded to know what signs of illness he saw. The physician replied that the only concern was the king sweating and drinking a lot of water. Suyang instantly understood the king's plan. He had brought the physician along just to prove that there was nothing seriously wrong with him. He knew his father had read the book and was secretly worried. The problem was simple. The king just hated exercising. Suyang realized he needed one final blow to convince him. So, Suyang laid out his final argument. He explained that based on the symptoms, he guessed his father's illness was similar to high blood sugar. To prove his point, he revealed that he had intentionally put his own body into a similar, unhealthy state. The king and his physician were absolutely stunned. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. Suyang didn't flinch. He had said what he needed to say. Behind him, the king was completely silent, trying to process the shocking news. The king finally turned, his face filled with disbelief. He stammered, demanding to know when Suyang could have possibly done something like that to his own body. Suyang explained that he had put his body into a state similar to an illness called Sogol. The king and his physician were completely stunned. Suyang began to explain. He said Sogol was a disease caused by having too much energy, or yang qi, which destroys the body. He said that eating too much grain syrup, or taffy, could cause a temporary version of the illness. This was how he'd supposedly experienced it himself. He described becoming so thirsty that he would drink up to a bucket of water. He also mentioned how his vision would go dark from being so tired, and he'd just fall asleep on the spot. The king's face said it all. He knew exactly what Suyang was talking about. He looked his father in the eye and asked if any of those symptoms sounded familiar, but it was all a lie. He was just describing the symptoms of diabetes from his old world. He figured a lie this big was necessary to convince the great King Sejong. Turns out, the story was so believable that he'd even fooled his own brother. The king was finally listening. He asked how long it would take to cure the illness with this training. Suyang's answer was bold and simple: 5 days. After a moment, the king agreed, but he made one thing very clear. If there was no improvement in 5 days, Suyang would be charged with the crime of deceiving the king. Suyang accepted without hesitation, and so the training began. Suyang was already pushing his father to ride the horse faster. The king's daily routine was completely turned upside down. He was clearly not used to this. He groaned that at this rate, his whole insides were going to get twisted. But Suyang was a tough coach. He immediately called out his father's bad posture, telling him not to crouch. Suyang was relentless, correcting every single mistake. The king was already getting fed up with the constant nagging about his posture. Completely out of breath, he desperately asked how much longer he had to keep going. Suyang announced that an hour had passed and they could wrap up. The king was thrilled, thinking the torture was finally over. But then Suyang dropped the bomb. That was just a warm-up. The real training began. The king trembled as he tried to lift the heavy wooden bar. Suyang watched his father's every move, his expression dead serious. He immediately corrected the king's breathing, telling him exactly when to exhale and inhale. The king just grunted back that he understood, but the instructions just kept coming. Suyang corrected his back, his legs, his posture. It was an endless stream of commands that pushed the king to his absolute limit. After the intense workout, it was finally time for the royal meal. The king was starving and told them to bring it immediately. But the food that arrived wasn't a feast. It was a small, simple meal with brown rice, soup, and one tiny piece of meat. The king sat down and picked up his spoon, ready to eat despite his disappointment. He took one bite and his face twisted in disgust. He complained that the rice was so bad, it was like eating horse feed. That was it. He slammed his spoon on the table and demanded that someone bring the royal chef to him at once. An attendant immediately bowed, promising to find the chef. But the king wasn't finished. He ordered the attendant to take the disgusting food away and bring him his usual meal. Furious about this nasty joke, he yelled about the soup having no meat, only vegetables. Even the one piece of meat he got had no fat on it, making it impossible to eat. The king yelled that the food was so disgraceful, it should be fed to the horses. The door slid open, revealing his furious face. Just then, a calm voice from outside asked if the food wasn't to his liking. It was Suyang. He walked in and told the king he had personally planned this special meal for him. Suyang laid out the entire plan. He had removed all the sugar and honey to control the king's health. He promised that with brown rice and tofu, his father would feel full and wouldn't gain any weight. The king didn't care about any of that. He exploded with rage, yelling that the food was disgusting. Su-yang's expression hardened. He reminded his father that he had promised to follow his instructions for the next 6 months, no matter what. He even quoted the classics, saying that a wise man values his promises as much as his own life. The king was caught completely off guard. Su-yang put everything on the table. He said he was prepared to be exiled with his entire family if this didn't work. He then asked his father if he really couldn't keep his promise for just 6 months. The king was defeated. He sighed, wondering where his son got that stubborn streak from. That night, the palace was quiet. Later, the king tried to work, but his hand was shaking uncontrollably. He couldn't even control the brush, smearing the ink all over the paper. Frustrated, he told an attendant to get him a new sheet. A voice from the shadows confirmed the order. He realized that after all those lifts, he was too weak to even hold a brush properly. It had been 2 weeks since he started Su-yang's training program, and he still didn't understand the point of it all. Back at his desk, his stomach started to rumble. The hunger was getting to him. He couldn't take it anymore. He quietly called out, asking for a snack. But just as he did, a shadow fell across the door. An eye stared back at him from the doorway. The king jumped back, completely terrified, but it was just an attendant. He apologized for startling the king, explaining that he just heard him pause mid-sentence. The king waved him away. He muttered to himself that his son was haunting him so much, he'd probably start showing up in his dreams. The night grew quiet. Lying in bed, the king couldn't rest. He complained that his son's training was making it impossible to do his job. If he hadn't promised, he would have stopped a long time ago. The moon hung high in the sky. Throughout the palace, the attendants stood in silence, not daring to make a sound. Outside the king's chambers, 2 attendants whispered to each other. They couldn't believe it. Just 2 weeks ago, the king had been tossing and turning, struggling to breathe, but now he was sleeping peacefully. And it was true. The king was fast asleep, breathing deeply and evenly. He dreamed he was already strong, training right alongside his son, lifting weights he never thought possible. In the dream, his family cheered for him, proud of what he'd become. It was everything he wanted. Soon, morning arrived. A full month had passed since the training began. An official carefully pushed open a door and called out, asking if anyone was there. He stepped inside and saw a man sitting at a desk, completely still. The official wondered if he had fallen asleep. The official froze. A creepy scarecrow with glowing red eyes seemed to be talking to him, but it wasn't the scarecrow. The man at the desk was muttering in his sleep, asking himself if he even had a second son. The official looked up and saw it was just a wooden dummy, but the man kept talking, asking if he was married. In his dream, he was clearly stressed out, yelling about a deadline for a project he was making for the king. He seemed terrified that once the work was finished, the king would just get rid of him. His dream became even more frantic as he yelled about being a subject of the king. Turns out, Su-yang had been standing there the whole time, just watching the man wonder where his life went wrong. Suddenly, the man snapped awake, praising the king. Then he saw Su-yang. He was completely shocked and demanded to know how long the prince had been standing there. The man, Jang Youngshil, quickly tried to act normal. He apologized for his strange behavior and asked the prince what brought him there. He knew exactly who this was. Jang Youngshil, a genius who had climbed all the way from being a slave to a high-ranking official. He was a legendary royal engineer who helped build the entire nation under Sejong the Great. Even back in Su-yang's original time, the man was remembered as one of the greatest scientists in history. But seeing him in person, he looked completely different from what Su-yang had imagined. Su-yang just smiled, thinking that scientists in this era were a bit strange. He held out a scroll and told the inventor he had a project for him. He made it clear this wasn't just a request, it was a direct order from the king. Jang Youngshil took the scroll. The words royal order echoed in his mind, and then he just completely lost it. A royal order was clearly the last thing he ever wanted. Su-yang was completely confused by the inventor's reaction. He tried to calm him down, telling him he hadn't even gotten to the main point yet. He asked Jang Youngshil if he knew about the king's new training regimen. The inventor immediately said, of course he did. He remembered exactly what the prince looked like that day. It was a display of power, unlike anything anyone had ever seen. Jang Youngshil remembered thinking that the prince was truly amazing. With the memory out of the way, Su-yang got straight to the point. He explained that the king was learning the new training method, but with winter coming, he couldn't go outside anymore. So, he needed Jang Youngshil to build something called a steps device. It was a machine that would let the king feel like he was running in a field, but without ever leaving his room. The inventor looked at his messy desk. He told the prince he'd never made anything like it before. With all the other work he had, it might take him a few years to even get to it. Su-yang knew this was a huge ask. Even for a genius like Jang Youngshil, building a modern treadmill from scratch was going to be incredibly hard. Su-yang sighed. He told the inventor that if it was going to take that long, he'd have to find another way. He added that the king was suffering greatly from the training. The inventor imagined the king passed out cold on the device. He asked what Su-yang meant by pain. Jang Youngshil was confused, asking if the training wasn't supposed to make the body healthy. Su-yang just scoffed and told him not to even get started, explaining that the weights just keep getting heavier. He described the awful pain in his arms and legs, and how he'd push himself so hard he'd get sick. Even just thinking about it made him shudder. The inventor was finally starting to understand just how agonizing the training was. He admitted that if it were up to him, he'd refuse to do it. But then, his whole attitude changed completely. He put on a big, friendly smile and said that since it was a royal command, he had no choice but to get it done quickly. He announced he was going to drop the plans right away and told the prince to follow him. Soo-young was stunned, asking why he'd changed his mind when he just said it would take years. Jang Young-shil got right to the point. He explained that a wooden board would break too easily, but a steel one would be 10 times heavier. Basically, no one could use it unless they were as strong as the prince himself. Jang Young-shil finished his sketch. It was a giant wheel, designed for someone to run inside of it. The crown prince looked at the drawing, impressed. He guessed it would take about a month to build, but Jang Young-shil corrected him, saying it would only take 10 days if they kept it simple. The prince was surprised. He reminded the inventor that just moments ago, he'd claimed to have a mountain of work. Jang Young-shil's face twisted into a crazy smile. He declared that since it was a royal order, he'd work until his bones broke to get it done, telling them to just leave it to him. 10 days later, the device was finished. The king and the crown prince stood before the massive wooden wheel, which Jang Young-shil called the steps device. The crown prince was glad they could finally exercise indoors, away from the winter cold, but he was worried about his father being the first one to try it. Suddenly, Soo-young appeared, already running at full speed inside the device. He told his brother not to worry because he'd already tested it himself, and it worked perfectly. The crown prince admitted that their father wasn't as strong as Soo-young. He wanted someone who didn't usually train to try the device first, just to be safe. Soo-young laughed, a big grin on his face. He told his brother he knew the perfect person for the test. The crown prince's smile vanished. He nervously asked if Soo-young meant him, telling his brother not to joke around. He tried to explain that he was just like their father. He hated exercising. But before he could finish, Soo-young's shadow fell over him. And just like that, the crown prince was dragged away. A short while later, the crown prince was running for his life inside the wheel. He screamed, asking if he could stop, complaining that it felt like he'd been running for an hour. But Soo-young told him it had only been 15 minutes. They still had another 15 to go. After the running, Soo-young made him move to the bench press. The crown prince struggled with the weight, yelling and asking why he had to do this part too. Soo-young told his brother it was a shame he wasn't training his body. With a big smile, he demanded 3 more presses. The crown prince was at his limit. He couldn't believe his brother was trying to butcher him by adding even more reps, but Soo-young insisted his brother's muscles could handle it. The crown prince screamed back, yelling that he was going to send him to a math teacher to learn how to count properly. After the bench press, they moved on to the next exercise. The crown prince looked at his brother and asked him to be honest. He reminded Soo-young that he'd already done 12 squats. He accused him of planning to trick him and keep adding more reps, just like before. Soo-young just smiled and explained that his counting method changes depending on how his brother's muscles look. The crown prince yelled back that no such math existed in this world. But on the next rep, the crown prince's knees gave out. Soo-young immediately told him it didn't count and that he had to do it again. He tried again, but this time his back tilted too far forward. Soo-young just told him to start over. Completely broken, the crown prince started crying, begging for his old, kind brother to come back. Soo-young leaned in close, telling his brother he was willing to be an evil spirit if it meant making him stronger. He announced it was time for the next part of the training. The crown prince could only scream in protest. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, a different kind of training was happening. King Sejong was running hard on a giant wooden wheel. An official stood by, announcing that he only had 15 minutes left to go. When he first started, the king would be out of breath after just 15 minutes. But now, he could easily run for a full hour. Soo-young thought about his brother, who could barely do 12 proper bench presses at the start. He was convinced his family's talent was on another level, but he knew he couldn't have done it alone. The second deputy commander, Jang Young-shil, had played a huge part in all of this. It was incredible that he was able to build the running machine with the technology of this era. On top of that, Jang Young-shil had even asked to do a field study to find ways to make it even better. Soo-young turned his thoughts to the man who made all this possible, Jang Young-shil. He had wondered if the man would be different from the stories he knew from his past life. But no, he was exactly as history described him, the best scientist in all of Joseon. He could hear his father still pushing hard on the machine. Soo-young was just amazed by the man's incredible sense of responsibility. Elsewhere in the palace, some of the officials were starting to talk. One of them pointed out that the king had lost a lot of weight recently. He was worried the king might be sick, but his companion didn't seem concerned at all. He explained that the king was just exhausted from training with Soo-young, but even so, he hadn't let any of his royal duties slide. The official explained that Soo-young was smart. He was using the king's natural love of learning to keep him hooked on the training. But not everyone was convinced. Another official was speaking with the crown prince, voicing a serious concern. He told the prince that the king might have a dangerous illness, pointing out how much weight he'd lost so quickly. The crown prince told him not to worry. He explained that he'd also lost some extra fat since he started working out, and their father was just experiencing the same thing. But the official wasn't convinced. He pointed out that rapid fat loss was the main symptom of the illness. The crown prince's confidence started to waver. That was enough for the official. He couldn't believe something meant for health could be so dangerous. He declared that they had to formally demand the king stop his training, starting today. Just as they were getting worked up, a voice boomed from behind them, demanding to know what all the fuss was about. The two of them froze, completely stunned. It was the king. He was standing right there, and he had heard everything. The king's expression was dead serious. He stood there, looking stronger and healthier than they had ever seen him. He repeated his question, wanting to know what all the fuss was about. King took a step forward, his presence filling the entire courtyard. The official and the crown prince were completely speechless. They all stared in disbelief, realizing His Majesty had heard everything. The king's eyes were cold and sharp. He demanded to know what they were talking about, and right behind him stood Soo-young, looking just as serious. Not wanting to answer, the officials quickly made their excuses and left. Once they were gone, the crown prince turned to Soo-young. He explained that the ministers were worried. They thought the king's sudden weight loss was a sign that his health was getting worse. Soo-young told his brother not to worry. He explained that according to the royal clinic's records, their father was sweating a lot, but actually drinking less water, which was a good sign. But the crown prince was still worried. He wondered aloud if it really was a symptom of a serious illness, reminding Soo-young they were only halfway through the promised 6 months. Soo-young simply told him to wait and see. He had one core belief: muscles do not betray. He looked down at his own calloused hands. Time was moving so fast. His old life in the 21st century was starting to feel like a dream. Just then, a voice called out, recognizing him as the Grand Prince. It was one of the ministers, who bowed deeply as he approached. The man commented on how early Soo-young was, saying he'd arrived at the office before the sun had even risen. Soo-young turned the conversation around, asking the Inspector General what brought him to the palace so early in the morning. The Inspector General claimed he was worried. He'd heard the king was tired and had less time for his political duties, so he came to help lighten the load. Soo-young just smiled. He told the man he was relieved, saying that all that mattered was that they both wanted to protect the king's health. That's when he got to the real point. He asked if the Inspector General had any plans to start the training regimen himself. The official immediately shut it down. He said he had important work to do and couldn't waste time on Soo-young's training, claiming his duty came before his own well-being. Soo-young disagreed. He argued that if the man just spent 2 hours exercising, he'd be able to serve the public even better for the other 22 hours. But the Inspector General wasn't convinced. He shot back that those 2 hours would probably just ruin the rest of his workday. The two of them stood there in silence. The Inspector General finally said that he, too, was just wishing the best for His Majesty's health. Soo-young took a heavy step, digging his foot deep into the snow. He reminded the man that the 6 months he'd promised were almost over. This was about the Office of Inspector General. They were the ones who investigated all the high-ranking officials for any bad behavior. Inside, the men moved with a heavy purpose. The thing is, they had a special power. They could get an official fired based on rumors alone without needing any real proof. They only followed strict principles, and because of that, every other official was terrified of them. And the Inspector General was thinking about one thing. The military training was finally happening tomorrow. The Inspector General sat in silence. He was being told he had to make a decision, and he had to make it now. The very next day, the Inspector General and his men appeared before the king. They all knelt on the ground, begging him to reconsider. But the king was in the middle of his workout, holding a dumbbell and wiping sweat from his brow. He just looked at them and asked what all the hurry was about. The Inspector General didn't waste any time. He asked the king to stop his new training regimen immediately. The king listened with a serious expression. The Inspector General explained that while it's fine to learn new things, political duties were more important than a light matter like exercise. He admitted that the king hadn't ignored his duties, but he argued that a king must always set a proper example for his officials and ministers. He said they were all worried that the king was learning some strange new discipline and going against the established principles of the kingdom. After he finished, there was just silence. The wind blew through the autumn leaves. The king's voice turned sharp. He accused the Inspector General of being too rigid, wondering aloud if this was loyalty or a direct challenge to his authority. The Inspector General was stunned into silence. He had no answer to that. The king continued, bringing up the man's talk of principles. He said there was a very specific reason he'd started this new training. It was to improve his body so he could set a proper example during military training. But the Inspector General immediately objected, saying it was far too dangerous. He reminded the king that military training was a sacred law, not something to be taken lightly. He argued that the king could get seriously hurt since he wasn't used to riding. It takes even young, fit men a full year to master shooting an arrow from horseback. The king calmly offered a solution. He would have a royal guard right next to him to prevent any accidents. He assured them he wouldn't even move if his posture was off, so they had nothing to fear. The Inspector General was speechless. He tried to protest again, but he had nothing left to say. A small grin appeared on his face. The king had outplayed him. The king explained his real goal. If he set an example at the military training, it would prove to everyone that his new methods for preparing the body actually worked. Then, with a smirk, he challenged them. He said he hoped they would all do at least half of what he did. The Inspector General looked absolutely furious. He clenched his fist, completely outplayed. All he could do was admit that the king's grace was immeasurable. Sometime later, the day of the military training finally arrived. The army gathered, their flags waving in the wind. The king sat tall on his horse, shouting that he would personally inspect the soldiers before the training began. His officials passed the order down the line, making sure all the soldiers were ready to move perfectly. He demanded that they all move as one. The soldiers roared back in agreement, their voices echoing across the field. Two officials watched from a distance, completely stunned. One of them wondered if he'd ever seen the king with so much energy. The other agreed, saying that after a decade of these drills, he'd never seen His Majesty like this before. One of the officials remembered the last military training. The king didn't even ride a horse. He just gave orders while being carried. But this time, was different. The king's voice boomed across the field, ordering the training to begin. As he rode, the king thought about all the hard work. He admitted to himself that riding with his son for 2 hours every day was definitely worth it. He finally understood why the first king of their dynasty loved horseback riding so much. After all that training, leading the military like this felt amazing. Riding behind him, his son watched in disbelief. He never imagined he'd see his father ride a horse with this much power. Suddenly, the king pulled his horse to a stop. He'd spotted something moving in the trees. It was a wild boar, way off in the distance. The king was shocked. He could even see it so clearly. Without a second thought, he called for a bow and arrow. His son immediately went to get them. As they rode, Su-yang told the inspector general to go on ahead and join the king's hunt. He said he had another prey to deal with first. The inspector general's expression hardened. He didn't know what Su-yang was planning, but he'd never forgotten how vicious the prince used to be. He was convinced Su-yang was a threat to his father. He thought about the situation. Military training was just practice for war, and in war, anything could happen. Su-yang glanced back with a faint smile. He knew exactly what the man was thinking. Anything at all. The inspector general watched him, his mind made up. He was convinced Grand Prince Su-yang was a seed of trouble that would one day harm the king. Miles away, the king gripped his bow tightly. He aimed carefully at the target far below. It was an incredibly difficult shot, but he was steady. Su-yang quickly pulled an arrow and handed it to his father. A moment later, the arrow found its mark. A soldier raised a flag and shouted the news for everyone to hear. His Majesty had caught a wild boar. The king looked on with pride as his men cheered for him. The soldiers were stunned. They said it was like watching the great King Taijo himself during his military training. With the boar down, the king started to get off his horse. But as he landed, he lost his footing and stumbled. Su-yang immediately cried out, rushing to his father's side. One of the officials ran over, frantically asking if his Majesty was hurt, but the king wasn't hurt at all. He just threw his head back and laughed. Su-yang just stared, completely confused by his father's reaction. The king admitted he'd never once hit a target with a bow in his life. He was only now, as an older man, discovering how much fun riding and hunting could be. Su-yang urged his father to take care of himself. The king just laughed, agreeing happily. The king's laughter stopped. His expression turned completely serious. Then, a huge, confident grin spread across his face. He put his arrow back in its quiver and straightened up, ready to speak. Su-yang offered his hand, telling his father to be careful as he stood. Once he was steady, the king addressed the officials around him. He declared that he'd proven his new training methods were not a simple regimen. He reminded them that since he did what they all called impossible, it was their turn to keep their promise. He commanded every single one of them to become experts in his new training. In perfect unison, the officials roared their acceptance of his command. Sometime later, back at the palace, a craftsman announced that the first of Su-yang's requested devices was finally ready. The craftsman proudly presented the new device, calling it a lat pull-down. It was the first of its kind. Su-yang was ecstatic. He tossed his hat aside and cracked his knuckles, thanking the man for his hard work. He couldn't wait to try it out. He grabbed the bar with a firm grip. With a powerful grunt, he pulled the weight down, his back muscles flexing perfectly. Every muscle in his back strained with the effort. After finishing, Su-yang flexed, feeling amazing. He asked the craftsman what he thought, but the man just stared, completely speechless. He quickly apologized, explaining that he only meant to test the machine, but since it happened to be his back day, he just couldn't resist. The craftsman replied that he'd learned a lot from the prince as well. He was already thinking about how to use the pulley system for other new inventions. Su-yang was stunned. He couldn't believe that a legendary inventor like Zhang Yongshil was actually learning from his ideas. That's when it hit him. The moving pulley system, so simple to him, was basically brand new technology in this time period. The craftsman interrupted his thoughts, clutching his arm in pain. He explained that he tried the device himself, and it felt like his arm was going to be torn off. He couldn't imagine how much the king must be suffering. But, he said with a serious face, it was a royal order. He had no other choice but to continue. Su-yang gave him a sideways glance. He asked if he was really just doing it because he had to. The craftsman's creepy grin told him everything he needed to know. Su-yang moved on, already thinking ahead. He announced that the next device they would build was a leg curl machine. He explained that it was an easy machine to make, so it should only take about a month to complete. He turned to the second deputy commander and thanked him for all his trouble. As a reward, he promised to ask the king for a vacation for him once the leg curl machine was finished. But Zhang Yongshil immediately refused the offer. He explained that the king had saved him from slavery and given him a position. He felt he owed his majesty everything and couldn't just take a vacation. He said that just watching the king recover his health was all the reward he needed. He then mentioned the new leg curl machine, pointing out that it looked a lot like a chair used for playing drums. With a creepy smile, he said he was looking forward to how much pain, he meant health, the new machine would bring the king. Su-yang was seriously disturbed. He decided he had to force the man to take a vacation. Sometime later, a voice boomed across the courtyard. Someone was yelling at Su-yang, demanding to know how much longer he was going to make the king exercise. It was the king. He was furious, accusing Su-yang of breaking his promise and asking if his word meant nothing. Su-yang came running, completely out of breath. He yelled back that the king was being totally unfair. The officials were completely exhausted. One of them screamed at Su-yang, begging him to stop the king instead of just standing there watching. But Su-yang just laughed. He asked them who in their right mind would dare to stop his majesty. One of the officials started crying. He realized this wasn't just exercise. The king was taking revenge on the office of Inspector General for bothering him. Then, one of them couldn't hold on any longer. His dumbbell crashed crashed to the ground. He collapsed right after. The other men rushed over, asking if their lord was all right, but he yelled back that he was done for. He ordered them to leave him and keep chasing after the king. The men refused to leave their leader, offering to carry him, but the whole group was falling apart. One man's shoes were torn, and others were just begging to be saved. Suyang listened to their groans. He thought to himself that they sounded like they were about to collapse at any second. The king rode proudly, feeling better than ever. He thought this was exactly how his kingdom should look. Behind him, his officials were completely wiped out, collapsed on the ground in defeat. A week after the military training, things had shifted. At the home of Inspector General Yi Suk-chi, a woman's voice asked if he really had to go. The Inspector General didn't turn around. He just asked why she was questioning his decision now. He explained that people who didn't know the full story were already spreading rumors about him being demoted or even sent away. He sighed, saying he was getting too old for all this. At his age, he admitted, it was just hard for him to accept new ways of thinking, but he couldn't deny what he saw. He finally had to admit to himself that the king had become truly healthy because of all that training. And it wasn't just his majesty. Grand Prince Suyang had changed too. He was a completely different person now. The look in his eyes was nothing like it used to be. The Inspector General finally understood that everything had changed. He announced his plan. The Jurchen people were making unusual moves, so he was going to Hamgyal province to serve as their governor and watch them closely. But before leaving, he had one last message. He told her to warn Grand Prince Suyang about the upcoming visit from the Ming Empire's Ministry of Rites. Turns out, during their last visit, a eunuch named Changsheng bought 100 bars of soap. It was almost certain those soaps ended up in the hands of a powerful man named Wang Zhen. The rumors about this guy were unsettling. They said he was raising a hungry ghost inside his own body, and the Inspector General was sure of one thing. Someday, this man would definitely come looking for Grand Prince. Suddenly, it wasn't the past anymore. On a TV screen, a news anchor was hosting a primetime special. The show asked a wild question. Was Grand Prince Suyang actually a time traveler? The show explained that Suyang's methods, called conducting oneself and preparing the body, had become a traditional folk game. Families would gather for holidays to watch their kids powerlift, cheering them on. And it all started with him, Grand Prince Suyang, the second son of King Sejong the Great. But folk games weren't the only thing he introduced. The show pointed out that Suyang was also the first person to create soap and surgical spirit. It was so advanced for its time that some people really believed he came from the future. They brought on an expert, Lee Doan, the director of the Joseon History Archives. He noted that Suyang's training methods looked a lot like modern bodybuilding, but the expert's opinion took a turn. He said that while Suyang was brilliant in his youth, he became lazy as he got older. If he had just pushed his ideas further, bodybuilding might have become a global phenomenon, started in Korea. To sum it all up, the expert's final take was harsh. He claimed Suyang was just a meaningless figure who only added a simple folk game to the country's history. Suyang gasped, jolting awake. It was all a dream, a terrible vision of how he would be remembered, and he was absolutely horrified. Suyang was still shaken from his dream. His father, King Sejong, noticed right away and asked what could have happened to make him act so seriously. The king told him he looked pale and should take a break from his books. Suyang agreed, but inside, he was panicking. The dream felt too real, and he worried that someday people would find out he was from the future. He realized it wasn't just a silly nightmare. If he didn't push himself, he would go down in history as a failure. That thought terrified him more than anything. The problem was, all this studying was killing him. He felt like he was about to be buried under a mountain of books. That's when the king made a huge announcement. He was going to create a new set of characters for the people. He told Suyang that his passion for training proved he could accomplish anything, and he wanted his help. The king explained that they had help. A scholar named Yu knew Sanskrit, and they had plenty of books on sounds, which would make the project much easier. Suyang felt the pressure crushing him. On top of creating a whole new alphabet, he still had to manage all the preparations for his own training system. It was just too much. He was so busy that his own son probably thought of him as just some guy who only showed up in the middle of the night. The thought made him feel terrible. Suyang looked over at his companion, Yu, and teased him, saying his constant sighing was starting to sound just like one of the commanders. Yu let out a deep. The weight of all their work was clearly getting to him. Seeing how stressed he was, Suyang changed the subject. He asked what Yu thought about finding some disciples to help out, since they needed a trainer and an assistant. Yu immediately had someone in mind, a man named Ma Ilyong. He explained that his abilities were outstanding, but because he was the son of a concubine, he couldn't get a government job. Suyang agreed he sounded like a great fit, but he also thought it would be better to have people from all different walks of life. Yu didn't understand why that mattered, arguing that talent should be enough. But Suyang was firm. He insisted that they absolutely needed someone of high status. He explained that in order to bring his training methods to the East Palace, they had to have a member of the royal family on their side. As he thought about it, only one person came to mind. The only problem was, he wasn't sure if this particular royal would ever agree to do his kind of training. The person Suyang had in mind was Prince Seosan, the son of the former crown prince Yangyang. So, Suyang went to meet him. Prince Seosan's father, Yangyang, was supposed to be king, but he was corrupt and unfaithful, so he was thrown out, and King Sejong took the throne instead. The rumors about Prince Seosan weren't good. People said he grew up causing trouble. Prince Seosan greeted Suyang with a smile, calling him brother and asking what brought him to his home. Su-young was surprised. The prince seemed much more normal than all the stories made him out to be. He remembered from history that the real reason Prince Seo-san went crazy was because his father insulted his concubine. Su-young figured that event just hadn't happened yet, which explained why the prince was still acting fine. Su-young got straight to the point, asking if the prince had heard of his new discipline. Prince Seo-san said he had, and even knew that the king himself had recommended it to the inspectors. Su-young offered to take Prince Seo-san as his disciple and teach him everything about his new discipline. The prince just smiled and thanked him for the consideration. Su-young liked that answer. He called for his man, Mr. Ma, who stepped forward right away. Mr. Ma explained that they would start by having the prince relax his body with a wooden bar. But Prince Seo-san's friendly attitude vanished. He ordered Mr. Ma to stay back. He covered his face, complaining that the smell of sweat was giving him a headache. He was furious that someone so dirty would even think of touching him. He turned to Su-young and explained that while he wanted to learn, he was still a member of the royal family. He couldn't believe Su-young expected him to train with the lowly son of a concubine. Mr. Ma just stood there, completely stunned by the insult. Su-young watched him, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a furious voice boomed, ordering someone to get down at once. Prince Seo-san grunted, his whole body shaking as he tried to lift the bar. He cried out that he couldn't do it anymore. He couldn't even feel his thighs. Su-young's voice cut in, mocking him for making a fuss. He pointed out that Mr. Ma could easily lift way more than that. The prince started crying, admitting he was wrong, and begging Su-young to decrease the weight. He even called him brother, pleading for help. But Su-young just thought to himself that this was the answer he'd been looking for. A moment later, Prince Seo-san was collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted. Su-young and his father just stood there, looking down at him. Then, Su-young spoke. He asked the prince if he'd been mistreated his whole life, just because he was the son of a deposed crown prince. Su-young continued his lecture, asking how the prince could treat someone else with the same unfairness he experienced all the time. He pointed out that Ma Il-yong was a concubine's son, so any injustice would be felt even more deeply. Prince Seo-san slammed his hand down. He cried out that without taking his anger out on others, he couldn't stand the injustice done to him. He felt hopeless, questioning what he could possibly achieve by training when his brothers were already so much better. He'd never even held a government post. He confessed that he'd lived his entire life being watched, with people constantly worrying that he would try to threaten the throne. Tears streamed down his face. He felt like he couldn't do anything, always frustrated and anxious, no matter what he tried. But Su-young wasn't moved. He told the prince that even so, as a royal, he couldn't behave like that. He reminded him how scary a royal's anger is to a commoner. With his head bowed, Prince Seo-san finally admitted he was wrong. He promised he would behave himself from now on. With the prince's apology, the tension was finally gone. Su-young seemed pleased. He then laid out the first step. Prince Seo-san was to learn the 3 basics, bench press, squats, and deadlift, from Mr. Ma. But that was just the start. Su-young told him that once he could lift a combined weight of 650 gun, he would consider putting him in charge of training inside the palace. The prince was stunned. He asked why they would need him to lead the training when the king himself had already proven how effective it was. Su-young explained that anyone who worked in the palace would have to master this training, just like they studied the classics. The person teaching it would hold a new title, trainer. He said he needed someone else to run the training hall in the East Palace. He then asked the prince to think about what that job really was, the position of the king's teacher. His final point hit home. If the prince became the king's teacher, no one would ever dare to look down on him again. Prince Seo-san stared at the barbell. This wasn't just about lifting weights anymore. This was a chance to change his entire life. A tear rolled down Prince Seo-san's face. The hope Su-young offered was almost overwhelming. He clenched his fist, asking if there was truly any hope for him. He admitted that he was so scared of what others thought that he'd never even learned the classics. Su-young smiled, standing beside Mr. Ma. He promised the prince that they would help him. He then revealed that the king himself was creating a new set of characters to make learning the scriptures much easier. These new characters were called the proper sounds for the instruction of the people. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, a historic change was about to be announced. The king explained that since their country's language was different from China's, many people couldn't express their will. Out of compassion, he was creating 28 new characters just for them. He held the scroll, presenting his creation as a set of characters designed to teach the people correctly. He declared that correctly capturing the voices of the people would be a gift that would benefit the entire world. A young boy came running, happily calling out for his father. It was Su-young's son. He proudly showed his father that he was finally strong enough to carry the cat all by himself. Su-young laughed, impressed by his son's progress. But the boy was confused about something. He asked Su-young why his uncle Jung-ho was always lying down, and why he'd been begging to be spared the other day. He wondered if his uncle was sick. Su-young just smiled and explained a core rule of training: no pain, no gain. He told his son that muscles get sore when they're growing. The young prince then turned to another man, Uncle Haye. He told him he was amazing because unlike Uncle Jung-ho, he was always sitting up straight. Uncle Haye shook his head, saying it wasn't anything special. He explained that since he started training late, he couldn't afford to slack off. He told the young prince it's always best to learn things early. He then added that at 5 years old, reading books was probably too hard for him. That's when the prince pulled out a book, asking if this was what he meant. Uncle Haye was shocked and asked when the boy learned to read. The prince just smiled and said his father gave him the book, then offered to let his uncle take a look. Su-young watched his son, amazed amazed that he was already 5 years old. He thought back to his old life, which was all about barbells and dumbbells. His life in the modern era felt so distant now, almost like it was just a dream. He couldn't believe that exercising had become a normal part of his family's daily life. He watched as his wife struggled to lift a pair of dumbbells. She let out a breath and smiled proudly. The lift felt easy to her now, but a second later, something went wrong. He watched in horror as his wife suddenly stumbled and fell forward. He rushed to her side, screaming her name. He caught her just in time, asking if she was all right. She explained that she suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't control her body. She then added that she also felt nauseous. The word hit Soo-young. Nauseous? He stared at her, a thought suddenly clicking in his mind. At first, Soo-young thought it was just a temporary lack of air from the workout. But then, another thought hit him, and he told her to take slow, deep breaths. He held her hand tightly, realizing just how lucky he was to be right beside her. A fall like that could have been really bad. But that close call made him think of a much bigger problem. The more people he convinced to exercise, the more people were going to get hurt. He didn't have an answer. He had no idea what to do. Sometime later, things were back to normal. While Soo-young was training, one of his companions approached him with something important. He said there was someone Soo-young needed to meet. He started to explain. The man's name was Woo Hyun-gyu, a former soldier known for his incredible strength. He reminded Soo-young of the time someone lifted a massive piece of iron that weighed 150 jun. Turns out, that was him. And according to the rumors, he didn't just lift iron. He once lifted a stone the size of a grown man. The companion explained what happened next. After that amazing lift, the man fell forward. The injury to his back was so bad, he couldn't straighten it properly, and he was fired from his job. This was a huge shock to Soo-young. In the history he knew, Woo Jong was a famous military officer who he himself was supposed to discover later on. He couldn't understand how a man destined for a high military position could end up injured and forgotten. A terrible thought crossed his mind. Was this his fault? Did he somehow change history? His companion begged him for help. He reminded Soo-young that he cured the king's illness and pleaded with him to do the same for a man with such natural strength. Soo-young didn't answer. He just stood there, thinking it over. Meanwhile, the very man they were talking about was somewhere else, fuming. He slammed his cup down, blaming everything on Grand Prince Soo-young. The man, Woo Hyun-gyu, was completely enraged. He yelled about how Soo-young had ruined a perfectly healthy man with impossible rumors. Woo Hyun-gyu's companion tried to calm him down. He argued that since Soo-young taught the king himself, he had to be as smart as a chief scholar. But Woo Hyun-gyu wasn't having it. He crushed his cup, calling it all nonsense. He was furious about the rumor that Soo-young could lift an impossible amount of weight. He completely lost it, screaming about how Soo-young's rumors had ruined a man's life. His friend could only watch, terrified. That's when a new voice cut in, correcting him on the exact weight. Woo Hyun-gyu froze in shock. It was Soo-young himself. He calmly introduced himself and said they needed to have a talk. Woo Hyun-gyu was completely stunned, unable to say a word. Soo-young just stood there for a moment, looking him over. His internal diagnosis began. The problem was more serious than he thought. Trying to eat his way to recovery had only made him gain weight. Soo-young's revealed the real issues. His core was weak, causing his shoulders to hunch forward, and his belly was sticking out. The worst part was that he kept riding horses, making the injury worse. Soo-young worried it might already be too late to do anything about it. Soo-young explained that trying to train through the pain had only made his condition worse. Desperate, Woo Hyun-gyu asked if there was any way to cure it. Soo-young told him there was a way, but he couldn't promise a complete recovery. He just needed the man to trust him and follow his lead. And so the training began. Soo-young started him off with simple lunges. Then they moved on to some specific back stretches. Soo-young told him this was the way he needed to train. But Woo Hyun-gyu was confused. He asked if this was really training or if he was just moving his body around. That's when Soo-young had to give him the bad news. He explained that even with this training, he would never be able to lift heavy weights again. The injury was just too old. A complete recovery seemed impossible. Woo Hyun-gyu was stunned. That was the last thing he ever wanted to hear. Woo Jong screamed in frustration, asking if there was another way. He couldn't stand living like this, feeling ashamed to even face his wife. He suddenly saw his wife nearby. His anger vanished, replaced by pure concern as he called out to her. She leaned into him, admitting she had been so worried that she couldn't keep herself together. After a moment, Soo-young spoke directly to Woo Jong, proposing an idea. He told him to find his own cure, using the principles of conducting oneself and preparing the body. Woo Jong was stunned. He argued back, saying he wasn't a physician and had never even read a medical book in his life. But Soo-young explained that even physicians don't understand muscles in detail. He said that's why so many people get the wrong treatment. A true rehabilitation physician must understand the relationship between muscles and the skeleton. Woo Jong was completely won over. He was amazed by how deep Soo-young's thinking was and promised he wouldn't let anyone speak badly of him again. Soo-young just laughed. He joked that everything would be fine as long as Woo Jong didn't talk too much. And just like that, Soo-young's methods began to spread. More and more people started training. He realized his movement was growing faster than he expected. With the new alphabet making it easier for everyone to learn, he knew his ideas would spread like wildfire. But that led to a new problem. People would soon be exercising causing exposed outdoors. He knew what he had to do. He had to find a fabric that anyone could easily buy and wear, whether they were a noble or a commoner. His wife looked at the material he'd found. She admitted that for something he put together so quickly, it wasn't bad. She noted it was easy to get, making it practical for daily use. But she had one concern. She pointed out that cotton was a fabric mainly worn by commoners. Ignoring the comment about class, Soo-young put on the new workout shirt. He flexed, showing off how it fit, and asked his wife what she thought. His wife's eyes went wide. She was completely stunned by what he was wearing. She asked what kind of clothing it was, admitting she'd never seen anything like it in her life. Soo-young proudly explained that he'd designed it himself, exclusively for exercising. He said he chose cotton because it was easy to get and the most comfortable for athletic activities. He did admit there was one problem though. He worried that nobles might not want to wear it because they were unfamiliar with the texture of a commoner's fabric. But as she watched him move, her opinion completely changed. She admitted she was wrong, saying it looked like the perfect fabric for exercising. Soo-young was thrilled that she understood. With that settled, she ordered them to make more pieces using the same pattern. An attendant immediately confirmed the request. And just like that, cotton, a fabric normally used by commoners, was now being used to create the kingdom's first ever exercise suits. Late that night, the palace was quiet. Someone was still up, working by candlelight. It was a scholar, working late into the night. He touched his chin, completely stunned by what he was reading. He finally understood what it meant to conduct oneself and prepare the body. It wasn't just about exercise. It was a philosophy that tied the mind and body together. At Jingwan Temple, things were quiet. Inside, a scholar was completely lost in a book. Another man walked up, asking if he was getting too absorbed in his studies. The scholar, Seong Sam-mun, stretched and couldn't believe it was already 11 p.m. He'd completely lost track of time. The other man, a junior scholar named Shin Suk-ju, asked why he'd been focusing so hard on his studies lately. Seong Sam-mun explained that with a member of the royal family setting such a strong example, they couldn't afford to fall behind. Shin Suk-ju recognized the book on the table. It was Conducting Oneself and Preparing the Body. He admitted he'd read it briefly and really liked the content. Seong Sam-mun then asked what another scholar, Ha Wee-ji, was up to. Turns out, he was already doing something from the book called push-ups. Shin Suk-ju realized something. He asked his friend if he'd been following the book's advice and taking a run on the mountain path every morning. Turns out, he had been. He explained that the mountain path was too steep for a run, so he'd been rope skipping instead to warm up and clear his mind. But not everyone was on board. Another scholar chimed in, saying he wasn't impressed with the book. He felt like it was just a collection of old ideas, aside from the bodybuilding stuff. That's when Ha Wee-ji, a junior scholar, spoke up. He warned the other man not to take the book lightly, reminding him that it came directly from the crown prince. The two scholars just glared at each other. The argument had gotten serious. Someone decided to break it up. He told them they were both getting too worked up and should just continue the discussion tomorrow afternoon. So the next day came. The scholars all gathered for the discussion. The man in charge asked Dan Guy to speak first, since he had apparently read the book more than anyone else. Dan Guy began the discussion. He explained that the book's main idea was that it wasn't enough to just preserve the body your parents gave you. You had to actively make it stronger. But another scholar immediately raised a doubt. He questioned whether Prince Soo-young was really the kind of wise person who should be writing scriptures for others to follow. A third man agreed. He argued that the proper way to honor your family was to gain fame and rise in the world, so building the body seemed pointless. The first scholar mentioned the book's promises, that it could cure minor illnesses and help you endure extreme heat and cold, but even he had to admit he wasn't sure if it was actually correct. Another point was brought up that bothered everyone. This new discipline required expensive equipment, which most people couldn't get. The skeptical scholar cut to the heart of the matter. The book claimed the body could be changed, but he asked a simple question. Where was the proof? The first scholar paused for a moment. Then he looked up and asked if they really didn't know the answer already. He smiled, revealing the one example that no one could argue with. It was the king. He then turned the argument around, asking if they were trying to disrespect the king. The other scholars immediately panicked, insisting that wasn't what they meant at all. He reminded them that the king himself had changed completely since starting the training. The eunuchs were even saying he was more active now than he was in his youth. He argued that even if not every theory in the book was right, it definitely made the body stronger. If they could study all day and still feel fine, it would only help their work. One of the men was stunned by the idea. He asked if they were actually supposed to bring workout equipment into the temple. The scholar explained that if they didn't have proper equipment, they could just use whatever was around, like heavy stones or even logs. Anything with a bit of weight would do the trick. He looked at them seriously and said that if they didn't like the idea, they didn't have to do it. 8 days later, the results of that decision started to show. One of the scholars slammed his log on the ground. He complained that it was just too hard, questioning the point of it all. He shouted that he couldn't take it anymore. Another agreed, saying they could be reading books instead of wasting their time. And with that, most of them just walked away. But one of them stayed behind, catching his breath as he watched the others go. He knew everyone else was quitting, but he had seen how much the training could change a person, so he decided to keep going. He was determined to build a strong, healthy body for himself, no matter what. It was now August of 1441. Su-young arrived to check on the progress of his new project. He praised an official named Yu, telling him he'd done a great job. He looked over the new shoulder press and seated row machines they had built. Su-young admitted he was impressed, saying he thought they would be much harder to create. Yu explained it was possible because they worked day and night. He looked at the men struggling with a wicked grin, already wondering how he could make the machines even harder to use. He figured it was only natural for subjects to obey royal orders, especially when they were being paid for it. Turns out, the men being forced to test the equipment were from the Office of Inspector General. They were the ones putting in all the hard work, testing the stability of the new devices. Su-young told Yu he was there to see the finished machines. That's when he spotted someone else arriving and called out to his brother. The two officials were completely shocked. They immediately bowed, realizing the Crown Prince himself had just arrived. The officials from the Inspector General's office made their report. They shouted that they had proven the stability of the new devices. They had just one request for the Crown Prince. They begged him to get on the machine and perform the exercise himself. That's when Su-young stepped in with a grin. He jokingly threatened to punish them all, then suggested his brother should try the big 3 exercises. The Crown Prince struggled with the weight, his hands trembling. Su-young coached him from the side, telling him to push just a little bit more. With one final push, he did it. A message appeared. The Crown Prince had raised his level of conducting oneself and preparing the body. He'd reached 500 gun on the big 3 exercises. The Crown Prince smiled, admitting that getting Su-young's approval felt different. He was getting stronger so fast, he figured it would only take a year to reach 700 gun. Su-young explained that everyone's muscles grow at different speeds. He mentioned that he'd worked hard to be able to lift 800 gun on the big 3 exercises, but he admitted that ever since hitting that number, about 300 kilograms, his muscles just stopped growing. He thought about his own situation. He had the gifted body of Grand Prince Su-young, plus all his experience from the modern era. His brother, on the other hand, had the royal bloodline, but lacked any real skill or training. Because of that, Su-young figured it would take his brother at least 2 years, maybe even 5, to reach 700 gun. The Crown Prince, meanwhile, was already flexing for an attendant, asking if his arm looked bigger. But Su-young knew the timeline wasn't what really mattered. The most important thing was something else entirely. He just smiled and asked his brother if he was ready for another set. The day went on, and elsewhere, things were quiet. Su-young found his wife resting in bed, looking pale. He rushed to her side, asking if she was okay. She told him not to worry. Turns out, she'd been having morning sickness for a while, and it had completely ruined her appetite. His wife then admitted there was one meat she was craving. Su-young realized she was talking about pork. He'd been so focused on his own diet of lean beef and chicken that he hadn't even thought about it. That was all he needed to hear. He clenched his fist, telling his wife to just wait for him. He promised to get her some pork right away, and then sprinted out of the room, leaving everyone behind in a cloud of dust. He arrived at the market and demanded the biggest pig they had. The butcher smiled and proudly presented a giant cooking pot. Su-young just stared at it, completely confused. He told the man to stop joking around, but the butcher swore he wasn't, looking totally baffled by the prince's reaction. The butcher pointed towards his prize pig, boasting about how firm and perfect its flesh was. Su-young just stared at him. He couldn't believe this was supposedly the best pig in the entire kingdom. He had to ask if it was even an adult. Then he saw it. The biggest pig in the market was a tiny little piglet, oinking happily at his feet. Su-young was completely speechless. The butcher kept trying to sell it, bragging about how sturdy and chubby the little pig was. Su-young couldn't believe what he was hearing. The butcher swore this was the best pig in the entire country, and that it was fully grown. He stared down at the tiny animal, which just happily oinked back at him, completely unaware of his frustration. He decided right then and there, this tiny thing wasn't going to cut it. He had to find a real pig for his wife. Far from the market, a powerful general named Kim Jong-seo arrived at the palace. He announced that he had defeated the northern barbarians and returned to the capital. The king welcomed him back, recognizing how difficult the fight must have been. He noted that with winter approaching, the threat from the barbarians would be gone for a while. The general bowed low, humbly giving all the credit for the victory to his king. The lantern swayed quietly in the night sky. Later, Su-young offered to pour a drink for General Kim Jong-seo in the king's place. The general happily accepted. As the cup filled, Kim Jong-seo told the prince he'd heard rumors about him. He said Su-young's presence was so strong it could rival the greatest general in the world. Su-young just shook his head. He explained that he didn't build his muscles for things like shooting a bow or swinging a sword. But the general disagreed. He asked if the prince hadn't sent something to the north that was more trustworthy than any bow or sword. Su-young looked confused. He was talking about the strong liquor. The general recalled being suspicious when they first received it from the capital. But the delivery came with a message. It was the prince's invention, and they were to use it to wipe wounds with a clean cloth. Because they followed those instructions, the number of soldiers with infected wounds dropped by a huge amount. It all clicked for Su-young. So that's why his distiller never had any rust. He couldn't believe his idea was being used so well on the battlefield. But the general explained that sending the strong spirit wasn't all good news. He said the soldiers up north always drink to fight off the cold. So many of them got in trouble for drinking it. All they had to do was add a little water, and it basically became regular alcohol. Su-young asked how they handled it. The general explained their solution. They added a really bitter plant called motherwort to the spirit. After that, even if a soldier tried to drink it secretly, it tasted so bad, they had no choice but to spit it out. The whole table had a good laugh about it. Then, Kim Jong-seo turned to another man at the table, Lee Won-bong, and offered him a cup. Soo-young's eyes widened a bit. He definitely recognized that name. The general praised him, saying Won-bong's incredible strength played a huge part in defeating the barbarians. But Won-bong just shook his head. He said he only uses his strength to serve His Majesty the King. Soo-young knew exactly who this man was. Yi Won-bong, a famous general who rose to fame serving under Kim Jong-seo. Kim Jong-seo smiled, suggesting that since two of the strongest men in the kingdom had finally met, they must have a lot to talk about. He then excused himself, saying he had to go learn new things from the king. That left Soo-young and Won-bong standing there, just staring at each other. Soo-young activated his trainer's eye to get a better look. That confirmed it. The man's muscle balance was incredible. For the first time since coming to Joseon, Soo-young saw someone whose body could actually compare to his own. He knew Won-bong was an incredible martial artist. He also remembered from history that when Soo-young eventually took the throne, Won-bong would try to start a rebellion against him. But that rebellion was doomed from the start. Turns out, he was betrayed and killed by his own generals. In the end, the rebellion failed, but history still remembered him as the most powerful person of his time when it came to pure strength. Soo-young snapped back to the present, completely confused. He thought Won-bong had come over because he had something to say, but the man just stood there in silence. The silence was getting really awkward. Soo-young knew that if history played out like it was supposed to, he would eventually be the one to kill this man. Won-bong finally spoke up. He told Soo-young that news of his incredible power had spread all the way to the north, sounding a little embarrassed about it. He then asked if he could visit Soo-young's house later. He explained that he had a lot of questions about his unique training methods. Soo-young smiled. He realized Won-bong was being thoughtful, suggesting they meet later to avoid a public strength contest that would make everyone uncomfortable. He started to think that maybe this guy wasn't as bad as he'd thought. Later, at Soo-young's house, two of his men were in the middle of a workout when they looked up in surprise. Their guest had arrived. Yi Won-bong towered over them, looking absolutely huge. The men stared up at him, wondering if he was even human. He walked through the training area, having already read Soo-young's book. He pointed to one of the weights and asked if it was a dumbbell, and Soo-young confirmed that it was. Won-bong asked if he could take a closer look at the dumbbell. Soo-young warned him that the cast iron made it much heavier than it looked. Won-bong lifted it and was clearly surprised by the weight. One of Soo-young's men watched in disbelief. He could barely even row with that much weight, yet this general was curling it like it was nothing. Won-bong then turned to Soo-young. He mentioned the rumors he'd heard, that the Grand Prince could lift a total of 1,000 gun across the 3 major exercises. Then he asked a direct question. If he were to try the same exercises, how much did Soo-young think he could lift? Instead of answering, Soo-young walked over to a massive barbell. As his wife and son watched from the side, he grunted and began to lift the immense weight. His men watched in awe. One of them commented that even after 6 months of training, he couldn't even dream of lifting that much. With a final effort, he finished the lift and let the heavy barbell drop to the ground. Soo-young finished his set, and Won-bong was completely amazed. He told him that lifting 690 gun on his first try was just incredible. He said that in this day and age, strength like that could almost be considered divine, but his expression turned serious. Soo-young noticed the change in his tone and asked if something was wrong with the training. Won-bong quickly said no, claiming he'd learned a lot, but Soo-young pushed him to be honest. He admitted that since he invented the method himself, he knew it wasn't perfect. That's when Won-bong finally opened up, starting with what the king had said. He recalled the king's words, that Soo-young's new method could perfect the body and be used in military art. But there was a problem. Before Won-bong could even finish, Soo-young understood. He asked if the real issue was that his training would be too difficult to use for the entire military. Soo-young went quiet, thinking it over. He knew Won-bong had a point. Won-bong explained his first point. He said Soo-young's method was all about building big muscles, but he didn't think a soldier actually needed to be that muscular to use a weapon. He argued that you need a specific type of body for combat. He'd even heard people say that bodybuilding muscles were just for decoration. Soo-young listened carefully and told him to keep going. He then brought up another problem. The training guide said to eat meat every day, but how could an average soldier possibly afford that? Won-bong concluded that since the path of a soldier and the path of a scholar were completely different, Soo-young's training could only ever be for academics. Basically, he was saying it just wasn't practical. Hearing that, Soo-young was absolutely furious. He felt like Won-bong was telling him he didn't know a single thing about the military. He thought to himself that while Grand Prince Soo-young might not be a military man, Choi Young-jik was. Before he came to this world, he was a reserve sergeant in the Korean military. In fact, the army was where he first learned about bodybuilding. That settled it. He promised himself that within 3 years, he would invent a whole new training program designed just for soldiers. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, something new was developing. King Sejong was reading a letter, and whatever was in it, it was serious. One of the princes noticed his father's expression and asked him what was wrong. The king explained that the Ming Empire sent a letter asking to buy 100 bars of soap. He thought it was great news, a sign that their new trade was working. But there was something else. They also wanted to see Grand Prince Soo-young, the one who created the soap in the first place. An official found this strange. Soo-young had no ties to the Ming Empire, and the request came from one of their eunuchs. The prince, however, thought this could be a good thing. He pointed out that Soo-young was more open-minded than any of the other royals, so he made a suggestion. Why not send Soo-young to the Ming Empire as their official envoy? The heavy barbell slammed onto the ground with a loud thud. Yo was completely out of breath, sweating from the effort. Soo-young watched him, looking pleased. Soo-young told him that in just over a year, he'd already managed to lift over 190 kilograms. He thought Yo could easily become an assistant trainer by next year, but Yo wasn't so sure. He said he didn't even think he could catch up to the crown prince, let alone become a trainer. Then, the conversation took a turn. Yo asked Soo-young if he remembered that time he wanted to take a concubine, but gave up to focus on his training. He then admitted that he'd actually gone through with it. People were worried because he still didn't have any children. Soo-young was clearly surprised by the news. Yo explained that he ended up taking a daughter from the Yun family of Hamyang. After all, in this era, it was expected for men to have children before they turned 20. In fact, it was common practice to take a concubine if you were still childless after that age. It turned out even King Sejong himself had been worried until his own son finally had a child at 23. Soo-young could tell something was off and asked if there was a problem. Yo's hesitation just made him more curious. That's when Soo-young said something completely unexpected. He asked Yo if he'd believe him if he said that his own father was going to attack his new wife. He explained that he'd read Yo's fortune. It said that if he took a second wife, a man-made disaster would happen to her. Yo was completely confused. He questioned what Soo-young even meant by a man-made disaster. Soo-young just smiled and asked him if he knew how to stop something like that. The answer, of course, was physical strength. To him, there was no problem that getting stronger couldn't solve. Yo finally got it. He realized Soo-young was talking about using strength to stop a physical threat, like a thief, but he still had questions. He wondered how a woman was supposed to develop that kind of power in the first place. Soo-young declared that there was a way. He was already training her. He told Yo to watch closely. This was the martial art he planned to teach his concubine. To demonstrate, he asked Yo to grab him by the collar. He explained that most fights start with someone grabbing the other person's collar. So Yo reached out and grabbed him. Yo laughed, admitting that Soo-young was right. He had grabbed plenty of people by the collar in his day. He apologized playfully before getting serious. Soo-young told him his grip was good. Then, he began to explain the martial art he had created. Then, Soo-young showed him the move. With a quick, precise strike to Yo's arm, he broke the grip instantly. Yo didn't even have time to react. The next thing he knew, he was on the ground. Yo sat up, completely dazed, asking what on earth had just happened. Soo-young calmly explained that he collapsed because the strike had hit his joints. Soo-young told him that since he'd seen how effective the art was, he should bring his concubine to the training field soon. He added that his own wife could teach her, and Yo agreed right away. A few days later, the training began. It was just as intense as Soo-young's demonstration had been. Soo-young's wife had Lady Yoon practice the same move on her, taking turns to get the technique right. She coached Lady Yoon, telling her she needed to use more strength. Then, they switched again, and the lesson continued. After her training, Lady Yoon confirmed that she learned the new self-defense art without any problems, but she was confused and asked why they were teaching it to her in the first place. Her teacher insisted that the skill would be a great help to her one day. Lady Yoon just laughed, saying she'd definitely use it if a thief ever showed up. Time passed. In June of 1442, a man's urgent shout for His Highness broke the peace. An official burst into the room where Prince Seo-san was studying. He frantically reported that something terrible had happened to Grand Prince Yang-yang. As he listened, Prince Seo-san thought to himself that the day had finally come. The official explained that Yang-yang had been beaten by a family member, leaving him with a broken arm and damaged teeth. He was stunned. He couldn't believe that someone who had only learned a basic self-defense art could injure Grand Prince Yang-yang that badly. He demanded to know what on earth had happened. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, the mood was different. An older prince was lounging around, drinking. He commented with surprise that Prince Seo-san was actually studying so hard. The older prince, Yang-yang, was lounging around and yelling for someone to bring him tea. A woman entered with the drink, but before she could even set it down, he started yelling at her. He threw the hot tea right at her, screaming that she took too long and didn't care about him anymore. As he kept insulting her, his angry expression started to change. The woman was terrified, soaked, and kneeling on the floor. Suddenly, a creepy smile spread across Yang-yang's face. He commented on how beautiful she was, saying his brother Susan had good taste in women. That's when he lunged forward and grabbed her. She screamed, begging him to stop. The woman begged him to let her go, but instead, he slammed his head right into her face. The impact sent him flying back, his nose bleeding. He couldn't believe what just happened. The woman stood over him, ready to defend herself. Yang-yang screamed from the floor, accusing her of being crazy. With a sickening crack, his arm broke. All he could do was scream for help. The incident was immediately brought before the king. King Sejong looked down at his son, Yang-yang, whose arm was now in a sling. The woman knelt before them, awaiting judgment. The king turned to his chief inquisitor and ordered him to report what the Royal Investigation Bureau had discovered. The chief inquisitor gave his report. He confirmed that Grand Prince Yang-yang had been beaten by the concubine and was seriously hurt, but King Sejong found that hard to believe. He asked how a concubine could possibly defeat Prince Yang-yang, who was trained in martial arts. Another official spoke up, blaming Soo-young and Prince Seo-san. He claimed they had trained the woman with techniques designed to kill. Yang-yang argued that even with his skills, he barely survived. He insisted that if he were an ordinary man, he would have been killed. All the while, the woman just knelt there and cried. The official then demanded that the king punish not just the concubine, but also the ones who taught her such dangerous moves. The king turned to Soo-young and asked him to explain what happened. Soo-young calmly stated that he had only taught the woman how how to defend herself. The king was silent for a moment, then said he understood. After thinking it over, the king gave his opinion. He said it seemed Su Yang's method wasn't about killing people, but about protecting one's own body. The king looked at his officials. He asked them plainly who they thought was at fault. The chief state counselor, Wang Hui, was the first to speak, but it was the minister of justice, Yu Ge-moon, who offered a shocking theory. He suggested that given Prince Yangyang's history, he probably tried to assault the concubine, and she was just fighting back. But he continued, explaining that even if the prince was wrong, Lady Yun still harmed her father-in-law. That alone was a crime of ethical violation, a very serious offense. The king looked worried. This was a complicated mess. He knew his brother's reputation all too well, but the law was clear, and a crime of ethical violation was punished as severely as treason. In other words, the punishment was death. The concubine knelt on the floor, her fate now resting entirely in the king's hands. The king let out a quiet, this was a seriously tough problem to solve. Finally, he gave his verdict. Concubine Yun would be punished with 20 floggings, and the sentence was to be carried out immediately. The order was followed without question. While the king watched from his seat, the concubine was tied to a wooden board in the courtyard. The man in charge of the punishment raised the heavy paddle, his face completely serious. She cried out, bracing herself for the first strike. The paddle swung down with incredible force. The sound of the first hit echoed through the air. She squeezed her eyes shut and clenched her teeth, trying to bear the pain. But then, the executioner just tapped her lightly on the back. The concubine looked up, totally confused. This wasn't what she expected at all. The executioner cleared his throat. The concubine looked up, confused by the gentle tap. She let out a loud scream, playing her part in the punishment. But someone else wasn't fooled. Prince Seosan stormed forward and stopped the executioner, demanding to know what he was doing. He was furious. He yelled that she needed her legs broken so she would never look down on her father-in-law again. Calling the man useless, he shoved him out of the way. He grabbed the paddle, declaring he would do it himself. His face was twisted with rage as he raised the paddle high, ready to bring it down with all his strength. But another hand shot out and grabbed the paddle mid-swing. It was the king. He looked at his brother and told him that was enough. Prince Seosan was in complete shock. He couldn't understand how this was happening. Ever since they were kids, he'd always been stronger than the king. He trembled with rage, struggling against his brother's grip. He demanded to know what the king thought he was doing. Seosan yelled, furious that the king was letting the woman who harmed him get away with it. But the king cut him off, telling his brother to shut up. He then asked Seosan a chilling question. Did he want to spend the rest of his life in exile? With that, the king let go of the paddle. Prince Seosan stumbled backward and fell to the ground. The king just stood there, looking down at him. The king reminded him that their own father, King Taijong, had ordered Seosan to never set foot in the capital. He said the only reason he was allowed to stay was out of pity. He went on, explaining that even after Seosan committed all kinds of evil deeds, he was the one who protected him when everyone else wanted him exiled. The king stared coldly at his brother. He warned him that this would be the last time he ever showed him mercy. With that settled, the king immediately turned his attention to his son. He ordered the guards to place Grand Prince Yangyang under house arrest right away. As the guards dragged him away, Yangyang screamed in protest. He yelled that the king couldn't do this to him, even shouting the king's personal name out of pure rage. An official then approached the king, ready to carry out the sentence on the concubine, but the king held up his hand. He told them that was enough and ordered them to untie her. Prince Seosan immediately dropped to the ground and bowed. He thanked his brother, saying he didn't know how he could ever repay such kindness. The king looked down at them, calling the whole thing a very unfortunate incident. He told them he would prepare a new home for them to move into. He then spoke gently to the woman. He said she must have been through a lot and told her to forget about everything and just rest. Tears of relief streamed down her face. With the king's judgment passed, a sense of quiet relief settled over the palace. Not long after Grand Prince Yangyang was put under house arrest, life began to move on. During that time, Su Yang's second child was born, a daughter named Ju Hyun. Things were peaceful for a while. Then one day, a servant announced that Su Yang had a visitor, someone who had never been there before. The man greeted Su Yang and introduced himself as Weiji, a member of the Jinju Ha family. Su Yang recognized him. He remembered seeing him on the way to the Hall of Worthies and asked what he was doing here, thinking he was away for temple study. But what really stood out was his physique. Su Yang commented that he had changed so much, he almost didn't recognize him. Weiji explained that his body used to be weak. His back would hurt so much from sitting and reading that he couldn't stand it. So he started doing the exercises for conducting oneself and preparing the body. Weiji admitted the exercises were tough at first, but he eventually got used to them. He explained he was here to personally thank Su Yang. Su Yang just smiled and waved it off, saying there was no need for thanks since he hadn't really taught him anything. That's when Weiji made a surprising request. He asked if he could officially join Su Yang's training. Su Yang was completely caught off guard. Su Yang didn't answer right away. He was thinking this over very carefully. The thing is, Su Yang knew who Ha Weiji was. In the future, he would become one of the 6 martyred ministers. Su Yang worried that if such a talented man changed his path, the country would suffer a great loss. So, Su Yang tried to warn him, saying he was worried that such a talented person was choosing such a hard path. But Weiji simply told him there was no need to worry. Weiji insisted his own talent was nothing special compared to his friends. Su Yang knew the man was comparing himself to some of the greatest geniuses of the era. Su Yang looked him straight in the eye and asked if he truly wanted to become a trainer. Weiji's answer was firm and clear. He did. Weiji then revealed revealed he had already told the king he was withdrawing from the Hall of Worthies. His decision was final. With that settled, they headed to the training grounds. It was an incredible sight, a full-on outdoor gym filled with wooden workout equipment Su-young had designed. That's when another man stepped forward. He introduced himself as Ha Jiwi, the newest disciple. One of the senior trainees welcomed him, but added that since Jiwi was new to this, he should just watch and learn for now. Jiwi just bowed and eagerly asked for their guidance, but then he surprised them. He said he wanted to show them what he had accomplished on his own. He declared he would start with pull-ups, which seemed to catch the other trainees off guard. One of the senior trainees warned Jiwi not to overdo it. He explained that for beginners, even one proper pull-up was a huge challenge. The trainee admitted that even after studying for half a year, he could only manage 3 or 4 reps himself, but Jiwi just kept going, easily passing that number. The trainee's face twisted in disbelief as the count hit 8. Trying to find a reason for it, the trainee started yelling that Jiwi's arms weren't fully extended. He insisted that correct form mattered more than the numbers, but Su-young just watched with a proud smile as Jiwi hit 11 reps. He could see the new disciple was already firing everyone up, and that was a good thing. Sometime later, Su-young and Hawiji stood together, looking out over a spectacular mountain range. Wiji pointed out the thousands of Euodia trees below. He calculated they could squeeze an incredible amount of oil from them. He suggested they could make a fortune selling soap to the Ming Empire, but Su-young had a different idea. He planned to get something far more precious than silver on their trip. Wiji was confused. He asked what could possibly be more precious than a fortune in silver. Su-young's face lit up with a huge, confident smile. He declared that they were there to secure the very future of their country and was kneeling before his father, the king. The king told him he'd heard about his recent successes, curing a man's back, and even treating a condition that had stumped the royal doctors. He was clearly very proud. The king promised to reward him for his service. Su-young just smiled and humbly thanked his father for the honor. Seeing how well his son's methods were working, the king gave him a new task. Before Su-young left for the Ming Empire, he wanted him to visit the chief state counselor, Wang Hui, who had recently requested to resign. He explained that the counselor's health was failing, his back was hunched, and his eyesight was going, and the king worried it might be too late to help, but he still wanted Su-young to take a look, just in case. So, Su-young went straight to the chief state counselor's home, and the servants at the gate spotted him and completely freaked out. One of them yelled for everyone to come quickly, shocked that the Grand Prince was there. Su-young immediately noticed something was off. The whole atmosphere felt strange. Then, a weak voice came from inside the house. It was the counselor, apologizing for having to stay lying down while the prince was visiting. Su-young looked down at the chief state counselor, Wang Hui. The man was 79 years old and looked incredibly weak. The counselor coughed, explaining that he wanted to keep serving the king, but his body just wouldn't let him. Ever since he turned 70, his back had hunched and his limbs grew weak, forcing him to step down. Su-young put on a concerned face. He told the counselor that the king had ordered him to help, but seeing how much pain he was in, he wasn't sure what he could even do. He thought about how a royal order was absolute, but that ultimately, the counselor knew his own body best. Su-young then pointed to a beautiful go board in the room. He casually mentioned that it was a shame the counselor wouldn't be able to play on it comfortably in his condition. He then suggested that maybe someone else, like Sir Mang Chung, should get to use such a fine board instead. But then, Su-young's expression changed. Something was happening. He touched the go board and realized it was warm. This wasn't normal at all. He realized what the warmth meant. Someone had been playing Go just moments ago. Su-young looked at the old man and spoke plainly. He admitted that with his power, it was impossible to reverse the effects of aging. But he had another idea. He told the counselor there was a way to take care of his body, rather than trying to cure it. The old counselor just laughed softly. He thanked Su-young for the effort, but apologized, saying his body just couldn't keep up anymore. But then, an aide bowed and clarified the counselor's true feelings. He was ashamed to face the king in his condition, but he promised to use Su-young's exercise method to keep himself fit. Su-young replied that he truly hoped the chief state counselor would recover his health. He watched the old man, a confident smile on his face. His plan was working. Su-young then turned his attention to the room itself. He explained that while keeping the room warm was good for the body, too much of it could be like poison. The aide suddenly understood why the room was so hot. The go board was still warm to the touch. It meant the old man had been playing right up until they arrived. Having said what he needed to, Su-young turned and took his leave. The king thought about the counselor's condition. He wasn't in immediate danger, but he was so old that Su-young's exercises couldn't fully cure him. As they walked, the king felt a deep sense of regret. He told Su-young it was a real shame they hadn't stepped in 10 years earlier. He believed that if the counselor had started training back then, he could have served the government for another 10 years. The king remembered talking with him 10 years ago, when the counselor was still full of energy. He wished he'd discussed more important things with him back then. He realized how much better things could have been if the man had learned these exercises from a young age. It was a powerful lesson on the importance of investing in the youth. The king then changed the subject, asking Su-young how things were going with his new disciples. Su-young smiled, thinking about his trainees lifting weights. He told the king he'd gathered good people, and they were already starting to show results. The king then brought up Kim Jong-seo, a key figure in the north. He suggested Soo-young should find a way to strengthen the northern soldiers as well, and Soo-young agreed. The conversation then turned to Soo-young's upcoming trip to the Ming Empire. The king asked about his travel plans, and Soo-young confirmed the route. The king noted that Soo-young's route was huge, covering almost half of the Ming Empire. He could tell his son had a bigger goal than just being an envoy. Soo-young looked at his father and revealed one of his main goals, livestock. He explained that the pigs in their country were tiny, basically mini pigs. His plan was to bring back bigger pigs from the Ming Empire. That way, everyone in Joseon, no matter who they were, could have access to good protein. He knew the pigs in Ming were bred to be big and easy to raise, which would change everything. The king listened quietly. He could tell there was more to his son's plan than just pigs. He was right. The king told Soo-young he knew there had to be another, bigger goal. Soo-young realized he'd underestimated his father. He thought the king would be easy to convince, but he was clearly mistaken. So Soo-young laid out the next part of his plan. He explained that since the Ming Empire was so vast, he wanted to study their farming methods and bring back new grains and vegetables. And there was one more thing. He wanted to stop in Nanjing to pick up some books. The king immediately understood. He knew Nanjing was an ancient capital, full of rare and valuable books. The king then asked if Soo-young thought the chief eunuch who selected him would be of any help. Soo-young's answer was simple and confident. He was sure of it. He explained that this eunuch, Wang Zhen, was already so powerful that even the ministers called him father. Having him as an ally would be a huge advantage. Soo-young explained that Wang Zhen would gladly help their cause, but only if it was good for the country. If the offer was harmful, he'd reject it without a second thought. The king listened, then warned his son to be careful. He'd never met the eunuch himself, but he knew the man had a terrible reputation. With the warning given, the king changed the subject. He reminded Soo-young that his daughter, Ju-hyun, had just been born and asked if he'd talked things over with his family. Soo-young just gave a cheerful confirmation. And just like that, the day of his departure arrived. He stood on the dock and said goodbye to his wife. His wife held their newborn daughter as their young son called out for his father, not understanding why he was leaving. She couldn't hold it in any longer. She asked how he could possibly be gone for an entire year, how he could miss his own daughter's first birthday. Soo-young just tried to calm her down, reminding her that people were watching. His wife complained that he was being too harsh. Soo-young just tried to calm her down, reminding her that people were watching them. That's when one of his friends stepped forward. He promised Soo-young he would take care of his family while he was gone. Soo-young looked genuinely grateful. He thanked his friends and said he'd see them when he got back. Another man with a blindfold came up and playfully accused Soo-young of planning to exploit him. Soo-young just laughed it off. Then Soo-young turned to another one of his men. He brought up that he'd heard the man was finally getting his first vacation in 15 years. The man's face lit up with a huge, grateful smile. He explained it was only because Soo-young had spoken to the king on his behalf. Just then, his son ran up to him, holding a small dumbbell. He proudly declared that it was already too light for him. Soo-young pulled him into a tight hug, saying goodbye one last time. He playfully lifted his son high into the air, promising they would do bench presses together as soon as he got back. With his goodbyes said, his expression turned serious. It was time to go. Sometime later, Soo-young stood before his father, King Sejong. The king listed all of his son's strange projects, from physical training to plans for new livestock and books. He asked Soo-young what was really going on inside his head. Soo-young told him that he only had one small wish. He wanted to make their land, Joseon, a place that was prosperous and strong for all the people who lived there. He was going to build a nation that no one would ever dare to take lightly. After setting sail, the long journey began, but it wasn't easy. One of the men was already struggling with the cold sea air. Another official commented that it was strange, since bigger guys usually don't get sick. The shivering man just said he breathed in too much cold wind. He felt terrible about it, apologizing for not being strong enough for the journey. One of the other men formally apologized to Soo-young, taking the blame for the interpreter's coughing. But Soo-young wasn't angry. He just saw it as a perfect chance to make the scribe, Shin Suk-ju, exercise and get healthy. The ship continued on its way, sailing across the open water. Soo-young stood at the front, watching the horizon. That's when he finally saw it. They had arrived. The first thing Soo-young did was check on their cargo. He turned to his men and asked if the soap was still in good condition. A scholar named Yi Gai stepped forward and confirmed they had just checked and everything was fine. Another man, Pak Gang, added that the dry weather was actually good for it. Nearby, one of the escort warriors, Nam Bin, watched silently. Soo-young was satisfied. With the cargo confirmed, they were ready. He looked at his men with a huge grin, full of excitement. He told them everyone says the Ming Empire is the center of the world. Now, he declared, they were going to see for themselves if that was really true. They walked forward and stopped, all of them looking up. The building in front of them was massive, unlike anything they had seen before. They stood together before the giant red doors, ready to face whatever was on the other side. One of Soo-young's men couldn't hide his shock. He said their own capital city was nothing compared to this place. It felt less like a city and more like a massive mountain range built by giants. Watching them was a man named Eunuch Chang Sheng. He just smirked, thinking they looked like a bunch of country bumpkins. Soo-young ignored the man's attitude and got straight to business. He asked when they could have a meeting with the emperor. The eunuch immediately made it clear who was in charge. He explained that the emperor doesn't just meet with anyone. Only Grand Prince Soo-young would be allowed an audience. He then paused, pretending to think about when that meeting could happen. Then he dropped the bomb. It would take about 40 days. Soo-young's men couldn't believe what they were hearing. Ignoring their reaction, The eunuch pointed to the men carrying their cargo. He asked if those were the tributes they brought. One of Su Yang's men cautiously asked if there was a problem. The eunuch just smiled. Turns out he'd already tried their soap before. He told them he knew it was very effective. One of Su Yang's men smiled politely. He told the eunuch he was glad he liked their product, even though they felt it could still be improved. He then explained that the old soap wasn't fragrant enough, so this time he brought a specially improved version. The eunuch seemed interested, but questioned if they would have enough of it. In response, the man presented a sample. He announced they had prepared 2,000 jun of it, with extra to spare, and asked if the eunuch wanted to take a look. The eunuch took a deep sniff of the soap. A pleased look spread across his face as he noticed the faint scent of flowers and ginseng. He asked again, surprised, if they really brought 2,000 jun. He handed the soap to an attendant and made a backhanded compliment, saying it was great to see a poor country like theirs setting such a good example. Then, his attention turned from the soap to Su Yang himself. He commented that he'd heard the second son of the Joseon king was supposed to look like a brave general. The eunuch looked Su Yang up and down, focusing on his shoulders and arms. He declared that Su Yang's physique was magnificent, just like one of the heavenly kings from the old stories. Su Yang was clearly caught off guard. And then, the eunuch actually reached out and touched the prince's arm. One of Su Yang's men immediately shouted, stunned by the disrespect. The man's knuckles cracked as he tried to find the right words. The eunuch just stared back, asking what the problem was. He finally lost it. He yelled out, asking if what just happened made any sense at all. Sometime later, they arrived at the palace. Su Yang knelt before the emperor of the Ming Empire. He introduced himself as Yi Yu, a humble representative from the nation of Joseon. He continued with the flowery compliments, praising the emperor's grace. He thought to himself that his mouth was starting to hurt from all the formal greetings. The emperor, Yingzong, finally spoke. He said he'd heard that the king of Joseon had several impressive sons. He then mentioned the soap that eunuch Chang Sheng had brought him, saying it washed away all the dirt. He was even more surprised to learn that Su Yang was the one who made it. The emperor acknowledged how difficult it must have been to bring so much soap. He then suggested they move to another place to discuss a future trade deal. Su Yang couldn't help but smile. The mission was a success, but not everyone was happy about this new deal. Two officials watched from the side, and they did not look pleased at all. The emperor dismissed him. As Su Yang left, he could feel it. The mood in the room was completely wrong. As they walked out, he noticed everyone was just staring. He had no idea what was going on. Turns out, some of the officials were disgusted. One of them complained that seeing the men from Joseon hanging out with the eunuchs made him sick. The hostility was so thick, you could feel it. Su Yang started to sweat, wondering what this was all about. That's when a voice called out, saying they had finally arrived. It was a man holding an ornate fan, surrounded by his followers. He smiled and said they had been waiting for him. Su Yang and his men immediately bowed low. He thanked the eunuch, saying it was only because of his kindness that they met the emperor in just 10 days. One of Su Yang's men smiled, saying this was a huge blessing. He quietly asked his companion if he knew who this person was. The other man explained that he'd heard rumors about a powerful gentleman from the Ministry of Rights, who the people simply called Elder. The eunuch looked Su Yang over. He commented that he'd heard the prince was strong, but it seemed he was also very intelligent. He then praised the soap from Joseon, saying it made him feel refreshed every day. He was especially impressed by the quality of this new batch. Su Yang smiled, ready to make a deal. He told the eunuch to name his price, but said it would depend on the ingredients. He explained that 1 bar of soap with ginseng was worth 10 bags of rice. The scented soaps were a little cheaper, costing 6 bags each. The eunuch quickly did the math in his head, converting the cost to silver. He nodded, seeming to accept the terms. But then the eunuch asked how much it would cost to buy the manufacturing method. One of Su Yang's men was furious. He couldn't believe the man's nerve, trying to steal the recipe after getting so much soap. But Su Yang didn't hesitate. He told the eunuch the soap was made with kelp from Hamgil Island. The man behind him was stunned that he'd give up the secret so easily. The eunuch laughed, finding the situation very interesting. He couldn't believe Su Yang would just tell him the key to Joseon's biggest export. Su Yang explained that as a guest, he was just trying to be polite, but he also pointed out that kelp was almost impossible to get now, all because of the Ming Empire's ban on sea trade. The eunuch didn't seem to care about the problem. He just said it was a shame and told them to keep making the soap in Joseon regardless. Then he pushed even further. He asked if it was possible to increase the amount of soap they were getting and to make sure most of it was the scented kind. Su Yang didn't look worried at all. He just smiled and asked the eunuch to tell him exactly how much he wanted. The eunuch to tell him exactly how much he wanted. The eunuch to tell him exactly how much he wanted. The eunuch's number was insane. He demanded 10,000 jun of soap, which was nearly 4,000 kilograms. Su Yang's eyes went wide, and he wasn't done. The eunuch added that all the new soap had to be the same high quality, and that they should slowly increase the quantity over time. Su Yang's men were completely stunned. With the insane demand on the table, Su Yang decided it was time for proper introductions. He stated his name, Yi Yu, and his title as the second son of the Joseon king. The eunuch just smiled. He introduced himself as Wang Zhen, the chief eunuch of the Ministry of Rights. This wasn't just some official. He was a major player in the Ming court. He held his gaze, a confident smile playing on his lips. This was a man used to being in charge. With the deal settled, Wang Zhen seemed pleased. He asked Su Yang if there was anything he wanted, promising he would listen to any request. Su Yang didn't ask for money. or power. Instead, he requested permission to travel around the Ming Empire to find new products for his country. Wang Zhen was clearly surprised. That was not the answer he was expecting. He offered Su Yang a massive sum of money instead, 50,000 yang of silver. The attendant behind Su Yang gasped at the amount, but Su Yang remained calm. He knew that things like grain seeds and livestock were worth far more to Joseon's future than cash. Su Yang politely thanked him for the generous offer. He promised that in return for the favor of travel, Joseon would do its best to send even more soap. Wang Zhen considered this for a moment. He glanced at his own man with a smirk and agreed that it sounded like a good idea. Wang Zhen promised to make their first trip to the Ming Empire a very comfortable one. As they walked, one of Su Yang's men suddenly said he understood why the eunuchs were so obsessed with the fragrant soap. The other attendant asked him what he meant. He explained that in Joseon, eunuchs were only partially castrated, but in the Ming Empire, everything was completely removed. Su Yang was disgusted by how brutal that was. But his first thought wasn't about the pain. He realized that without those parts, it would be incredibly difficult to build muscle. The other attendant couldn't believe he was worried about muscles at a time like this. He pointed out a much more serious problem. The eunuchs couldn't control their bladders. Because of this, their bodies constantly reeked of urine. It was an awful smell that no amount of lotion or perfume could ever hope to cover up. Hearing this, the men from Joseon looked sick. They finally understood the real reason behind the Ming eunuchs' obsession. It all made sense now. That was the real reason they were so desperate for the soap. The next day, their journey continued. A beautiful carriage was waiting for them. An official approached them and asked if they were the envoys from Joseon. He explained that the chief eunuch himself had sent him to make sure their tour went perfectly. Su Yang's men were amazed by the carriage. One of them commented that it was so fancy, it looked like something a prince would ride in. They wondered if they were even allowed to accept such a gift, but the official just laughed and told them not to worry, explaining that the carriage for the prince was twice as big. With that settled, they set off. As they traveled, one of the envoys was amazed by how fast the carriage was moving. He remarked that covering so much ground in a single day was incredible. But inside, Yi Gai was coughing from all the dust. He yelled at the other man to close the window. He complained that it didn't matter if they were in Joseon or Ming. The dusty roads were just as bad. Su Yang, sitting calmly, just agreed with him. He reached over and slid the window shut. Then he explained that proper paved roads didn't really exist at this time, except for what was left of ancient Rome. The man just stared back, completely confused by what the prince was talking about. Ignoring the man's confusion, Su Yang sat down on the floor of the moving carriage. One of his men asked him what he was doing when there was a perfectly good seat right there. Su Yang started talking about how being in a foreign country makes you miss your parents. He said that honoring them means taking care of the body they gave you. He told Yi Gai that he should never neglect his body. The man just looked uncomfortable and mumbled his agreement. And that's when Su Yang's tone changed completely. He pointed directly at Yi Gai's stomach, calling out the fat hanging over his belt. He wasn't done. He pointed out that even though Yi Gai was young, he already had a double chin. Su Yang listed every problem he'd seen, the coughing on the ship and the sore knees on land, how easily he got out of breath. He asked him point blank if he didn't think he needed to get in better shape. The truth was too much. Yi Gai just collapsed, completely overwhelmed. But this wasn't just a lecture. Su Yang stood over him and announced that he had prepared something for him. Su Yang smiled, mentioning the long journey they had ahead of them to Chang'an. This was the perfect opportunity. He called it the 12-day body shaping miracle. He flexed, telling a horrified Yi Gai that they could definitely do it together. Yi Gai screamed, begging him to stop, but it was no use. 12 days later, they finally arrived in Chang'an. The change was incredible. Yi Gai looked like a completely different person, with tears in his eyes. He told Su Yang he didn't know how to repay his kindness. An official waiting for them stepped forward. He said it was nothing, explaining he was just following the strict orders of the chief eunuch. Just then, another man in a red robe approached them. He confirmed they were the envoys from Joseon and said he'd received a message about their arrival. This was the Governor General of Chang'an. He welcomed them warmly and invited them to have a meal, since they'd come such a long way. The Governor General told them to enjoy the meal as the first dish was brought out, a steaming bowl of noodles. The Joseon envoys had never seen anything like it. Yi Gai thought the noodles looked really odd. Their host explained that it was called knife-sliced noodles, a dish that came from the Yuan dynasty. Just after they finished, the next dish was brought to the table. It was a platter of boiled beef. Su Yang picked up a piece, ready to give his expert opinion. After a moment, he delivered his verdict. He said the pork in the noodles was excellent, but the beef was terrible. He complained that it tasted like it came from a sick cow, that the farmer hadn't even bothered to feed properly. He shook his head, disgusted that they'd waste such precious meat by cooking it so badly. Yi Gai started to sweat, worried his prince was about to cause a problem. The Governor General let out a nervous laugh, trying to fix the awkward moment. He quickly changed the subject, asking if everyone at least agreed that the pork was good. He kept going, saying he could eat pork like this every single day and never get tired of it. Meanwhile, far away in Beijing, the capital of the Ming Empire, an official knelt before his superior, reporting that a message had arrived from the Governor General of Chang'an. He explained that the governor was doing everything he could to escort the envoys. He was hoping Wang Zhen would put in a good word for him with the emperor. Another man in the room looked confused. He asked Wang Zhen why he was bothering to take care of people from such a small, unimportant nation. Wang Zhen just took a sip from his cup. He told the man that when he first became an eunuch, he only had a single silver coin to his name. But now, he had climbed so high that he was in a position to offer them 50,000. He casually tossed the silver coin into the air. It tumbled tumbled down from the window, falling towards the courtyard far below. He smiled, saying he was looking forward to something. He wanted to know just how much 50,000 nyang was really worth to the second son of the Joseon king. Time later, they found themselves looking at a pig. But this wasn't just any pig. It was massive. One of the men noted it was as big as a wild boar, but clearly a pig since it had no tusks. The farmer proudly explained that these pigs could grow to about 120 kilograms in just a single year. Su-yang was impressed. To judge the quality, one of the men asked the farmer to cut off a piece for them to try. The pig did not seem happy about that idea. His companion was already convinced. He said that even one of these pigs could feed a nation, and wondered why Su-yang was still hesitating. But Su-yang wasn't rushing into anything. He told his men they had to be careful and compare these pigs to others first. He explained that if they just brought in all kinds of pigs without a plan, the different bloodlines would mix and create a mess. With that, their search for the perfect pig continued through the busy streets of the town. Their journey took them to Luoyang, another massive city in the Ming Empire. It was packed with people, just as busy as the capital. In the street, a crowd had gathered to watch some kind of show. One of the men commented that you'd never see something like this back in their own capital, but something felt off. The companion turned to Su-yang, confused. He'd overheard someone insulting their country, calling Joseon a land of savages. That's when he heard it clearly. A merchant was shouting to the crowd, promising that if they bought his pills, they could have a body, just like Grand Prince Su-yang. His companion was furious. The merchant was a complete fraud, using Su-yang's name to sell ginseng pills he claimed came directly from the prince. But Su-yang just laughed. He ripped off his shirt, amazed that in only a month, his reputation had already spread this far. His companion immediately tried to stop him, warning that an envoy couldn't just start a fight in the middle of the street. Su-yang just flexed, grinning. He explained he wasn't going to cause a problem. He was just going to show everyone what real muscles looked like. His companion was freaking out, begging the prince to stop. But the merchant just kept yelling his sales pitch. He promised that 100 of his pills would make you the strongest person alive, claiming they were made with ginseng from the Joseon prince himself. To prove his point, he pointed to a huge guy standing next to him, claiming he'd eaten 100 of the pills. But he stopped mid-sentence. Something had caught his eye. It was Su-yang. He stood there with his arms crossed, and the crowd just stared, completely stunned. They couldn't believe a person could actually look like that. The merchant, trying to recover, told Su-yang that with just 50 pills, he could become the strongest man in the world. But Su-yang just stared down the other strong man and said he didn't need any pills. He told them he was there for a contest of strength with the strongest man in the world. The merchant started sweating. He looked at Su-yang and nervously admitted that maybe this customer didn't need any pills after all. Su-yang just smiled. He asked the merchant how he could claim to get ginseng from the Joseon prince when he didn't even recognize him. The merchant yelled back, demanding to know who this guy was and why he should care. Su-yang took a deep breath, his muscles bulging as he prepared to introduce himself. He announced that he was none other than Grand Prince Su-yang from Joseon. The merchant looked like he'd seen a ghost. The merchant panicked and screamed for a strong man to deal with him. The big guy didn't hesitate and charged right at Su-yang. They met in the middle, locking hands in a massive test of raw power. But it wasn't even a contest. Su-yang's grip was already crushing the other man's hand. The strong man couldn't believe it. He was bigger than Su-yang, but he was losing badly and had no idea how this was possible. The strong man wanted to know how this was possible. Su-yang took a breath, ready to give him the simple answer. He told him it was because he had way more muscle. With one powerful move, Su-yang flipped the bigger man and slammed him into the ground. The strong man groaned, completely defeated. Su-yang just sat on his back, looking like he hadn't even broken a sweat. He looked down at the man, not with anger, but with a hint of disappointment. He started lecturing the strong man, telling him to do proper exercises if he ever wanted to be the strongest. The merchant cried in the background, realizing his best man had been easily beaten. They finally understood they had messed with the wrong person. The merchant and his men turned and ran for their lives. Su-yang watched them go, a small smile on his face. He glanced down at his arm, giving it a flex. The real prize wasn't the fight, it was the gains. He flexed for the crowd, proudly showing them what the real muscles of Joseon looked like. The people went absolutely wild. One old man in the crowd was so inspired by the sight that he immediately asked for paper and ink. The people with him just stared, completely stunned. The man started sketching right away. He explained that he planned to carve a new Buddha statue and wanted to use Su-yang's body as the model. Meanwhile, one of the prince's men tried to get him to stop, reminding him that it was cold. Just then, his companions finally caught up to him. They ran over and asked the prince if he'd managed to find anything important. Su-yang struck another pose. He told them it was probably too early to decide on a pig breed, asking for their opinion. His men just looked at him, completely confused. One of his men reported that they'd found some old books. He said they weren't in good condition, so they were planning to send them back to Joseon first. He went on, saying they also found a lot of seeds, but they weren't sure how well they would grow back home. Su-yang thanked them for their hard work, but then he paused. Something had caught his eye. He grabbed one of the books, his eyes wide with excitement. He realized it was one of the lost writings from the kingdom of Baekje. One of his men was thrilled, saying Soo-young had found something truly special. He recognized it as an inscription from a famous, ancient calligrapher. Another companion asked to see the books as well, though he seemed less impressed. He grumbled to himself about how much the others were geeking out, thinking this must be the difference between scholars and warriors. But then, his whole attitude changed. He spotted a different book and realized it was about the life of Han Shin, a legendary general. Suddenly, everyone was excited, asking to see the amazing finds. Their work in Luoyang was a success. With that done, they moved on to the next location. The journey continued, and by March 11th, 1443, they arrived at the Jinghang waterway. A ship was waiting, but it was so huge, it looked more like a floating city. It made even the famous turtle ship seem like a tiny boat. One of the men explained that this was a special kind of treasure ship. It was built for Emperor Yonggle's massive expedition, which was led by the famous eunuch Zheng He. Soo-young was completely amazed. He immediately said that if they visited Nanjing, they had to see the shipyard that built such a massive vessel. One of his companions pointed out that it had already been 3 months since they first arrived in the Ming Empire by ship. He couldn't believe how much time had passed. The thought made him realize how much he missed his family back in Joseon. Meanwhile, back in their home country of Joseon, an official was giving a report to the Crown Prince about a newly researched weapon. He presented a small cannon known as a hwapo. The Crown Prince wasn't impressed. He questioned if such a small weapon could do anything more than just scare the enemy, wondering if they were wasting their time. But the official explained that its small size was actually its greatest strength. It was made long and could be moved around, even while firing. He continued, saying that if each soldier could carry his own hwapo, he could fire at the enemy freely. The official paused, but he still had more to say. He brought up a recent report from the north. A man was shot with one of the new handguns, but he survived and even managed to kill his attacker. The reason was simple. The man was wearing leather, and the arrow they used was too weak. A stronger, wax-coated shot would have pierced right through his defenses. This problem inspired a young inventor. He explained that he tried to find a breakthrough using some counterweight sticks he was given. He gripped the metal pole firmly. Then he lifted it to his eye. He hadn't just modified a stick. He'd created something entirely new. Meanwhile, in another part of the country, a man took a slow sip from his cup. He sighed, enjoying the peaceful day outside. But even on a long-awaited vacation, he couldn't stop thinking about His Majesty. He started talking to himself, asking aloud what he could possibly do to please the king. A woman nearby overheard him, wondering who he was talking to. Turns out, he wasn't talking to himself. He was talking to a little wooden doll with a rock for a head, telling it that its jokes were going too far. He laughed and offered the doll a drink, telling it to stop talking and join him. Just then, someone else walked up. The man looked surprised and recognized him as Second Deputy Commander Zhang. The commander told him to relax and not be so formal. Then he asked if he could get a grilled herring. A plate of freshly grilled herring was brought out. The commander took a bite and immediately knew something was wrong. He explained that the fish had gone bad because it was salted too late. That one comment sparked an idea in Soo-young's mind. Soo-young grabbed a bottle of alcohol to explain his point. He said if you clean a wound right away, it heals easily. But if you wait 2 days, you'll suffer for a long time. He asked the commander how old the herring was. The man explained it was left under a boat for 2 days before being prepared. Soo-young's eyes lit up. He asked if cutting the fish open and salting it right away would make it last for weeks. With that idea, everything changed. Out on the water, a new command was given. The fishermen were told to bring up the net using a crane. The massive net, full of fish, was lifted out of the water. Soo-young immediately gave the new orders. The men in the back would keep rowing, while the ones in front would cut open and salt the fish on the spot. He explained that he was using a pulley system he learned about while making a lat pull-down machine. The fishermen got to work, salting the fish as soon as they were caught. One of the fishermen was skeptical, asking if this quick salting would really make the fish last for half a month. Soo-young confidently told him it would. The fisherman was stunned. He said that in his 30 years on the water, he had never seen a harvest this big. He explained that 100 fish was usually enough to completely fill their boat, but this time, they had caught well over 1,000. Soo-young smiled. He realized that if they did this right, they could change everything. Instead of just dried fish, all 8 provinces of Joseon could finally enjoy fresh fish. Looking out at the water, Soo-young realized what they needed next. A stronger fishing boat, one that could handle the deep sea. This was too big to handle alone. He decided he had to send a letter to His Highness immediately. Meanwhile, far from the sea, a royal order was being delivered. A messenger read the decree aloud. It was addressed to Ma Il-yong, the first disciple of Grand Prince Soo-young. The order stated that a great hall was going to be built soon, a place for conducting oneself and preparing the body. Therefore, Ma Il-yong was ordered to gather 20 children from powerful families, specifically the ones who had just failed their exams. The number alone made his jaw drop. His mission was to teach these rich failures how to prepare their bodies. The thought was so overwhelming, it sent him spiraling. 1 month later, someone let out a long, tired Ma Il-yong, let out a lost in thought. He missed the good old days when he just exercised with the Grand Prince. His friend tried to give him some perspective, reminding him of the hard work his own brother went through to teach him. But Ma Il-yong explained it wasn't that simple. The disciple's eyes lit up every time Prince Seosan taught him. But when he tried to teach, no one even looked at him. He was completely ignored, and the disrespect was getting to him. His friend then revealed the real stakes. Anyone who didn't pass the annual exam by next year would be sent to Hamgil province, but the students still weren't taking things seriously. Ma Il-yong was stunned by the news. His His friend simply confirmed it was true. The weight of that punishment started to sink in. That's when a voice cut in from behind them. It was Su-young. He asked if all the disciples had really been sent to Hamgyal province. The man turned, shivering as he looked up at the Grand Prince. The thought of the cold, harsh province, combined with Su-young's intimidating presence, was almost too much to handle. Su-young's solution was, as always, simple. He just suggested they all warm up together. The man just stood there, sweating and trembling. This was not the answer he was expecting. The man tried to explain that he couldn't stand seeing the disciples sent away to live with commoners. Su-young just asked him what he planned to do about it. Su-young figured that for someone who wasn't a scholar, the only logical answer was weightlifting. And just like that, the training began. The air filled with grunts and screams of effort. One of the students struggled to lift the heavy bar. Su-young immediately started yelling, asking what he'd learned and why he still couldn't answer the question. Su-young watched with glowing eyes, completely unimpressed. He just said that this wasn't going to work. But Su-young wasn't satisfied. He just demanded they add another plate. The student was in tears, shaking under the heavy bar, but he kept screaming that he knew the answer. Su-young got right in his face. He told him that since he was getting the answers right, it just proved they needed to add even more weight. And just like that, another heavy plate was slammed onto the bar. The student let out a painful grunt. He screamed at himself to get it together, telling himself that he couldn't lose when it came to weightlifting. But then, a new thought pushed him forward. He couldn't be the only one to suffer like this. He decided that everyone who came after him would have to answer with weightlifting too. And that's how this new philosophy began to spread throughout all of Joseon. A month later, the group arrived in Nanjing, in the Ming Empire. The city was so impressive that one of them remarked it looked more like the capital than Beijing itself. As they walked through the market, one of Su-young's companions started complaining. He couldn't believe they were growing cucumbers so early in the year instead of focusing on rice. But Su-young knew the reason. It was simple. You could make a lot more money farming vegetables than you could with rice. He thought about his own country. Joseon's farming was all about survival, so rice had to be the #1 priority. The country had been founded on a kingdom torn apart by invasions from rebels and pirates. Because of that, the government had no choice but to control food production. But Su-young believed it was time to move forward. He announced to his men that since they were visiting, they had to fill their stomachs with local food. He told everyone to follow him. He tossed some money down and ordered the staff to prepare a feast with it. The two men behind the counter looked absolutely terrified by his energy. The first dish arrived, and his companions just stared, completely stunned. It was a fried carp that was somehow still alive. They were warned not to touch its head, or it would flap around. Next came a whole roasted piglet, already deboned and stir-fried so they could eat as much as they wanted. And then, a soup made from a giant sea turtle. The men dug in, enjoying every bite of the incredible meal. One of them remarked that this was the true taste of the Ming Empire, full of fascinating ingredients they'd never seen before. After they were done, they were so full they could barely move. One of them wondered if this was the real flavor of the mainland, wishing the people of Joseon could experience it. With the massive feast finally over, Su-young had something to say. He then told the group that there was someone he'd like them to meet. With the massive feast finally over, Su-young had something to say. He told everyone that there was someone he'd like them to meet. Soon after, they arrived at the bustling Nanjing shipyard. Su-young walked up to one of the workers, telling him he had something to ask. The man looked Su-young up and down, completely misjudging him. He remarked that with a physique like that, he could probably move an entire ship's keel by himself. But Su-young wasn't a porter. He introduced himself as Grand Prince Su-young, a member of the envoy from Joseon. The shipbuilder froze. The man quickly apologized for his mistake, but Su-young brushed it off. He got straight to the point, asking if he was the one who designed the ship for Zheng He's famous expedition. The shipbuilder, Fang Jiju, proudly confirmed that he did. He said the sight of that massive ship setting sail was truly impressive. Fang Jiju explained that he'd once built a huge ship specifically designed to escort the flagship. He said sadly that he didn't know, at the time, it would be his last great achievement. After that, the expedition stopped, and the ships he'd built were all gone. He now made a living building simple, 280-ton merchant ships. He called the work miserable. Suddenly, he got fired up. He declared that for a man, building massive ships was the most natural thing in the world. Su-young changed the subject, asking if he'd ever built other types of ships. Fang Jiju admitted he'd become obsessed with them and learned a lot. He proudly listed off all the different ships he'd had a hand in building, from the Fuchuan to the Niaochuan. He was familiar with all of them. Su-young looked at him seriously. He said it was a pity to let such great skills go to waste and asked if he had any plans to build a new ship. Fang Jiju understood immediately. He knew Su-young was suggesting he move to Joseon and build ships there. He said he appreciated the offer, but for him, the life of a true man was about building a large ship to conquer the ocean. The shipbuilder was furious. He yelled that there was no way he'd go to Joseon just to build a smaller ship, but Su-young just smiled. He said that engineers are the same everywhere. Then he pulled out a draft. He asked Fang Jiju to take a look. The shipbuilder scoffed. It looked like a simple fishing boat with one sail and some oars. But then he noticed something unusual. Su-young was pointing to a strange device on the deck called a windlass. Su-young explained it was a special pulley. With it, this small boat could catch 4 times more fish than any other boat its size. That's when Fang Jiju got it. The windlass was so powerful, it could pull up the nets by itself, which is why the ship only needed one mast. A grin spread across his face. He admitted that while Su-young might not know how to build a ship, he definitely knew how to design clever devices. Su-young challenged him, asking if it wouldn't be an engineer's pride to make a small boat that could outperform a large one. He told him to think about it until it was time for them to leave for Joseon. He told the shipbuilder to visit them in 10 days if he decided to take the job. With that settled, Soo-young and his men traveled to a farm on the outskirts of Nanjing. His companions were amazed by the fields of Napa cabbage. They were huge and dense, perfect for lasting through the winter. Soo-young looked at one of the cabbages. He realized it was basically the great-great-grandfather of the kind he was used to from his old life. He immediately decided to buy some and called out for the owner. He told the farmer to pick out the very best seeds, making sure they were worth the money. The owner was surprised to see nobles from Joseon, but quickly agreed. Next, they saw the pigs. One of Soo-young's men asked how many years it took to grow one so big. The farmer proudly said it only took a little over a year. He explained that these special pigs could grow to weigh over 240 gun, which was massive. This was exactly the kind of high-quality protein Soo-young was looking for. The difference in quality was insane. Soo-young realized that even the best pigs from Joseon were nothing compared to these. So he made a bold move and asked to buy 100 piglets. The farmer waved his hands dismissively. 100 piglets? He said that sounded way too difficult. Soo-young just smiled. He pulled out a huge stack of silver coins and told the farmer to name his price. He knew exactly what he was buying, the famous Yimeng black pig breed. The money worked instantly. The farmer promised to have the pigs ready by tomorrow, with a perfect mix of males and females. He was suddenly full of praise for Joseon. With their business in the countryside finished, Soo-young watched the sun go down. His journey to the Ming Empire was finally coming to an end. But there was one big problem. The silver coins he had borrowed from Chief Eunuch Wang Zhen were all gone. He figured they could easily cover the debt by exporting soap. The real issue was dealing with a powerful man whose true intentions were a complete mystery. But Soo-young wasn't discouraged. To make Joseon a strong and wealthy nation, this was a challenge he had to overcome. He looked out at the horizon, ready for whatever came next. Just then, one of his men called out. A man named Fang Jiju was here to see him. Soo-young realized the time had finally come. He couldn't help but smile. It seemed his plan to gather talented people for Joseon was working perfectly. Sometime later, they were at the docks, preparing to leave. Soo-young reminded his men to handle the baggage with care, especially the 400 books they were bringing back. One of his men pointed out that the journey back to Joseon was going to be tough. They had more belongings than people. Another was more optimistic, saying the good wind should get them to Shandong in about 6 days. But he was curious what would happen once they reached Hanyang. The man worried about how the gifts they brought would be received. Soo-young just grinned, telling him not to worry. The Hall of Worthies was going to be packed. Meanwhile, back in Joseon, someone was rushing to see the king. An official came running to the king, yelling that something big had happened. He said there was a huge uproar in Muakjai. King Sejong was not happy. He said he was just about to break his deadlift record. He warned the official that if the news wasn't important, he'd be punished. The official explained that the group sent on the diplomatic mission had returned. The king thought that was great news, but the official quickly corrected him. The real problem was that pigs had escaped, and the whole area was in chaos. The king was annoyed again. He told the man not to make a big deal out of it, assuming they were just small piglets from Ming. But the official nervously explained that the big one weighed over 120 jun. The king's eyes went wide. That was about 45 kilograms. He couldn't believe it. The entire village was in an uproar. People were shouting, trying to catch the animals that had gotten loose. One of the officials managed to grab a pig, but he couldn't believe how strong it was. It felt more like a wild boar. The situation was getting ridiculous. Another officer was on horseback, but both he and his horse were too scared of the pigs to do anything. To make things even weirder, another pig started crying, angry at the man for grabbing her husband. The official screamed in panic, realizing the angry pig was about to charge right at him. The official fell to the ground, helpless. But just as the pig was about to hit him, someone stepped in the way. With one hand, the person easily lifted the pig, stopping it in its tracks. It was Soo-young. He held the massive pigs like they were nothing, wondering what had happened to his dignity while he was gone. After all that chaos, the pigs were finally put into a pen, but they still looked really angry, growling at each other. The king watched them and commented to the man beside him. He said their fiery temper and their build made them look more like wild boars. One of the pigs actually turned its head, looking completely offended, but the king just smiled and held out a bundle of hay. He told the animal it must have been a long journey to get to Joseon. He looked genuinely happy to welcome them. The pig stared at the hay, and its angry expression started to fade. A moment later, it was happily munching away. The king chuckled, saying he guessed the pig's hunger was pretty serious. The king smiled, satisfied. He said their size meant he didn't have to worry about the future. The pigs seemed to understand, thinking he was someone they could trust. Then, with a grin, he ordered the fattest pig to be brought for a celebration. Sometime later, the king was walking with one of his men. He explained that he'd brought back many books that were lost during the Goryeo dynasty. He mentioned most were about farming and commerce, which would keep the ministries busy. He turned to Soo-young and praised him for his hard work, asking if there was anything he wanted. Soo-young said there was. He'd learned a lot during his visit to the Ming Empire. He started explaining his idea. If they could apply Ming's farming methods to Joseon, it would completely change their diet. It could even solve the country's nutritional problems. But farming was only the first part of his plan. The second was about talent. He presented the people he'd brought back from his trip. The king called out for someone named Fang Jiju, who nervously stepped forward and confirmed it was him. The king welcomed the men, acknowledging the long and difficult journey they'd made to Joseon. He promised to make sure each of them had a place to stay. The men were grateful, thanking him for his generosity. He knew an enthusiastic craftsman would be incredibly useful. Sometime later, Su-young was at the training grounds. His men bowed, telling him it was an honor to see him. He looked them over, noting that they'd all been pushing themselves hard. He turned to Ma Jung-ho and told him he was doing a great job. Ma Jung-ho just smiled, saying that being a teacher was a completely different challenge. Su-young already had a feeling he knew what was going on. He thought about his fitness teachings. They weren't supposed to distinguish between a commoner, a servant, or the child of a concubine. It was all just about discipline. He wondered if that was the issue, if the others were disrespecting Ma Jung-ho because of his background. A small grin appeared on his face. He knew exactly how to handle it. He announced that starting now, he was going to teach them a whole new way. A heavy kettlebell sat on the ground, a sign of what was to come. He told the men he had a new training method for them called CrossFit. He said he'd heard they were getting bored with doing the same exercises over and over. So, he explained, they were going to do a bunch of different movements to clear their minds. He held up a kettlebell and told them to watch him closely and follow along. He started by demonstrating an exercise he called a burpee, claiming he invented it during his trip to Ming. The men were instantly excited. They figured since it didn't involve heavy weights, it had to be easy. They cheered, relieved to finally be done with the boring old barbells. Su-young just laughed. He liked their spirit and told them to try and copy him. He laid out the first part of the plan, 20 burpees. That was immediately followed by 20 jumps over a waist-high log. But they weren't done. The third exercise was 20 swings with a heavy kettlebell. He stood ready, showing them the proper form. The full brutal workout was now laid out before them. The final exercise was 20 squats without any weights. Su-young explained they had to do the whole circuit twice, take a break, and then repeat it 2 more times. One of the men looked relieved, asking if that was really all for the day. Su-young just smiled. He said it was, but cryptically warned that a storm always comes after the silence. The trainee had no idea what he was talking about. A moment later, screams of pure agony filled the training grounds. The men were already at their limit. They cried out that they couldn't do it anymore. The reality of the workout was devastating. They were pushing their bodies far beyond anything they'd ever experienced. One of the trainees finally broke. He stumbled towards Su-young, saying he was going to throw up. Su-young just stood there, watching him. Another man nearby looked on in disbelief. He couldn't believe the training was actually making people sick, but Su-young's response was terrifying. He told the man to get it over with and then get back to training. With a wicked grin, he added that he'd done the same and that humans are a lot tougher than they think. The trainees were completely broken. One was crying, another was shaking, and a third looked like his soul was about to float away. One of them finally cried out that Su-young was just being mean. Su-young slammed a book on the table. He told the man it had been 6 months, and his learning was still not good enough. He ordered them to open their books and study. His logic was simple. Once their bodies were too tired to move, their minds would have no more distractions. The trainee stared at the book, completely exhausted. He couldn't understand how anyone could possibly read in this condition, but Su-young insisted it was a must. He pointed to Ma Jung-ho and Prince Seo-san, who looked perfectly calm and focused. He explained that both of them had dedicated themselves to studying this way and achieved great things. The trainee just screamed that it made no sense at all. The room was filled with books, showing just how much work was ahead of them. One of the men, Yi-young, was amazed by the books. He excitedly asked his elder brother if he was holding a copy of a famous calligrapher's work. Turns out, that was just the beginning. Su-young showed them the entire collection of rare copies, telling them that mastering this detailed calligraphy was a requirement. Another brother, Grand Prince Anpyeong, chimed in. He suggested that Yi-young should be the one to go on the next mission instead of Su-young. Yi-young loved the idea. He said he'd always wanted to visit the home of Confucius's descendants. But Su-young cut the celebration short. He told them their father was pleased with his results and had already asked him to be the next envoy. The mood in the room shifted instantly. Yi-young looked back, asking his brothers what was wrong. Su-young looked at him seriously. He brought up how another scribe had transformed his body, and then said he was worried that Yi-young's frail physique couldn't handle the hardships of the journey. Su-young smiled, explained that you need real physical strength to handle long journeys to other countries. But Yi-young tried to argue his way out of it. He claimed his hands were too delicate for lifting heavy lumps of iron. Su-young sarcastically agreed, asking a man named Yu if Yi-young would ever understand how delicate a dumbbell truly is. Yu immediately backed Su-young up. He boasted that even though his own strength had doubled, his skill in calligraphy was as good as ever. Yi-young was speechless. He stammered, asking when Yu had ever cared about calligraphy in the first place. With the argument settled, Su-young announced he would personally train him to strengthen their brotherly bond. From inside, Yi-young screamed in absolute terror. Sometime later, Su-young revealed a new invention. He called it a firearm that even an ordinary soldier could use. He handed it to one of his men, who took aim, ready to test his power. A massive blast erupted from the barrel. The soldier was amazed. He reported that its power was enormous, strong enough to pierce armor up close and leather from far away. But Su-young wasn't satisfied. He asked the man for his opinion on what improvements it still needed. Far away, in another place, a masked man was listening in on a different conversation. A woman asked if the spy they sent to Joseon was performing his mission without any problems. The man confirmed that everything was going as planned. The spy reported to his leader that the Prince of Joseon had a real talent for developing new items, like soap. This caught the leader's attention. He ordered the spy to immediately inform him if the prince created anything that didn't exist in the Ming Empire, offering 5 silver nyang for a written description. He then added that the more detailed the drawing, and the more he was willing to pay. The leader smirked, tossing a silver coin in his hand. He believed that whether in Ming or Joseon, nothing was more valuable than money. With a reward like that on the table, he was confident he'd get exactly what he wanted. Back in Joseon, the discussion about the new firearm continued. The soldier explained that to pierce leather armor, its effective range was only about 180 meters. He described the early designs. They first tried firing it from the shoulder, or propped under the chin, but the recoil was just too powerful for a person to handle. So, he came up with a new firing method. The shooter would wedge the weapon between their side and arm to absorb the kick. An older official looked on, completely amazed. He said it was similar to an old dynasty weapon, but this new version was a revolutionary improvement. He immediately saw its potential. A weapon like this, he thought, would be crucial for defending a city or during a siege. The inventor didn't seem to agree. He asked why they were talking about sieges when it was designed to be carried by foot soldiers. The official explained the main problem. You couldn't actually aim it while enemies were charging at you. To prove his point, he offered to fire it himself. A moment later, a loud shot echoed across the valley, startling a flock of birds into the air. He looked through the hole the bullet had made. It went clean through both an iron plate and a wooden board. The power was incredible, but the weapon still had major problems. Yu explained that while it was powerful, it was also very inaccurate, and the aiming method was just too clumsy. The Crown Prince agreed. He realized the recoil was so strong, it could injure a normal soldier. He decided he'd have to reduce its size, even if it meant sacrificing some of its power. He then turned back to Yu and asked if he had any ideas for a better way to aim it. Yu was about to answer, but he stopped. Something rustled in the nearby bushes. They all turned, trying to see what made the noise. Yu's eyes narrowed. He asked if anyone else heard that. The Crown Prince asked him what was wrong. Yu brushed it off, saying it was nothing, and quickly changed the subject back to the firearm. The Crown Prince arrived at a new location, looking for a man named Pak Gong. He got straight to the point. He reminded Pak Gong that he'd studied the Ming Empire's crossbows before, and asked if he could rebuild one. Pak Gang said of course he could. In fact, he'd already been working on improving the design and was ready to show them. That's when Yu stepped in. He told his elder brother he'd shoot the crossbow himself to show exactly what the problem with the firearm was. He took a steady aim, lining up the shot perfectly, and he fired. It was a perfect bullseye. The Crown Prince wasn't surprised. The crossbow's accuracy was exactly the point Yu was trying to make. Yu explained the problem. For high accuracy, you have to line up your eye perfectly with the weapon. But the firearm had another huge issue. A soldier had to hold it with one hand and light it with the other, which completely ruined their aim. He said that against a moving enemy, a weapon like that was basically useless. That's when the Crown Prince had an idea. He realized they could solve the problem by combining the crossbow's frame with the firearm. He turned to Pak Gong and ordered him to drop everything else. This new weapon was now the top priority. They also had to deal with the recoil. With each shot, an ordinary soldier would lose strength and could even get injured. So they started designing the new weapon right there. The Crown Prince suggested adding a stock to brace against the shoulder. Pak Gang added that they should move the smoke vent to the side. They even talked about attaching a dagger to the end, turning it into a short spear for emergencies. 3 months passed. It was now March 2nd. King Sejong knew today was the day. The Crown Prince and Yu were about to present their new firearm. The officials looked surprised. It seemed like a big deal, since all the military leaders had been gathered inside the palace to watch. But the king was still worried. He knew these kinds of weapons often failed, no matter how careful the inventors were. Su Yang stepped forward and gave the order to prepare the infantry cannon. The soldiers acknowledged immediately. A soldier carefully poured gunpowder down the barrel of the firearm. He then used a long rod to pack the powder down tightly, making a lot of noise. Finally, he placed a small metal ball into the muzzle. The officials watched, confused. They wondered why this new weapon was making so much noise just to get it ready. The older officials watched with doubt. One of them muttered that you couldn't expect much from soldiers who had never seen a real battle. But the Crown Prince ignored them. He raised his hand and gave the order to fire. The soldier didn't hesitate. He lit the fuse, ready for the blast. A huge explosion erupted from the barrel, shaking the entire area. Hearing the loud noise, some of the men in the back started laughing. The sound of the shot echoed across the training grounds. An officer immediately ordered someone to check the target. A soldier called back, confirming he was on his way. A moment later, the report came back. It was a direct hit. The Crown Prince was surprised that such a loud weapon could be so accurate. Still, he wondered where it would actually be useful. He turned to one of the older ministers, asking him to repeat what he'd just said. The minister explained the weapon's biggest weakness. It could only hit the target once, and from far away, its accuracy was terrible. With the first test over, a soldier prepared to fire a different weapon, the cloud hand cannon. The officials watched, stunned by the weapon's size. They realized it was too big for a normal soldier and must require special ammunition. The order was given, and he fired. The report came back almost immediately. 2 shots had hit the mark. One of the ministers admitted this cannon was better, but he pointed out that it took forever to reload, making it much slower than a skilled archer. One of the officials argued that the weapon was still useful. He explained it was perfect for hiding, taking one shot and then running away, since the gunpowder could be loaded ahead of time. The king listened to all of this without saying a word, a faint smile on his face. Then he spoke, directing his attention to the crown prince. He told him that the first weapon, the infantry cannon, was hardly a firearm at all, and the second one, the cloud hand cannon, was much slower than a simple bow. The king then asked him directly how he planned to make use of either of them. Su-young explained that the infantry hand cannon was never meant to be a replacement for the bow. He reminded them that it takes 10 years of hard practice to train a skilled archer. Then came the twist. Su-young revealed that the soldiers in the demonstration had only trained for half a month. The king was stunned, asking if he heard that correctly. The official confirmed it was true. He added that half a month was barely enough time for a new recruit to even learn how to properly hold a bow. The king added that it takes at least 6 months of practice for an archer to hit a target properly. Su-young smiled, reminding the king that the marksman he'd already seen had only trained for 15 days. He paused, letting the statement sink in. Then he announced it was time for the truly skilled marksmen to show what they could do. He turned to the king, a confident look on his face. He reminded him that they had just seen what soldiers with only 15 days of training could do. As he spoke, a new line of soldiers stepped forward. He announced that it was time for the truly skilled marksmen to show what they were capable of. The soldiers raised their weapons in unison, taking aim at the targets downfield. Su-young gave the command to fire. In an instant, a volley of shots slammed into the distant targets. The report came back almost immediately. Out of 60 shots fired, 19 had hit the very center. One of the officials was completely stunned. He explained that it meant a 30% chance of hitting the target from that distance. Not only that, but their reloading speed had also gotten much faster. The king was impressed. He admitted that kind of skill shouldn't be possible to learn in such a short amount of time. Su-young explained his point. With just 2 months of training, a regular soldier could match the strength of an archer who had practiced for years. But he wasn't done. Su-young announced it was time for the final demonstration, the 2-inch cannon. He called out to a soldier named Yu, asking if he was ready. The soldier, Yu, stood beside the massive weapon and confirmed he was ready. The officials watching were confused. One of them pointed out that the weapon was huge, more like a siege cannon than a personal firearm. The king asked what kind of ammunition it used. Su-young explained that it fired slugs and that its power would speak for itself. With the order given, the cannon fired with a blinding flash. A second later, a massive explosion tore through the target area. The demonstration was over. The officials stared in complete disbelief. The power of the cannon was beyond anything they had imagined, and the king was more than impressed. He declared that with weapons like these, they could crush any enemy, even the ones who used to trample their lands. Su-young simply smiled and told his father that it was his honor to serve. As the smoke cleared, Su-young made sure to give credit where it was due, telling everyone that his soldier, Yu, had helped him a lot. But news of these new weapons had already traveled. Far away in the Ming Empire, a man named Wang Zhen was thinking. He had just received a report on the firearms. He wondered aloud if he should have a spy send over a copy of the blueprints, but he quickly decided against it. A drawing made by an outsider would be too difficult to copy perfectly. A greedy smile spread across his face. He decided it would be much better to get his hands on the real thing. The king wanted to talk about the new cannons that Su-young and the crown prince had created. He explained that they had run into a problem trying to mass produce them. The official looked confused and asked what he meant. The king's expression turned serious. He told him they had received a letter from the Ming Empire. The letter said that the Ming had heard about new objects being made in Joseon. Their emperor was very interested and demanded they be sent as tribute. The king was pretty sure he knew what objects they were talking about, the new cannons. The official looked shocked by the news. He asked how they could have possibly found out about the weapons already. He wondered if maybe the letter was talking about something else entirely. The king considered it for a moment. He admitted it was possible, but he knew it was a long shot. He laid out the problem. If they sent something else and the Ming later discovered the firearms, it would look like they were hiding them. That could turn into a much bigger problem. Su-young realized the Ming were being clever. They called the cannons objects, even though they knew exactly what they were. He was sure this was the work of a man named Wang Zhen. So, he told the king they should send 2,000 cannons as tribute. The king couldn't believe it. He argued that 2,000 was way too many, and that sending 500 a year would be more appropriate. But Su-young was firm. He insisted they send all 2,000. Meanwhile, in the Ming dynasty's Forbidden Palace, the news of the tribute had arrived. Wang Zhen smirked when he heard the number was 2,000. An official reported that the third prince of Joseon would deliver the tribute himself. He added that a small border country would never dare to go against the Great Ming. The official then nervously asked Wang Zhen why he had chosen to write objects in the letter, instead of just demanding the cannons directly. Wang Zhen explained his logic. He said that if Joseon sent another object so easily, it would prove they had some other plan up their sleeve. And if that happened, it would give the Ming Empire the perfect excuse to pressure them for even more tribute. He smirked, adding that since the king of Joseon was a smart man, he probably wouldn't make that mistake. But, he continued, if Joseon had complained about the tribute, he would have used it as an excuse to demand something even greater. The official looked confused and asked what he meant. Wang Zhen's real plan was to demand the second prince of Joseon as a hostage, and if they still refused to listen, the Ming Empire would simply use force to make them understand. Meanwhile, back in Joseon, life went on. An axe hit a block of wood with a heavy thud. A muscular man turned to his friend, Young-hae, and asked if he'd seen the new announcement. He admitted that he couldn't read it properly because the writing was too complicated. Young-hae explained that he'd heard the government was recruiting for a new unit called the Military Training Command on February 5th. The muscular man immediately thought it sounded sketchy. He worried that if things went wrong, they'd just be sent to the dangerous northern border. But Young-hae pointed out that since they were recruiting in the capital, the training would be there too. He then added a rumor. The person who founded the command was Grand Prince Soo-young. As he chopped wood, the man figured if they were recruiting in the capital, they must be looking for cavalrymen. In the capital, they must be looking for cavalrymen. He dismissed the idea completely, saying it was impossible for him since he didn't even own a horse. But Young-hae stopped him. He explained the announcement didn't mention horseback riding at all. In fact, it said a bow and arrow weren't even needed. The man paused, sweat beading on his face as he thought about what that could possibly mean. He looked up, his expression suddenly serious. He asked his friend if he was telling the truth. Young-hae explained that all you needed to bring was an ID tag. They were looking for people with a strong body and a strong will. Best of all, they wouldn't question anyone's social status. The man's mind started racing. He wondered if completing the training meant he and his family could become commoners, finally free. For others, it wasn't a choice. A lord told his servant he was being sent to the capital, but warned him not to run away. If he did, his parents would be punished in his place. With no other option, the young man bowed his head in the snow and thanked his master. As he began his journey, he swore to himself that he would pray every day for his parents' safety. And that's how it started. From all 8 provinces, hundreds of young men, regardless of their status, began to travel. They all believed that if they had a strong body, they could become a military officer. They all made their way to the capital, where Grand Prince Soo-young was waiting for them. Capital was bustling with new arrivals. They were all there for one person, Grand Prince Soo-young. On February 5th, the day of the test, all the men gathered. They looked around at the huge crowd, taking everything in. Soo-young watched the crowd, counting the applicants. There were 1,052 people. He was a little disappointed, admitting to himself that he'd expected a much bigger turnout, but he figured there was nothing he could do about it. He realized the problem was that none of these men really knew what the military training command was. It was a shame, he thought, because the benefits for joining were incredible. He turned to the person cowering behind him and asked why they kept hiding. The man begged Soo-young to speak for him, but Soo-young pointed out that he was the Minister of War and was supposed to command the army. The minister started crying, insisting he couldn't do it because he'd only ever handled paperwork. Soo-young tried to calm him down, saying the king must have chosen him for a good reason. With the minister clearly not up to the task, Soo-young stepped forward to address the crowd himself. He welcomed everyone, thanking them for traveling through the cold winter to be there. He formally introduced himself as Grand Prince Soo-young, the man in charge of the new military training command. He explained that this new unit would use completely different training methods and weapons, so not everyone would be able to join. The crowd listened nervously as Soo-young announced that only those who passed a test would get in, but he told them the first test would be easy. The first test was simple, running. Soo-young explained that a soldier's life and death depended on their lower body. He figured that since they all walked to the capital, their legs must be strong. He even declared that without a strong lower body, a man wasn't worthy of the name. The recruits listened, taking his words to heart. With that, he told them to follow him to the test site. An officer stepped forward and laid out the rules. They had to run from where they stood all the way to a training center in the rear. He announced their destination was a place called Tancheon and told everyone to get ready. Then he gave the signal, telling them to run as if they were charging the enemy. With a massive shout, the men began the march. It was a total stampede. The warning was clear. If you get tired, move out of the way or you'll be stepped on. The test was absolutely brutal. Hundreds of men collapsed, completely wiped out. In the end, only 402 people remained. Soo-young then explained his personal philosophy. He called it conducting oneself and preparing the body. He told them it was an exercise method he created to honor their parents by managing their bodies well. He announced that the second test would be a way to prove that devotion to their parents through his new exercises. The first standard was an incline bench press. They had to lift a total weight equal to 80% of their own body weight. The second was front squats, lifting a weight equal to their entire body weight. And the final challenge was a deadlift with a weight equal to 120% of their body weight. The recruits looked absolutely stunned. The numbers sounded impossible. With the rules explained, Soo-young pointed to one of the men and told him he was up first. The recruit immediately agreed, ready to go. Soo-young told him not to worry about failing, just to give it his best shot. An officer stood by, ready to record the results. The recruit gritted his teeth and pushed with all his might. The bar began to shake as he struggled to lift the heavy weight, but the weight was too much. The recruit screamed as he failed to lift, dropping the bar with a loud crash. The officer simply told him not to overdo it. From a distance, Soo-young watched it all unfold. He explained that with his disciples and the royal guard instructors present, no one would get seriously injured. Sure enough, an instructor was already rushing to help the fallen man. When the test was finally over, 182 people had failed. Only 221 remained. With the selections made, the 221 successful trainees were ordered to move out. Their new training ground was located at Namhansan, deep in the mountains. The journey itself was another grueling test, forcing them to march through a dark forest at night. One of the men started to complain. He said his legs were still shaking from the test and worried they would freeze to death if they had to stay out in the mountains much longer. He turned to another recruit, a man they called Brother Hong, and asked him what he thought about their situation. Hong's response was simple and shocking. He just said the tests were too easy. The man they called Hong was completely unfazed. He boasted that he could have passed even if the weight was heavier, and he figured the next test would be just as easy. After the long march, they finally arrived at their destination, the Namhansan fortress. An officer welcomed them, saying this was where they'd be reborn as true soldiers. He told them a meal was ready, and that they should wash up at the wash hall with soap. One of the recruits was stunned, asking if they were really allowed to use something so precious. The officer just smiled. He explained that as soldiers of the military training command, they would be able to wash with soap every single day. The men absolutely lost their minds. For people of their status, this was an unbelievable luxury, and they erupted in cheers. That's when Soo-young stepped forward. He announced that he would personally interview them the next morning, and for tonight, they should just wash up and rest. The plan was set. These men would go through 7 months of brutal training. If they made it, they would become junior third-rank officers, which was basically like a modern-day sergeant. The next morning, the fortress was calm. A new day of training was about to begin. An attendant announced that the next person was ready for their interview. From inside, Soo-young told him to send the man in. Soo-young stretched, feeling the long day. The interviews were almost over. Only 2 recruits were left, both from the Hong family. The first recruit, Hong-san, entered and bowed deeply. Soo-young read his file. The man was a slave, hoping to change his family's fate by joining the command. Soo-young asked him why he wanted to join. Hong-san explained that if he became an officer, his parents could be freed from slavery. Soo-young looked him over. The man was short and didn't weigh much. Physically, he wasn't impressive at all. But Hong-san's words were filled with determination. He said he trained as hard as he could because he believed it was his duty as a son to free his parents. Soo-young smiled, impressed by his spirit. Soo-young knew the training ahead would be brutal, but he also knew that a man with that kind of willpower was exactly what he was looking for. He was excited to see how much the young man would grow. Soo-young dismissed him, and Hong-san bowed, thanking him before leaving the room. With the previous interview finished, Soo-young turned his attention to the last applicant. He read the name on the file, Hong Yun-sung. Soo-young's eyes shot open. He knew that name. In his mind, he saw the man this recruit would become, a ruthless killer known as the Human Butcher. But the young man who walked in looked nothing like the monster from his vision. He introduced himself as Hong Yun-seong, explaining that while he was strong, his family was too poor for him to learn horseback riding. He told Soo-young that he applied for one simple reason. He wanted to be successful. Soo-young just listened, taking it all in. Soo-young wondered if he could actually change this man's future. He asked Hong Yun-sung if he knew what his job would be. The young man replied that he was told he'd become an infantry leader and take care of his men. Soo-young then explained his own philosophy. He said a true leader knows how to handle people without being cruel. It wasn't about beating them to make them listen. He looked at the young man and asked him one final question. Could he lead his men that way? Hong Yun-seong didn't answer right away. He thought about it for a second and asked a sharp question back. If soldiers couldn't use harsh tactics, he asked, then why did they even exist in the first place? His expression made it clear. He believed a soldier's job was to be cruel. Hong Yun-seong continued his question, his tone sharp. He asked that if soldiers couldn't be harsh, then what was the point of them existing at all? Soo-young listened quietly, taking in the young man's point of view. Instead of arguing, Soo-young just smiled. He told the recruit that he hoped he would find the answer to his own question by the time training was over. With that, Soo-young dismissed him. Hong Yun-seong turned to leave, his expression unchanged. The door slid shut, leaving Soo-young alone with his thoughts. Soo-young was confident. He thought about how he'd even managed to change the stubborn King Sejong. A young man like Hong Yun-seong would definitely change too. The sound of soldiers marching echoed through the training grounds. The training had officially begun. An instructor's voice boomed across the training grounds, telling the new recruits to stop talking and pay attention. Watching from the side, one of the men commented on how interesting the training was. He turned and asked his companion, Brother Hong, for his opinion. Hong Yun-sung explained that this was a training of adaptation, designed to make the team perfect. He believed that on the battlefield, nothing was more important than loyally carrying out orders. But in his mind, he saw it differently. To him, the battlefield was just a place where living people were turned into lumps of meat. Soo-young's new methods weren't just about physical strength. In a classroom, an instructor explained that the entire military command system would now use proper sounds. He told the soldiers that since they were going to be leaders, they had to master these sounds perfectly. The recruits sat quietly, listening to the lesson. This was a completely different kind of training than any of them had ever experienced. One of the men watched the instructor with a serious expression, taking in every single word. Another recruit asked Hong Yun-seong if he'd already figured out the new lessons. Hong Yun-seong replied calmly that he was still learning and wasn't in any rush. Watching from a distance, one of the officials was surprised. He had expected Hong Yun-seong to show his rough side by now, but the recruit was following every order without any problems. The official smiled. If Hong Yun-seong kept this up, he was on the perfect track to become a leader in the new command. Later, during a break, some of the recruits were playing a board game. One of them slammed a piece down, frustrated that he'd just lost. Just then, one of the men saw Hong-san walking away. He called out to him, saying it was his turn to play. San turned back with a friendly smile. He explained that he'd never played the game before and was just just going to take a walk to cool his head. Another recruit scoffed at the idea. He complained that training was already so hard, they should be taking a real break while they had the chance. But Hong San just insisted that for him, taking a walk was his break. He told them not to worry and to enjoy their game. As Hong San walked, his mind wasn't on training at all. He was remembering the day he left home. A voice from his past reminded him that this was the only valuable thing they had. It was his father, telling him to sell it and add the money to whatever he already had. His father's final words were to never come back and to stop worrying about them. This was his one chance. He snapped back to the present, looking out as the sun set over the camp. That's when his eyes locked onto something in the distance. It was a large tent, lit by candles, standing apart from the others. He noticed one tent was still lit up, long after all the others had gone dark. Curious, he crept closer to see what was going on inside. He peeked inside and froze. A huge, muscular man was training with giant wooden clubs he'd never seen before. The man spotted him immediately and told him to leave if he was just being nosy. Startled, Hong San quickly apologized for the intrusion, but his curiosity was stronger than his fear. He explained that he'd used other things for exercise before, but he had no idea what these giant wooden clubs were for. Hong San asked what the man's official post was. The man introduced himself as Ma Il-young, an assistant training officer for the military command. Now knowing his rank, Hong San respectfully asked Officer Ma what the club he was holding was actually used for. A huge, almost crazy grin spread across Ma Il-young's face. He looked thrilled that someone was finally curious about his special training tool. With a huge, creepy smile, Ma Il-young told the recruit to try holding the club himself. Hong San was clearly a little freaked out. He explained that the tool was called a meal. He showed him how it worked, saying the goal was to slowly turn it to build grip strength and weapon control. So Hong San gave it a try, but he could barely even hold the thing up. He couldn't believe this was supposed to be an exercise. He let out a yell as his arms completely gave out and the heavy club crashed to the floor. Completely wiped out, Hong San gasped for air and asked who in the world came up with such a crazy training tool. Ma Il-young just grinned and told him it was, of course, Grand Prince Su-young. Miles away, Su-young felt like someone was talking about him. Then Ma Il-young dropped the bad news. He explained that since the recruits hadn't chosen their weapons yet, they'd have to master every single one of these exercises. Hong San looked absolutely terrified. Hong San quickly tried to find a way out. He declared that he'd just use a round shield, thinking it would save him from that crazy club exercise. But Ma Il-young just showed him a massive metal plate. He explained that shield users had to train with that, and it weighed over 20 kilograms. Hong San was horrified. The recruit immediately started crying and apologizing. He claimed he was too uneducated to use a shield after all. He decided he was done and tried to leave right then and there, but a hand grabbed the curtain from the other side. Ma Il-young calmly asked where he thought he was going. With a terrifying grin, he said that since Hong San was already here, he might as well get a little taste of the training in advance. Hong San was completely trapped. An hour later, it was all over. Ma Il-young calmly told the exhausted recruit he'd see him again tomorrow. Hong San leaned against a tree, completely spent. He had no idea how he was going to survive this. Suddenly, he heard a sound coming from the woods. He saw someone else standing there in the dark. It was another trainee named Young-hae. Hong San asked where he'd been. Hong San pointed out that trainees weren't allowed to leave. Young-hae just scoffed, saying he got bored training with weaklings and went to exercise on his own. That's when Hong San noticed something. He pointed at Young-hae's arm, his eyes wide with shock. It was covered in blood. He asked if Young-hae had gotten hurt while he was out. Young-hae didn't answer. He just stared off into the night. Young-hae turned to face him, his voice low. He told Hong San that he was the only one who saw him leave. He warned him to pretend this never happened. For some reason, he said, Grand Prince Su-young was watching him very carefully. He ordered Hong San to just go back inside. Hong San was too scared to argue. Then Young-hae grabbed his shoulder, a creepy smile spreading across his face. He told him not to worry. The blood wasn't his. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, something important was about to happen. Su-young stood before his parents, the king and queen. He told them that all his success was thanks to them. Then, he announced that he wanted to show them everything he had accomplished so far. The king just smiled and wished him good luck. Su-young took a deep breath and gripped the bar tightly. With a huge effort, he pushed the weight up. He'd done it. The king was incredibly proud. He announced that his son had just bench pressed 84 kilograms, proving he was no longer just a weak scholar. But Su-young wasn't finished. He told his father that for his final challenge, he would attempt the deadlift. He dug his feet in and pulled the massive weight from the stone floor. With a final grunt, he locked it out. The 180-gun deadlift was a success. The heavy weight crashed back onto the stand. The king watched, calculating the numbers. Between the squat, bench press, and deadlift, Su-young's total came to an incredible 500 gun. The king was extremely satisfied. He praised Su-young for learning so quickly and thanked both his sons for helping him get healthy enough for his trip. But he warned Su-young not to get comfortable with his progress. He told him there was still a long way to go. Su-young knew he was right. 500 gun wasn't that impressive anymore. Not when the king himself was getting close to that number. With Su-young's test complete, the king turned to his other son, Yu. He announced that it was now his turn to show his progress. Yu started by saying he heard Su-young had been making a lot of progress. He made an excuse, claiming he'd been too busy with the military training command to keep up. But then he bragged that he'd still managed to train 6 times a week. With that, Yu took off his robe, revealing a ridiculously muscular back. His mother looked absolutely delighted, saying it was always rewarding to see his progress. The king just watched, stroking his chin. Yu declared that he was doing all this out of respect for his parents. He got under the bar and announced he was going to squat 440 gun. He took a deep breath and went down with the massive weight. He strained, putting every ounce of his strength into the lift, and then he drove upwards, successfully completing the 440 gun squat, and he wasn't done. Right after the squat, he moved on to the bench press, successfully lifting 330 gun. But as he looked down at his own body, he was confused. He thought to himself that this wasn't a weight a normal human should be able to lift. He knew for a fact that he shouldn't be this strong. It was truly amazing. The king saw his son's hesitation and misunderstood. He told Yu it was natural to be scared of that much weight, and that he could take a quick break if he needed one. But Yu immediately refused. He told his father he'd caught his breath and was ready to continue. For his last demonstration, he announced he would perform a deadlift. The king and the others looked on, completely stunned by his confidence. Even the guards couldn't believe what they were seeing. With a final heave, he pulled the massive weight off the ground. The deadlift was a success. The king was absolutely beaming. He explained that his son could now lift more than the crown prince and grand prince Anpyeong combined, calling it a true blessing. He then gave a command to an artist. Before Su-yang left for Beijing, he wanted his body drawn on a huge 8-panel folding screen. The king explained that he would place the screen in the exercise hall to serve as an example for everyone. Su-yang was so stunned, he dropped the barbell. He suddenly had a vision of a modern gym with a giant poster of himself on the wall. He realized his father was about to turn him into the world's first fitness celebrity. Su-yang tried to argue, telling his father it was too embarrassing to have his body displayed for generations, but the king refused, declaring that such a feat of strength was a moment that would be remembered forever in history. To make it official, the king announced they would call the total weight of the 3 exercises the Su-yang Gun. Su-yang was speechless. He suddenly had a terrible thought. He was starting to wonder if he was changing Joseon's history in a really weird way. At the military training command headquarters, a commander gathered the troops. He announced that from this day on, they would be divided into groups based on their weapons. He made sure to point out that the marksmen would be using the new firearms developed by the crown prince himself. With that, he ordered them to choose their path. The soldiers roared in agreement. Later, an official came to Su-yang with a report. He explained that the trainees had all been organized into their chosen groups. He listed the numbers: 41 shieldmen, 51 spearmen, and 63 longswordsmen, and finally, 66 marksmen. Su-yang thought about the numbers. Not many had chosen to be marksmen. He figured everyone was still more comfortable with old-fashioned weapons. But he knew he still had to create the right training for them, and he was worried about getting it perfect. At the training grounds, the new shieldmen saw their equipment for the first time. One of them nervously asked if these massive shields were really what they'd be using. One of the soldiers commented that he didn't think even a mountain tiger could break through one. That's when their instructor's voice boomed from behind them. He demanded to know what they were doing and ordered them to get to their positions. The recruits quickly apologized and scrambled to grab their shields. Once everyone was in line, the instructor asked if they were ready to begin. He announced that the first training was to turn the shield in all directions. The recruit holding it was already struggling, saying it was just too heavy to carry. The instructor shut him down immediately, telling him to stop talking and just follow his movements. The soldier nervously agreed. He then explained that while the shield was heavy, it was designed that way for a reason. First, to increase their defense range, and second, to physically block the enemy's advance. Miles away, a shadowy figure in royal robes spoke of a new danger. He worried about the cannons being sent to Ming, wondering where they might be used next. He wasn't alone. Other mysterious figures listened from the shadows, hidden from view. They all agreed on one thing: Joseon needed to be prepared for what was coming. Back at the training grounds, the instructor continued his lesson. He explained that only the absolute strongest soldiers could ever hope to become shield men. The reason was simple. These shields weren't designed to stop arrows or swords. They had to be heavy enough to block a shot from a hand cannon at 100 feet. As the training went on, 2 soldiers watched one of their comrades in awe. They couldn't believe how much stronger their friend, San, was getting. San was holding a massive stone block, pushing himself to his absolute limit. Finally, one of the soldiers had to call out and tell him he could stop. His friend asked him a strange question. Did he remember how many times he'd turned the stone block? San just looked back, completely confused. The other soldier just stared, thinking about the guy training next to him. Meanwhile, another group of soldiers was getting familiar with their new equipment. One of them held up a massive blade, asking if it was a longsword. His comrade corrected him. It was called a brow blade, a huge 2-handed weapon that was almost 2.5 meters long. It was heavy, too, weighing around 9 kilograms. The soldier swung it with all his might, getting used to the powerful blade. A week had passed since the specialized training for each soldier type began. The workouts were so intense that some men had already dropped out. Every day was a constant test of their strength and will to continue. And just like that, a month and a half went by. That time was enough to completely change people. The soldiers were bigger, stronger, and looked nothing like they did before. During a break, a couple of soldiers talked while they ate. One admitted that while the training was incredibly hard, the meals they got were amazing. He asked his friend if eating so much made him feel bloated. His friend just laughed and joked back that he probably wasn't as bloated as him. The shield man kept eating. He mentioned that he'd always eaten horse or cow meat, but he never realized how delicious delicious pork could be until now. His friend agreed. Eating pork instead of the usual beef felt like a real luxury. With that, the shield man announced he was going to get more food. His friend looked surprised, asking if he was really going back for seconds already. He explained that the tough training just made him endlessly hungry. As he walked off, his friend watched him go, figuring it made sense since he was at an age where he was still growing. Someone was watching them, pleased. They finally looked like real soldiers. The instructor reminded them that a soldier's life was all about the strength of their lower body. He told them they'd be getting new socks and shoes to get used to it. Then he dropped the news. They were going on a march in 2 days. One of the soldiers nervously asked what kind of march he meant. The answer was brutal. A 40-kilometer trek through the mountains, from morning until evening. The soldiers looked horrified, though one of them figured at least he wouldn't starve. 2 days later, the march began under a heavy downpour. The soldiers trudged along the muddy mountain path, their packs heavy on their backs. One soldier complained that if he could, he'd just run home. His friend shot that idea down, warning him that he'd probably get eaten by a mountain tiger if he tried. After a while, the instructor finally called for a short break. The exhausted soldiers cheered, relieved to finally get a chance to rest and recover their stamina. The soldiers were already running low on supplies. One of them offered his water to his friend, who had nothing left. That's when their instructor shouted out a piece of advice. He told everyone to eat a grain of salt when they drank water. He then reassured them that even if they ran out, they shouldn't worry. More water would be waiting for them at the next hill. The soldiers were clearly impressed. One of them said it was worth fighting for a leader like that, and his friend completely agreed. Just like that, the break was over. The instructor's voice cut through the rain, ordering everyone to get back in line. As they marched on, one of the soldiers thought about how much longer this would last. There was still a month of this brutal training left, but one soldier in particular seemed completely unfazed. His name was Hong Yun-seong, and from the very beginning, it was clear he was different from everyone else. Su-young's attention turned to another soldier, Hong-san. He remembered him looking weak at the start, but now he was growing unbelievably fast. But it wasn't just those two. All the other soldiers, who were a total mess at first, had changed completely. He couldn't help but smile. His plan was working perfectly. He was already thinking about how he couldn't wait to show his father what these men had become. The story then shifts. We're now in Beijing, the capital of the Ming Empire. A few months later, a man sitting on a golden throne formally welcomed his guest, Yi Yong, the third prince of Joseon. The official commented that Joseon must be passionate about education to send another prince so soon after the last. He then mentioned that he'd heard Yi Yong was very skilled with a brush. He then asked the prince to write a phrase for him. Yi Yong looked up, a little surprised by the sudden test. The official seemed satisfied with Yi Yong's calligraphy, but the polite part of the meeting was over. He turned his attention to the tribute they'd brought from Joseon. Inside a red box was a weapon called a hand cannon. The official's tone changed. He asked why Joseon hadn't used this supposedly great weapon in their own recent battles. Yi Yong calmly replied that as a civilized country, they couldn't just use it recklessly. He explained that just as a child must show respect to their parents, it was right for their nation to act honorably, but the Ming officials weren't buying it. They accused him of sending them an unproven weapon that had never even been tested in a real fight. Yi Yong didn't back down. He insisted the weapon was excellent because it could pierce right through armor. He added that any soldier could master it in a month, which would make the Ming Empire unstoppable. That confidence seemed to work. The official leaned forward with a curious smile. He wanted to see its power for himself. A soldier took aim with the hand cannon. The demonstration was about to begin. The weapon fired. 3 shots slammed right through the armor, leaving massive holes. Yi Yong explained the results. He pointed out that the shots went through the chest and stomach areas. Anyone hit like that would have died instantly. The Ming official was clearly impressed. He noted that it used less gunpowder and could shoot faster than their own cannons. He declared it an excellent weapon. He started laughing. Completely won over, he praised Joseon for making a firearm that was even better than what the great Ming Empire had. Then came the real question. The official asked if Joseon would be willing to send 1,000 hand cannons every year as tribute to help them fight their enemies. Yi Yong didn't hesitate. He announced that they had come prepared to offer 2,000 hand cannons as tribute, and he asked them to consider their sincerity. Meanwhile, back in Joseon, things were very different at the military training headquarters. A fist slammed into a soldier's face. The man hit the ground hard. It was Su-young who had thrown the punch, and another soldier watched in complete shock. The soldier looked up, terrified and confused. He wiped the blood from his mouth, his fear turning into anger. Su-young just stared down at him, his expression cold. This was all happening in September of 1445. And the reason for all this? A formal notice stated that Su-young had been fired from his position for abusive behavior. Meanwhile, far away in Luoyang, at the famous Longmen Grottos, a famous painter from Joseon named Agyeon looked at the thousands of Buddha statues carved into the cliffs. He was amazed. He called over to Grand Prince Anpyeong, pointing out a newly carved stone Buddha. When they looked, they saw something completely unexpected. The statue was incredibly muscular. They agreed it was a bold and different take on the heavenly kings. As they walked further in, they realized it wasn't just one. There was a whole row of them, all with the same powerful build. That's when Anpyeong noticed something even stranger. He asked why all their faces looked exactly like Grand Prince Su-young. Curious, Agyeon turned to one of the men working nearby and asked him who carved these statues. The man started to explain. It all began 2 years ago with some con men who were selling fake drugs to people. The man's story continued, describing how a god came down to punish the con men. He said the god, Virudaka, couldn't stand to watch their evil deeds and came down from heaven to deal with them personally. After that day, the style of the stone Buddhas changed completely. They were all carved to look like that powerful, muscular god. Agion chuckled, thinking the story was great. He figured Grand Prince Suyang would find it pretty interesting. But Grand Prince Anpyeong was furious. He demanded Ayan take back his words, disgusted by the idea of comparing his brother's muscles to the statues. Agion quickly tried to quiet him down, warning him that people would start to gossip if he kept shouting. But Anpyeong wouldn't stop. He couldn't believe how soft and undefined the muscles on the statue looked. He declared that there was no way he could go back home after seeing his brother's muscles insulted like this. Agion asked if they really needed to postpone their return. Anpyeong was firm. He explained that he was going to have a new statue carved, but this one wouldn't be wearing a monk's robe. Its upper body would be completely exposed. They found a massive cliff that seemed perfect for the job. Anpyeong declared that since his brother was not only physically fit, but also very smart, he would have him carved as Manjusri, the bodhisattva of wisdom. A few months later, the work was well underway. A gigantic, muscular figure was already taking shape on the cliff face. Anpyeong looked up, satisfied that the rough sketch was finally complete. He thought the cliff had a dark energy, like a dragon rising to heaven. And that's how the empire gained a new Buddha statue, known as the Muscle Bodhisattva. The statue became a new attraction in Loyang, inspiring countless other sculptors. The story then jumps to September 9th, 1445. It was graduation day for the military training command, and a commander was shouting orders to the soldiers. The order rang out for all forces to salute His Majesty the King. King Sejong stood there, looking over the graduating class. In perfect unison, the soldiers shouted their salute. King Sejong looked at the soldiers with pride. He told them he could see how hard they'd worked and that their efforts would be an example for generations to come. The soldiers responded with a powerful shout, promising to fight for him until their very last breath. With the speeches done, King Sejong turned to the Crown Prince. He told him it was time to test how much the soldiers had really learned about war. The Crown Prince stepped forward and yelled the first command, ordering all forces into a square formation. The soldiers moved as one, quickly getting into position. A new order was shouted, telling the different units to form lines based on their type. One of the soldiers pulled out a knife and sliced through the thick rope, binding a bundle of logs. The logs immediately tumbled free and rolled across the ground. The test began. A commander yelled for the shield forces to prepare for impact. The heavy logs slammed into the line of shields with incredible force, but they held their ground. The commander ordered them to push forward and break through. With a unified shove, the soldiers sent the logs flying back. Next, the spearmen were called. One of them drove his spear straight into a log, shattering it on impact. Then came the long swordsman, moving forward in perfect formation. One of them locked his eyes on the target, his focus absolute. He planted his foot hard, getting ready to unleash a powerful strike. He swung his weapon, and the wooden target exploded into pieces. With the melee tests done, the commander called for the marksmen. They formed two ranks and took aim, but they weren't the main event. The commander ordered 5 fire carts into shooting formation. Someone watching from the side explained that his brother had made this weapon just for them. It was basically Joseon's version of a machine gun. The order was given to fire. A storm of fire and arrows shot across the field, hitting the target with a huge explosion. King Sejong clapped his hands, completely amazed by the display. He thought it was incredible. He declared that with a weapon like that, no enemy would ever dare to attack them again. The military review was a huge success. As a reward, King Yong upgraded the status of the townspeople who had joined the command. Hong San was even given a new name, Jung Byomsu. Meanwhile, in another part of the kingdom, an official was reading a report on the new soldiers. He couldn't believe what he was seeing and questioned if they had really completed all of their tasks. His subordinate confirmed it. The king himself had personally witnessed their accomplishments. The official realized that if the report was true, these soldiers were on a completely different level. No normal troops could ever compare to them. But he wasn't fully convinced. He pointed out their biggest weakness. They were all rookies, with zero combat experience. His subordinate agreed, adding that some might still run away during a real war. He also doubted they had ever trained in the dead of winter. They might have climbed mountains before, but they had no idea how brutal the cold could really be. He realized that the military training command wasn't just for show. It was created to stand on the front lines of a war. The official had a point, so a new idea was brought up. If the soldiers needed experience, they should go out and get it. But another official immediately shot down the idea. He explained that Mount Bakdalbong was incredibly dangerous in the winter, filled with hungry tigers. The first official considered this. He suggested sending just 30 of them, not the entire command. Their bodies were strong enough. Now they needed real experience. He even offered a solution to the danger. He would send a local soldier along to guide them and make sure they didn't freeze. But someone else wasn't convinced. He looked out into the cold night, worried. If even one soldier died, he wondered how they could possibly face the king. His worry turned into a grim realization. If they couldn't handle this, then the entire military training command was basically worthless. This was General Yi Ching-gok. He knew they couldn't entrust the northern region to soldiers. On the 1st of November, the soldiers arrived at the Hamhung provincial office. An officer called everyone to attention. The general commander had arrived. The soldiers all snapped to a salute. Turns out, Su Yang had brought the modern army's greeting method to his command. The commander welcomed them to the northern area. He told them he knew they'd all been through some rough training, but he warned them that Hamhung was a harsh land full of fierce cold and dangerous bandits. He gave them a personal example, explaining how he fought 3 horse thieves and lost an ear. The stab wound on his back was still numb. He looked at them, wondering if they could endure the same. He said the most important thing was to overcome the cold of the north. With that, he announced he was giving them their first mission. He gave them their first mission: climb to the top of Baktobong Mountain and leave a mark there. The soldiers looked uneasy. The commander ordered them to select 30 of their most nimble men and said he would assign 2 guides to help him. The time limit was short, just 8 days. The lead officer looked calm, but the soldier behind him was clearly worried. This was their chance to prove that the military training command was as good as everyone said it was. When one of the officers asked who the guide would be, a nervous-looking man stepped forward and said it was him. Officer Hong San pulled out a map to start making a plan. The other officer immediately questioned if they should really go through with it, worried they'd be in big trouble if anything went wrong. Hong San shot back that soldiers have to follow their orders. He pointed out that bandits don't just stop attacking because it's winter. The guide finally spoke up. He warned them that their training on the mountains near the capital was nothing. This place, he said, was going to be completely different. The guide kept pressing them, asking if they had a plan for the extreme cold. He warned that even experienced hunters lose fingers and toes out there. Hong San clenched his fist, crushing the map. He was clearly getting annoyed. He glared at the guide and told him to stop talking. If he wanted to come, he was welcome, but otherwise, he should just stay quiet. The other officer stepped in, smiling. He explained that one of their instructors was from a tough mountain region, so they had learned plenty about hiking in difficult conditions. The guide gritted his teeth, clearly not expecting them to be so confident. Hong San turned and gave the order to move out. He said there was no time to waste and told everyone who was packed to start heading out. As they left, the local soldiers started talking amongst themselves. They admitted the leader was tall and well-built, but they doubted one man could lead a group of 15 effectively. They laughed, wondering if the new guys even knew how to fight. One of them even made a cruel bet on how many toes they'd lose to the cold, guessing it would be at least 20. As the soldiers marched, one of them noticed a strange iron bar being carried by his comrade and asked what it was for. The local guide worriedly pointed out all the weight the soldier was carrying, from shields to weapons, but the soldier just smiled and told him not to worry about it. Instead of being annoyed, the soldier gave the guide a helpful tip, suggesting he loosen his earmuffs. The guide realized that was why his head hurt and thanked him. But as they walked, the soldiers realized the chains on their boots weren't helping much on the slippery ice. One of them looked down in frustration, wondering what kind of person would suggest wearing something so useless. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind, a tense moment where 2 men stood over someone on the ground, and there he was, in the memory, Grand Prince Suyang, clenching his fist with a look of absolute resolve. Back in the present, the soldier remembered. He told the others that it was Grand Prince Suyang's idea, and that they shouldn't ask any more questions. The local guide just stared, completely confused. As night fell, the leader decided they had traveled far enough. He called a halt and ordered everyone to set up camp. Without wasting a moment, the men got to work, putting up the tents with practiced speed. The local guide sat by the fire, amazed. He asked how they were all handling the cold mountain so easily. The soldier told him that Grand Prince Suyang had originally wanted to train them in a winter mountain, but they ran out of time. He explained that instead, they'd gone through 2 intense mountain training sessions to get ready. The guide's attention turned to the pot bubbling over the fire. He leaned in, curious about what they were making. The soldier handed him a bowl. He explained it was an assorted stew from their training camp, not delicious, but full of energy. The guide thanked him and took the bowl. He took his first sip, not sure what to expect. The guide was shocked. The taste was unique, and it had a strange fruit scent. He asked how it was made. The soldier explained the recipe: roasted pork, dried and ground up, then mixed with dried cherries, seaweed, and apples. A soldier ran up to Officer Hong San, reporting that all the tents were installed. Hong San was surprised they had finished so quickly. With the camp secured, Hong San decided that 6 men would be enough for the night watch. He ordered them to stand guard in groups of 2 on 3 sides of the camp, making sure everyone carried a whistle. The soldiers immediately confirmed they understood. The camp settled in for the night under a dark, cloudy sky. Officer Hong San sat alone by the fire, watching the flames. A moment later, one of his comrades walked up to him. Hong San asked if the bonfire was all right, pointing out that it wasn't his turn for watch duty yet. The soldier admitted it wasn't his turn, but he wanted to talk. He suggested that maybe Hong San could try speaking more kindly to the other men. Hong San turned back to the fire. He explained that while they were comrades, he was their leader. He believed that if you're too soft, people will take advantage of it. Hong San cut straight to the point. He accused the other officer of being unhappy that he was made a squad leader, even though they were the same rank. The other officer was completely caught off guard. He swore he'd never once thought anything like that, but Hong San didn't believe him. He asked if he'd always just been a problem for him. That's when Hong San revealed the real issue. He knew his comrade had gone to Grand Prince Suyang behind his back to talk about leaving the camp. He asked how he could sleep at night after betraying a friend. The other officer stammered, unable to explain himself. Hong San just cut him off and stood up. He was done talking. He announced that it was time to rotate the night watch shift. As Hong San walked away, the other officer called out his name, warning him to be careful. Hong San stopped and gave him a cold look. He warned him that next time, he might be the one to stab him in the back. After a long climb, the soldiers finally reached the summit. They planted their flag, marking their success. One of the officers was amazed. He'd climbed plenty of mountains before, but never reached a peak so comfortably. But another soldier wasn't celebrating. Seeing his worried expression, his comrade asked him if something was wrong. He pointed to the sky. Dark clouds were rolling in fast from the northwest. A storm was coming, but the storm wasn't the only thing watching them. The officer immediately started shouting orders. He told everyone to get down the mountain and make torches, knowing it was dangerous to be isolated up there. That's when a soldier screamed a warning to Officer Younghae. A massive tiger lunged out from the darkness, right behind him. He turned, his eyes wide with shock. With no time to think, Officer Younghae drew his blade. He met the tiger's charge head on, driving his sword straight into its neck. But the wound wasn't deep enough. The attack only made the beast angrier. Seeing his officer in danger, another soldier charged forward, shield raised. The tiger swatted him aside with a single, powerful blow. The soldier grunted as the hit sent him flying backward. He lost his footing on the icy ground. The other soldiers could only watch in horror, completely helpless. He tumbled right off the edge of the cliff. A desperate scream echoed across the mountain. He stood over the trainees and announced the next exercise. 31 repetitions of the lying leg twist. The men were horrified. 31 reps sounded impossible, but Suyang wasn't having any of it. He yelled at them to stop complaining and get moving. He demanded they push their muscles to the limit. With no other choice, they started the exercise. Suyang counted off the reps, one by one. He watched them like a hawk, warning that any rep with bad posture wouldn't even count. The man's legs were already shaking uncontrollably from the effort, but Suyang was unmoved. He just kept counting, watching them struggle. The count just kept going, pushing past 20 and climbing higher. Finally, with a desperate shout, one of the trainees yelled out the last number. But after he yelled, the entire training ground went completely quiet. The men looked up, their faces filled with dread. They knew they had messed up. That's when Suyang's voice cut through the silence. He asked if he'd just heard someone call out the final count. He was smiling, but it wasn't friendly at all. He calmly asked them to remind him how many reps they were supposed to do before yelling. No one dared to say a word. That's when he snapped. He screamed the question at them again. His patience completely gone. The soldiers cried out in complete agony. 62 reps. Suyang's voice boomed across the training ground, ordering them to begin the lying leg twist. Their screams echoed, and then everything went dark. Miles away, on the snowy mountain, Officer Younghae slowly came to his senses. He looked around, completely stunned. He was alive. He wasn't the only one. Another soldier was lying nearby, muttering to himself about climbing ropes. The soldier spotted him and called out his name, trying to wake him up. Younghae's eyes shot open. He was looking through a narrow gap, and someone was looking back, asking if he was finally awake. Hong San explained they had landed on a ledge halfway down the cliff. The branches and snow had broken their fall, saving their lives. He asked Younghae if he was able to move. Younghae confirmed he was okay. He was more worried about how much time they had lost. Without wasting any time, Hong San told him they needed to get going. But as Hong San turned, Younghae noticed something was wrong. He called out his name, pointing to the bloodstain on his side. Hong San was injured. Despite the injury, they started making their way through the deep snow. Younghae gripped his walking stick, his knuckles already raw from the cold and the effort. He knew this wasn't going to work. They couldn't keep going like this. Hong San told Younghae that he had to get back to headquarters within 8 days to secure his future. He urged him to go on ahead, promising to rest for a bit and catch up later. Younghae just looked back at him, not saying a word. He reminded Hong San that the tiger was still somewhere nearby. Resting alone was a terrible idea, but Hong San just smiled and insisted he was fine, telling him again to go on first. Younghae's expression turned cold. He thought to himself that with an injury like that, Hong San was just a burden anyway, so he told Hong San to do as he pleased. He agreed to go ahead, and with that, he turned and walked away. And just like that, Hong San was left all alone in the falling snow. He watched him disappear, thinking to himself that he'd done the right thing. He had to make sure Younghae got back safely. He hid behind a tree, noticing fresh footprints in the snow. His decision to wait had been the right one. Then he saw it, the tiger. He knew that after starving all winter, the beast would kill him and then go straight for Younghae. He couldn't retreat. He had to make his stand right here. He raised his rifle, knowing a shot to its massive body wouldn't even make it flinch. But then, he noticed the wound on its face. The injury seemed to be blocking its vision on one side. This was his chance. He braced himself as the tiger charged, aiming carefully. A headshot was the only way he was getting out of this alive. The beast closed the distance in an instant. It was almost on top of him. He pulled the trigger, just as the tiger's jaws were about to close around him. In that split second, everything became clear. He knew it was a bad idea to face this thing alone. Turns out, he wasn't alone after all. Just as the soldier fired, Younghae had returned, finishing the beast off with his sword. Younghae turned to the soldier. He told him not to get the wrong idea, claiming he didn't come back just for him. He explained that if anyone dropped out, it would just make the military training command look bad. That was the only reason. The soldier just smiled. He understood. Then he asked a different question. If Younghae still hated the Grand Prince. The officer was completely thrown off by the change of subject. An officer was waiting in the dark. He demanded to know where the soldier had been, reminding him that trainees weren't supposed to leave the command. The soldier just stood there silently, but someone else was watching from a distance. The officer recognized Hong San and another soldier, Hong Yun-sung, who was covered in blood. The next day, the incident was reported. An official demanded that Hong Yun-sung be expelled immediately for leaving camp and fighting with citizens. He argued that this kind of behavior would ruin the military training command's reputation. Su-young listened to the report without saying a word. The official was clearly unhappy with the situation, but Su-young had already made up his mind. A little later, an officer approached Su-young, looking worried. He asked the Grand Prince if what he did was really necessary, explaining that his decision had shocked the entire command. Su-young explained his reasoning. He said this would quiet down the complaints for now and give Hong Yun-sung a chance to think about what he'd done. He also admitted he didn't want to draw any public attention to the matter. The officer still seemed unsure. He suggested that just giving him a verbal punishment would have been better, but Su-young disagreed. He explained that Hong Yun-sung had a strong sense of pride, and a simple scolding might have just made things worse. He knew the other instructors wouldn't have gone as far as he did. Su-young added that while it's hard to change someone in 7 months, living in the command would force him to understand eventually. Suddenly, the scene changed. We were somewhere else, and someone was being questioned. It was Officer Younghae. He seemed annoyed, saying he didn't remember the conversation being brought up. He insisted he'd moved on from those feelings a long time ago. Hong San just watched him, a small smile on his face. That's when we saw where they were, stranded on a ledge in the middle of a cliff. Far below, their soldiers were shouting up at them, calling out for Officer Hong San and Officer Younghae. Suddenly, a man looked up, his face filled with total shock. He was yelling for the officers. They were standing over the body of the massive tiger they'd just killed, and his shouts made them turn around. The scene changed completely. At a snowy outpost, an urgent order came down. They had to pack immediately because any soldiers caught in the heavy snow would be goners. Inside, an officer was yelling at everyone to hurry up. The man in charge knew it was bad. He explained that on the mountain, the snow was probably already waist deep, even if they left right now. He felt that if they died, it would be entirely his fault. He couldn't just stand by and let it happen. He was done waiting. On his horse, he gave the order to gather the fastest horsemen who knew the mountains. They needed a rescue party strong enough to carry 30 people back. He shouted for them to open the gates. The massive doors swung open, and the rescue team rode out into the blizzard. The rescue party pushed through the blizzard, searching for any sign of the missing soldiers. But then, they saw something moving in the distance. It was the soldiers they were looking for, walking right towards them. The commander couldn't believe his eyes. As soon as they reached the gate, the soldiers stopped and saluted their commander. He was completely stunned. He asked how they possibly made it back on their own through this storm. Hong San explained that they had simply followed instructions, leaving traces and flags so they could find their way back. But he said there was something else, and that's when the commander saw what they were dragging behind them, a massive tiger. Hong San continued, saying a mountain tiger had been lurking around while they were coming down the mountain. They had no choice but to capture it. He then apologized, explaining that capturing the tiger had caused a slight delay in their schedule. The commander couldn't wrap his head around it. They had actually caught a mountain tiger. He muttered that even 30 soldiers would have found it a difficult fight, but another soldier corrected him. He explained that it was just 2 officers, Hong San and Hong Yun-sung, who captured the tiger all by themselves. The soldier added that they were lucky because the tiger was weak. He said Hong San made it all possible by holding the beast back with his shield. The officer was stunned. He asked again if it was really just the 2 of them. He realized that even with a weakened tiger, this was an incredible feat for 2 rookies. They were on a completely different level. For their incredible achievement, Yi Jing-ok promoted them both to commander rank. It was an unheard of promotion for soldiers from the military training command. But somewhere else, someone was furious. He refused to believe the story he was hearing, saying he'd rather believe in flying pigs. The other soldiers surrounded him, laughing. They accused him of being a liar, refusing to believe that just 2 men could take down a mountain tiger. One of them joked that anyone could bring back a starved beast and claim they hunted it. But Hong San didn't react to their insults. He just lowered his head and introduced himself as a shield trainee from the military training command. The change in tone was immediate. One of the soldiers froze, suddenly terrified by the quiet intensity in Hong San's voice. With his arms crossed, Hong San announced that it was time to start training. He promised them it wouldn't be difficult, but his calmness just made them bolder. They demanded he be honest, accusing him of just killing time and stumbling upon the tiger by chance. They laughed, saying there was nothing special about his unit. They took his silence as proof that they were right. That's when Hong San's hand shot out, grabbing one of the men by the arm. The talking was over. The soldier was stunned when Hong San suddenly ripped off his top, demanding to know what he was doing. He pointed to a deep gash on his side. He explained that he got the wound while catching the tiger and asked if they still wanted to tease him. Even with all his training, the beast had torn him up. He told them that if the cut had been any deeper, his insides would have spilled out. The soldier's confidence was completely gone, but Hong San just had a small, unsettling smile on his face. He then added that the tiger paid a heavy price, too. He'd taken its eye. Then he dropped the real shocker. On the way down the mountain, he chewed on the eyeball as a snack. The men were absolutely horrified. Hong San grinned, telling them it was a true delicacy. He said it was a shame they'd never get to taste something so good. One of the soldiers finally broke, yelling that Hong San was completely insane. Hong San cut them off, telling them to stop talking and grab their sticks. The soldier with the eye patch got nervous, asking if Hong San was planning to beat them into submission. Hong San just gave them a look, asking if they really wanted to find out. The next thing we knew, they were outside in the training yard. Hong San stood with a round shield and told the men he was about to show them just how weak they were. He challenged them to step forward, one at a time, and hit his shield as hard as they could. Then he made a bet. If anyone could make him drop the shield, or even move backward, he'd give each of them 5 male of rice. The men were stunned. That was an insane amount of rice. The soldier with the eye patch grinned and grabbed his stick. He wasn't about to turn down free food. He yelled that he was looking forward to the meal and swung with everything he had. The impact was insane. The soldier went flying backward and hit the ground hard. A few hours later, every single one of the new recruits was on the ground, completely wiped out. They had all tried to take him on, and they had all failed. The soldiers apologized, admitting they had no idea he was so strong. Hong San just smiled and asked if they were ready to follow his training now. The soldier with the eye patch stammered, asking if they had to start right away. But Hong San cut him off with a terrifying grin, announcing the first exercise. He ordered them to prepare for something called the lying leg twist. A moment later, screams echoed through the snowy mountains. Turns out, the military training command's methods were very effective. The new recruits' bad attitudes didn't last long. Meanwhile, back in the capital city of Hanyang, Grand Prince Anpyeong had just returned from his trip to the Ming dynasty. The king was pleased. The trip to the Ming dynasty had been a success, managing to lower the annual tribute of horses. A man named Yi Yong was greeted warmly by his elder brother, Grand Prince Anpyeong. Anpyeong noticed that his younger brother seemed to be in better shape than before. He smiled and asked if the trip had been a good one. Yi Yong confirmed it was a great trip. He explained that he'd even discussed the importance of preparing the body with the descendants of Confucius. He mentioned that the scholars were surprised by his ideas. Then, changing the subject, he held out a gift for his brother. Anpyeong took the scroll and unrolled it. He immediately recognized it as a drawing of the Longmen Grottos. Yi Yong explained that the drawing represented Anpyeong. He then proudly announced that he commissioned a new statue of his brother in Luoyang. Anpyeong was speechless. He suddenly looked furious. He explained that the original statues had filled his brother's beautiful muscles with fat, and he couldn't just stand by and let that happen. It was his duty as a younger sibling to fix it. Anpyeong let out a long, his anger finally gone. He was actually touched. He told Yi Yong he was the only one who truly cared about his muscles, and promised he would definitely visit the new statue. Suddenly, a servant's voice cut through the air. Someone had arrived at the royal palace. Suyang was in the middle of his workout. He looked up from the weights and asked who the visitor was. He stopped what he was doing, waiting for an answer. A servant reminded him that the king and the crown prince were supposed to be away at a hot spring. The servant looked confused. If they were gone, then why had the king's grandson come to the palace? The young boy just stood there, looking like he was about to cry. To cheer the boy up, Suyang offered to tell him about his trip to the Ming dynasty. The grandson eagerly agreed. The young prince asked if it was true that ships could cross mountains there. Suyang explained that they don't cross mountains, but instead follow the rivers that run between them. His eyes lit up with excitement. He leaned in and asked how something so amazing could have been made. Suyang began to explain that the Grand Canal was first built by a man named Emperor Yang of Sui. He told the boy that to connect 2 major rivers, the emperor treated his people horribly. He was explaining that people were so desperate they would break their own bones just to escape the work. That's when another man's voice cut him off, calling for the grandson. It was the scholar of the Hall of Worthies, Li Ha-jip. He told the young prince it was time for his evening study and that he needed to get ready. The story was over. Suyang stared at the scholar, clearly not happy about being interrupted. Suyang didn't say anything, but you could tell he was already thinking of a way around this. The young prince looked like he was about to cry. He didn't want the story to end. Seeing his chance, Suyang smiled and asked the scholar if he could teach the boy for a little while instead. The scholar let out a tired. He agreed, but told Suyang he only had 1 hour. Suyang told them to wait there while he went to get something. The grandson's mood changed instantly, and he called out to his uncle with excitement. The scholar just sighed, reminding the young prince to mind his dignity. This was clearly not going how he planned. When Suyang came back, he was holding a strange-looking racket. He announced that this was called badminton. He explained that even the crown prince used this kind of exercise to train his body and mind. The young boy looked determined. Suyang explained that this new exercise was designed for kids. He said it was safer for them, since their bones weren't ready for serious training yet. He served the shuttlecock, adding that it was also a form of learning. He was clearly trying to get the scholar on board, but he wasn't swinging like he was playing with a kid. He put his entire body into it. The shuttlecock shot across the court like a cannonball. The grandson just watched it, smiling, ready to play. It flew right past his head and smashed into the wall behind him, cracking the wood. The boy's eyes went wide with shock. He immediately started crying, telling his uncle there was no way he could do this. Suyang froze. He realized he might have overdone it just a little. Turns out, he'd been practicing with Mr. Ma. He was so used to their intense games that he completely forgot who he was playing with. with and put way too much power into his swing. He quickly tried to play it off, blaming his own clumsiness. He told the boy they should try again. This time, he served with a lot less power. The young prince watched it come over the net and got ready to swing. Soo-young easily returned the shot, and a real game started. The boy was having a great time, amazed at how fast the shuttlecock could fly. But the scholar, watching from the side, was not impressed at all. He just stood there, silently judging the whole thing. Finally, the scholar spoke up. He sighed and asked Soo-young what kind of teaching this was supposed to be, clearly unhappy that it was replacing the boy's evening studies. He reminded Soo-young that the king would be back soon and would expect to see real progress in the boy's education. He understood Soo-young needed to show results, but this was not the way. Soo-young pushed back against the scholar. He explained that learning through the body was just as important as learning from books, and that badminton would help the boy's future. Soo-young asked him what this could be, if not a form of learning. The scholar had no immediate answer. After a moment of silence, the scholar finally admitted that he understood. With that settled, Soo-young turned back to the young prince. He told the boy, whose name was Hongwei, to mimic his movements. But they weren't alone. Someone else was watching, and he completely agreed with Soo-young's methods. Turns out, it was the crown prince, the boy's father. He stepped out and asked his son if he wanted to try playing too, and the boy was thrilled. A moment later, the shuttlecock was flying through the air. The crown prince jumped right in, happily joining the training session. The young prince was having the time of his life, completely lost in the game. The scholar kept a close eye on the score. He noted that the grandson had 9 points, while Soo-young had 11. The scholar thought they'd had enough for one day. He suggested to Soo-young that it was time to stop and go inside. Soo-young cheekily asked the scholar why he didn't try playing himself. The scholar flatly refused, saying he was only there to serve the grandson. But Soo-young wasn't taking no for an answer. He grabbed the scholar's arm, insisting he play just once. The scholar stammered in shock, asking what he was doing. The scholar was furious. He yelled that Soo-young was going too far and warned him that the crown prince would be very disappointed that the grandson was skipping his studies. A little while later, things had completely changed. The scholar was now the one playing, sweating and yelling at the grandson to move his feet faster. Finally, the young prince said he thought it was time to go back to the palace. A court lady agreed, seeing how tired he was. Soo-young told the boy to go have his dinner. Soo-young suggested his wife should try playing badminton, saying it was good for everyone. She calmly replied that while staying healthy is good, it was getting late and time for dinner. But a little while later, she was completely hooked. She excitedly claimed she'd just scored a point, insisting she saw it hit the line. Her husband just stammered nervously, quickly agreeing that they could go have dinner now. But the popularity of badminton didn't just end there. The crown prince was walking with his son. He told the boy that he'd heard about his frequent visits to his uncle's home. He reminded the young prince that he'd missed a lot of his evening studies, and that he should have known he'd be scolded for it. Turns out, the crown prince was playing badminton himself. He yelled at his father that it was evening study time, and told him to hurry up and hit the shuttlecock. He jokingly yelled at his brother Soo-young, complaining that he should have been the first to learn this new exercise. It looked like the game had taken over the entire palace. It was like badminton had become the only drug allowed in Joseon. The trend started with the upper class, but it quickly spread to everyone, even the common folk. And just like that, Joseon had a new traditional game. Meanwhile, in another kingdom, a ruler sat on his throne and asked one of his ministers for a report. He wanted to know how many infantry hand cannons had been produced so far. The minister reported that they had received 3,000 cannons from Joseon. On top of that, they were in the process of making 8,000 more themselves. The ruler asked about the quality of the new cannons. The minister explained that while their performance was similar, they were much heavier, which tired out the soldiers more quickly. The ruler just smiled. He said if the weight was an issue, they should just let the strongest soldiers carry them. The minister suddenly remembered the plan. He confirmed they would use the hand cannons when they went to fight the Northern Yuan. A white-haired official, with a sly smile, agreed, promising to follow the order and produce even more cannons. The minister in the background could only look on in confusion. The minister stammered, asking if he heard correctly. He couldn't believe His Majesty had used the word subjugate. The ruler's smile didn't fade. He confirmed that was exactly what he said. His expression turned dark. He announced that he would use this opportunity to wipe out the Northern Yuan for good. Meanwhile, back in Joseon, things were happening at the military supplies department. King Sejong was there to see the progress himself. He noted that after several failures, they'd finally managed to improve the infantry hand cannon. The official bowed, confirming it was true. But the official gave all the credit to Soo-young, the Grand Prince. He insisted that without the prince's inventions, it would have been impossible. Soo-young had no idea what he was talking about. The official started to explain. He reminded Soo-young about the steps device he'd been using for exercise, and how its main bar bent and had to be remade. Seeing how strong the new part had to be gave him an idea. He figured if they could make something that strong for an exercise machine, they could use the same method to shape the cannon barrels. Just like that, Soo-young's obsession with workout equipment had accidentally created a huge military breakthrough. The official explained his idea. He had workers run inside the prince's steps device like it was a giant wheel. The power from the wheel turned a drill, which bored out the cannon barrels with perfect precision. He proudly declared it was the fastest way to make the new hand cannons. He explained that before this, apprentices had to drill the holes by hand, using only their forearm strength. But a person's arm can only do so much. As the workers got tired, the drills would often go off course, ruining the barrels. The official said that repeating the same motion just wears people out. So he made them a deal. Use the steps device, and they could leave work an hour early. The king was stunned. He couldn't believe the official got his workers to exercise just by offering to let them go home early. The official finished his story, explaining that once he made the offer, everyone was eager to use the machine. The official asked Suyang why they weren't using the iron wrapping methods he had taught them before. Suyang explained that those cannons were too weak. They kept breaking after 100 shots, so they had to switch to a new method. Turns out, the new ideas came from his brother, Grand Prince Gumsung. Suyang seemed surprised to hear his brother's name. He admitted Gumsung was clever, but he still looked a little suspicious. The official boasted that with this new method, they could easily make 2,000 hand cannons a year. He confirmed that the old way of making them would soon disappear. He clarified that the really powerful cannons still needed special grooves carved inside them, which meant they had to be made the old-fashioned way. But for the regular infantry cannons, the new method was perfect. Since it was cheap and fast, the plan was to spread it to all the craftsmen. Later, Suyang was with his father, the king. He asked him why he was suddenly paying so much attention to firearms. The king paused for a moment before answering. He was clearly thinking about something important. He explained that earlier in the year, an order had arrived from the Ming Empire. The order stated that Ming planned to punish the Northern Yuan and wanted Joseon's help. Suyang looked confused, asking why they were targeting the Northern Yuan and not the Jurchen people. The king confirmed it was the Northern Yuan. He said Ming had finally decided to punish them for their constant disrespect. Suyang immediately asked the important question. Did Ming demand soldiers from them for this campaign? His father's answer was a simple, direct confirmation. The king laid out the demand. Ming wanted 20,000 mounted soldiers and 80,000 regular troops to attack the Northern Yuan from the rear. Suyang quickly realized the true scale of the request. He pointed out that regular soldiers didn't even include support staff. Sending that many people would basically empty out the entire country. The king told Suyang he was gathering experts on the frontier to get their opinions. He made it clear that Suyang needed to be there too. Suyang simply agreed, calling him father. But he knew the timing for all of this was terrible. Later, at the meeting, the officials were already shouting. One of them argued that Ming's claim of having 500,000 soldiers was a huge lie, saying there was no way they could supply that many people. Another official agreed, saying the demand for 20,000 mounted soldiers was also ridiculous. He pointed out that they didn't even have enough war horses for a force that large. A third official chimed in, yelling about the 80,000 regular troops. He explained that sending that many would mean mobilizing almost every soldier in the entire country. The king listened to all of this, letting out a stressed groan. The pressure was clearly getting to him. After a moment, he made his decision. He announced that due to the emergency, he was appointing Right Minister Kim Jong-seo to be in charge of all frontier affairs. All eyes turned to Kim Jong-seo. The fate of the frontier was now in his hands. He bowed, promising to work his fingers to the bone. But inside, he was screaming, terrified that the king was planning to send them north again. The king then turned to him directly. He wanted to know how the new frontier affairs minister saw the situation in the north. Kim Jong-seo began his report, explaining that several nearby regions had recently overthrown their rulers, causing unrest everywhere. The king brought up a recent report, pointing out that one of the frontiers seemed to have no issues at all, but the minister corrected him. He said that province was the only one in good condition. The other areas were filled with much fiercer people, and half of them were just thieves. He warned that the most unusual and dangerous force was a group of barbarians led by a man named Lee Man-ju. This man was clearly not someone to be taken lightly. The king got straight to the point. He knew they couldn't just ignore Ming's demands, so he asked how many troops they could actually afford to send. The minister had the numbers. He said they could send about 60,000 troops, but he warned that such a large force would leave their northern border completely defenseless. Another official chimed in, pointing out that if the north collapsed, the barbarians could easily gather 100,000 soldiers. He laid out the nightmare scenario. If they sent their army away, the enemy would have a perfect opportunity to invade. The thought was like a dark omen hanging over them, a vision of total destruction and death. If the enemy invaded, the city of Pyongyang would be turned into a wasteland. The king considered the awful options before him. Just then, one of the princes stepped forward to address the king. He told his father that he had an idea. Miles away, in the Ming Empire's Forbidden Palace, the emperor listened as a message from Joseon was read aloud. It started by reminding him of how much Joseon had suffered from the Northern Yuan in the past. The message declared that since the Ming Empire was finally going to punish them, Joseon would give its full support. The emperor heard the number, 60,000 troops. He turned to his Ministry of War and asked for their thoughts on the offer. The official explained that from Joseon's perspective, sending 60,000 soldiers was a massive effort. The emperor agreed they couldn't complain about the numbers and told him to keep reading. The message went on to say that because of troublemakers like the barbarian Lee Man-ju, some areas were unstable. It stated that Joseon needed to suppress these barbarians first to protect their own lands. The emperor repeated the name. His interest caught. Lee Man-ju. The emperor asked for more information on Lee Man-ju. The official explained that he was a Jurchen chieftain who had recently been given a position by the Ming Empire. A white-haired advisor named Wang Zhen chimed in. He confirmed that Lee Man-ju was the chieftain of the Uriankai tribe, the same one they had given a government post to. The emperor was furious. He couldn't believe someone he'd given a position to was still acting like a common robber. He immediately ordered his men to get rid of him. But then, another official named Kwang Ye asked to speak. He pointed out that even though it was just a formality, the Ming Empire was the one who gave Li Manju his official title. He warned that if Joseon took him down, it could cause other Jurchen tribes to rise up against Ming. Kwang Ye was worried it would cause a fight within their own sphere of influence. But Wang Zhen just smiled. He told the emperor that the Ministry of War was being too careful. He argued that if the other Jurchen tribes caused trouble, Ming could simply claim they knew nothing about it. Wang Zhen added that there was one more thing to consider. He explained there was a very good reason to let Joseon handle the problem. He stood there silently, letting his words sink in. The emperor was listening closely. He wanted to know what the reason was. Another official explained that their support for the war against the Northern Yuan was tied to this request to deal with Li Manju. He said it was a perfect opportunity. They could clean up the troublesome north and test Joseon's newly trained soldiers and hand cannons in a real battle. Wang Zhen smiled. The plan was simple. Pit Joseon against Li Manju to see how useful their new weapons really were. Basically, they could fight the Northern Yuan without getting their own hands dirty. Wang Zhen was sure his plan was perfect. But on the other side of the border, Li Manju, the man they were targeting, remained completely unaware. He had no idea he was about to be caught in the middle of a much larger game. The story of this conflict really starts with the Yongle Emperor. Even after he beat the Northern Yuan, he could never completely get rid of the nomads. So, he allowed them to trade, but only as a way to control them. This trading system eventually became known as the horse markets. The whole point was for the Ming to buy up horses, taking away the Northern Yuan's military power. The nomads didn't like it, but they had no choice. They desperately needed the supplies. But then, strange things started happening at these markets. A trader from the Northern Yuan argued with a Ming official. He insisted that just last year, the official paid 40 silver for a much worse horse. The official just scoffed, saying he'd never pay that much. Trying to smooth things over, the trader offered him some wool he had left, hoping the official would just look the other way. But the official completely lost it. He started yelling, insulting the trader, and asking how he dared to offer him a bribe. The trader was stunned. He couldn't understand the sudden change in attitude, especially since the official had always happily accepted bribes before. The trader's eyes shot open in disbelief. He had no idea what was going on. Suddenly, a Ming official started screaming at another trader. His guards surrounded the man, warning him that if he moved, they'd kill him on the spot. The trader frantically warned his superior that this was madness. He said that if their leader, Isen Taishi, found out about this, he'd be furious. But the official didn't seem to care. He just told the trader it couldn't be helped and demanded he pay for the pots they brought. The trader pleaded, shouting that he couldn't afford to live if he had to give away so much. He tried to explain that the prices had gone way up. The official shot back that the price of iron had also gone up, so they had no choice either. He then coldly told the trader to think about what his own people had done to cause this. Elsewhere, a statesman named Arlok was getting some new information. An officer whispered to him that he'd heard Joseon was taking a lot of iron as trade goods. Arlok seemed to dismiss the idea. He didn't believe a small country like Joseon could possibly buy enough iron to affect the entire market price. He knew they had to figure out what was really going on. Far away, at the home of Isen Taishi, the ruler of the Northern Yuan, a man arrived with a heavy heart. He told his leader he was ashamed to even face him. He explained that the Ming Empire had broken the rules of the horse market and was now persecuting their people. Isen Taishi listened, his expression hardening. He asked if this was all happening because of Joseon. He slammed his fist down, furious. He couldn't believe it. He raged that it was nonsense to use Joseon as an excuse, calling them a weak kingdom that used to bow down to them. One of his advisors spoke up, urging him to calm down. Isen Taishi took a breath. He decided they would send someone to Joseon to handle this. The advisor laid out the plan. If Joseon killed or kicked out their messenger, it would prove they were secretly working with the Ming Empire. But if Joseon treated the messenger well, it would be a clear sign that their relationship with Ming was weak. Isen Taishi listened, realizing it was a perfect test. A few days later, the messenger arrived in Hanyang, the capital of Joseon. The messenger unrolled a scroll and began his address. He stated that the Northern Yuan was the successor of the Great Yuan, just as Joseon was the successor of Goryeo. He reminded them that their former nations were once connected by marriage. Then he proposed they form a new brotherly pact. The Joseon officials were completely stunned. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. A new brotherly pact? The idea was outrageous. The official gritted his teeth, furious. It was a massive insult. After all, it hadn't even been 100 years since they fought a war to drive the Yuan dynasty out of their lands. The official's mind flashed back to the past. He remembered how every year, hundreds of princesses were taken and thousands of his people were turned into slaves. He remembered the countless men who were forced to fight and die in foreign lands. And now they wanted a brotherly pact. He couldn't believe the nerve. The tension in the court was thick. Every official was seething. The messenger then explained the real problem. The Ming Empire was cutting off their trade, even essential items like iron. He said his people were starving. One of the older officials understood immediately. They just wanted a new trade route. But for him, It was personal. He wanted to tear the messenger apart for what his people had done. They had taken his 4 daughters. The old man was ready to kill the envoy right there to settle his score, but the younger official quickly grabbed him, warning him to stay calm. He reminded him that killing a messenger would only bring more trouble. He urged the old man to wait, saying the king surely had his own plans. And up on the throne, King Sejong listened to it all, his expression giving nothing away. After hearing all the arguments, King Sejong made his decision. He ordered his men to give the envoys 1,000 rolls of cotton and 50 iron pots. The old official who had lost his daughters completely lost it. He screamed, begging the king not to give those wicked people anything. The envoy, however, was thrilled. He thought about how pleased his leader, Taishi, would be with such valuable gifts. He sat there with a smug look on his face, believing he had completely outsmarted them. Later, once they were alone, Suyang approached his father. He asked if the real reason for the gifts was what he suspected. The king admitted it was a necessary move. He explained that if he hadn't given them something, they would have easily discovered Joseon's secret cooperation with the Ming. Suyang understood immediately. The envoys hadn't come for trade. They were there to test Joseon's loyalty. The king's plan had bought them some time, but Suyang knew it wouldn't be long before the Northern Yuan figured out the truth anyway. The king knew they were on borrowed time. He decided they had to move first and take down Lee Manju before the Northern Yuan could react. Far to the north, in a place called Kangye, the Joseon army was gathering. An old commander looked out over the camp. He remarked to his companion that it had been 13 years since they were last here, and he was feeling his age. This was Kim Hyo-seong, the Minister of Military Affairs. He hoped this would be his very last time on the battlefield. He then brought up a concern. He'd heard that soldiers from the new military training command had been added to their ranks. The other man, Yi Jing-suk, was skeptical. He argued that cavalry was the only way to deal with barbarians, and that infantry just wouldn't cut it. Kim Hyo-seong admitted that was true for open plains, but not for the mountains. He pointed to their long route on the map, worried that the march would leave their soldiers completely worn out. Yi Jing-seok just laughed. He found it strange to be sent on another mission right after finishing the last one. Yi Jing-seok chuckled, calling the person they were discussing a troublesome noble. He then asked Kim Hyo-seong why he looked so serious, wondering if he and his younger brother still weren't getting along. Kim Hyo-seong admitted he had no affection for his brother, calling him a narrow-minded brat. Just then, a rider approached. Yi Jing-seok introduced him as Wonbong, praising his strength after a long journey spent fighting bandits. Turns out, Wonbong was the brother Kim Hyo-seong had just been complaining about. The two of them just stared at each other, the tension thick between them. Later, in a planning room, the commanders made their decision. They would move their troops on the first day of the 6th month. One of the commanders stressed that the mission's success depended on one thing. If Lee Manju escaped, it would only boost his morale and attract more followers. Another commander then offered a plan. He suggested they split their forces into 2 groups to surround the enemy. The commander laid out the plan. The left flank would march north from Kangye to strike Lee Manju from the east. He stressed that timing was everything. They had to coordinate perfectly to trap him. Thanks to a friendly chieftain, they knew exactly where Lee Manju was hiding. His group had crossed the Pedro River and was now deep to the east of Kaiyuan. He warned that this was their only shot. If they failed to capture Lee Manju now, he would just retreat further into the wilderness. And if that happened, finding him again would be nearly impossible. He was worried about the left flank, questioning if they could really travel hundreds of kilometers through harsh mountain terrain. Then, he made a strange request. He asked to remove 400 infantrymen and 600 support staff from the left flank. The other commander was confused, arguing that they needed those support troops for the war. But the first commander explained he had already handpicked a special group for the job. These weren't just any soldiers. They were an elite unit, already experienced with training in high-altitude mountains. The question was, could this special unit really make it in time? The commander was certain they could, but there was still a hint of doubt. The commander then raised a critical question. If his special unit got there before the main army, did they have permission to attack right away? The look on his face was all the answer needed. There would be no hesitation. The central flank was led by Commander Kim Hyo-seong. He had 8,000 men under his command. Commander Yi Jing-seok commanded the right flank, a cavalry unit 5,000 strong. And finally, the left flank was an infantry unit of 4,000 men, led by Commander Yi Jing-ok. On the first day of the 6th month, all 3 armies marched out with a single goal, to take down Lee Manju. Meanwhile, in Lee Manju's camp, a scout delivered urgent news. He reported that Joseon's soldiers had set out from Wiju. Lee Manju asked if that meant they had already crossed the river. The scout confirmed it. He explained that the news was 4 days old. By now, the Joseon army was probably already deep into their territory. Lee Manju's face hardened. The enemy was coming. The news was even worse than he thought. The scout explained it wasn't just one army. A cavalry unit was heading towards Shenyang. Another force was coming from Uiju, and soldiers were marching north from Kangye. They were being attacked from 3 sides. Lee Manju was stunned. He couldn't understand it. After all the times they had raided and plundered Joseon, the kingdom had never responded with a force this massive. He stood there, motionless, weighing his options. Then, a terrible thought hit him. He realized the Ming dynasty must have abandoned them. His subordinate couldn't believe what he was hearing. The man panicked. asking if they should just flee immediately. Lee Man-ju exploded with rage. He yelled that if word got out, they ran from Yoseon. They would lose all respect, and their position would be gone for good. He explained his plan. They had to at least pretend to fight for a while. It would buy him time to find the scattered Jurchen people and absorb them into his army before Joseon arrived. He knew he just needed one victory. If he could just stop the Joseon army once, it would be enough to rebuild his military power. But his subordinates started to panic. He asked what they were supposed to do, certain they would be surrounded if they just waited. Lee Man-ju snapped, calling the man a moron. He pointed at the massive, snowy mountains, explaining that the entire path from Kongye was nothing but rugged valleys. He scoffed at the idea of sending troops that way, saying they didn't need to worry about some infantry soldiers. His subordinate looked on, completely impressed by his chief's confidence. He told him their real concern wasn't the soldiers climbing the mountains. It was the cavalry unit. But those soldiers were already marching, moving with perfect discipline. One of the officers, a man with an eye patch, was furious. He cursed Lee Man-ju for making them trek through the mountains for 8 days straight and swore he'd make him pay for it. The younger soldier looked back at his officer, completely confused by the number he just heard. The officer with the eye patch grinned, explaining that he found the math lesson fascinating. He planned to get his revenge by splitting their enemy in half 8 times. The younger soldier smiled, telling the officer that he was happy to see him so dedicated to arithmetic, but he had a different idea. He said that instead of cutting the guy into pieces, he'd rather grind him in a millstone and taste his blood. The officer stared in horror, realizing the kid was a pure devil. Suddenly, an arrow slammed into a drum. It was an enemy raid. A lookout screamed that 300 mounted barbarians were charging down from the northern ridge. He ordered everyone to take cover and prepare for battle. The soldiers immediately disappeared into the tall grass, ready for the fight. The younger soldier knew the enemy had no idea how many of them were hiding. He pointed out that the riders were coming right down the ridge, making themselves perfect targets. But their commander had a specific order. He yelled for them not to kill everyone, because they needed to take captives. With the order given, the soldiers opened fire. The attack was a complete surprise. The riders screamed in panic, realizing the Joseon soldiers had hidden hand cannons. Their leader yelled for everyone to scatter and fall back. The cavalry broke formation and fled. The Joseon commander shouted after them, telling them it was useless to run. He boasted that their cannons could hit them from 500 meters away. Then he offered them a deal: guide them to their real target, Lee Man-ju, and they would be spared. The enemy leader wasn't having it. He called the offer nonsense and screamed for his men to kill every last one of the Joseon soldiers. He started laughing, completely unconvinced. He thought the idea of hand cannons with that kind of range was a total joke. The enemy leader was in the middle of yelling a threat when a gunshot echoed through the valley. He was hit before he could even finish his sentence. His eyes went wide. He couldn't believe what had just happened. The idea of a cannon with that kind of range was completely insane to him. But his mind changed in a second. He immediately surrendered, promising to guide them loyally. The commander explained that it all worked out for the best. He told the man they had no reason to harm anyone who wasn't their real enemy, Lee Man-ju. Now acting as their guide, the man laid out the 2 routes. The main road would take 3 days, but they'd be easily spotted. The mountain path was safer, but would take 4 days. The commander made his decision. He believed his fastest soldiers could make it through the mountains in just 2 days and ordered them to be gathered. The guide added a warning, though. He said the path wasn't easy and that his own people only took it when they were desperate. The guide just laughed. He claimed that for the brave Joseon troops, a difficult mountain path like this would be child's play. The commander took him at his word. He yelled for his men to speed up, saying they were only 2 days away from Lee Man-ju's base. His soldiers shouted their agreement, though one of them quietly noted that they were all Joseon people, pushing themselves to the limit. But on another front, Yi Jing-seok's right flank was having a much harder time. Their horses were struggling through thick, deep mud. The entire unit was bogged down, the path nearly impossible for the horses to cross. One of the commanders sighed in frustration. He reported that another horse had broken its leg, complaining that they shouldn't be moving the army at all. But Yi Jing-seok wasn't worried. He told his companion there was no need to rush. After all, if Lee Man-ju tried to escape, he'd be stuck in the same mud. The other commander wasn't convinced. He grumbled that the left flank was probably stuck too, and asked his brother why they were going through all this unnecessary hardship. The commander of the right flank was disgusted with the entire situation. He thought this wasn't perseverance at all. It was just pure foolishness. But 2 days later, the left flank had actually made it. They arrived at the southern mountains of Shifeng, looking down at the enemy's base. The commander walked up to his men and asked if the journey had been tough. One of the soldiers admitted he felt like he was dying. The rest of the troops just stood there, completely drained. To lift their spirits, the commander promised everyone extra rice since the schedule had been delayed. A soldier asked what they should do now. The commander replied that their first step was to wait for the right flank to arrive. He figured the enemy guards were lazy, so they wouldn't be noticed for a while. But just then, another soldier ran up in a panic, yelling that they had a big problem. The soldier yelled that the barbarian they brought as a guide had gone missing. Turns out, the guide had been acting the entire time, and he was proud of it. The commander knew the guide was rushing straight to Lee Man-ju. It was too dangerous to stay still now. He realized they had no other choice. He slowly drew his sword. With his blade ready, he ordered everyone to prepare for an attack. The commander knew what this meant. They had no other choice. He slowly drew his sword. With his blade ready, he ordered everyone to prepare for an attack. Meanwhile, At the enemy base, everything was calm. The enemy chief was giving orders to his men. He told them to feed the horses and pack everything so they could leave at a moment's notice. He even ordered them to dump some of their supplies. He was preparing to run, but just then, he was startled by a shout from the distance. A scout came running, yelling that the Joseon forces were on the mountain. The chief couldn't believe it. The chief was furious. He yelled, demanding to know how cavalry could have possibly reached the top of the mountain. He looked for himself, and his face hardened. It was true. The Joseon army was right there. And they weren't just there. They were in perfect formation, waiting for them. Every single soldier looked ready for a fight. The chief couldn't believe his eyes. It made no sense. Finally, he snapped out of it and yelled for his men to get on their horses. He figured the Joseon soldiers had to be tired after that climb and ordered his men to move. But one of his soldiers pointed out that something about their formation looked strange. He asked why they had put an extra line of soldiers in the back. It wasn't a normal tactic. The chief thought he understood the situation. He figured the soldiers in the back were just archers, and their bows would be useless after marching in the rain. He was about to dismiss them as simple reserves, but he was cut off by a sudden, deafening blast. The volley tore right through his front line. He stared at the bodies littering the ground. It was a terrible mistake. Those weren't bows at all. They were hand cannons. He was completely stunned. He'd led his men straight into a trap. On the other side, the Joseon commander ordered his men to reload. That's when the chief saw his only chance. He screamed at his men to charge. He knew reloading the cannons took time, and if they didn't move now, they'd be hit all over again. As the enemy charged, the Joseon commander ordered his infantry hand cannoneers to step forward and take aim. He waited for the perfect moment, then screamed the order to fire. A second volley ripped through the air, crashing directly into the charging horsemen. The force of the blast was immense, knocking riders clean off their horses. In seconds, the entire charge was wiped out. The ground was covered with bodies. The chief watched in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He roared at his men not to panic, telling them they had closed the distance. He ordered them to grab shields or wooden boards, anything to block the cannon fire, and keep pushing forward. The chief ordered the charge. One of his men hesitated, but the chief explained he'd already sent troops to the west to flank them. His man was impressed. The chief was confident his flanking force would shatter the Joseon formation when they returned. He believed his men on horseback were unstoppable, claiming one of his cavalrymen could take on 10 of their infantry. He yelled for them to wipe the enemy out. His plan was to send the horses ahead alone to take the hits from the hand cannons. But the Joseon commander saw the move and knew it was a bad one. He ordered his hand cannoneers to hold their formation and prepare to fire in waves. At his command, the first row of soldiers fired as one. The volley slammed directly into the charging enemy. Before the smoke could even clear, he ordered the second row to fire. The tribesmen braced against the volley of arrows. One of them yelled for his men to hang on, shouting that the enemy was right in front of them. They finally reached the Joseon line. The tribesmen declared that now, in close quarters, the battlefield belonged to them. He screamed and charged forward, swinging his blade with everything he had. But the Joseon soldier stood his ground, and the attack slammed uselessly against his shield. The tribesmen grunted in surprise. Before the tribesmen could recover, a weapon swung out from behind the shield wall. It was a feint. Another soldier's spear went straight through him from the side. The two soldiers celebrated with a high five, proud of their teamwork. But then, one of the soldiers stopped. He looked down, confused by something he saw in the snow. Suddenly, a soldier shouted a warning. A whole group of enemy cavalry was charging right at them from the side. A commander immediately identified them as barbarian cavalry. He ordered the infantry hand cannoneers to get ready. But one of the soldiers thought the cannons should be saved for the main enemy force. He decided he would take care of the cavalry himself. The cavalry leader just laughed. He couldn't believe someone would actually try to block a charging horse with just one shield. He challenged the soldier to stop him if he could, but the Joseon soldier just braced himself, his body starting to glow with a strange energy. He wasn't going to move an inch. The horse crashed into the shield with full force, and just like that, it was over. The cavalry leader was on the ground, his horse taken down by a single man. He could only curse in disbelief. The cavalry leader was furious, screaming that the Joseon forces had deceived them, but his words were cut short. He hit the ground hard and didn't move again. Seeing his chance, a Joseon commander ordered the soldiers with hand cannons to leave their horses and fire at will. With the battle underway, the commander started looking for their real target. He worried that Li Manju had already escaped. He asked another soldier if he'd seen Li Manju. The man shook his head, saying a master of escape like him was probably long gone. Miles away, another group of soldiers was having a much harder time. Their horses were completely worn out, forcing them to continue on foot. Meanwhile, in the enemy camp, a tribesman ran to his chief in a panic, but the chief just yelled back, telling him to open his eyes and see the disaster unfolding around them. A Joseon soldier stepped forward. He told the enemy chief that a leader must take responsibility for his actions. The chief was stunned. The chief was furious. He drew his blade, screaming at the soldier, but the soldier wasn't intimidated. He told the chief not to bother begging for his life. He then added that if the chief was going to beg, he should do it for his own men who were dying. The ground was littered with the dead. There was no time to rest. they had to push forward. The commander was on edge. He worried they'd be ambushed again, but he was more concerned that the left flank would get to Li Manju first and steal all the glory. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the nearby bushes. The soldiers spun around, startled. The commander demanded to know who was hiding there. A young man stepped out from the trees. He wasn't alone. His companion looked at the man on the horse and asked if he was the right flank's commander. The commander asked if they were from the Hosen army. The young soldier confirmed it, explaining they were messengers from the left flank on their way to find the right flank. The commander stared at them, his expression filled with suspicion. Messengers? Something didn't feel right. He stammered, unable to process what he was looking at. They stared at the shadow on the ground. It was Li Manju's head. The left flank had beaten them to it. Just then, one of the messengers walked in, casually washing his hands. He greeted the commander, apologizing for not being there to meet him earlier. He explained that because Li Manju sent troops to deal with the right flank, it gave his men the perfect opening. The commander was furious. So while he wasted time fighting a couple hundred men, the infantry alone had finished off Li Manju. The messenger told him his contribution was remarkable. Then he asked what happened to the horses the enemy was using. He explained that since the left flank has no cavalry, riding was a pain, so they just concentrated their fire and killed the horses right away. The commander's expression was grim. As for any surviving horses, they would be eaten. The soldiers were enjoying the spoils of war. They complained that the drink was bad, but agreed that getting to eat precious horse meat made it all worth it. Yi Jing-suk was furious. He told his brother that some horses were given as food and others to allies, but then demanded to know what happened to the Jurchen captives. Yi Jing-ok casually explained that he handed most of them over the local villages that guided them. The commander was stunned. He completely lost it. He screamed at his brother, questioning if he had any idea how valuable those captives and their horses were. But Yi Jing-ok didn't flinch. He just looked his elder brother in the eye and calmly asked if there was a problem. The commander gritted his teeth, trying his best to swallow his anger. He quickly backed down, insisting there was no problem at all. Then, with a huge, fake smile and tears in his eyes, he sarcastically praised his younger sibling. He said it was only right for the monk general to distribute the rewards, that he had much to learn. But even with all that drama, the court still recognized that the right flank commander, Yi Jing-suk, had shown great skill. The king was more than pleased. He found their performance admirable. An official report was given on the army's return. It stated that the left and right flanks had successfully taken down their enemy, Li Manju, while the central flank had spread the glory of the Joseon army throughout the region. With the report finished, the king started handing out rewards. He gave the Minister of Military Affairs, Kim Hyo-seong, a noble title and 80 rolls of silk. The minister was overwhelmed with gratitude. Next, the king addressed Yi Jing-seok. He praised him for destroying Li Manju's forces and promoted him to second minister of the Privy Council for his great contribution. But then, the king turned his attention to the younger brother, Yi Jing-ok. He announced that by crossing the mountains to strike the enemy from behind, Yi Jing-ok had made the single greatest contribution of all. For this, Yi Jing-ok was being promoted to the first junior rank Grand Chancellor and would be given a new, important position. Yi Jing-suk had to bow his head and thank the king for his grace, but the look on his face said everything. He was absolutely furious. Yi Jing-ok stood there, completely calm. His brother, Yi Jing-suk, just stared at him, his anger obvious. He clenched his jaw. All that glory had gone to his younger brother, but Yi Jing-ok just gave a small, knowing smile. He had won. Meanwhile, at a training camp in the mountains, a different conversation was taking place. An official was walking with another man, talking about the soldiers. He admitted he'd been worried about how they'd handle real battles, but now he saw they were a truly powerful army. The official then turned to his companion, addressing him as the Grand Prince. He said he knew the Grand Prince was responsible for training the ordinary soldiers. Because of that, he had a special request. He explained that the elite armored soldiers hadn't earned any merits in the last battle. He was convinced it was because they lacked the right kind of training. The official's face dropped. He knew exactly where this conversation was going. Soo-young just smiled, asking if the official was seriously suggesting he train those soldiers too. The official explained the problem. The cavalry was getting smaller, and he was worried the armored soldiers would soon lose their funding and support. He called it his desperate request, putting all his hope in the Grand Prince. Soo-young listened carefully, thinking it over. Soo-young understood immediately. He pointed out that since they were sending fewer war horses to the Ming dynasty, more men were becoming armored soldiers instead. But Soo-young saw potential. He started thinking about all the different types of cavalry from history, wondering what they could accomplish with better weapons. Meanwhile, far away in the Forbidden Palace of the Ming dynasty, a different plan was already in motion. A voice, full of authority, ordered his guards to get rid of the filth inside a large wooden box. The men immediately obeyed, addressing the speaker as Your Majesty. The Ming emperor sat on his throne, smiling. He admitted that Joseon had managed to do something very difficult. An official named Yu Qian agreed. He added that a report had come in about the effectiveness of infantry hand cannons. He explained that even the barbarian cavalry was startled and scattered by the weapons. Just 5 shots from about 100 meters away could seriously injure an enemy soldier. The emperor listened intently. The report also mentioned an unexpected effect. The The loud sound of the cannons startled the horses. He realized this weapon could be used against the Tatar riders. A plan started to form in his mind. He suggested they could provoke their enemies, forcing them to attack first. He smiled, a dark look in his eyes. He explained that even if the enemy didn't react to their provocations, starvation would tear them apart from the inside. That would be their chance to begin the conquest. Hearing this, Yu Qian stepped forward to make a request. Since the hand cannons were proven to be so effective, he asked that their own ordinary soldiers be trained to use them before the conquest began. The emperor paused to think. He then raised a serious concern, asking what would happen if even one of their soldiers was captured. The enemy could turn their own weapons against them. An eunuch stepped forward, agreeing with the vice minister of war. He proposed that every soldier should fire 10 shots from the hand cannons to get used to the sound. The emperor was skeptical. He wondered if just 10 shots would be enough to properly train them. A darker thought crossed his mind. He suspected the eunuch was trying to save gunpowder just so he could pocket the extra cash. Miles away, in the northern Yuan, their leader Isen Taishi was exploding with rage. He screamed that Chosan had completely fooled him. He turned on one of his men, pointing a finger right at him. He demanded to know if the man even remembered his orders. The leader reminded him of his mission, to go to Yoseon, meet the king, and find out their intentions. The terrified man could only stammer that he remembered. He yelled at the man for returning with nothing but pots and cotton. The subordinate tried to explain, saying that during his visit, Yoseon didn't seem to be allied with Ming at all. Another man stepped in, trying to calm his furious leader down. Buyan warned his leader that he might actually kill the man. Esen Taishi just sighed, clearly annoyed by the interruption. Esen Taishi slowly drew his sword. He asked menacingly when he had ever killed someone by accident, making it clear this would be on purpose. He turned to Arlok and gave him one last chance. He said his punishment would be postponed, but it all depended on how he performed in the war. The leader warned him that one more mistake would be his last. Filled with fear, Arlok swore he would wash away his guilt with the blood of their enemies. Miles away, two officials discussed the situation. One of them noted that the king of Joseon was smart, having sided with the Ming to take down Li Manju. Another leader realized this meant they were the next target. He refused to let Joseon get away with it and ordered his men to get ready for a fight. Back in his tent, Esen Taishi stood up, his mind made up. He announced he was going to see the Khan. He had a plan to crush Joseon. He declared they would join forces with the Golden Horde of Kublai. Taishi went to see the Khan, getting straight to the point. He asked if there had been any new reports, but the Khan was just relaxing with two women. He casually replied that there was nothing new to report at all. Taishi didn't hide his frustration. He said he was eager to see the Ming completely wiped out, but he knew it wasn't that simple. He pointed out that their real problem was the mysterious metal rods the Ming kept using against them, and they knew nothing about them. The Khan looked completely lost. He had no idea what Taishi was talking about. Taishi couldn't believe it. He explained that the Ming had been using these strange new weapons for several years now. To prove his point, he turned to Arlok, the man who had seen the weapons firsthand. He ordered him to draw exactly what he saw. Arlok quickly sketched out the weapon. It was a long metal tube with a strange firing mechanism on the side. Taishi asked a key question. He wanted to know if the soldiers using these weapons carried a rope to light the fire. The memory was clear. A rope was attached right to the top of the weapon. Taishi knew this was the final clue. He slammed his hand on the drawing. It was a firearm. The Khan's eyes widened. He remembered stories of a weapon just like this, used to wipe out the Jin dynasty and conquer everyone in its path. Taishi had never heard of a portable hand cannon. He'd been told that a single iron bead from it was even stronger than a crossbow. But it wasn't just the power. The weapon fired with a deafening explosion. The sound was like thunder. It was so loud, it could scare horses into falling right over. The Khan couldn't wrap his head around it. He asked how such a small cannon could make a sound that powerful. Taishi then posed a terrifying question. He asked them to imagine what would happen if thousands of those hand cannons were fired all at once. The Khan understood immediately. It would be like thunder striking right beside them. He laughed, thinking he'd found a weakness. He asked if they could just wait for strong winds or rain to attack. But Taishi explained that the enemy already knew this. On windy or rainy days, they were determined to stay inside their fortress. He then considered plugging the horses' ears, but he knew that would just make them more nervous and unable to follow commands. The Khan was getting incredibly frustrated by the problem. Miles away, a woman was tending to a large, ornate brazier. She placed a bundle of what looked like wooden sticks into the fire, looking a little confused. The entire thing suddenly exploded right in her face. A man burst in, yelling at the woman. He explained that the explosion was her fault for putting wet charcoal in the fire. Hearing the word explosion sparked an idea in Taishi's mind. He looked at the fire, suddenly realizing he'd found the solution to their problem. He remembered a story about Kublai Khan's soldiers. They used to burn bamboo, and the loud explosions would scare away animals. The Khan was confused. He asked Taishi if there was really a tree that could explode when you set it on fire. Taishi tapped his head, confirming that was exactly what he was talking about. The Khan's eyes widened. He finally understood the brilliance of the plan. He turned to Arlok and gave him a direct order. Find bamboo at the next horse market, no matter what it took. Arlok bowed his head, accepting the mission without question. He declared that the Khan's order was law. The Khan turned to Taishi, wondering if their plan was really as simple as just attacking the Ming. But Taishi had a different idea. He explained that while he handled the Ming, he needed the Khan to take care of Joseon. Miles away, in the capital of Joseon, the total number of armored soldiers was only 3,000. Of those, only 1,000 were considered on duty, serving just 10 days out of the month. The other 2,000 were off duty, spending their time on household chores or making money. Su-young looked on, clearly not impressed. He couldn't believe it. After gathering all the armored soldiers in the entire capital, only about 400 people had actually shown up. Apparently, a huge number of them had just made excuses to stay home. Seeing the state of his soldiers, Su-young seriously wondered how the country was even managing to function. An official approached Su-young and apologized for the terrible state of the armored soldiers. Su-young didn't say a word. Then, he started walking toward the line of soldiers, catching everyone off guard. He stopped in front of one man and ordered him to take out his sword. The soldier stammered that he wasn't ready, so Su-young just grabbed the hilt himself. He yanked the blade from its sheath. It was pathetically short and looked completely useless. Su-young stared at it with disgust. He sarcastically asked if it was some kind of ancient family heirloom. He turned to the terrified soldier and demanded to know where he got the blade. The soldier nervously confessed that it was just a long kitchen knife from his home. A kitchen knife. Su-young couldn't believe it. He explained with a dumb smile that he was just in a hurry because the call to gather was so sudden. Su-young's grip tightened, his hands shaking with fury. He was done listening to ridiculous excuses. But it wasn't Su-young who exploded. It was another military official. He slammed his weapon down and screamed at the soldiers, demanding to know who told them to bring toys to a military inspection. He declared that this was completely unacceptable. Any soldier without the right equipment would have their pay cut. Then, he announced a new plan, one he'd made with Grand Prince Su-young. He promised to whip their minds and bodies back into shape, warning them that anyone who couldn't keep up would face a brutal end. The soldiers were horrified. They couldn't believe the threat was that serious. The next day, everyone was gathered at the white sand beach of the Manhwa. One of the officials rode up to the military minister. He pointed to a group in the distance and asked who they were. The minister explained that they were from the North tribes. Now that their common enemy was gone, they had come to show their gratitude. He added that the king had given them a clear order: show these tribes just how strong Joseon had become. The Joseon soldiers themselves weren't feeling very confident. One of them whispered that he wasn't even sure he was holding his sword right, feeling like they were about to make a fool of themselves. The leaders from the North tribes watched with contempt. One of them scoffed, telling his companion not to worry, because untrained men like these would be easy to slaughter. Another commander, a man named Kung-san, agreed. He figured that even the simplest drills would look threatening to a force this pathetic. His companion wondered why Joseon would even bother showing them their cavalry. Kung-san told him not to worry, saying there was no way Joseon would be dumb enough to actually invade their lands. He decided it was all just a cheap trick, a weak attempt to scare them off from raiding their borders. The thought alone made his blood boil. But then, one of them noticed the general leading the troops from afar. He had to admit, the man looked like a true leader. He even said the general reminded him of King Yi Seonge, the founder of Joseon and one of the greatest warriors in history. Kung-san thought about it for a moment. He decided they would just have to wait and see what this general could really do. A voice suddenly boomed across the training ground. It announced that Grand Prince Imyong was about to personally show the soldiers the level of skill they all had to reach. The speaker was Grand Prince Imyong, the fourth son of the king. He smiled, saying that for this, he wouldn't even need to use his real horseback riding talent. He told the mounted soldiers that he'd start with something easy, but he warned them that if they couldn't repeat it, they weren't qualified for their jobs. He then ordered everyone to watch him closely. Without another word, he spurred his horse forward, pulling out his bow. He urged the horse into a powerful leap, clearing the wooden fence with ease. But that wasn't the amazing part. While still in the air, he knocked 3 arrows onto his bowstring at the same time. He let them all fly in a single, perfect shot. All 3 arrows hit the target dead center. Imyong turned back and asked if everyone could follow his simple demonstration. The soldiers were horrified. They couldn't believe he called that easy. He smiled, warning them that anyone who failed wouldn't be getting paid. With that, he ordered them to begin. But things didn't go as planned. Almost immediately, soldiers started falling from their horses. Soon, the training ground was littered with dazed men who couldn't even stay on their mounts. One rider and his horse crashed right in front of Imyong and Su-young. They just watched, completely unimpressed by the mess. Su-young watched the chaos, completely unimpressed. He turned to Imyong and said that the soldiers were worse than he was as a child, and that this level of skill was unacceptable. That's when Su-young decided to step in. He yelled out, getting everyone's attention. He told the men that they probably felt weak right now. He reminded them that they were once tough, but had let themselves go by neglecting their training. To prove his point, he grabbed a fistful of his own clothes. Then, with a huge roar, he ripped his shirt open, telling everyone to look at his body. The soldiers couldn't believe their eyes. They just stared, completely stunned. Su-young flexed, promising them that with even half of his body's potential, they'd be unbeatable. Imyong just sighed, telling his older brother to please maintain some dignity. But the soldiers were completely sold. They started cheering wildly, shouting that nothing was impossible for Grand Prince Su-young. The soldiers roared, completely fired up. Watching from the side, a woman remarked that Su-young's body made the other military commanders look like twigs. But the men from the North tribes weren't impressed. One of them scoffed, telling his companion that the soldiers were no big deal. His companion, however, didn't say a word. He just watched, thinking. Later that night, back at the tribe's camp, the leaders were gathered around a fire, and the mood was serious. Their chief admitted that the man on the horse had a rare talent. He said it would be frightening if a son of the Joseon king became a general. The bald tribesman pictured Su-Yang's physique in his mind. He agreed that his body was truly incredible. Another leader added that this was a serious problem. He wouldn't be surprised if Su-Yang was strong enough to pull the legendary bow used by Yi Seongge, the founder of Joseon. The bald tribesman tapped his arm, lost in thought. Su-Yang's display had clearly changed things. The bald leader brought up a name from the past, Gabyolcho, a legendary private army. He reminded them that those were the ferocious warriors led by Yi Seongge, the founder of Joseon. Many chieftains had sworn loyalty to him, becoming his brothers in arms. He voiced his biggest fear. If Joseon created soldiers like that again, the tribes would be in serious trouble. He was certain that showing them the training was a deliberate warning. Just then, their conversation was cut short. A man pulled back the curtain to their tent and announced they had a guest. A warrior stepped inside. He introduced himself as Keshig, a bodyguard of the Northern Yuan Khan, and said he was there on the Khan's orders. The bald leader was taken aback. He replied that it was an honor for the Khan to need anything from someone as lowly as him. Keshig wasn't impressed by the act. He reminded the man that as a brigade commander, he was far from lowly. Then he got straight to the point. He told them the reason he was there was simple. They were going to strike Joseon, and it was happening soon. The leader stared back, completely stunned. The bald leader didn't get it. He stammered that to teach Joseon a lesson, they'd first need to raise an army. Keshig told them the Khan already had 40,000 soldiers ready. All he needed was for them to add 5,000 of their own troops. He then gave them another order. Since they had connections with Joseon, they were to report on everything, army, any political changes, and all defensive preparations. The bald leader immediately agreed to follow the Khan's command. He then offered his first report. Joseon had recently sent 20,000 troops to take down a man named Lee Man-ju. He claimed that due to a lack of stability, Joseon's army didn't get good results. He quickly added that many soldiers got left behind because they were rushed. He explained that his people guided the soldiers they found, and that's why the king of Joseon had invited them. One of the other commanders looked suspicious. He asked how Joseon managed to capture Lee Man-ju if their army was so weak. The explanation was simple. Lee Man-ju had dreadful luck. He was caught by a fever at the worst possible time and couldn't even escape, lasting 4 days before he was finally captured. But the bald leader told Keshig that providing 5,000 troops was impossible for them right now. Keshig didn't seem to believe it. He pointed out that they could easily gather that many soldiers just by bringing the surrounding tribes together. The leader admitted he was right, but said there were problems because of his uncle. One of the other men cut in. He asked if he meant Fanka, who he'd heard died recently. He questioned why they couldn't just absorb the men he left behind. The bald leader looked ashamed. He said he wanted to rush into battle, but something was stopping him. Keshig had heard enough. He gave them a new task. They would assist and supply the Khan's troops, but he made it clear they wouldn't get any of the rewards from the war. One of the other leaders was furious, calling the offer a complete humiliation for a warrior. With nothing left to lose, the bald leader looked up. He said that since he'd revealed everything, the Khan needed to share the details of his plan with them. The bald leader's eyes widened. He finally understood and asked if this whole war was just a diversion. Keshig grinned, impressed that the leader had figured it out. He laid out the real plan. 2 massive armies, one under Taishi and one under the Khan, would strike Joseon and Ming at the exact same time. He told them they could look forward to it and then turn to leave. He walked out, leaving them alone with the terrible news. One of the leaders was furious. He said they were being pushed around and used again. But the bald leader looked up, his mind made up. He ordered his men to get the horses ready, saying they had to go to Joseon immediately. Miles away, inside the Joseon palace, someone was reporting that Keshig had paid them a visit not long ago. The tribal leader stood before King Sejong and delivered the terrible news. The enemy was planning to conquer Joseon and was forcing his people to help. He added that they also planned to invade the Ming dynasty at the same time. The king's voice was sharp. He pointed out that for the Tatars to share this plan, the leader must have already agreed to cooperate with them. The leader admitted it was true. He explained that he only bowed his head to survive, and he begged the king for forgiveness. Another official stepped in to add more detail. He explained that the enemy made it clear what would happen if they refused to comply. His face twisted with anger as he finished. The threat was Joseon's complete extinction, just like another nation that had been wiped out before. The tribal leader warned the king that if the Northern Yuan managed to unite the barbarian tribes, it would create a massive, uncontrollable uprising. He argued that even the great Ming army would have a hard time stopping them. The king listened as the leader began to explain why he was sharing the secret. He explained that he only came to them because he needed their protection. He begged the king to understand, saying that just as the king leads his country, he had to do what was best for his own people. The king agreed to the plan. He told the leader to go back and pretend to obey the Northern Yuan for now. With that settled, he called for the crown prince, Grand Prince Su-Yang, and the frontier affairs minister to enter. As the men entered the room, one of them immediately understood the gravity of the situation. He asked if this meant the Northern Yuan had finally figured out a way to defeat the Ming army. The king explained that while a total victory was unlikely, the enemy was definitely planning to deal a serious blow. He suggested they might have a way to counter Ming's cannons, or were planning to use a rainstorm as cover for an attack. The crown prince agreed, adding that throughout history, a strong army has always been the only true way to prevent disaster. The king then gave his orders. He told Grand Prince Su-Yang to prioritize training the elite armored soldiers. After that, he turned to the frontier affairs minister, saying he had a special task for him as well. The king gave the minister his final order: check on the soldiers joining the expedition and then head towards Shenyang. Far away, out on the vast, empty plains, a massive army was gathering. Their leader rode before them, reminding them of the one thing they all shared: a deep grudge against the Ming dynasty. He yelled that he wanted to tear the Ming emperor apart for how they'd been treated. He claimed Ming had forgotten their history and now saw them as nothing more than servants. He reminded them of their ancestors, who once conquered these very lands, and asked why they couldn't do it again. Their first objective, he declared, would be the Ming gateway city of Datong. He drew his sword and roared that he would lead the charge himself. He then revealed the rest of the plan. Another army was already prepared to invade Joseon from the east. Together, he yelled, they could finally bring down the Ming dynasty. As they rode off, one of the men commented that he was surprised the tribes were so willing to join. The leader wasn't. He said it was only natural after how they'd all suffered, and swore he would make the Ming emperor pay for his foolishness. Meanwhile, inside the grand palace of the Ming dynasty, two officials were discussing the enemy's movements. One of them, Chief Eunuch Wang Zhen, was curious about why the northern Yuan was gathering so much bamboo. He figured it wasn't for cooking, but for a siege, suggesting they could fill it with oil and charcoal to burn down guard posts. With his thoughts collected, Wang Zhen approached the throne to report to the emperor. He announced that the preparations to sow chaos in the northern Yuan were complete. The emperor was pleased and declared that he would lead the campaign himself, ordering all high-ranking officials to join him. He then thought about Joseon's promise to defend the Shenyang region. A small smile crossed his face as he wondered if they were worried he might actually be defeated. Wang Zhen explained that Joseon was just trying to survive. If the enemy got past Shenyang, they'd be next, but he assured the emperor that such worthless thoughts would vanish once they witnessed his royal power. The emperor held up his sword, looking smug. He said he wished he could just summon King Yi Do of Joseon and have him lead the army personally. That's when Wang Zhen had an idea. He reminded the emperor that King Yi Do's second son had recently visited their country. Since the eldest son had to inherit the throne, he suggested that the second son would be free to participate in the war. But another official, Yi Tian, stepped forward to object. He argued that even if Su Yang was from a lesser country, it wasn't right to force a royal to fight in another nation's war. The emperor just stared back at him coldly. The emperor slammed his hand down. He didn't care about logic. He declared that his will was the only thing that mattered. He ordered his words to be written down immediately. Not long after, a letter from the Ming arrived in Joseon. It stated that Grand Prince Su Yang was to join the emperor's campaign to witness his royal power. Back in Joseon, King Sejong was furious. He told Su Yang that sending him away with such a ridiculous excuse was completely out of line. But Su Yang just smiled. He joked that his only real concern was finding a horse that could actually carry him. He then reminded his father that he was being sent as an envoy, not a general. He promised that he wouldn't be on the battlefield and would stay safely behind the lines. He told the king not to worry and that he would be careful to avoid any mistakes. King Sejong grabbed his son's hands, his face filled with worry. He had only one thing left to say. He begged Su Yang to make sure he came back alive. Sometime later, at the military headquarters, Su Yang was already back to his training. The soldiers watched in awe as their general started climbing the nets. He was training harder than ever, scaling the equipment with ease. He landed with so much force that the ground shook, and the soldiers could only watch in amazement. Another general watched from the side, impressed. He noted how effective the training equipment was, but his face quickly turned serious. He walked up to two other officials. The general was telling his companion that Su Yang was set to deploy in a week, and he couldn't believe the prince would personally go to the battlefront. The older man tried to warn Su Yang, saying the battlefield wasn't a game, but Su Yang cut him off, telling him to stop beating around the bush and get to the point. So the other general made his intentions clear. He wanted to cross swords with the Grand Prince right then and there. The request was so bold, it left the other officials speechless. Without another word, they took their positions in the training yard. The challenge had been accepted. The soldiers watching started to whisper among themselves. They knew the challenger was a legendary general who had taken down countless barbarian chieftains. They were convinced Su Yang couldn't possibly be a match for him. They figured the general would have to go easy on him. Otherwise, the fight wouldn't even last 10 blows. One of the officials looked at Su Yang with concern, telling him that this whole situation was getting crazy. Su Yang just said that in a world this crazy, you never know what's going to happen. The general's eyes burned with fighting spirit. He announced that he was going to fight the Grand Prince with everything he had. The other official completely lost it. He couldn't understand why the general would decide to go all out against the prince. Without another word, the general lunged forward, starting the duel. Su Yang met his attack head on, and their wooden swords slammed together. They moved in a blur, trading blows so fast it was hard to keep up. The general swung with all his might, but Su Yang was too quick, easily ducking under the strike. He planted his foot, instantly turning his defense into an attack. Then he launched himself into the air, bringing his sword down with incredible force. The general looked up, completely caught off guard. The impact was so strong that both of their swords started to crack. The crowd stared in disbelief as they were locked in a stalemate. One of the officials finally understood what he was seeing. He explained that the general was actually just matching Su Yang's level, because he was the only person there who could handle the prince's true strength. The pressure was too much. Both of their wooden swords started to crack and splinter apart. The general's sword flew from his hand, clattering onto the ground. The duel was over. One of the officials watching nodded in approval. He remarked that true martial arts skill is the most important foundation for any warrior. The older official confessed that he had been worried. He thought Su-yang was so focused on building his body that he'd forgotten how to use a sword. But now he saw that his concerns were completely unfounded. The general, Yi Jing-ok, looked at Su-yang with respect. He reminded the prince that one commander can't defeat an army of 1,000 soldiers all by himself. He urged Su-yang to stay away from the front lines as much as possible. Then he admitted that even though he promised to go all out, he never would have actually harmed a member of the royal family. Su-yang stood there, thinking to himself. He realized that to be able to react to the general's moves like that, the original Prince Su-yang must have been a master of martial arts. As he walked away, the general told the other officials that the Grand Prince was a vital talent for their country. He said Su-yang's life was far more important than his own. The general looked down at his broken sword. He admitted to himself that he had been trying to injure the prince. His plan was to wound Su-yang just enough to keep him from being sent to war. As Su-yang spoke with the official, he couldn't help but be impressed. The original Prince Su-yang must have been much stronger than he ever imagined. Meanwhile, at a military base in Yahello, a messenger delivered devastating news. General Wu Kejong had been killed, and the city of Datong had fallen to the enemy. The commanders were stunned. They couldn't believe they'd been attacked without their cannons. The chief eunuch immediately demanded to know the enemy's situation. A soldier reported that while the enemy army was said to be 40,000 strong, only half that number were actually on the front lines. The commanders saw an opportunity to lure them into a trap. One of them pointed out that the survivors from Datong were exhausted and their morale was low. He was sure that once they fired their cannons, they could scare the enemy's horses and hold their ground until the emperor arrived. But they didn't have to wait long. A lookout screamed that the enemy was attacking right now. The order was given to prepare the spears and hand cannons. But the soldiers panicked. One of them couldn't remember if he was supposed to put gunpowder in and told his friend to try it first. The commander was furious, screaming at his men to get their cannons ready immediately. The enemy commander, however, had a plan. He ordered his men to fire their arrows, not to kill, but to force the soldiers to reveal their hand cannons. A storm of arrows flew through the air. The soldiers on the wall screamed for everyone to take cover. Under pressure, one of the soldiers finally fired his hand cannon. He had no idea how much gunpowder to use, but there was no time to think. The shot hit one of the enemy riders square in the chest. His commander called out his name, Bian. The soldier looked down, clutching his chest in pain. The commander looked at the small pellet in his hand. He couldn't believe these were the grand cannons they were supposed to fear. He turned to Boyan, asking if he was all right. Boyan explained that the pellet was so weak, it couldn't even get through his leather armor. Realizing their enemy was barely a threat, the entire army charged forward. The soldiers panicked as the enemy kept charging. They scrambled to load their cannons and pull the triggers, but something went wrong. Instead of firing, the cannon exploded right in the soldiers' hands. It wasn't just one. All along the line, the hand cannons were blowing up, taking their own men down. A commander screamed for the cannoneers to retreat. The casualties were already too high, and the enemy was breaking through their lines. The enemy cavalry smashed into the infantry. Their commander gave a simple order: trample them all. The defending commander tried to keep his cool, yelling for his archers to provide support, but it was complete chaos. That's when the enemy commander spotted him from across the battlefield. He pointed him out as the leader. The order was clear: capture him. The defending commander and his men could only watch in terror as the enemy closed in. Meanwhile, the emperor arrived near Datong. He was told the vanguard unit had been there for 2 weeks, but not a single messenger had returned. His attendant tried to assure him, suggesting the enemy probably fled at the mere mention of his name. Just then, a scout rode up, reporting that the enemy had been spotted just a few miles away. The emperor got angry, yelling at the man for not coming to meet him sooner. The scout was too scared to even speak. That's when the emperor looked past him and saw what was wrong. The sky was filled with circling crows, and there, on top of the walls, he saw them, the missing messengers. They'd been left as a gruesome warning for anyone who dared to approach. This is Wang Zhen, the eunuch of the Ministry of Rites. He thought about his past, remembering the poor boy who became a eunuch for just 1 silver coin. That boy was long gone. He looked at himself, seeing the powerful figure he had become. He knew he was born poor, but he was proud of where he stood now. But he wasn't satisfied with just being in a high position. He believed this war was his chance to rise even higher than the emperor. He was determined to stand higher than the heavens themselves. Out on the field, an armored commander rode up beside Wang Zhen. He told the eunuch that he had something to ask him. The Duke, Zhang Fu, reminded Wang Zhen of something he'd said before. He demanded to know the reason why he thought 1 cannoneer could match 5 archers. Wang Zhen explained his thinking. He claimed that since a hand cannon shot can pierce armor, it's automatically as good as 5 arrows, even if only 1 of those arrows hits. The Duke couldn't believe what he was hearing. He yelled that the calculation was nonsense. A skilled archer could shoot 5 arrows in the time it takes to fire a single cannon pellet, making the power difference completely pointless. Wang Zhen just smirked. He told the Duke it wasn't his place to judge military matters. With that, he dismissed the conversation and said they should move to where the emperor was. The scene shifted to a grim warning. A messenger was tied to a post, a clear sign of the danger ahead. Someone was screaming for the emperor to retreat immediately. The emperor's men reported the grim details. The enemy had been there less than half a day ago and had already destroyed a nearby county. The emperor was furious at the suggestion of retreating. The emperor refused to back down, but one of his commanders made the call. He screamed for everyone to retreat to Juyong Pass, where they could regroup and push back. But the soldiers were already exhausted. The retreat was painfully slow, even slower than their march out to the battlefield. Miles away, the enemy commanders watched. One of them mocked the retreating army, saying it would take them 15 days to get back, just like it took them to get here. They discussed their plan. With 120,000 soldiers to deal with, one of them had a brilliant idea. Instead of a long fight, they should just capture the emperor and force Beijing to surrender. The enemy leader gave his orders. He told the tribal chiefs to launch raids every single night. They were going to exhaust the Ming army until they completely fell apart. That night, the enemy commander revealed his plan. He told his archers to ignore the soldiers and aim for the glowing embers they used to light their cannons. An arrow flew silently through the dark. It found its target, hitting a soldier and knocking his cannon aside. The defenders panicked, a commander screaming for them to fire back. But the shots barely seemed to slow them down. The enemy cavalry just kept coming. One of the soldiers realized something was terribly wrong. The horses weren't even flinching at the sound of the cannons. He could only watch as the line of riders closed in, their charge completely unbroken. And just when it seemed it couldn't get worse, one of their own cannons exploded. The enemy commander pulled back on the reins, easily calming his horse after a nearby blast. He explained their secret. They had trained their horses for weeks, using the sound of bursting bamboo to get them used to the noise of cannons. Now, the blast didn't scare them at all. He even sent bamboo to the Khan, so their allies' horses would be ready too. With their main weapon useless, the enemy commander gave them a choice: throw down their weapons and flee, or die. The defenders were terrified. The morale of the defenders completely broke. One of the attendants declared he was done. With all the soldiers dead, they were being forced to fight, and he'd rather run than die. Another one quickly agreed, blaming their bad luck on the eunuchs in charge. Meanwhile, at Tumu Fortress, the enemy commanders reviewed the battle. Their own army had been cut in half, but the defenders had lost 4,000 men. They knew this was the enemy's last stand. He made the call. The next day, they would launch a full-scale attack to finish it once and for all. The enemy commanders discussed the battle. They figured the high casualties from the hand cannons meant that only the emperor's personal guards were left fighting. The situation inside the fortress was even worse. A man reported to the elder eunuch that their well was running dry. Their time was running out. One of the nobles became desperate, offering a huge reward to anyone who could bring him water. But another man just laughed, asking if he thought money would make water fall from the sky. The noble was furious at being spoken to like that. Just then, a soldier ran up to the emperor with amazing news. He yelled that the enemy was running away from the Juyong Pass and was sure it meant their reinforcements had finally arrived. The emperor was overjoyed, but one of his advisors urged caution. He told the emperor not to be deceived, arguing that it was obviously a trap, but the eunuch, Wang Zhen, disagreed. He insisted it was the palace guards clearing a path and pushed the emperor to escape to the Juyong Pass immediately. The scholar yelled back, pleading with them not to go. He was certain it was a trap set by the Tatars. Wang Zhen just looked at him and told him to shut up. He glared at the man, furious. He asked how a mere scholar dared to speak on military matters. Then he threatened to rip the man's tongue out if he said another word. The emperor agreed with the eunuch. He gave the order to retreat to the Juyong Pass immediately. The general could only grit his teeth, clearly thinking it was a huge mistake. They pushed on, getting closer to the pass, but then they saw them. A group of enemy soldiers was blocking the way forward. A scout yelled to the general that it was too dangerous to continue. The general screamed at his men to form a shield around the emperor. He turned his anger on Wang Zhen, yelling that they could have held out for reinforcements if they just stayed put. The general screamed that the eunuch had ruined everything. Wang Zhen just trembled, clutching his robes, looking completely useless. That's when Wang Zhen tried to solve the problem with money. He pulled out several pieces of silver, trying to make a deal. He offered the general a huge reward to get them to safety, but the general didn't even hesitate. He smashed the silver right back into Wang Zhen's face. Wang Zhen fell to the ground, stunned. The general stood over him, screaming that no amount of dirty money could save his life now. Beaten and bleeding, Wang Zhen stammered that he was only following the emperor's will. The general just told him to shut up, calling him a piece of trash. The general held up the silver, sarcastically offering it back to Wang Zhen. He roared to the heavens, raising the heavy piece of silver high above his head. Then he brought it down hard, again and again, taunting the eunuch with every single blow. Standing over the broken man, the general called him a demon in a human's body. He commented on how ugly his face was without all his makeup. He tossed the silver back onto him, telling him to use it to pay for his trip to the underworld. And that was it. On August 23rd, 1449, Wang Zhen, the eunuch of the Ministry of Rites, died near the Tumu Fortress. With the Ming army in chaos, the flames of war were now heading straight for Shenyang, right where the Kozian army was waiting. The next day in Shenyang, Someone was furious. He yelled out, completely fed up with the situation. The Liaodong regional commander, Gao Yi, angrily demanded to know who gave the order. He explained that Beijing was in chaos, and the vice minister of war was scrambling to build a defense. They needed to make a decision, and fast. The commander sighed. He explained that the emperor had sent an urgent message. While they'd managed to slow the Tatars down, many soldiers were injured. They needed regular troops from Liaodong to step in. That's when he made his request. He wanted the Joseon army to fill the gap left by the Liaodong troops. He even added that he wouldn't charge them for it. Su Yang just listened, taking it all in. Su Yang spoke up, telling the commander it felt like he was hiding something. Gao Yi just laughed nervously, trying to brush it off by saying Joseon was a loyal ally and he had nothing to hide. But Su Yang pressed him. He asked what could be so bad that it would cause the Liaodong soldiers to abandon their posts. He swore on his status as a grand prince that he would keep the secret if the commander would just speak honestly. The commander finally broke. He told them the truth. 200,000 soldiers, led by the emperor himself, were completely shattered by the Tatars. All officials above the rank of minister were massacred, and worse, His Majesty had been captured by the enemy. The commander explained that 100,000 soldiers were already on their way to defend Beijing. Their job was just to hold the city until those reinforcements arrived. But he was worried. If the enemy shared the tactics they used to crush the emperor's army, it would be a huge problem. Another commander stepped forward, demanding to know if Gao Yi could actually defend the Shenyang region. He warned that it would only take 10 days for news of the emperor's capture to spread. If they couldn't drive the enemy out by then, even their allies would turn against them. Gao Yi stated that their own soldiers would have to be the ones to sweep away the Tatars. The other commander was stunned. He reminded Gao Yi that these were the same enemies who had just crushed the emperor's massive army. He couldn't believe Gao Yi was actually suggesting a full-scale war. Su Yang listened quietly. He knew that just staying in Shenyang would guarantee their survival, while the rest of the north fell into chaos. In the original history, that's exactly what happened, and Joseon was never directly harmed. But something felt different this time. He couldn't understand how things could possibly be worse than the original timeline. After all, he had given them advanced hand cannons. That should have been a game changer. Su Yang could see that Commander Gao Yi was dissatisfied, and he couldn't blame him. The thought of a 200,000-man army being completely wiped out was hard to believe. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the room. The noise startled one of the soldiers holding a hand cannon. Su Yang and the others turned to see what happened. Su Yang's eyes locked onto the soldier, a confused look on his face. Su Yang walked over and asked the soldier to let him see the cannon. The soldier, flustered to be addressed by the Prince of Joseon, nervously agreed. He confirmed it was a hand cannon and asked if something was wrong as he handed it over. The moment Su Yang held the cannon, he knew something was wrong. The size, the weight, even the muzzle. It was completely different from the design he had provided. The soldier didn't understand Su Yang's reaction. Su Yang pointed at the weapon, furious, demanding to know if they'd ever even trained with it. The soldier nervously admitted this was their first time ever using real gunpowder. He explained that they couldn't afford to practice because gunpowder was just too expensive. Su Yang was absolutely speechless. Su Yang's mind was reeling. He knew that even properly trained soldiers had accidents with these things. They were sending completely untrained men into a war with randomly produced cannons. But then, a new thought struck him. If his soldiers had never truly used these cannons, it meant the northern Yuan had never experienced their real power either. Miles away, in Tai Sun Khan's camp, a commander reported that their forces had smashed through the Ming army. He believed that since Joseon was so much weaker, 30,000 troops would be enough to crush them. The Khan agreed it was worth a try. He asked about the Liaodong forces, and his subordinate confirmed they were pulling back, leaving only a few troops behind. A young man named Mayona Hai smiled, holding a scroll. He was completely certain that his older brother had already achieved a massive victory. Just then, a soldier burst into the Khan's tent with urgent news. He yelled that the Joseon army was leaving the city and marching north. Mayona Hai found this unbelievable. Joseon was leaving the safety of their fortress to fight in the open. He guessed they were trying to block the Kwangchun Pass, so he came up with a plan. Capture the pass first and attack the Joseon army from the south. The Khan agreed, saying the battle would take place near Tiling City. He looked at Mayona Hai, asking for his thoughts. Mayona Hai just smiled. He said the horse his brother gave him was ready to run wild. He was certain this victory would be effortless. Sometime later, the northern Yuan forces arrived. The commander was surprised to see the chosen army camped on a hill. He was about to comment on it when he noticed something else about their formation. He realized they'd set up their lines to use the sunlight to their advantage, which meant they had real battle experience. But his subordinate wasn't impressed, reminding him that Joseon was just a lesser kingdom under the Ming. The younger soldier boasted that his brother had crushed the Ming's best troops easily. The commander just called him a naive pup. He warned him that after they finished with the Ming, they'd all be enemies again anyway. The commander explained that after they crushed the Ming, they'd just end up as enemies again. He told his subordinate it was better to divide their roles for this fight, since they'd never fought together before. The younger soldier agreed. He told the Khan to charge ahead, and his own soldiers would step forward to open fire. Meanwhile, the Joseon archers were already in position, ready to let their arrows fly. An attendant approached Su Yang, presenting him with a huge bow and a quiver of arrows. Su Yang simply thanked him and took the weapon. The attendant looked worried, asking if he was really strong enough to shoot those arrows. Su Yang just grinned, saying it was no problem for someone with overflowing strength. He stepped to the edge of the cliff, bow in hand, and looked down at the enemy forces gathering below. From the cliff top, a rain of fiery arrows shot down toward the enemy army. The commander screamed for his men to shield themselves. The older commander was impressed, noting how quickly his men moved their massive shields. But the younger soldier scoffed, saying it was nothing special and they could advance easily. But then his eyes went wide. He saw something impossible happening on the battlefield. An arrow slammed into one of the soldiers, punching straight through his heavy armor. He didn't stand a chance. The commanders were stunned. Even the Ming army's cannons hadn't done that kind of damage. They were in big trouble, with casualties piling up fast. They had already lost commanders and high-ranking officers, making it hard to control the troops. The order was given to pull back before the entire formation collapsed. The commander realized that if Joseon's archers were this good, their cannons must be too. He ordered half the troops to get off their horses and prepare for an archery battle. With the new plan in place, the commanders gave the order to shoot back. The Joseon soldiers unleashed a volley of gunfire. The enemy riders screamed as the bullets tore through their ranks. The Joseon soldiers held their ground firmly behind their shields. Seeing this, the enemy commander yelled at his own men to cool down, worried they were about to break. He saw the thick smoke as an opportunity. Believing the Joseon soldiers couldn't see, he ordered his troops to pull back and prepare for a new attack. That's when he called in his best soldiers, the Khan's Iron Riders. The commander laid out his plan to charge right after Joseon's next attack. But just as he finished, one of his men screamed for him to look up. The sky was filled with fire arrows. A soldier panicked, but someone tried to calm him, saying they were just for show. He was dead wrong. These weren't just arrows. They were exploding. The soldiers yelled for everyone to raise their shields, but it was useless. The explosions tore right through their defenses as they realized in horror that the arrows were packed with gunpowder. The enemy commander was tired of fighting from a distance. He figured the Joseon army was weak up close and ordered his men to charge forward. He was absolutely certain this would be the move that broke their lines. On the Joseon side, an officer saw the enemy switch to stormtroops. He immediately yelled for the longswordsmen to move to the front and form a line. He then gave another order. The cannoneers were to fire a volley, then immediately fall back into the trenches behind them. A lookout shouted an update on the enemy's numbers. It was 5,000 Iron Riders, and they were charging in 2 separate waves. The ground itself started to shake from the force of the charge. A soldier panicked, saying their foot soldiers would be trampled to death without their own cavalry to stop them. But the soldier next to him was calm. He said he trusted the Grand Prince. He believed there was a reason for the traps they'd set, and that their leader wouldn't have led them here if he wasn't sure they could win. Right on cue, an officer saw the enemy closing in. He screamed the order for the cannoneers to fire. The cannon fire slammed into the charging cavalry, but it didn't slow them down. Their commander just screamed at them to ignore the fallen and keep pushing forward. One of the riders was yelling threats, ready for the fight. But then he saw something up ahead that made him stop cold. Suddenly, the entire front line of the charge collapsed. Horses and riders went down hard, crashing into each other in a huge pileup. It was a trap. They had charged straight into a giant mud pit. The horses couldn't move, and the entire attack came to a dead stop. With the enemy completely stuck, the Joseon officer gave the order. The cannoneers opened fire, unleashing a devastating volley on the trapped soldiers. The enemy commander couldn't believe it, but he recovered fast. He yelled at his men not to panic, reminding them this was why they had split into 2 groups. He ordered them to cover the mud to regain their speed. His soldiers immediately started grabbing hay bales and anything else they could find. They threw it all onto the mud, trying to build a makeshift bridge to get across. The main enemy leader was furious. He saw the trap as a cheap trick and swore he would personally crush the Joseon army for their games. A soldier rushed to the general with an urgent report. He explained that the enemy was spreading hay and grain over the mud, creating a path for their horses. At this rate, he warned, the enemy cavalry would reach their lines within a day. The general didn't hesitate. He ordered his own cavalry to ride out and strike the enemy's flanks while they were busy crossing. He also told the men in the main line to prepare to fire from their positions. Then, the general roared his final command. He told every single soldier to get ready for hand-to-hand combat. All along the line, the men steeled themselves for the fight to come. The soldiers dug their feet into the ground, getting ready for the charge. They locked their shields together, forming a solid wall to meet the enemy cavalry. The first wave of riders slammed into them with incredible force. From horseback, a commander shouted encouragement, telling his men they were doing great and just needed to hold on. The enemy riders weren't letting up. One of them drew his sword, ready to cut through the line. The shield wall began to buckle under the pressure. An enemy commander laughed, mocking them for thinking they could win just by hiding and shooting cannons. He swung his weapon and screamed that now it was their turn to face a real fight. The soldier gritted his teeth, using every ounce of strength he had to not get pushed back. The enemy riders were relentless, cutting down anyone who stood in their way. The soldier dug in his heels, telling himself they just had to endure. He told his comrade they had to hold out. Their whole plan was to lure the enemy in deeper, but the enemy just kept pushing forward, trying to break the line completely. That's when an officer took a direct hit to the head. He went down hard, and one of the soldiers screamed his title in shock. His vision started to go dark. He could hear a voice desperately pleading for him to wake up. Someone else's voice cut through the noise, asking if he was okay. A soldier grabbed him by the shoulders, shaking him and yelling for Officer Jung to come to his senses. Officer Jung struggled to his feet, the sounds of battle ringing in his ears. An enemy soldier saw the opening and charged forward with a roar, ready to finish him off. But out of nowhere, another blade flashed through the air to meet the attack. It was the soldier who'd been trying to help him. He stood his ground, protecting his commander. He looked down and yelled for Jung Byum-soo to get up, telling him there was no way he was out of the fight. Jung Byum-soo shook his head, insisting he was just startled for a moment. The other soldier told him to get ready for battle. The soldier gripped his weapon, saying that their only way to survive was to kill all the intruders. He then roared his orders to the entire line. They were to defend the trenches with their lives, because the order to fire from within their own position could come at any second. A soldier begged the Grand Prince to stay back, warning him about stray arrows, but the prince refused. He said he couldn't just watch his soldiers die, and he demanded arrows to join the fight himself. He glared towards the enemy line, promising to make them pay for what they'd done. Miles away, the enemy riders were laughing, thinking the Kozin army's tricks were nothing. Just as one of them started to give an order, something massive slammed right into him. His friend stared at the giant weapon, thinking it was a spear. Another soldier pointed up to a hill far in the distance, yelling that someone was attacking them from there. A soldier quickly reported that 3 riders were charging up the hill. He pointed out one of them, saying his fancy armor meant he had to be a high-ranking general. The Grand Prince's eyes narrowed. He announced to his men that whoever took that general's head would earn the greatest honor of the day. As another rider was struck down, he realized in his last moment that it wasn't a spear, it was an arrow, and the one firing it was the Grand Prince. The enemy general roared with fury, charging straight for him. The Grand Prince just calmly drew another arrow, ready for the challenge. The arrow slammed into the general, stopping his charge instantly. Another rider went down right after him. The 2 commanders stared each other down from across the battlefield. The enemy leader looked furious, but the Grand Prince was completely calm. Suddenly, a huge fire erupted from inside their own lines. A soldier screamed out a warning. An officer yelled for everyone to get into the trenches for cover. The soldiers scrambled for safety as arrows started to fall. The men dove into the deep trenches they had prepared. From a ridge, an officer reported that the fire carts were ready. Down below, the enemy riders laughed, mocking the soldiers for hiding in holes like rats. But the enemy general wasn't fooled. He realized this wasn't a retreat. It was a coordinated move. He immediately ordered his men to charge straight for the trenches. The enemy cavalry turned and charged directly at the trenches. The Joseon general knew they'd figured it out. He had no choice but to give the order to fire as soon as the smoke cleared. As the smoke cleared, the cannons came into view, aimed and ready to fire. They had a whole line of them. A wall of destruction pointed right at the charging cavalry. Then came the order. A storm of fire and metal erupted from the cannons, lighting up the entire battlefield. The enemy rider stared in absolute horror. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This wasn't just an attack. It was impossible. Order was to keep firing, and they did. A constant stream of explosions tore through the enemy cavalry, giving them no chance to escape. The enemy general could barely react, caught completely in the middle of the chaos. Finally, the order came to stop firing. With the field covered in fallen enemies, the commander told his men to regroup. An officer announced that the Grand Prince would deal with the rest of them. From a cliff above, he gave a final word of caution. The enemy leader stared down at the battlefield. He was stunned by the sheer number of his soldiers, who had been wiped out. His shock quickly turned into pure fury. He swore that he would take down the one responsible, even if it was the last thing he did. With a roar, he charged forward alone, but the Grand Prince was waiting. He calmly drew his bow, completely unfazed by the desperate attack. He let the arrow fly, screaming a curse at the charging rider. He yelled that the enemy was the one who was about to die. The arrow shot forward, glowing with an insane amount of energy. It flew across the battlefield in an instant, aimed right at the enemy commander. The commander's eyes went wide. He had no time to react. The arrow struck him with incredible force, ending his charge instantly. The enemy leader fell to the ground. The Joseon soldiers just stared, completely stunned by what they had just seen. Then, their shock turned into a massive cheer. A soldier yelled out that the Grand Prince had taken down the enemy commander. An officer confirmed the kill. With their leader gone, he ordered the men to wipe out the remaining enemy soldiers. The enemy officer saw a chance. He realized that since his men were mixed in with the Joseon cavalry, the cannons couldn't fire without hitting their own soldiers. He ordered his troops to press the attack before the Joseon army could regroup, but the Joseon soldiers were already moving. One of them charged forward and cut down an enemy rider with a single, brutal strike. Seeing his men fall, the enemy officer's confidence shattered. He immediately screamed for everyone to retreat, but another officer rode up beside Khan, arguing against the order. He was worried that running away would make them look weak. Khan yelled back that it wasn't about looking weak. It was about staying alive. He knew if they didn't escape now, the cannons would destroy them while they were trapped crossing the river. From the Joseon line, an officer saw the enemy turning to run. He gave the command to light the rocket arrows. The rockets slammed into the retreating cavalry, creating a huge explosion. The enemy soldiers were thrown into chaos. Khan couldn't believe what he was seeing. He screamed that the Joseon soldiers were completely insane. He urged his men to get away as fast as they could, asking if the other corps led by Kungsun was still out there. With the battle over, the officers talked about how the Grand Prince's plan had saved them, though they admitted it got dangerous when the enemy commander charged him. But then, one of them noticed something was wrong. The dead commander's horse was acting crazy. The horse's eyes were filled with rage. A soldier screamed for the Grand Prince to get away from it. It let out a furious cry, completely out of control. Without hesitation, the animal charged straight for the Grand Prince. As Su Yang held it back, He realized what was happening. The horse was enraged by its owner's death. He could also feel that it was way stronger than any normal horse. The horse lashed out, trying to trample him. One of the soldiers cried out in horror, thinking the prince was done for. A powerful kick slammed into him, sending him flying through the air. He dug his feet into the ground, gritting his teeth. The horse was strong, but he told himself there was no way he was going to lose this fight. The animal thrashed wildly, trying to throw him off with all its might. Su-young focused all his energy, pumping his muscles for one big move. With a massive roar, he lifted the horse clean off the ground and threw it. One of the soldiers watched in horror, yelling that it was too dangerous. But the prince was determined to see this through. He landed right on top of the horse, trapping it in a headlock. He yelled at the animal, reminding it that its owner was dead. With a final crushing squeeze, he demanded that it surrender. The other soldiers just stared, completely stunned. One of them asked if the prince was actually trying to break the horse's neck with his bare hands. Still holding the horse down, Su-young threatened it with a boring life in the stables. But one of his men had to interrupt. He calmly explained to the prince that most war horses are geldings, so his threat didn't really make sense. Su-young was genuinely horrified by this, his eyes filling with tears as he called it cruel. He then turned back to the horse and gave it a final choice: serve him or die right there. The horse immediately calmed down and nuzzled against him. It seemed to understand. Su-young was taken by surprise, but the wild animal was now completely gentle. The soldiers couldn't believe it. He had actually tamed the violent horse. Su-young gently stroked the animal and gave it a new name: Sore Grief. He turned back to his men with a grin. He joked that he was sorry for taking the best prize from the battle for himself. The battle was over. The numbers showed just how complete their victory was. Out of 30,000 enemy soldiers, about 20,000 were dead. The Joseon army, on the other hand, had lost only 1,400 men. It was an overwhelming and decisive win. As the battle was ending, news spread like wildfire. The northern UN army was on the move. The Jurchen leaders knew they had to make a choice. One of them worried that if they hesitated, they'd be betrayed by one side or the other after the war. Meanwhile, the chosen commanders were planning their next move. One of them declared it was time to go after Taesung Khan. A soldier turned to his commander to offer his thoughts, but Su-young cut him off with a confident smile. He told them he already had a good idea. He remembered something from the history books. Taesung Khan was supposed to be killed by a man named Esen, but Su-young had a different plan. What if he changed how things were supposed to go? He wasn't going to let history play out. He was going to take matters into his own hands. Su-young considered the possibility. What if Taesung Khan didn't die at Esen's hands? Miles away, Taesung Khan's remaining soldiers were riding for their lives, trying to escape the slaughter. Taesung Khan looked at his exhausted men and asked if this was all that was left of his army. One of his soldiers complained that his horse was about to give out. Turns out, their situation was even worse than they thought. The moment they retreated, the Jurchens turned on them, attacking them and stealing their horses. Taesung Khan was furious. He cursed the Jurchens for having no honor. He knew that if this hadn't happened, his Iron Riders would have been massacred and Maonahai would be dead. One of his advisors felt something was wrong. He wondered if Esen had deliberately sent them false information. But another soldier just thought the Posean army had fought surprisingly well. Taesung Khan laid out the new plan. They would join Esen, strike the Ming first, and worry about Joseon later. Just then, a soldier ran up with terrible news. The Jurchens had stolen the horses and fled. Taesung Khan was furious, yelling at the man for only telling him now. Taesung Khan was furious, but he had bigger problems. The Joseon army had caught up. Their commander yelled that the Jurchens didn't matter. They were here to finish the job. Back in the command tent, Su-young was going over the plan with his generals. One of them couldn't believe what he was hearing, questioning the order to leave the Khan alive. The general pieced it together. He realized Su-young's true goal was to make sure Isen could never become the leader of their enemies. Su-young confirmed it. He explained that Isen wasn't from the right bloodline, so the other tribes would never accept him. That's why they had to use the Khan for their own plans. Just then, a soldier burst into the tent with an urgent report. He announced that their forces had driven Taesung Khan into the forest. One of the generals turned to Su-young, suggesting it was time for him to ride out on his new horse. Su-young grinned, eager to finally let loose. The general added that this was the perfect chance for the Grand Prince to demonstrate his true strength when they captured the Khan. Su-young considered the idea. The general told Su-young that when the enemy soldiers saw him, they started shouting the name of Grand King Taejo. Even though the king was long dead, his legend was still powerful in these lands. He added that some of them even recognized the bow Su-young carried. Su-young brushed it off, saying he was just big and couldn't compare to the great king. But the general insisted he was underestimating himself. What mattered was that the enemy saw him as a legendary general. Then the general laid out his plan. He told Su-young to imagine defeating Taesung Khan in a barehanded fight. If he did that, the rest of the enemy forces would surrender immediately. It would make it much easier to get favorable terms for their country. Meanwhile, Su-young's soldiers pushed through the dense forest, determined to clear a path. Taesung Khan was being rushed to safety by one of his men. The soldier urged him to survive, pointing out that the Joseon army wasn't firing cannons in the forest. But the second they stepped out, they'd be completely exposed. Taesung Khan gripped his sword, ready for a final battle. But then his soldier noticed something odd. The Joseon forces weren't acting like they were preparing for a normal attack. A voice boomed through the forest, calling for Taesung Khan to come out. It called him a disgrace to his people. The Khan just gritted his teeth, his face filled with anger. The voice belonged to Su-young. He yelled into the trees, mocking the enemy for claiming to be from a mighty empire, while while acting so pitifully. Tyson Khan's men couldn't take the insults. One of them begged his Khan to let them charge out and take the prince's head. But Soo-young wasn't finished. He roared his identity for all to hear, declaring himself a descendant of the legendary Grand King Taizhou and the second prince of Joseon. He gave the enemy an hour to come out and fight like men. Inspired by his words, his soldiers erupted into a powerful chant, shouting Soo-young's name. The sound echoed through the forest. Hiding in the trees, Tyson Khan's men started to look worried. One of Soo-young's men rode forward, laughing. He yelled that they weren't real men if they were just going to sit there and take the insults quietly. That's when Soo-young took it a step further. He started taking off his gear and shouted that they didn't even need weapons. He was challenging them to a barehanded fight. He flexed his arm and yelled that he wanted to try their version of wrestling. But inside the forest, one of Tyson Khan's men was losing his patience. He was tired of the talk and just wanted to fight. That's when a voice finally answered from the trees. It was Tyson Khan, the enemy leader, addressing the prince directly. He wanted to know what was in it for them. If he beat Soo-young, what would they get? Soo-young laid out the deal. If the Khan won, Soo-young would give them back 1 horse for every man and guarantee their safe escape to the Guangchun Pass. The Khan asked if he could really trust him. Soo-young just smirked, saying that a true man of Joseon would never lie about something like this. But he added one last condition. The Khan had to come out and fight him personally. If he refused, Soo-young's army would wipe out every last one of his men. Watching from a distance, one of Soo-young's men wondered if the Khan would actually accept the deal. His companion was sure he would, since it was the only way to save his troops and get out of there alive. The soldier then asked how Soo-young even came up with that kind of wrestling. Soo-young explained it was just a little something he developed for fun while he was training his body. Soo-young knew this wasn't like regular wrestling. There were no tricks or clever moves here. This was going to be a pure test of strength. Then, from the trees, the enemy leader finally stepped out. It was Tyson Khan. The Khan grinned, saying he could finally see the face of the man causing all this trouble. Soo-young just stared back, completely calm. Soo-young told him he'd been waiting for this moment. The two men stood alone in the clearing, ready to settle this. Seeing this, the Khan's men started yelling. They were furious that Soo-young would dare speak to them with such arrogance. But Soo-young just smiled, reminding them of the crushing defeat they'd just suffered. His own soldiers cheered loudly behind him. The enemy soldiers were losing it. They screamed for their Khan to break Soo-young's back and teach the muscle-bound prince a lesson. With that, the time for talking was over. The two men locked hands, and the fight began. The soldiers on both sides watched, holding their breath. With a grin, Soo-young declared it was time to end this war. A powerful red aura exploded around him. This was it, the final fight. Tyson Khan charged forward, putting all his weight into the first attack. But Soo-young didn't even budge. He held the Khan in place and mocked him, asking if that was really the best he could do. He tightened his grip, his muscles glowing with power. It was time to make his move. With a powerful roar, Soo-young began to lift him. He hoisted the massive warrior into the air like he weighed nothing at all. Soo-young shouted out the name of his technique, the Storm Throw. The Khan could only grit his teeth in pain. He slammed Tyson into the ground with incredible force. Soo-young stood over him, completely unfazed. He told Tyson to get up and show him some real strength, unless he wanted to be dragged back to Joseon as a captive. The enemy soldiers roared, begging their Khan to fold Soo-young in half, but it was already too late. Soo-young had him by the throat. He lifted the massive man with one arm and shouted the name of his next move, the chokeslam. The Khan hit the ground so hard it shook. Soo-young stood over him and told him to get up. He asked if collapsing was the only thing his strength was good for. That was the last straw. Tyson Khan got to his feet, screaming with absolute fury. He threw a wild punch, but Soo-young caught his fist in mid-air without even flinching. The Khan couldn't believe it. He was furious, accusing Soo-young of being a coward for breaking the rules and using his fists. Soo-young's face went dark. He told the Khan that for that, he deserved to die. The warrior screamed as he felt his bones begin to creak under the pressure. Soo-young wasn't done yet. He announced his next move, the giant swing. Hearing that, his own soldiers screamed in terror. The Khan was on his knees, completely broken. Soo-young calmly asked if he was up for more, but tears were already streaming down the warrior's face. He couldn't believe this kind of strength was real. Looking up, the Khan finally understood. It wasn't just some trick. It was the muscles themselves. Soo-young just stood over him, flexing with total confidence. And then, the enemy leader finally yelled it out. He had lost. He was giving up. Soo-young's soldiers went wild, celebrating their prince's victory. Soo-young proudly announced that his body had won the war. He claimed it was all thanks to the body his father gave him, and that by taking such good care of it, he had proven his loyalty. To celebrate his triumph, he announced he would perform the Black Dragon's pose. He struck a massive pose, his muscles glowing with a powerful red energy. His men stared in absolute awe. They agreed he looked just like a black dragon. The soldiers began to chant his name over and over. Grand Prince Soo-young. Back at the command tent, a soldier reported to the commander-in-chief. He confirmed that all the remaining enemy forces had been defeated. The commander simply replied that they had done well. The commander-in-chief was told that this victory would completely split their enemies. A moment later, Soo-young was summoned and told to prepare for the treaty signing. Inside a tent, the defeated Khan was tied up on the floor. Soo-young's shadow fell over him as he considered what to do next, thinking it would be a waste to just kill him. The Khan glared back, furious. Soo-young just smirked and taunted him, saying it was obvious he wanted to live, because nobody really wants to die. The captured leader spat back that he knew the game. He'd be spared, but only to be dragged back to Joseon for a lifetime of disgrace and imprisonment on some forgotten island. But Suyang told him he was wrong. He explained they would simply let him go, as long as he accepted their agreement. The Khan looked up, stunned. Suyang then called for an official to come in and read the terms. An official stepped forward and began to read the agreement. The first term was simple. They had to officially acknowledge Joseon's victory and pay a ransom of 5 horses for every captive. The second was to actively participate in any future trade. The list went on. Third, they had to send a letter warning Joseon of any future invasion attempts. Fourth, at their next 2 great assemblies, they had to treat Joseon's representatives with the same respect as a king. Finally, the official added one last detail. The representative from Joseon didn't need to be royalty. A high-ranking civil servant would be enough. The Khan listened silently, taking it all in. The official looked down at the silent Khan and asked if he had a problem with the terms of the agreement. The Khan admitted that the first 2 points were fine. He lost the battle, after all. But he was furious about the part where a Joseon representative would be treated like a king at their great assembly. He shouted that their old king was a man with a proper title. He argued that they once called Joseon a brother nation, so he'd treat their man like a chieftain, but nothing more. The Khan was furious, yelling that he'd never approved that term while he was still breathing. The official just turned away and told him he clearly had no idea what was happening in Beijing right now. The Khan scoffed, wondering if Isen had killed the Ming emperor or something. He was sure that otherwise, Isen could never challenge his position. But the official explained it was far worse than that. Isen had defeated the Ming's huge army of 200,000 soldiers, taken the emperor hostage, and was now breaking through the passes to attack Beijing. He told the Khan that if he hadn't been taken captive, he would have heard this news today. The Khan could only stare in shock, repeating Isen's name. The Khan realized that if the battle had started just 3 days later, the Jurchens would have all been on his side. But the official simply looked at him and said that Isen's failure was also inevitable. The official explained that Isen's delay was a huge mistake. By now, the Ming army would have brought in hundreds of thousands of reinforcements. He then mocked the Khan, asking if getting thrown around so much had messed with his head. He looked down at the captured Khan and told him something that changed the entire game. Right now, Isen probably wanted him dead more than anyone. Tyson saw an opportunity. He demanded they add one more condition to the deal. Joseon would have to send troops to help him fight Isen. The official agreed. With that settled, Tyson asked when he'd be set free. The official calmly told him it would be 15 days. Tyson lost it, yelling that they needed to move against Isen immediately, but the official didn't care. He told the Khan that Joseon would decide the timing. He reminded him they were sparing his life and backing his country, so he had no right to complain. Tyson was furious, but he was completely trapped. The official's plan was already in motion. The deadline was set. September 14th was the day Isen had to hear that Tyson was dead. The official looked out as his plan came together. But what would happen if Tyson, who everyone thought was dead, suddenly showed up again on September 30th? The answer was simple. Isen would think Tyson had made a secret deal with Joseon, and because of Tyson's royal bloodline, Isen would see it as a betrayal he absolutely could not ignore. Suyang looked on, a confident smirk on his face. He knew things seemed calm for now, but he was already focused on the storm his plan would create. Date was September 17th, 1449. A city was burning, consumed by the chaos of war. In the middle of the fight, one of his men screamed that everyone was too exhausted. Taishi could only grit his teeth, feeling the pressure of the endless battle. The cost of their advance had been insane. It took 15 days to break through the passes, and in that time, they had taken down over 500,000 enemy soldiers. But it didn't matter. For every soldier they killed, another seemed to take his place. The Ming army just kept coming. Even the soldiers they captured were defiant. One of them, beaten and bleeding, swore they would never breach the Forbidden City. Just then, another soldier cut through the fighting. He had an urgent report for Taishi. He yelled that even more troops had arrived from the south, another 100,000 of them. Taishi couldn't believe it, shouting that it was insane. That's when he realized the rumors they'd heard at the Zijing Pass were true after all. The soldier looked Taishi dead in the eye and laid out the horrible truth. The Ming had 80 million people. He asked if Taishi was really ready to face an army of 8 million. Taishi was furious. It was true. They were replacing their soldiers faster than his army could cut them down. Back in the command tent, the bad news just kept coming. A messenger arrived with a report. The Khoit tribe was withdrawing from the battle. On top of that, the enemy was getting better with their cannons, and their skill had reached a point where it couldn't be ignored. Taishi played his final card. He dragged the captured emperor out for everyone to see, yelling at the defenders and asking if they were really okay with their leader being killed. But from the top of the wall, the Ming officials just looked down, confused. One of them questioned what Taishi even meant. The man in the golden robes just smiled. He told Taishi to stop talking nonsense, because the emperor was standing right there on the wall. Turns out, he was the old emperor's younger brother, the new Jingtai emperor. Taishi clenched his fist. The Ming had simply replaced their emperor, solving the problem instantly. His advisor suggested that maybe it was time to retreat, but warned that if they were too hasty, the Ming army would chase them down. Taishi's advisor approached him, explaining that there were troubling rumors spreading through the camp. The rumor was that the Joseon army had not only won, but had actually killed the Khan. Now, they were supposedly marching on the Mongol capital. Taishi was stunned. One of his men grabbed him, yelling his name. He insisted that avenging the Khan and defending their capital had to be their top priority now. Taishi's expression hardened. He realized that if they called for revenge, all the tribes would unite behind them. An army of 300,000 could crush anyone, even the Ming. Meanwhile, on the walls of Beijing, a soldier rushed in with urgent news. He reported that the Joseon army hadn't captured Taisun Khan, but they had wiped out all enemies in the Liaodong region. The Minister of War, Yu Chen, let out a note of relief. He admitted they couldn't have survived an attack from two sides at once. He figured his tired soldiers could still support the troops left in Liaodong. He asked if the Joseon commander was the official named Kim Jong-seo. The soldier confirmed that it was. Yu Qian scoffed, saying Kim Jong-seo's rank was too low to matter. He told the soldier to send them away unless Grand Prince Suyang was leading them. Just then, another messenger ran up, shouting that the enemy was finally preparing to retreat. The Ming officials had to admit it. Joseon had truly achieved something great. A couple of months later, back in the capital of Joseon, the victorious army returned. Crowds filled the streets to cheer for them. People in the crowd noticed the cavalry's horses were different. They were the enemy's prized war horses, and it looked like they had captured thousands of them. King Sejong sat on his throne, looking healthier and stronger than ever. His officials bowed, telling him they had prayed for his safety every single day. The king praised them for their incredible work defending Ming territory and wiping out their enemies. Then, he called for everyone's attention. A commander ordered the soldiers to salute the king, and the entire army snapped to attention as one. The king looked proudly at his army. He told them that after all their training and battle experience, no one would ever look down on Joseon again. He promised that their hard work would be rewarded. The king announced his first reward, promoting Kim Jong-seo to one of the highest positions in the government and making him a duke. Kim Jong-seo was so happy he could barely contain himself, thinking he was finally free from the northern border. The king continued with the promotions. Central Flank Commander Kim Hyo-seong was promoted to a high-ranking minister. However, Right Flank Commander Yi Jing-ok would keep his current position, since his successes and failures were considered balanced. The king explained the official story. Taisun Khan had been missed, and Yi Jing-ok, a loyal man, had taken the blame. With that settled, he turned to the matter of subduing the enemy leader and winning over the Jurchens. For his achievements, the king granted Grand Prince Suyang 1,000 gyol of land. The other officials looked on, stunned by the sheer size of the reward. Suyang bowed deeply, saying his royal grace knew no bounds. He gave all the credit to the body his father had given him. The king's response was simple. He told his son he did great. King Sejong looked at his son, his face filled with pure, fatherly pride. He was so happy. Later that night, in the training yard, Suyang was spotting someone. The person on the bench was struggling to lift the heavy wooden barbell. He told the crown prince that he seemed to be pushing himself too much and should take it easy, but the crown prince refused to stop. He explained that now that his younger brother had defeated an enemy king, everyone would be paying much more attention to the royal family's physical strength. The crown prince was pushing himself to the limit. He was already lifting more than most military officers. Suyang pointed out that he was already lifting 1,000 gun. He reminded his brother that it took him almost 8 years to reach that level, but the crown prince still felt like he had a long way to go. The crown prince told Suyang not to comfort him, insisting he was going to train more today. From the doorway, their father had been watching them the whole time. King Sejong stepped out into the yard with a smile. He grunted and told his son that he would assist him. Later that night, the king walked through the palace grounds, deep in thought. He thought about how both his sons were grown up now. He felt he could hardly keep up with them anymore. He realized the time had come. Now, Joseon was in their hands. He placed his hand on the crown prince's shoulder, a look of complete trust on his face. Suyang stood beside them, a family finally united in strength. But somewhere else, a lone warrior stood on a battlefield, soaked in red. He looked around, completely lost, wondering where he was. Then, the violence started. A boot came down hard on someone's face. He was in the middle of it all, cutting down enemies left and right. He stared at his own hands, covered in blood, and couldn't understand what was going on. That's when he came face to face with a skeletal enemy, its eyes completely empty. The warrior grabbed the creature, screaming for it to feel his pain. And just like that, his eyes shot open. He screamed as the nightmare got worse. A voice from the real world called out to him, desperately trying to wake him up. He was back in his room, drenched in sweat. The lady held him close, her face filled with worry. He finally caught his breath and acknowledged her, still shaken from the dream. He told her it was no wonder he was having nightmares. He couldn't forget the things he'd seen and done in the war. The lady realized that medicine wasn't working. She believed his illness was in his mind and suggested that prayers might be more helpful. Suddenly, a voice from outside the room interrupted them. It was a messenger with an order. Suyang was to return to the palace immediately. Suyang went straight there and found his father, King Sejong, waiting for him. The king simply confirmed that he had arrived. The king held up a scroll, explaining his plan. He was going to send a formal letter of advice to the new emperor of Ming. He handed the letter to Suyang, wanting to know his thoughts on the matter. Suyang began to read it carefully. The letter started by expressing the king of Joseon's deep concerns about the border. It explained that the recent chaos caused by the Dongze had hurt both of their nations badly. Because of this, other groups like the Tatar and Jurchen were starting to see the Ming Empire as weak. The letter then made its main request for Ming to secure its position in the Liaodong area and drive out the Dongze for good. It even suggested a strategy, stationing 100,000 soldiers there permanently. That way, no one would dare to invade. Finally, the letter ended with a promise. Joseon pledged to help get rid of the Dongze, standing by the Ming Empire. Suyang looked up from the scroll and told his father that the letter had a hidden meaning. On the surface, it looked like they were helping Ming, but there was a trap inside. He explained the core of the plan. The letter suggests Ming solved their military weakness in Liaodong by moving a massive number of their own people there. But as Suyang pointed out, forcing 2 million people to move would be a disaster for Ming. The king agreed, adding that Liaodong was a barren wasteland overrun by enemies. The land was so poor, he continued, that the best they could do was grow cheap grain and raise horses. Ming would have to pour money into just keeping everyone fed. The king thought about the numbers. He realized that even half that many people would require 4 million seok of grain every single year. That amount was insane. It was equal to Joseon's entire budget for a whole year. On top of the cost, Suyang added another problem. Stationing a huge army there would be like pointing a knife at the northern Yuan, forcing them to attack over and over. He laid out the final point. Ming would gain nothing from this plan, but when they started losing, they would definitely try to shift the blame and the cost onto Joseon. The king agreed with his son's assessment. He understood that if Ming put in effort, Joseon would be expected to do the same. Suyang's words made perfect sense. But then, the king's expression changed. He told them there was something important he needed to say. He admitted that he was getting old and tired. He felt he could no longer govern the country properly. He had already set a date, March 30th of the next year. That was the day he would pass the throne to the crown prince. Both princes were completely stunned by the sudden declaration, but the king wasn't just retiring. He explained that he had another important task to do. He wanted to create a new set of laws for the country. He'd already come up with a name for it, the Grand Code for National Administration. His son protested, insisting that his father would be in good health for another 20 years. The king just smiled. He said that's exactly why he had to do the most important thing now, and nothing was more important than the country's laws. The king looked at his son and told him that his help had been truly significant. Suyang simply said he was fulfilling his duty as a son, but then he added that he had a favor to ask. He asked that for 1 full year, Buddhist services be held in temples all across the country to honor the soldiers who had fallen in battle. The crown prince immediately spoke up, telling his father it was an important matter. He suggested that their uncle, Grand Prince Hyoryong, should accompany Suyang, since he was a deeply religious man. The king realized what his son was really doing. He was worried about the shock Suyang must have felt on the battlefield, and thought this would help calm his mind. Hearing this, a small smile appeared on Suyang's face. He understood his brother was looking out for him. Together, the two princes bowed deeply to their father, expressing their immense gratitude. With the matter settled in Joseon, the gears of politics were turning elsewhere. Far away, in another kingdom, an emperor sat on his golden throne. He had just received news that Joseon was demanding payment for their help in the war. One of his advisors spoke up, guessing that Joseon couldn't handle becoming enemies with the northern Yuan alone. He figured King Yido must have seen this as a perfect opportunity. The emperor sighed. He considered sending 100,000 soldiers to Liaodong, but then thought about sending 1 or even 2 million people. The cost to move that many would be huge. He explained that they'd have to extend the Great Wall to protect them, but their treasury was already low from the war. He turned to his officials and asked for their advice. The advisor claimed it was impossible. He said Liaodong was a wild land where the Jurchen tribes survived by raiding, and he didn't believe Joseon could handle them. The emperor listened, then revealed his true plan. He would solidify Liaodong by shifting all the responsibility to Joseon. He declared he would give King Yido all the land east of Tieling. The officials were stunned. One of them cried out in disbelief, unable to understand the emperor's command. But the emperor just smiled. He explained that once Joseon was busy dealing with all the northern tribes, they would eventually wear themselves out. It was a perfect trap. With a confident smile, the emperor ordered his men to prepare a reply for Joseon. His plan was officially in motion, and a new wind was beginning to blow. Time passed. On March 1st, 1450, a new king was crowned. The 4th king of the Joseon dynasty, Munjong, officially took the throne, and while the entire kingdom was celebrating, there was one person who wasn't happy at all. This was Huang Hui. At 80 years old, he could barely stand, but even with the new king, he wasn't allowed to retire. He decided he would ask the retired king one more time for permission. So the next day, Huang Hui went to the now retired King Sejong to ask for his retirement. But Sejong also refused to let him go. Meanwhile, deep in a forest, an older man waited with his arms crossed. He watched Suyang train, thinking to himself what a wicked person the prince was for using an old man like this. Suyang just let out a heavy breath, focused on his workout. The man pushed down on Suyang's back, asking him what good it was to get so strong. He yelled at the insolent brat, saying that soon he'd be claiming he could stop swords with his abs. abs. Su-young just calmly replied that even he thought that was a bit excessive. Su-young calmly explained that some people train their abs by hitting their stomachs with a rolling pin. The old man just stared back, completely lost. He then joked that talking nonsense like that meant he was finally feeling better. Turns out, he'd spent his time traveling across the country with Grand Prince Yoryang, visiting famous temples. He had a clever system. He would donate brand new millstones to the temples for making tofu. Then, he'd take their old, worn-out ones and carve them into a new set of dumbbells. During their travels, if Grand Prince Yoryang saw a statue he thought was poorly made, he'd always make a scene. He would get furious, pointing out that it was already cracking. He'd yell that he couldn't stand to look at it and demand someone be called to make a new one right away. So they'd call a craftsman to build a new, expensive statue. But Su-young had one rule. He would be the model for the statues of the 4 heavenly kings. No exceptions. And the results were exactly what you'd expect. The old statues were replaced with new, incredibly muscular ones. Su-young finally felt at ease, thinking this was how they should have looked all along. And just like that, their travels came to an end. Time passed. And soon it was April. Grand Prince Yoryang told Su-young that he'd received a letter saying his older brother was sick. Su-young was confused, asking how such a healthy person could suddenly fall ill. The Grand Prince's expression was heavy with worry. He explained that his brother had damaged his 2 front teeth some time ago. Ever since then, he'd been so sad that he just started drinking, and his health completely fell apart. Su-young agreed that losing teeth was a big deal. He admitted that as he was nearing 60 himself, he worried about his own health. Then, with a sly grin, he announced that he could read faces quite well. He started analyzing the Grand Prince's features, saying his gentle face and strong neck were signs of good health and fortune. But then he paused, noting there was a small problem with his ears. Yoryang asked nervously what was wrong with his ears. Su-young bluntly told him that it looked like he wouldn't live for very long. The Grand Prince was stunned, demanding to know what he was talking about. Su-young just laughed. He clarified that while living to 100 was probably impossible, he would easily reach the age of 88. The Grand Prince exploded, calling him an insolent rascal for talking such nonsense. The Grand Prince boasted that if he took care of his body, like the retired king, he'd live as long as a legend. The moment Su-young heard the words, a wicked grin spread across his face. And just like that, the two of them were off, running through the woods. As they ran, Su-young was totally confused. He'd only taught his uncle some simple body weight exercises, but the Grand Prince was pushing himself like his life depended on it. Later, while riding, Yoryang admitted that Su-young's talk about face reading had made him curious. He asked if Su-young knew anyone who could read his fortune. Su-young grinned and said he knew a very skilled person, suggesting they change their destination to Gangnyeongsa Temple. Su-young explained that this man was no ordinary monk. He had learned from 2 of the most famous masters in the land. After his uncle finished, Su-young met him on the bridge and asked if the fortune teller was as skilled as people said. The Grand Prince was beaming. He told Su-young that everything he said was true and that he absolutely had to go see him. Su-young was taken aback. He'd never seen his uncle so excited. So, Su-young went to the room, slid the door open, and called out to see if anyone was there. Inside, a monk sat calmly before a golden statue. He greeted Su-young, saying it was an honor, but then added something strange. He wasn't supposed to have come at this time. Su-young made a joke, asking if it would have been better for him to visit 15 years later. He added that by then, the monk wouldn't have the time to be seeing fortunes. His mind started racing. He knew that in the original history, he would visit this place 15 years later while suffering from a terrible disease. He started to wonder if this man somehow knew that. The monk complimented Su-young on his quick wit. Su-young got straight to the point and asked the monk to read his fortune next. The fortune teller seemed hesitant, not sure if he should even say it. But when Su-young insisted, the monk revealed the first part of his destiny. He would become king. But there was a dark side to this fate. The monk explained that becoming king also meant he would bring blood upon his own nephew and friends. Su-young shot to his feet, furious. He demanded to know what the monk was talking about. The monk calmly added that having a guest might change everything. Su-young was confused, asking if the monk was saying he was possessed by a ghost. The fortune teller simply stated that destiny wasn't something that could be easily changed. The monk's words painted a dark picture in Su-young's mind, a future filled with fire and a much harder version of himself standing in the middle of it all. He explained that no matter how much this guest tried to guide fate down a different path, it would be incredibly difficult to avoid the bloodshed. Su-young repeated the word, letting it sink in. A bloodbath. The monk simply confirmed it was true. The monk asked him a simple question. Could he handle it? Su-young's jaw tightened. He answered without hesitation. He had to handle it. He clenched his fist, declaring that he'd already changed so much with his own 2 hands. A confident smile spread across his face. He told the monk that whatever was coming, he would just face it head on and change it too. The monk seemed satisfied with that answer. He said there was no need to worry, recognizing the immense power Su-young held. And he was right. He had already saved his father, King Sejong, completely changing his health and his future. He had already changed the fate of the king. Now, he was on a completely different path, traveling across the country. His uncle, Grand Prince Yoryang, watched him with a thoughtful look. He had been sent to keep an eye on his nephew. The monk's words echoed in his mind. He was certain that Su-young would create a new future, completely different from the one that was foretold. And Su-young was more than ready to build that future with his own 2 hands. While traveling, Su-young came across two men on a path. He stopped and asked them if they had come from the north. The man's eyes widened in shock. He suddenly realized he was standing in front of Grand Prince Su-young. His companion immediately dropped to his knees, saying it was an honor. But Su-young just reached out his hand and told the man to get up. The man looked up at him, completely stunned. To him, Su-young looked like a divine general, a warrior straight from the heavens. They arrived at a quiet, peaceful-looking estate. The man stared at Su-young's incredible body, asking if he was one of the disciples. Su-young explained that over 2,000 people had already properly learned his immortal body training. The man's mind started racing. He thought about what would happen if he could learn from someone like this. If those teachings were passed on to others, then soon the entire nation would begin to grow stronger. The man, Naserin, explained that in the north, strength was the only thing that mattered. He begged Su-young to take his son as a disciple so the boy could have a better life. He promised he would get the king's approval for it. Naserin was overjoyed, tears streaming down his face. The idea of his son becoming a disciple of the king's brother was more than he could have hoped for. Su-young simply told him that with the right training, his son would definitely grow strong. But Su-young had a much bigger plan. He'd already talked it over with his brother, the king. He wasn't interested in teaching the chief, but the children were a different story. The only problem was they couldn't even read. He wondered how they'd ever understand his training methods. He clenched his fist, explaining his real goal. If they took in the Jurchen chief's children and taught them, the next leader of that tribe would basically become one of their own. His plan was meticulous. A child would arrive at 10, spend the next 7 years learning their language and culture, and then master the martial body training. He wasn't just going to let someone with that much investment walk away. The final step was to have them take the imperial exam. He and the king would create a special test just for foreigners. The goal was simple: create a new generation of leaders with the body of a Jurchen, but the mind of a Joseon scholar. Naserin then asked about a rumor he'd heard. He wanted to know if it was true that Su-young had defeated the Taisun Khan up north. Su-young just smiled and confirmed it. He had crushed him. He then happily described the fight. He'd thrown the Khan over his shoulder, slammed him into the ground, then grabbed his leg and just tossed him. It was a complete beatdown. Naserin was so impressed by the story that he asked Su-young if he could try the move on him. The moment the words left his mouth, he knew he'd made a terrible mistake. Su-young didn't hesitate. He explained exactly how he'd lift him up, slam him down hard enough to break his back, and then finish him by grabbing his neck. Just as he was about to slam him into the ground, Naserin screamed for him to stop. He yelled that he was sorry and that he completely believed him now. That was all the convincing Naserin needed. He bowed and promised to return in the winter to pay tribute. Su-young just watched him go. After that, word started to spread. Other frontier chiefs came to see Su-young for themselves. They were suspicious at first, but that didn't last long. All their doubts vanished when they saw his incredible muscles. The chiefs were completely in awe, promising to pay tribute if he would just take care of their sons. With the chiefs handled, Su-young called for his horse, Hyukwoo, to start his waist training. The onlookers couldn't believe he was using a giant war horse just to work out. The chiefs were completely sold. They all promised to pay tribute if he trained their sons. And just like that, over 30,000 Jurchen people came to Joseon, pledging their loyalty. Back at the palace, Su-young met with his father, King Sejong. The king was glad to see him looking so strong and asked for a report. Su-young confirmed he'd done exactly as ordered. He told the king that he'd studied the records of their northern battles, and what he found was that their army still had a lot of weaknesses. One of the officials immediately spoke up, advising the king not to interfere with the northern troops, but the king waved him off, saying he knew they fought well and wasn't going to get involved. The king explained the real problem wasn't the soldiers, it was the musketeers. He held up a firearm and asked if anyone who wasn't a military officer knew how to use it. An official just replied that weapons were for soldiers. The king completely disagreed. He explained that muskets were supposed to be used with cannons, but no one knew how. He pointed out there were 7 steps just to get the weapon ready. It wasn't something you could teach easily. That's when Su-young revealed their plan. They were going to create a brand new unit, the Bureau of Firearms, to handle it. He seemed pretty confident this was the answer. The king asked how many members the new Bureau of Firearms would have. Su-young suggested about 500, and the king's face lit up. It was clear this was a topic he was passionate about, but Su-young immediately suggested they should set a much larger goal. He explained that with the money they'd received from Ming, they could easily expand the unit to 1,000 members. The king agreed it was a good idea. Su-young then changed the subject. He asked his brother if it was true that his total for the 3 big lifts was now over 500 kilograms. He remembered it was much lower just 2 years before. The king explained that he'd been following Su-young's diet and working harder. He even told Su-young to just call him older brother instead of your majesty. Su-young just smiled and said that wouldn't be proper. The king joked that if Su-young wanted to be so formal, he'd first have to lift an impossible amount of weight. That's when Su-young quietly told him that his own lifting total was already 810 kilograms. The king laughed, calling his younger brother a monster. But then he got serious again. With so many Jurchen people coming to Joseon, he wondered if they would even have enough teachers for them. Su-young already had an answer. He said he knew the perfect person to teach the Jurchen heirs, a man of deep knowledge, with no greed and no official position. Meanwhile, in Gangseohyun, a messenger stood before a respected teacher. He explained that he carried an official order directly from the king. Seeing the teacher's reluctance, the messenger pleaded with him to at least read the message. Far from the serious business of the court, a group of kids were having the time of their lives. They were being lifted up and down on a long bamboo pole, shouting with joy. Turns out, this wasn't just a game. Su-young was using the pole with the kids on it as a massive weight for his workout. He smiled and promised them that once they were clean, he'd play a throwing game with them. Sometime later, at a quiet estate, it was time to get ready. The kids were all in a big wooden tub, splashing around while the maids washed them. They were still buzzing with excitement for the game Su-young had promised. One of the boys couldn't wait any longer. He jumped right out of the water and ran towards Su-young, shouting that he was ready to play. A maid quickly stopped him, reminding him that he needed to put on clothes first. Su-young just grinned and told the boy not to cry if he got scared. The boy, now dressed, looked up at Su-young with pure excitement. He was ready for the game to begin. And then, with all his might, Su-young launched him. The boy went flying into the sky, screaming with absolute joy the entire way up. The boy landed safely in the big sheet, caught by 4 adults who were helping with the game. He was already flying again, screaming about how much fun it was. But one of the men watching was just completely stunned. He looked over and saw Su-young lifting huge weights, wondering if he was even human. That's when he got an idea, realizing he could use this method to serve both his parents at the same time. After all the fun, one of the boys looked up at Su-young with total admiration. He asked when he would ever be able to become that strong. Su-young smiled and told him he could start learning when he turned 16, once his bones were fully grown. Until then, he just needed to listen carefully to his instructors. The boy promised he would. As the sun set, the day's games ended, and the evening's training began. Later, at dinner, one of the boys stared down at his food. He couldn't believe it. There was no seasoning at all. It was just bland, dense meat. An instructor told him to eat up, saying the meat was essential to build up his frail body. Before the boy could even argue, the instructor stood up and announced their next activity, a simple 10-li run. The boys were immediately herded outside for the run. The one who complained started crying, protesting that he hadn't even finished his food yet. After the long, hard run, they were sent straight to their desks to study. They were completely drained and couldn't believe the schedule. One of the students picked up his book and stared at it, confused. He wondered why the Analects of Confucius was so thin. Another student explained that the books were split into smaller parts to help them focus for short periods. But just as they were getting into it, the instructor announced that reading time was over. It was time for martial body training. The students were shocked. They had just started to concentrate on their books. The same boy started crying again, but this time it was because he wanted to keep reading. Turns out, the martial training was actually a game that looked a lot like badminton. An old teacher watched from the side, laughing to himself. He was impressed, noting that one of the Jurchen kids was very skilled at the game. Another instructor watched the scene, wondering if this strange method could really improve their learning. As night fell, the training grounds finally went quiet. An instructor handed one of the boys in uniform. He told him to put it on and follow him, because it was time for a test on what they'd learned. The student was panicked. He protested that they'd only studied for a short time, so how could he possibly remember everything? But the instructor explained the catch. Any mistakes on the test would affect his progress in martial body training, which was split into 3 parts. He laid out the workout plan. The first part focused on chest, abs, and triceps. The second part was for back and biceps. The final part of the training would be shoulders and lower body. He said that for their first time, they'd be lifting 40 gun for 3 sets. The instructor smiled, then added the final condition. They would only get to do that if they didn't make any mistakes on the test. The student looked absolutely horrified. That night, the students walked in a line. The old teacher watched them from the steps below. As the old teacher read from the Analects, the students recited it back perfectly. The other instructor couldn't believe what he was hearing. He wondered if they had really memorized all of that, but then he realized something even more shocking. He had memorized it too, just from listening. At the palace, a voice called out for the king. Inside, an old man named Huang Hui was on his knees. He begged the king to forgive him for a great sin he had committed against the former king. King Sejong told him to stand, worried about the old man's health, but Huang Hui kept going, asking if the king remembered when he presented his illegitimate son to the palace, back when he was still the crown prince. The memory jumped back 11 years. It was a memory of a tribute, a presentation of gold. Back then, an official had interrogated a man named Huang Jungsang, demanding to know what happened to the rest of the gold. Back in the present, Huang Hui was shaking. Just remembering it filled him with dread. Flashback continued. Huang Hui was completely stunned, demanding to know what was happening. An official declared that the sinner, Huang Jungseng, had stolen golden goblets and treasures from the Eastern Palace. The interrogator yelled, demanding to know if he admitted to the crime. Huang Jungseng cried out, insisting that he didn't do it by himself. He looked over at another man, trying to drag his brother into it with him. He claimed he only took what his younger brother had given him. The other man couldn't believe what he was hearing, but then another official stepped forward. He started to make a statement about Huang Jungseng, but was interrupted by a desperate denial. It was Huang Hui. He roared that the child wasn't part of the Huang family at all. He was the son of some other man named Zhou. Huang Hui shouted that he only took pity on the boy and raised him, trying to distance himself completely. The name echoed in the king's mind as the memory faded. King Sejong remembered seeing a man with that name at the palace, someone he thought had been executed. He asked if this was Hwang Hui's illegitimate son. The old man admitted that it was true. The other officials were stunned. They immediately pointed out that this was the crime of deceiving the king, and he couldn't avoid punishment for it. A system notification even popped up, confirming the act of deception. The king remained silent, his expression impossible to read, but his mind went to something else. A few days ago, Grand Prince Suyang had visited Hwang Hui at the National Confucius Palace. During his workout, Suyang had asked him a very specific question. Which law did he think was the most unjust? He argued that even flowers in a pot grow toward the sun. In the same way, he said, the loyalty of an illegitimate child is no different from that of a legitimate one. The king's mind drifted back to that conversation. He remembered Suyang mentioning a man named Ma Il-yong, who worked for his younger sibling. Suyang had praised Ma Il-yong's exceptional talent, but there was a catch. He was an illegitimate son, which meant he could never truly advance. But Hwang Hui had argued back. He said that while a man could be noble, human greed would always get in the way. He explained that if both legitimate and illegitimate children were allowed to hold office, the legitimate ones would complain and create instability. Suyang had simply told him not to worry. He had a plan, and he told the old man that he himself would be the one to start the change. Back in the present, King Sejong put a hand on Hwang Hui's shoulder. His thoughts turned to his own father. He knew his father's foresight was admirable, but also regrettable. It was King Taizong who had established these laws, all to keep order in the nation. With tears in his eyes, Hwang Hui confessed his lies. He begged the king to abolish the discrimination against illegitimate children, saying he was an old man who was now near death. King Sejong listened to the plea, his eyes closed. He seemed to agree, but the king's decision was not what he expected. He declared that Hwang Hui was stripped of his office. The king then ordered him to go to the Sugongjing Palace and seek forgiveness from the former king. The old man was completely stunned. The king then addressed Hwang Zhongsang, explaining that he would not be punished. Kneeling on the floor, Hwang Hui thanked the king for his unexpected mercy. As the officials led the men away, the king watched from his throne. He wondered if he was being too soft, treating the crime of deceiving him so lightly. His thoughts went deeper to the root of the problem. He wondered how illegitimate children were born in the first place. One of the officials commented on the matter, stating that they simply come from lowly backgrounds. But the king challenged that idea. He asked if people with no power could really refuse their master's orders. The officials were speechless. They had no answer for that. King Sejong then asked if a father should deny his own son success just because of his birth. He declared that if a child is capable, they deserve a chance to succeed, no matter what. He stepped forward, ready to announce his new policy. He explained that illegitimate children could take the civil service exam, but it would be much harder. They'd have to serve 3 years in the cold northern regions, and children of concubines would have to serve for 5. The officials understood immediately. The conditions were so tough that even legitimate children would complain about them, but the king wasn't finished. He announced he was creating a new path to success called martial body training and would soon publish a manual for it. He smiled, explaining that this training would be added to the civil service exam. Passing it would open the door for anyone to become an official. One of the officials spoke up. He suggested that if they were already discussing discrimination, there was another matter they needed to address. He brought up the law about children born to slaves. As it stood, the child would always inherit the mother's status, meaning they were born into slavery. The official proposed an amendment, and the child should inherit the father's status instead. The old official suggested that if they got rid of this law, along with the one restricting the children of entertainers. The other official chimed in, adding the law defining slave status to the list. King Sejong listened, a smile spreading across his face. By doing this, they could get rid of 2 of Joseon's most unfair laws in one go. Back at the Sugongjing Palace, the scene with Hwang Hui continued. He was still on his knees before the king. Hwang Hui had offered his resignation, but King Sejong placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. But King Sejong wouldn't hear of it. He told Hwang Hui that he was essential for drafting the new law code, so he couldn't possibly resign. With his resignation denied, Hwang Hui was completely overwhelmed. Tears of gratitude streamed down his face. Sometime later, after the morning assembly, a special announcement was made. One of the officials cheerfully suggested that they should all head to the Hall of Cultivating Talents to go over the details. As they started walking, one of the older men complained that his feet were hurting. He mentioned that's why he wears straw shoes, and another official agreed he should probably switch too. The group of officials made their way through the busy streets. Suddenly, one of them spotted 2 people in the distance. It was Grand Prince Suyang and the Minister of Finance. He quickly told everyone to get ready to pay their respects. As they all bowed, Suyang noticed one of the older men coughing. He stopped and told the man he admired his hard work. The older official pointed out one of his friends. The man looked completely dazed, as if his soul was leaving his body. He was in total shock, muttering to himself that this was unbelievable. Suyang just grinned, patting the man on the back and telling him to stay strong. The poor guy was trembling. It finally hit him. Even after a long day at the Hall of Cultivating Talent, he still had to go do the martial body training. The thought was just too much. Later, in a different part of the palace, an official sitting on a high chair gave a loud order. He demanded that the sinners be brought in. A man, tied up in thick ropes, was pushed forward by a guard. 3 men were forced to kneel on the ground. They begged for their lives, crying out that they had been framed. But the official glared down at them with fury. He accused them of ruining the training corps exam. The men insisted it was all a big misunderstanding, their faces full of panic. But the official wasn't listening. He just yelled for the witnesses to be brought in. The man's face went pale. He couldn't imagine who would be testifying against them. That's when a huge, muscular man stepped out of the shadows. He looked ready for a fight. The official pointed at one of the tied-up men and ordered the witness to report everything. He called the man a scoundrel, his voice echoing with fury. The witness, a former scholar, looked back with a serious expression. He was ready to explain exactly what had happened. His story began. It all started when an agent from the powerful Choi family came to visit him. The scholar was in the middle of his training. The agent approached. The man asked if he was one of Grand Prince Suyang's disciples. The scholar confirmed that he was. The agent then complimented his physical skills and made a strange request. He wanted him to teach a servant. The scholar was completely confused. He asked the agent if he was serious about him training a servant. The agent just smiled and explained that the servant's name was Chongguk, and he worked for the Choi family. Back in the present, the scholar pointed at the men kneeling on the floor. He told the court that it was only later he discovered the man he'd been training wasn't the real Chongguk at all. The witness pointed at the terrified man in the middle, revealing he wasn't a servant at all, but a farmer from a nearby area. The farmer panicked, screaming to the official that he had no connection to the scholar whatsoever. The official's face twisted with fury. He repeated the farmer's words back, clearly not buying the lie for a second. The scholar continued his story. He explained that the farmer was not only weak, but also lazy, and failed to complete any of the exercises given to him. He remembered watching the man struggle with even the most basic movements. Instead of training, the farmer would just sleep whenever he got the chance, wasting all his time. The scholar then revealed the most unbelievable part. Despite all this, the farmer had somehow placed first in the regional exam. He finished by asking the court how any of that could possibly make sense. The farmer, sweating and tied up, tried to explain himself. He claimed he only got first place because everyone else was just that bad. The official exploded in anger, calling him a liar. He yelled that out of 1,000 men at the training camp, the farmer was the only one who failed simply because he wasn't strong enough. He pointed a finger at the man, accusing him of working with the rich to lie about his identity. The 3 men, tied and kneeling, begged for their lives. The official was shaking with rage. He couldn't believe they would bring such shame to the military headquarters. He made it clear they would not be forgiven for this. A month passed. The story moved to the Water River Palace. King Sejong sat with 2 of his advisors. He mentioned that everyone believed his recent decision to raise salaries was a direct result of that whole incident with the farmer. But King Sejong explained that it was actually all groundwork to deal with a law called the Nobijongbup. The advisor looked up from his meal, completely stunned. The king was pleased. He said that if even his advisor didn't know, he must have done a great job hiding his true intentions. He called it brilliant work. He began to explain the history, starting back when King Taejong first created the law. The problem was that female servants were having children with any free man they could. They would then try to send their children to other households, which nearly wiped out the government's number of slaves. At the same time, people who wanted more slaves would use their servants to attack free women. The whole situation was causing unbelievable chaos. So the officials went before King Taejong and begged him to step in. Eventually, King Taejong had no other choice. He enforced a law that said a child's status as a slave would be determined by their mother's status. The king continued, explaining what would happen under his new system. He calmly poured the advisor another drink. He said that with a proper census for slaves, any abuse could be easily found and punished severely. The advisor looked up, asking what the punishment would be for anyone who broke this new law. The king's answer was simple and brutal: exile. He laid out the full plan. Lawbreakers would be sent to the northern regions, and their land would be worked by illegitimate children. Once things settled down, he would finally bring in the Hope system that King Taejong couldn't. The Hope system was basically an ID tag for everyone. It was the government's way of keeping track of who was who and where they were. The advisor was speechless. The king had thought of everything. The advisor was completely overwhelmed. He couldn't believe how smart these people were. The whole plan was just too much for him to handle. Suyang, however, was thinking about something else. He figured it was impossible to predict these things. After all, his brain was built for lifting weights, not for complex political games. Just then, an attendant leaned in and announced that they had arrived. They were at the cultivation hall. Suyang thought to himself that this was where he would dedicate his life to training his disciples. But as he got closer, he heard shouting. Someone was yelling for people to catch a runaway. Suddenly, a horse came charging through, completely out of control. Suyang stared, furious at the scene. He couldn't believe what was happening. And that's when he saw who was riding the horse. It was just a little kid, laughing as he stirred up all this trouble. The kid was riding bareback, completely in control, while everyone else panicked. One man was on the ground, begging for his life, and he was loving every second of it. The horse reared up, ready to trample the men on the ground. Suyang watched, his fist clenched tight. He was actually sweating, but that fear quickly turned into pure focus. He took a deep breath, gathering all his strength. Then he moved. He stepped right in front of the horse, grabbing it. He dug his fingers into its leg, bringing the massive animal to a dead stop. With a grip of steel, Soo-young held the massive horse completely still. The kid on its back was in total shock. But Soo-young wasn't there to be a hero. He was furious. He glared at the boy and ordered him to get off the horse immediately. That's when an old man came rushing through the gates. He was crying, screaming for the prince as he ran. He collapsed to his knees in front of Soo-young, desperately asking what was going on. The old man started to explain. He said that recently, the children had started demanding to learn physical training. They were completely sick of studying and rebelled, throwing their books to the ground. And before he could do anything, a few of them stole horses and just took off. The old man continued, explaining that the kids had trampled all over the fields in their escape. It got worse. He said that in the chaos, someone was actually injured by one of the runaway horses. The old man was at his wit's end, claiming the children were impossible to reform. Soo-young just held up one of the boys, who was laughing like it was all a game. The boy just kept shouting, begging Soo-young to teach him physical training. He yelled that books were boring, but Soo-young refused. He tried to explain that the boy was too young, that his bones hadn't even fully developed yet. The kid didn't care. He started flailing his arms and legs wildly, insisting that he was faster than everyone else and deserved to be taught. The old man just kept repeating that they couldn't be reformed. Soo-young let out a wondering what he was supposed to do with these kids, as the boy just wouldn't give up. So, Soo-young came up with a simple solution for the kid who wouldn't stop screaming. He locked him in a building. It didn't take long for the boy to change his tune. He started banging on the door, screaming that he was wrong and begging to be let out. But Soo-young knew this wasn't a real fix. He realized all these kids were under a ton of stress and needed something to lift their spirits. One of his men asked if he had a solution. Then, he suggested something called nesurin. He explained that the technique was all about patience, protection, and then completely crushing your opponents. He reminded Soo-young that this was the same technique that once taught the mighty General Han a lesson. The man kept explaining. He said that originally, nesurin was just a way for men to show off how strong and muscular they were. Turns out, it was a kind of traditional acrobatic performance. Soo-young was confused. He asked if the man was saying the whole thing was just staged. The man grinned, saying it would be a great way to lift the children's spirits. He then called them over to explain his idea. So they all huddled together as he whispered the details. And whatever he suggested, it left them completely stunned. Sometime later, at the Chuseok festival, an announcer called out. The king, the retired king, and Prince Hyoryung had all arrived for the event. The king looked around, pleased. He commented that everything seemed to be very well prepared. The king approached a group of children. He asked them how their studies were going. The kids looked completely bored. One of them mumbled that it was interesting, but his face told a different story. The king could tell they weren't having fun. He just smiled and told them it was normal to feel that way at their age. Then he announced that Soo-young would be performing nesurin for everyone today. He told them all to relax and enjoy the festival. The whole area was set up for a big show. The two men started talking about the performance. One of them asked what nesurin even was, but the other admitted he didn't really know either, just that it was some kind of play. As he poured a drink, the prince looked worried. He asked if his older brother was going to come. The other man explained that he'd heard Prince Yangyang hadn't been in good health lately. The prince just commented that some self-discipline might do his brother some good. Down below, the stage was set. The performance was about to begin. The show started, and the two men watching couldn't believe their eyes. It was a man dressed as Gunye, the Maitreya Buddha, and there he was, sitting on a platform like a king. It was Soo-young, dressed as the one-eyed ruler, Gunye. He stood up and roared to the crowd, declaring that he was the Buddha. He leaped into the center of the stage, right in front of the children. He asked how many of them had been waiting for the Maitreya to appear. Then with a smirk, he announced the theme of the play, the downfall of Gunye himself. Turns out, the whole idea came from a historical drama he'd gotten really into. He was completely in character, ready to put on a show for the kids. Turns out, he remembered exactly how he'd prepared for this. He had watched the entire historical drama twice, studying every single detail. But he didn't just copy the show. He'd also planted a few surprises in the crowd. That's when someone in the audience coughed. It was one of the men watching with the children. Soo-young immediately snapped his head towards the sound. Still playing his part, he demanded to know who coughed. The man froze, sweating bullets. He clearly hadn't meant to interrupt. Soo-young pointed right at him and yelled that his mind was full of evil spirits. Then he swung a huge mace right at the man's head. The man screamed, begging for his life, as the children cried out in terror. He roared, pretending to be furious that the man interrupted his special sight with a simple cough. Just then, another man stepped forward to protect the children. He told Soo-young he wouldn't dare lay a hand on them. The actor ordered Soo-young to stop at once. As planned, two armored guards then burst from the crowd, and they pointed at Soo-young, accusing him of being a tyrant and questioning how he could call himself a holy man. The truth was, the guards thought the whole performance was incredibly embarrassing, but the kids were completely hooked, staring up at the scene in awe. He announced that he would show them the true sign of the Maitreya, and then he flexed. A massive, bulging bicep. That was the sign. He declared that his muscles were a sign of compassion. He called it a display of overflowing grace. Then he struck a powerful pose for everyone to see. The children watched, their eyes wide with wonder. Suddenly, The two guards threw their armor to the ground. They flexed their own muscles, boasting that they were no pushovers either. Watching the whole thing, one man started laughing while another just prayed. Just then, an official stepped forward, interrupting the show. He looked at one of the men and asked if he was Park Kyungwi. The official confirmed that he was Park Kyungwi, and he was indeed there to judge the fight. One of the fighters turned to him and declared that the match was in his hands. Park Kyungwi looked completely unprepared for this. With a loud crack, the fight began. One of the men lunged forward instantly. The blow landed with brutal force. He mocked his opponent, challenging him to use his so-called clairvoyance to win. He was completely confident, a smirk on his face. He easily overpowered the other man, saying he was so weak that no special skills were needed to beat him. He held the man in an iron grip, grinning as he offered to teach him a spell to escape all his suffering. Then, with incredible strength, he lifted his opponent into the air. As he slammed him down, he shouted out the strange words. The man's head hit the wooden floor hard. From the sidelines, a young boy started to cry, begging his master not to lose. He screamed for him to get up, but the fighter was completely beaten. Gunji just repeated the chant one last time. The fight was over, but he looked like he was just getting started. Gunji landed a brutal elbow strike right to his opponent's face. The man could barely gasp out his attacker's name. Hearing the boy scream for him to win, the master suddenly found a new surge of strength. He tightened his grip, refusing to go down. He roared that he could never lose. With a final burst of energy, he lifted Gunja and slammed him hard onto the ground. The fighter remembered how they used to practice this exact move, always on soft blankets to cushion the fall. But this wasn't practice. Hitting the hard floor hurt a lot more. A strange smile spread across Gunji's face. He seemed to be enjoying it. The master sat on the railing, catching his breath and looking down at his defeated opponent. He declared that Gunji's tyranny was finally over. But he was wrong. Gunji slowly rose to his feet, looking bigger and more dangerous than ever. Meanwhile, the officials watching the performance were in shock. One of them shot up from his seat, completely stunned by what he was seeing. He screamed out the master's name, Yuya. But Gunja wasn't done. He launched himself high into the air, preparing to come down with all his force. Yuya could only watch from the ground, stunned. He was completely defenseless as the massive fighter came crashing down on him. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Something was very wrong. A confident grin spread across Gunji's face. He was enjoying this. With a massive crash, he slammed his elbow down. Yuya managed to get his arms up to block, but the force was so incredible that it still sent a shock of pain through his entire body. The officials watching couldn't believe it. One of them cried out Yuya's name, worried. Another spectator asked nervously if they had actually won. The kids beside him looked terrified, realizing that a line had just been crossed. Yuya struggled just to breathe. The weight on him was immense. Gunja sneered, telling Yuya he was too naive. He had him completely trapped. The power coming from Gunja was unbelievable. He roared that he didn't even need his full power. Just the strength of his back was more than enough to crush his opponent. But Yuya wasn't finished. He found a burst of strength and shouted for General Wang, promising to weaken Gunji for him. He landed a desperate strike, creating an opening. He pleaded with the general to finish the fight now. That's when Suyang made his move. He launched himself into the air, shouting at Gunja to get ready. The attack landed with massive force. Gunja could only grunt in pain as the blow connected. The official was furious. He screamed at Park Kyungwi, accusing him of allowing foul play. But Park Kyungwi just stammered that the hit was legal. He officially approved the substitution. And just like that, Suyang was in the fight. From the crowd, the young boy screamed for his master's side to win. Gunja looked past Suyang, calling out a name. Dark Army General Nungsan. Another fighter had appeared. Suyang knew what he had to do. They needed to buy some time. Gunja was losing it. He screamed that he'd been betrayed, that they had all joined hands with Wang Gyan against him. The plan was simple. Stall long enough for their side to recover. Suyang yelled back that calling him a traitor was a waste of breath. He then shouted for his allies to get moving. One of the officials watched the whole thing unfold, his face grim. In the ring, Nungsan dared Suyang to come at him. Without wasting a second, the two men charged and slammed into each other. Locked in a tight grapple, Nungsan suggested they wrap things up. Suyang agreed. That's when Nungsan drove a powerful knee right into Suyang's gut. Suyang let out a roar of pain, but he fought through it, grabbing Nungsan and hoisting him into the air for a throw. A voice boomed out, demanding respect for someone named Maitreya. It was Gunja. He had this wild, crazed look in his eyes as he held his opponent tightly. Turns out, there was some kind of script for all of this. It said Gunja was supposed to rise up and become a monster, and Gunja was playing his part perfectly. But the script also said he was meant to be defeated. At that exact moment, Suyang and Nungsan stared each other down, ready to fight. They charged forward, and the impact was insane. Back in the other ring, someone screamed that it was all over for Gunja. But Suyang wasn't paying attention to that. He turned to someone and asked if they had watched his moves carefully. The instructor began his lesson, explaining that Naserin was all about heroic tales. It was a tradition of showing off one's body and competing through pure skill. He explained that the day's theme was about the final moments of Gunja, but he knew knew one of his students wouldn't know that because he hadn't studied. The boy just blinked, asking if Gunji was that crazy monk he'd heard about. The instructor told him that if he actually paid attention to the studies he hated so much, he would enjoy Naisuren even more. Another student sighed, complaining that he just hated studying. The instructor continued, reminding them that even their masters had fully completed their studies of the classics. Only after that could they begin their martial body training. Su Yang stood behind one of the masters, the perfect example of this philosophy. But the student didn't want to wait, insisting that he wanted to learn quickly. He asked how much studying he actually had to do before he could start. Su Yang smiled and told him he had to study until he was 16. That meant he could start his martial body training in 5 years. He asked if they would all study hard until then. The students nervously agreed. Later, Su Yang met with 2 officials. He bowed deeply, apologizing for causing them any concern. One of them said he was on edge the whole time. He was worried about how embarrassing it must have been for Shimi Daisa, who had come with them. Su Yang just smiled, explaining that he'd already apologized to the monk right after it ended. He figured he'd just have to make a big donation to smooth things over. The other man looked at Su Yang with a curious expression. He wanted to know where he had read the story about the insane monk, Gunye. Su Yang then asked if the history of Goryeo had even been officially written down yet. The official didn't know what to say. Su Yang just smiled, waiting for an answer. He explained that the warehouse used to be filled with books about the 3 kingdoms. There were huge piles of historical records just sitting there. Su Yang admitted that he just mixed those official records with old folk tales to make his story. One of the officials began to lecture him. He said that while entertainment is fine, making up stories that go against history is a different matter. He finished by saying that Su Yang's version of Gunye was completely over the top and exaggerated. Su Yang realized he'd messed up. He quickly bowed and apologized for his story. The official who had lectured him was still fuming, but the other one just smiled, agreeing that there were plenty of other good stories to tell. Su Yang just gave a nervous smile, hoping that was the end of it, but it wasn't. The next morning, everyone was gathered for the royal assembly. An official began reading from a scroll, formally accusing Prince Su Yang of holding a festival during the Chuseok holiday. The charge was that Su Yang had used a bandit who was pretending to be a holy figure named Maitreya. It was King Sejong himself reading the charges. He looked up from the scroll, asking if Su Yang had also performed a forbidden ritual. His voice echoed through the hall as he called out for Prince Su Yang. The other officials looked on nervously. The king ordered him to step forward. Su Yang's face was grim. He knew he was in serious trouble. He felt completely cornered. To his horror, he realized his own elder brother was now part of the accusation. King Sejong looked down from his throne. He demanded that Su Yang explain exactly what happened during the Chuseok festival. Su Yang didn't make any excuses. He admitted he'd acted recklessly out of arrogance and done something foolish. He accepted that if he did something wrong, he had to face the punishment. He explained that his story had spread like wildfire. On the streets, children were now wearing blindfolds and carrying sticks, pretending to be the thief Gung Ye and chanting the phrase from the story. They were running around shouting about killing evil spirits. Su Yang finished his story and apologized deeply for all the trouble he'd caused. The king sighed, rubbing his forehead. He said that what was done, and there was no changing it now. But he pointed out that Su Yang's story wasn't even in the official Goryeo history. So, instead of a typical punishment, the king gave him a new order. Su Yang had to revise the entire history of Goryeo himself. Su Yang was stunned. The king explained that the Goryeo history had already been revised once during a previous king's reign, and twice by the retired king. This was a monumental task. The king explained that even on the third attempt to revise the history, the work was left unfinished. So he ordered Su Yang to gather anyone willing to help and start the entire project over from the beginning. The other officials in the room were completely stunned by the king's decision. Without another word, Su Yang was led away to begin his new task. He was taken to what looked like a massive, old library. He looked around, a strange feeling of dread washing over him. Something felt very wrong. The room was enormous, filled with countless shelves and stacks of old records. He stared at the mountain of paper in front of him. This was the entire history of Goryeo. The task was bigger than he could have ever imagined. Looking at the mountain of records, Su Yang asked the official if there were any other people who had been working on this. The officials, Quan Ram and Kim Uijong, explained that the other compilers were busy with different books. They told him the manuscript was 139 volumes long and could take years to finish. Su Yang listened quietly, but he wasn't thinking like a prince. He was looking at the problem from his modern point of view, and that's when it hit him. In his past life, he'd actually majored in history. This wasn't a punishment at all. It was the perfect situation for him. A huge smile spread across his face. He announced that at most, it would take 2 years. He could probably even get it done in 1. The 2 officials just stared at him, completely stunned. They had no idea what to say. Su Yang explained that the manuscripts weren't incomplete. They were just being reviewed. Since the primary sources were already verified, the hardest part of the job was already finished. He laid out the plan for them. First, they just needed to arrange all the manuscripts in order. The actual writing could be compiled later. Then, Su Yang grabbed one of the officials by the collar. He pointed out that while they were great at reading, they were completely ignoring their physical training. The 2 officials looked incredibly nervous. They stammered and admitted that, yes, that was pretty much the case. Su Yang flexed, a terrifying grin on his face. He told them not to worry, because he was here to help them. He announced they would start lightly with some meditation exercises, but the 2 officials just screamed and ran for their lives. Meanwhile, far away on the East Sea, a fleet of ships was on the move. On board One of the soldiers, despite his huge muscles, was getting incredibly seasick. He complained to his friend, wondering why they were being sent up north. He'd been enjoying the warmth of the southern provinces. His companion explained that the northern front was too dangerous for new recruits. That's why their experienced unit had to go. The soldier with the scar started boasting about their old days. He claimed they fought on White Mountain and even took down mountain lords. His companion just patted him on the back, telling him the story was probably an exaggeration. He tried to comfort him, saying they just had to hang on a little longer. And he was right. The fleet was getting close to its destination. They had arrived at the northern region of Haryong. There, a royal official was reading a decree to a tribal leader named Aguchi. For his loyalty, Aguchi was being appointed as a 6th rank military training officer. His mission was to defend Haryong and obey the king's commands. Aguchi was completely stunned. He didn't know what to say. The official looked on, waiting for him to accept the honor. Finally, Aguchi took the scroll and declared that he would honor the king's command. The official told Aguchi that all of this was a gift from the king. He gestured to a long line of wagons, telling him to use the supplies wisely. He explained that there were 9 wagons in total. They were packed with everything they'd need, from grain and pots to live cattle. He told Aguchi not to worry about farming just yet. More supplies would be arriving in 2 months. With that, the official turned to leave, telling Aguchi to organize everything step by step. Aguchi was speechless. He couldn't believe the kingdom was providing this much support. While his men started taking inventory, a problem came up. One of them read from the list and asked if there were really 300 iron pots. The other man got angry, yelling back and asking if he thought he couldn't count. The man with the list just looked back at his paper. He corrected him, saying it wasn't 300, it was 400. As they unpacked, the men were amazed. One of them inspected a huge iron pot, shocked by how well made it was. He shouted that it would last 10 years. Unlike the cheap ones from the Ming that fell apart after just 2, the count continued. They found sack after sack of arrowheads, way more than they expected. One of the warriors found something he didn't recognize, a strange white block. He wondered if it was food. Not knowing what else to do, he decided to just try a bite. He immediately spit it out. The taste was awful, and he wondered if it was some kind of medicine. That's when 2 other men arrived. Aguchi walked over and introduced himself, explaining that they were there to build a house. The 2 men just stared back at him, listening without saying a word. Aguchi had been given an official position, but he was worried it was just a low-level title with no real power. Just then, the man in charge of the construction site walked up. He respectfully addressed Aguchi as the new training officer and asked for more laborers. Aguchi told him not to worry. They had plenty of people for the job. He immediately turned to one of his men and ordered him to gather some strong workers. The builder pointed the new crew toward a good patch of trees, telling them to start cutting and carrying wood. Watching them get to work, Aguchi realized this wasn't just some empty title. It came with real authority. A few weeks later, the construction site was bustling with activity. Aguchi went to check on the progress. The builder assured him that everything was going well. The wood was sturdy, and they were building the house to last. But then, something suddenly went wrong. Aguchi let out a furious yell. Suddenly, a massive paw slammed down right in the middle of the site. The workers scattered, screaming in terror that the mountain lord had appeared. And there it was. This wasn't just some big cat. It was a monster, walking straight toward them with cold fury in its eyes. The men scattered in fear, completely shocked to see the mountain lord so far down from its home. It was walking straight for them. But then, they saw the arrows sticking out of its back. The creature was already hurt. One of the men realized it must have been attacked and chased down to their location. He yelled for everyone to get to safety. But while everyone else was ready to run, one man just stood there, thinking. A huge grin spread across his face. He wasn't scared at all. He just announced that today, they were going to eat the mountain lord. And that's exactly what they did. After they had all eaten their fill, one of the men happily asked the military training officer if he had any spare sukkum, a material they used to wash themselves. The officer just laughed, telling him they had already used up everything they brought. The military training officer had no idea what sukkum was. It was basically soap. One of the men explained that it wasn't for eating, it was for washing your body. He figured someone named Manhwa must have forgotten to tell him. But then, he revealed the most shocking part. A single piece of it was worth a huge amount of rice. The officer couldn't believe what he was hearing. He told the officer he should try it, saying it was excellent. A few days passed. The men were now training hard every day. After a long run, the warrior was covered in sweat. He decided it was time to get cleaned up. The second he started washing, he yelled out in shock. The water all around him was changing color. But a moment later, a huge smile spread across his face. He felt amazing. For a little while after that, the stream had a pretty rough time. The men were now washing themselves every day, and they'd never been cleaner. 2 months passed. One day, a man arrived with an announcement for everyone. A letter had come from the Hall of Cultivating Talent. He told them that since they couldn't read, he'd read it for them. It was a letter to a mother and father, saying their child was doing well. As they listened, the parents were overcome with emotion. The letter explained that because the writer wasn't yet 16, they hadn't even started their martial body training. The letter continued, describing the training at the hall. The writer explained that most days, he just hits a feather back and forth, or watches his teacher meditate. And these were the teachers he was talking about. They were all incredibly built. He wrote that someday, he hoped to be just like them. All the young students looked up to them, cheering them on with total admiration. But as one of the boys watched, he seemed to change his mind. He didn't want to be like his teachers. He wanted to be like Grand Prince Su-yang. An official arrived, apologizing that the supplies from the Gyeongwon district were late. At the same time, An old man and a child were tearing up with joy over a letter they'd just received. The name of that district seemed to catch someone's attention. The man in charge of the construction site looked shocked to hear that name. The official explained that Gyeongwon was a remote place, only reachable by a mountain path. It was a long trip, taking about 3 days on horseback to get there. He also mentioned that an item called sakam was becoming more and more popular recently. This gave the site manager an idea. He asked if it was possible for them to go there and trade for supplies themselves. The official agreed with a smile, but he gave them one simple rule: don't cause any trouble. So they arrived at the Gyeongwon district. It was a busy marketplace, with merchants calling out to customers, ready to make a deal. 2 of the men were inspecting a large animal hide. One of them pointed out that it was full of arrow marks, clearly not in the best condition. The merchant offered them a deal. He said because of the damage, it was half price, but he was still trying for a high price, muttering to himself that everyone was trying to rip him off. The customer's eyes widened. The price was way higher than he expected. Trying to get a better deal, the man made a counteroffer. He'd pay the price if they threw in some deer antlers too. The customer argued that the same goods were sold for much less to others, but the merchant wasn't budging. He insisted it was the best deal they'd find. So the customer called his bluff and started to walk away. That immediately got the merchant's attention, and he quickly tried to stop them. The customer finally caved and agreed to the deal. The merchant knew they would just use that money to buy seokam and iron goods from him anyway. He decided he would just sell his own supplies at double the price. The merchant held out his hand, telling them to bring the payment. But when the customer looked inside, he was confused. It wasn't filled with coins, but stacks of paper. The merchant explained that the paper was a special voucher. It could be taken to a government office to get rice, or used to buy things in local shops. He added that this was a direct order from the king himself. The customer took the papers, admitting that things were pretty unstable in the area. He stared at the stack in his hands, finding it hard to believe they were actually using scraps of paper as money. The men walked into the courtyard, only to find it filled with soldiers. The mood was immediately tense. One of the men nervously asked why so many soldiers were there. He wondered if they were there for protection, or if they were planning to wipe everyone out if things went wrong. His companion grimly suggested that it might be both. That's when he brought up a dark rumor that a settlement of 300 households had been completely wiped out before. Suddenly, there was a commotion as someone was violently shoved right past them. A soldier was pinning a drunk man to the ground. He was furious, yelling about the smell of alcohol and a broken sword, but the man just drunkenly mumbled that it wasn't him. The merchant looked completely fed up with the whole situation. He just held his head as the drunk kept calling out to him for help. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, something else was going on. Someone had just missed their shot. A young hunter yelled in frustration, telling his companion to hurry and chase after the escaping deer, but the old man with him was too tired to go on. He told the hunter to go ahead without him, which only made the young man more annoyed. He shouted for the old man to just go back to his tribe and ran off after the deer alone. Turns out, the old man had his own reason for being there. He needed to check on a place he'd seen during a hunt a few days ago. As he looked around, he realized the path and the land felt strangely familiar. He finally stopped. He had found the place he was looking for. He looked up, and a wave of memories hit him. There was no doubt in his mind. He knelt down in the middle of the clearing. This was the place where his people, the Ulanghap, used to live. Suddenly, a man turned and asked the old hunter if Ulanghap was his hometown. The old man explained that while it was his home, it was now under the control of Uljakap's forces. The official noted that this all happened before he was even born. He then mentioned a distant relative, Monteomu, who used to live there. He asked the old man if he knew what happened to him. He didn't wait for an answer. He explained that just because Monteomu was friendly with Yoseon, the Uljakap raided his home and killed him. The old man looked down, the weight of that memory clear on his face. The old man looked at him grimly. He pointed out that he was a relative of Monteomu, and since he also had close ties with Yoseon, that meant the Uljakap could target him next. He warned that their enemies were right there, just above them. The conversation was taking place inside the Gyeongwon Administrative District. A man set his cup down, agreeing with what the old hunter had said. This was Im Mang-jeon, the regional commander. He confirmed that the land in question had belonged to Monteomi, the leader of the Gyeongju Left Guard. But another man at the table was worried. He argued that if they moved even a little bit north, the Uljakap would definitely attack them. He shouted in frustration, doubting that Joseon would do anything to protect them if things went bad. Im Mang-jeon looked back at him calmly. He asked if the man had already forgotten what the king himself told them at court. He reminded him of their duty to defeat the Jurchen tribes in the north. The king had told them that if they could do that, they might even become strong enough to defeat the Uljakap as well. The man kept arguing, worried that if the tribes united for revenge, they would become a massive threat. He warned that their numbers could easily swell to 6,000 soldiers. But Im Mang-jeon just stared back at him. He reminded the man that Joseon had stationed him in Hwaryeong for a very specific reason. The man was completely stunned by his words. He couldn't understand what he was implying. That's when Im Mang-jeon laid out the real plan. He pointed out that since Monteomu's own son didn't get revenge, maybe he, as a relative, should be the one to do it. He explained that Joseon wouldn't get involved directly. Instead, they would provide legitimate protection to give him the cover he needed. Suddenly, it all made sense. He finally understood why they'd given him an official position and shown so much favor to his tribe. It was all to set him up for this moment. The man was in awe. He wondered just how many steps ahead the king of Joseon had been thinking this whole time. Im Mang-jeon continued, explaining that the king had also ordered 1,000 soldiers from the military training command to be relocated. He made it clear these weren't just any troops. They were the very first soldiers to graduate from the command, Joseon's finest. He looked at the man and asked if all of that was still not enough. The man was completely speechless, unable to even form a sentence. He clenched his fist, declaring that pledging his loyalty to Joseon was the best decision he had ever made. Meanwhile, at the Joseon Hall of Worthies, a different kind of discussion was taking place. A scholar looked over some papers, clearly concerned. He asked if they were really going to compile the records this way. The scholar argued that even a bad king deserved some credit for his good deeds, but Soo-young just sat there, sweating like crazy. The scholar trailed off, looking over at Soo-young with concern. Another scholar whispered, asking how anyone could possibly concentrate like this. Turns out, Soo-young wasn't just sitting. He was holding a deep squat the entire time. The scholar tried to get back to the topic, pointing out that the monk Myo-cheong was getting too much attention in their records. Sweat dripped from his forehead right onto the pages. They guessed it was probably because he was a Buddhist monk. That's when Soo-young's eyes snapped open. He had heard enough. He slammed his hand down with incredible force, yelling that it had to be corrected. The two scholars were sent flying from the impact. The scholar asked if he was trying to change the book's content, or just correct their posture. Soo-young stood up and declared he was doing both. Meanwhile, King Sejong called out to his son, looking worried. He questioned how anyone could possibly understand a book while sitting like that. Soo-young just casually flipped through the pages. He assured his father he could read it just fine. He then admitted it was his own mistake for making the king focus only on books. Changing the subject, Soo-young complimented the king on a clever strategic move involving Monteomu's relative, but Soo-young brushed it off, saying his own strategies were nothing compared to his father's. The king added that even the seeds Soo-young had brought were taking root, and the grain harvest was already increasing. The king mentioned that iron production had increased a lot. Not only that, but the number of war horses on the northern frontier was also rising. He laughed, joking with Soo-young that he might have to change his official title to reflect his new military strength. But then he got serious. He explained that there was a problem with getting all that iron distributed. He remembered that the Minister of Public Works had recently talked about expanding the roads to fix this. Soo-young smiled. He told his father he knew exactly who proposed that idea. He explained that the person behind it should be in Gyeongsang right now, inspecting weights and measures. It was clear Soo-young had a plan for everything. Meanwhile, in the city of Gyeongsang, the person Soo-young had sent was already there, trying to carry out his orders. The official demanded to know why they weren't using the standard measures set by the state, but the local man just scoffed, saying Gyeongsang had its own customs. He angrily told the official to stop meddling in their affairs. The locals couldn't believe how persistent he was. Most officials gave up after a few days, but this guy had been there for months. As he walked off, the official warned him that continuing this way would only lead to losses. That's when one of the local thugs had enough. He came charging forward, calling the official a fool. He screamed at him to get out of Gyeongsang at once. The official gave a simple command: show the thug what real hardship is. His companion understood perfectly. He didn't waste a second. He just clenched his fist, and with one clean hit, and the thug was sent flying. The man who threw the punch just stood there, completely calm. When the thug finally came to, he was completely dazed. He found himself thrown into the water, struggling to stay afloat. The official looked down at him and began to explain that he'd once traveled with Grand Prince Soo-young. He told his companion that during that trip, he'd studied their body training and watched how they did business. The subordinate seemed confused by his choice of words. The official was completely stunned. His subordinate suddenly told him that he needed to change his approach. His companion held out a book, explaining it was a travel record from the Ming Empire. The official was so taken aback, he hid his face with his hat. The subordinate looked on with a serious expression, waiting. The official looked completely worn out, clearly not understanding where any of this was going. As they walked, the subordinate praised the official's dedication, saying he was so relentless he'd even chew through raw flesh to get a job done. But then, he warned him that chewing through muscles would only lead to muscle loss. The official completely lost it. He screamed from the river below, demanding to know what muscle loss was, and calling his companion a muscle. Meanwhile, in a different part of the country, things were a lot quieter. The subordinate felt that, despite all the trouble, at least they had managed to get one thing right. The official sat down to write, trying to organize his thoughts. He remembered a piece of advice Grand Prince Soo-young had given him. Soo-young had said reports should follow 6 guiding principles to be easy to understand. The official decided to follow that structure. Just then, another official walked in and asked if it was true he was heading to the capital. The man confirmed he was. He was excited about the trip. He explained it had been a while since he'd seen Grand Prince Soo-young, and he wanted to know if his self-training had been effective. His colleague was impressed by his dedication. In the background, a servant struggled to carry a heavy stack of books. His colleague wished that Grand Prince Soo-young could visit Gyeongsang and teach his body training methods there. The official seemed to be thinking about that idea, and it clearly worried him. Meanwhile, in the Gyeongwon Administrative District, a group of soldiers was gathered. A soldier named Hong Yun-sung saluted nervously. He introduced himself to the 6th rank military training officer, a man called Aguchi. Hong Yun-sung immediately thought that this officer was different from any he'd met before. There was a sharp intensity in Aguchi's eyes. The soldier felt like he was staring at a wild wolf. Hong Yun-sung kept a straight face, but the man's presence was completely unsettling. The official explained that strong winds had delayed his arrival. He wanted to sit down and get a full report on what had been happening. They sat down together, and the official asked for an update on the situation. Aguchi reported that they had already taken down 3 Jurchen villages. He added that one of them was almost completely destroyed. The official asked if the tribes had started to group up in response. He figured that since they were only hitting small villages, the Jurchen hadn't formed a large force yet. Hong Yun-sung agreed, saying they hadn't pushed too far into enemy land yet. He suggested they should send out scouts before going any further. But he admitted there was a problem with that plan. The issue was simple. They didn't have enough men who were skilled at riding horses. Oguchi immediately understood the problem. It would be impossible for a soldier to handle a horse and fire a matchlock gun at the same time. But the official wasn't worried. He opened a wooden box and explained that the king had sent them a special device called a 1,000-league mirror. He said these would be given to the scouting unit and encouraged one of the men to try looking through it. One of the warriors at the table picked up the strange device, curious to see what it could do. He brought it up to his eye and peered through the lens. He was stunned. A bird on a faraway branch suddenly looked like it was right in front of him. The warrior couldn't believe his eyes. The official simply smiled and explained that the mirror makes distant things appear much closer. Now that the scouting issue was handled, he turned their attention to a map on the table. He said it was created using information from Oguchi and the other tribal chiefs. He pointed to an area with deep mountains, saying they'd be spotted immediately if they went that way. He proposed a better route, moving through the northeastern region where the tribes they'd already defeated were located. The plan was simple. They would advance through the mountains to reach their target. He knew the cold would be harsh, so he ordered the wolf pelts from the warehouse to be given out. The other man was grateful for the order, but one of the men looked worried. He questioned if this was a good idea, since even his own tribesmen struggled with long marches on foot. 15 days passed. A local official showed them the last building in the area, offering it up as a storage facility. The leader was thrilled, saying they needed one. But just then, a soldier came running towards them, shouting for the magistrate. He announced that the reconnaissance team had returned. The two men faced each other. The air was thick with tension. The magistrate realized he'd made a huge mistake. This wasn't just some wolf. His eyes widened as he understood who he was really dealing with. This man wasn't just a soldier. He was a mountain lord. The soldier stood before him with the spirit of a tiger. The soldier gripped his arm and gave his report. They had gathered the information, but 2 of his men didn't make it back. The magistrate couldn't believe it. They had traveled through the mountains for 15 days, and out of 100 men, only 2 were lost. It was an insane achievement. The soldier explained that the cold on their journey was absolutely brutal, but they had a trick. They used stones heated by the campfire to keep warm and fight off the frostbite. He continued his report, explaining that the enemy, the Oljocap, had only just started to make their move. The good news was, they weren't united yet. Through his scope, he could see them fighting amongst themselves. He lowered the telescope, finishing his report by saying all the details were written down for the magistrate. The magistrate was thrilled with the news. This was the opening he'd been waiting for. He realized that in just 1 month, the Tumen River would be completely frozen. That meant his army could march right across the ice and attack without warning. He immediately started giving orders, telling his men to inform all the local tribes to stop their own raids for now. He looked at them with a serious expression and declared that in 1 month, they would strike north. The leader gathered his warriors and began to rally them. He reminded them of their history, how their people once lived in the northern frontier before moving away to gain favor with the Ming Empire. Oguchi's voice boomed over the crowd. He reminded them that the Ming Empire had only deceived and used them. Then he asked who it was that actually welcomed them with open arms. The warriors roared back in unison. It was Joseon. He kept going, his voice rising, asking who gave them the steel for their weapons and the food to survive. His expression was full of fire. Again, the crowd thundered their answer. It was Joseon who had provided for them. Oguchi then brought up a painful memory. He spoke of Monteomu, one of their own, who had gone to the Hoseon court for aid. But on his way, he was ambushed and killed by their rivals. He said that most people would probably forget Monteomu's name, but the look on this man's face showed that he wouldn't. This was now about revenge. Oguchi continued, explaining that every war must have a just cause, and he told them exactly what that cause was. Monteomu's son, Chungsan, was still alive, but he was being deceived and used by the Ming. He took a breath, his voice full of conviction. Then he roared his personal creed for all to hear. Never forget a grudge, and always repay a favor. The warriors responded instantly, stomping their feet in unison. One word echoed from the crowd, revenge. The chant grew louder and louder, shaking the very ground they stood on. With the army's cries behind him, Oguchi glanced back at the man beside him. The path was set. Oguchi saw the fire in their eyes and was pleased. He had their full support. Then, he called for a 6th rank official named Yi Hyogang to step forward. The official looked up, surprised to be called out in front of everyone. Oguchi then revealed the man's connection to their cause. Yi Hyogang's grandfather was Yi Jiran, a cousin of Monteomu himself. He told the crowd that during the Jurchen rebellion, Yi Jiran had been mercilessly killed by the very enemies they were about to face. That personal story was all it took. The crowd exploded with rage, screaming for the death of their enemies. Oguchi knew this was the right move. Reminding them that a hero's descendant was fighting alongside them would make them unstoppable. The warriors were ready. They roared, promising to fight to honor the spirit of Monteomu. The crowd roared in agreement. Oguchi gave the final command. They would march to Mita Lake. The battle began with a simple choice. The attackers yelled from below the fortress walls, telling the defenders to surrender or be destroyed. An arrow flew, hitting its mark with a powerful thud. One of the defenders went down. The others stared in disbelief, not at the attack, but at the weapon itself. It was a steel arrow. Their leader couldn't believe it. He wondered how their enemies had gotten so much steel. The quality of their weapons was undeniable. Faced with such overwhelming power, the defenders gave up almost immediately. They threw their hands in the air and yelled that they surrendered. The commander of the attacking force looked down at them. He asked if they were now ready to submit to Joseon, but one of the soldiers glared back, his face full of anger. He accused them of acting like they were from Joseon, reminding them that they were all Jurchens, just like his own people. The commander explained that his people had become loyal subjects of Joseon. Their current mission was to destroy the Ultracap tribe. He made it clear what would happen if they refused to join them. One of his men drew a sword, ready to silence the soldier who had spoken out. That's when the leader of the defenders made his choice. He ordered his men to prepare their horses, announcing they would submit to Joseon. One of his soldiers was shocked. The soldier argued back, reminding his leader that the Ultracap were their own relatives. But their leader just yelled back that family ties meant nothing. He said the only relatives that mattered were the ones with the most wealth. And Joseon had plenty of that. Their horses were strong and well supplied. Their weapons were made of steel, far better than anything the tribes could make. The choice was obvious. The decision had been made. Everyone would submit to Joseon. The commander then turned to the last chieftain, a man named Namnal, and demanded his decision. Would he submit or would he fight them? Namnal began to speak, invoking the name of his tribe. He gritted his teeth, the difficult choice clear on his face. Then he saluted, shouting that his people pledged their loyalty to Gosen. But just then, one of Namnal's men suddenly raised his sword. The commander was caught off guard. The soldier, whose name was Golgan, knelt down and declared that he would also submit. It was a show of loyalty, not a threat. The chieftain stared in disbelief. The enemy soldiers weren't even drawing their swords. He had no idea what was going on. He wondered if they were somehow friendly, but that didn't make any sense. That's when a new group of warriors appeared, riding hard. They were the Nimachajok. Their leader was thrilled. He yelled that this was finally a battle worth fighting, then swung his sword at the other tribe. He called them traitors for trying to join Joseon. The chieftain watched in shock as his own men started to ride away. He couldn't believe they were just leaving him there. He knew it was over. His only thought was to escape, but someone spotted him instantly, shouting that the chieftain was getting away. The warriors immediately turned to chase him down. An arrow flew through the air and hit him square in the chest. His escape was over. A Joseon soldier on the ground looked around, completely confused. He had no idea what was happening. The enemy warriors threw down their weapons. They were surrendering. A Joseon officer inspected the supplies they'd captured. He looked at a woman from the tribe and asked if this was really their food. He looked closer. It was just moldy oats and rotting barley. The woman explained that their supply base had disappeared over the summer. They had no way to get food for the winter. The officer listened, putting the pieces together. Now their desperation made sense. Miles away, an official was giving a report. He confirmed that the Ming Empire had destroyed all the supply bases. He continued, explaining that a chieftain named Yadangi was hoarding all the grain and refusing to share it, making a bad situation even worse. The official was talking about Yadangi, the chieftain of Olmijeo. He had a greedy look on his face. He was hoarding all the grain and refusing to share it with anyone. Because of him, the soldiers from the 6 tribes were left with nothing. So when those tribes finally submitted to Joseon, their soldiers were eating twice as much as normal people. They ate as if they had been starving for ages. This created a new problem. The Joseon army's own supplies were now running short. The commander finally understood why they were so eager to submit. He sighed and ordered a messenger to go get backup supplies right away. His subordinate confirmed the order. Back in the village of Olmijeo, someone was shouting for the chieftain. The chieftain of Olmijeo, Yadangi, stormed out from behind a curtain, demanding to know what all the noise was about. A soldier knelt before him with terrible news. Aguchi was marching with his forces, claiming he was there to get revenge for Monteomu. Yadangi was furious. He couldn't believe what was happening. He clenched his fist, realizing the Ming Empire had just handed them over to Joseon. The soldier added that in just 1 month, they wouldn't even have enough food to survive the winter. But there was one small bit of hope. The soldier explained that the Hosen forces were also running out of supplies and couldn't hold out for much longer. Hearing this, Yadangi made a decision. He ordered his men to head to Gyeongsang and buy them as much time as possible. 3 days later, an army stood ready outside the snowy fortress walls. The command was given to fire the cannons. A massive volley of projectiles lit up the sky. The cannonballs slammed into the fortress, and the wall just exploded. Soldiers were thrown everywhere as the defenses crumbled. The blast didn't just destroy the wall. It created a perfect opening for the attackers. With the angle changed, nothing could stop the volley of flaming arrows from raining down inside. The soldiers inside looked up in shock. They understood this was all part of the plan from the very beginning. From across the battlefield, Aguchi's voice boomed. He gave the Olmijeo tribe one last chance to surrender. One of his commanders then shouted the reason for their attack, explaining that it was about settling Monteomu's old grudge. He yelled that the only one left to answer for it was Monteomu's own relative, Yadangi. Yadangi roared back from the fortress walls. He demanded to know why they weren't mentioning the fact that Monteomu had tried to betray them first. Yadangi argued back, pointing out that Monteomu's son was still alive. He insisted that Chungzan didn't even follow his father's wishes, so this whole thing was pointless. But a voice cut through the noise, declaring that Monteomu's real goal was for their tribes to unite with Joseon. That's when everyone saw them, the Joseon soldiers. And they were unlike any army anyone had ever seen. A soldier on the wall shouted for everyone to look. Down below, the Joseon soldiers were in a strange formation. formation. Each man was carrying another fully grown man on his shoulders, and they weren't even breaking a sweat. The tribesmen stared, wondering if what they were seeing was even possible. One of them just yelled out how enormous they were. They were all completely ripped, with muscles that seemed carved from stone. Another tribesman couldn't believe his eyes, pointing out that one soldier's stomach was split into 6 perfect sections. But instead of being terrified, one of the enemy soldiers just looked jealous. He decided right then and there that he wanted a body like that too. The tribesman, who was jealous of their bodies, heard a voice in his head, explaining what it took to be a true champion. A champion had to be strong enough to lift another person straight into the air. And an army made of warriors like that, only Joseon could command them. The enemy soldiers were horrified. If they could lift a man, they could probably throw him too. The chieftain gritted his teeth. He was completely trapped. That's when 2 of his own men stepped forward, their hands on their swords. They told their leader they valued their lives and wanted to surrender. The chieftain knew exactly what they were saying. If he didn't surrender right now, his own soldiers would cut him down right where he stood. His hand shook. He knew it was over. With no other choice, he yelled it for everyone to hear. They surrendered. And just like that, thanks to Hong Yun-seong's strategy, the Chosen forces won a huge victory with almost no losses. Time later, back at the palace, it was January 1452. Inside, a court official was talking with a younger, very built man. He was amazed at how many books the man had already studied, but the man just said he wasn't even close to finished. The official was impressed. He then changed the subject, mentioning the good news they'd all heard from the Northern Front. The younger man smiled and confirmed it was true. He explained just how big the victory was. With only 2,000 troops, Joseon had taken control of 50,000 Jurchen households. They also completely wiped out 1,500 households of the largest enemy faction. Because of that one battle, half of all the West and wild Jurchen tribes in the North had already expressed their intent to surrender. The official was amazed. He said the victory was truly remarkable and that the upcoming ceremony was going to be a huge event. And soon, the day of the victory ceremony arrived. The victorious soldiers marched into the palace, leading the captured Jurchen leaders through the snow. High above on a platform, King Sejong and his advisor watched them approach. He looked down with a satisfied smile. His voice boomed across the courtyard, congratulating his men. He told them they had honored the nation by getting revenge from Entamu, a loyal guard from the past. He called it a proud and great achievement. Then, one of the captured leaders was forced to his knees before the throne. He looked up, his face filled with anger and hate. The king's tone changed. He reminded the man of his crimes, killing a loyal servant, invading their lands, and daring to raise weapons against the true rulers of the North. The king's voice was cold. He told the captured leader that his worst crime was refusing to surrender until the very end. The man immediately started begging for his life. He was sweating and terrified, shouting that he knew he was wrong. The king gritted his teeth, about to deliver the final judgment. Yodongi's eyes rolled back. He was certain this was how he was going to die. But the king's sentence wasn't death. He ordered Yodongi to be exiled to an island to live out the rest of his days. The captured leader broke down, thanking the king through his tears. The other captured tribesmen were completely confused. They couldn't believe their leader wasn't going to be executed. But one of the officials watching understood perfectly. By listing all of Yodongi's crimes in front of everyone, the king was sending a clear warning to anyone else who might think of crossing him. Su-yang watched, impressed by his father's move. The warning landed exactly as intended. The other surrendered chieftains were shaking in their boots, realizing how lucky they'd been. The king then turned his attention to Aguchi, asking if he had anything to say. Aguchi replied that he did, but he had one request to make first. The king simply asked him what it was. With a serious look, Aguchi made his request. He wanted the king to give him a Hoseon name. This was a huge deal. To receive a name from the king was a declaration of absolute, unbreakable loyalty to Joseon. Aguchi didn't hesitate for a second. He confirmed that was exactly what he was pledging. The king was pleased. In honor of his devotion, he gave Aguchi the name Jang Chungryol. Not only that, he also appointed him as the new commander of the Gyeonggwan prefecture. The man was completely overwhelmed, with tears in his eyes. He whispered his new name to himself, as if he couldn't believe it was real. In front of the entire court and army, Jang Chungryol made his vow. He promised to serve the king with absolute loyalty in both body and spirit. With that settled, the king announced his plan for the other Jurchen tribes. He was sending them to the warm southern provinces to raise horses. The soldiers were confused. That sounded less like a punishment and more like a reward. The king then appointed Yi Myung-jeon as a senior military commander. He also announced that anyone from the training command who made exceptional contributions would be promoted. The soldiers cheered, thrilled by the news. The snow fell quietly over the palace. Later, inside the palace, an official approached the king with a serious question. He wanted to know the plan for the newly conquered wild Jurchens. The official warned him that treating them the same way as Jang Chungryol's tribe would be a huge mistake. The king knew they were right, but he also knew that treating the tribes differently would just make them angry. He started thinking about another way, wondering if offering them better trade could solve the problem. The official started by explaining how the Ming dynasty handled a similar problem. They set up military outposts to keep the tribes from wandering deeper into their lands, since they couldn't manage all the territory themselves. He proposed a solution: turn Goryeo fortress into a defense outpost. If they sent merchants there, trade would give the people a way to support themselves. But another official chimed in, pointing out that outposts alone wouldn't be enough to manage them. He suggested they should also send people who lost their homes in the war to settle there, along with trained soldiers. As the population grew, he explained, they'd need military force to maintain control. He smiled, adding that luckily, he had the perfect person in mind for the job. He recommended Hong Yun-song, an 8th rank official and a great military trainer. He reminded the king that Hong was the one who executed the muscle intimidation strategy. The official also mentioned that Hong was sick with a cold and couldn't be there today. The king agreed immediately. He ordered them to send an official assignment to Hong Yun-seong for Goyong Fortress, along with medicinal herbs to help him recover. Su-yang just stood there, confused. He thought to himself, Su-yang couldn't believe it. The fact that his muscle-flexing tactic might become an official military strategy was terrifying. Meanwhile, in the snowy Gyeongwon prefecture, a man let out a huge sneeze. His friend pointed out that his cold still hadn't gone away. He said it was bound to happen, since Hong was always training half exposed in the freezing weather. But Hong wasn't worried. He told his friend that after this assignment, he was going to retire for good. He wanted to settle down in a quiet post and just teach the reserve forces. His dream was to collect his pay, get married, have kids, and live a peaceful life. His friend smiled and said he was sure it would all happen for him. But Hong Yun-sung was dreaming an empty dream, because at that very moment, an official carriage was arriving at the Pei Timber Hall. An order from the king was on its way. An older man called out to a young boy. The boy's face lit up as he called back to his father. The father knelt down, amazed at how much his son had grown. He wiped away a tear, telling the boy how proud he was. Then the father turned to the man who had been watching and bowed deeply. He asked the commander to take good care of the children and to treat him informally. But the commander bowed even lower, insisting that a student must not even step on his teacher's shadow. The boy just watched, completely confused. Elsewhere, people were talking about Grand Prince Su-yang. They'd heard he was reforming the wild Jurchens, even teaching their children respect through his training methods. But it seems there was a problem. Sisiup sat there, sweating from his workout. He wondered out loud if his duties even mattered when he was already comfortable and well-fed. An official heard laughter and turned around. A couple of men were teasing Sisiup, but he didn't seem to find it funny at all. He looked closer and realized Sisiup looked truly unwell. Then it hit him. It wasn't just Sisiup. None of the other scholars looked right either. A terrible thought suddenly crossed his mind. He couldn't believe it, but it was the only thing that made sense. He figured it out. He thought Sisiup must not be following the special meal day tradition, something even he held sacred. Hearing Sisiup's earlier comment, he decided today called for some golden pyramid training. With a calm smile, Su-yang decided he'd have to manage Sisiup's mental state soon. In the background, someone was already screaming in terror. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, the day was quiet and cold. Inside, a couple of scholars were complaining about the cold. One said the wind was making it feel even worse, but then one of them had a thought. Maybe it wasn't just the wind. He wondered if they were losing body heat faster than usual. The training had completely changed their bodies. That's when Su-yang walked in. He told the scholar that instead of focusing on rewriting historical texts, he had a different job for him. Su-yang looked at him dead serious and said that instead of writing, he was being put on heavy lifting duty. The scholar jumped, completely surprised by his arrival. He quickly smiled and explained that to prevent muscle loss, consistency was the most important thing. But Su-yang wasn't there to talk about training. He told the scholar that since he was already revising the history of Goryeo, there was something he wanted to ask. He explained that the nation needed a strategic outpost in the north. He said he was thinking of reviving something from the past and asked if there were any records left about the Jin dynasty, which was founded by the Jurchens. The scholar began to explain. In the early Joseon period, people barely knew about the kingdom of Balhae, and even the history of Goryeo hardly mentioned it. He said that according to the records of an old minister, Balhae once had huge territories, but it was eventually destroyed by the Khitans. Its last crown prince, Dae Gwanghyun, moved south with tens of thousands of refugees. He was given the royal surname Wang from Goryeo. But at the time, the scholar explained, accepting all those refugees was so urgent that they barely kept any proper records of what happened. Su-yang told the scholar he'd find someone else to take over the history revision. He gave him a new mission. Go to Gyeongsang and search for any records about Dae Gwanghyun. The scholar bowed deeply and accepted the command without question. Su-yang had another idea. He decided he'd bring Sisup along, thinking it would be a good chance to help him with his mental state. But before any of that, he declared it was time to celebrate a special meal day. So, they all gathered for the occasion, and this was the special meal, a simple plate of boiled chicken. The scholars sat there, forcing down the plain food. They kept reminding themselves it was all for muscle growth, and to avoid losing their gains. But when Su-yang saw this, he exploded. He stormed in, furious, and demanded to know when he had ever told them to eat like this. One of the scholars tried to explain, saying he thought reducing fatty food was the right thing to do, but Su-yang cut him off. He reminded them that going without meat for too long was harmful, even for scholars. He said what they needed wasn't to starve themselves, but to nourish their bodies. He explained that enjoying rich food once in a while was good for the mind and body and would actually help them make more progress. And with that in mind, he announced that today's special meal was on him. He stood there with a huge grin, looking completely satisfied. The scholars all erupted in cheers, thanking him for the incredible meal. Even then, Soo-young couldn't help but give advice, reminding them to wrap their meat in vegetables to get enough fiber. One of the older men was moved to tears by how good the pork was. The server, a man named Choi Baek-jeong, proudly told him that the pigs he raised were expensive, but always the best quality. The scholar was so happy, he told Choi Baek-jeong he'd be counting on him for the next special meal. Soo-young watched them, thinking about how much had changed. He remembered that just 9 years ago, people like Baek-jeong were treated like criminals, but now, after his reforms, they were finally being treated differently. He held up a small packet of spices, knowing they were the key to a perfect meat dish. With a confident grin, he sprinkled the seasoning over the food. The scholars couldn't believe their eyes. They started whispering about how precious pepper was, saying it was worth almost as much as silver. Soo-young knew exactly how expensive it was. It was a good thing he had the money to spare. He then addressed the entire room, telling them to enjoy the feast today, because tomorrow it was back to hard training. After the meal, Soo-young approached Sisup with a new order. He told the young scholar that he'd be going with him to Kaesyeong for a month. Sisup was completely confused and asked why he was chosen. Soo-young explained that the officials in Kaesyeong had been practicing his training methods for the past year. He thought there was a lot Sisup could learn just by watching them. Sisup tried to argue, saying he could learn everything he needed right there at Pei Timber Hall. But Soo-young just grabbed his shoulder with a crushing grip. He told the young scholar not to be nervous, that the trip wouldn't be that hard. He told Sisup to just go with a light heart. But the scholar was terrified. Traveling with the Grand Prince was anything but light. Far away, at the Tumen River, the weather was freezing. The ground was completely frozen over. A couple of soldiers were talking about their friend, Hong Hyung. One of them wondered if he'd recovered from his cold yet, but the other pointed out it was just too cold to get better fast. But they weren't too worried. Turns out, Hong Hyung was resting right by a heated wall, staying warm. One of the soldiers watched the local urchins. He seemed impressed, saying they were good at everything but farming. They even had a clever way to fish by using hot stones to melt holes in the ice. The urchins were digging in the snow. They were talking about the fertile black soil they'd found in a place called Ioji. As a group of officials arrived at the site, one of them wondered why the locals had called for them. The man in charge, Special Administrative Officer Lee Jung-chang, asked what exactly was so strange about their discovery. The Hunshan chieftain, Hoshinai, began to explain. He said they'd found something odd while digging for soil across the river. Lee Jung-chang was confused about how they could even dig in the frozen ground. The chieftain told him they used fire to thaw the earth first. They showed him what they'd found. It wasn't just a rock. It was a stone block that had been carefully shaped with a chisel, like it was part of an old building, but it was bigger than that. The chieftain explained they'd found these stones in every single pit they dug. Finding one suggested a building, but finding them everywhere was just weird. Lee Jung-chang looked through his spyglass at the landscape. As he stared at the rows of hills, he realized something. They might not be hills at all. Lee Jung-chang put it all together. This wasn't just a collection of hills. It was the site of an ancient fortress. He told the chieftain he'd report the discovery to the capital. In the meantime, he ordered them to clear the area, promising a reward for their work. The chieftain was thrilled at the mention of a reward. A few days later, at the Hall of Worthies, scholars walked quietly through the courtyard. Inside, a man was studying when a voice interrupted him. The visitor announced he was there by royal decree to help with the historical revision. The visitor knelt respectfully before the scholar. He introduced himself as Seong Samun, a royal tutor. Soo-young welcomed the scholar, praising his reputation, but he knew exactly who this was. Seong Samun, one of the 6 martyred ministers from the history books. Seong Samun returned the compliment, saying he'd learned a lot just by watching the Grand Prince. This meeting felt off. Soo-young knew his growing reputation was making him a political target, and the biggest problem was, he remembered from history that he and Seong Samun were destined to become fierce rivals, so he couldn't help but wonder, what was the real reason this man was sent here and was on edge? He couldn't shake the feeling that this meeting was some kind of test. Seong Samun broke the silence. He said he'd read the body's preparedness manual that Soo-young had written. Soo-young held his breath, waiting to hear what the scholar thought. To Soo-young's surprise, Seong Samun was completely blown away. He praised the manual, calling it exceptional, and admitting he'd read it again and again. Soo-young let out a quiet of relief. He realized he'd worried for nothing. In fact, Seong Samun was exactly the kind of talented person he wanted on his side. Just then, another man walked in. He explained he was just stopping by to grab some books before a trip. Soo-young welcomed him inside. The newcomer was greeted by another official who was already there. He asked if he'd been well since they last met. The 2 officials started talking about their duties. One was returning from Kaesyeong after inspecting training centers, while the other had just gotten orders to head there himself. It seemed everyone was interested in Soo-young's new training methods. The official who was about to leave for Kaesyeong explained that the king had sent a royal tutor to help with historical revisions while he was away. The returning official was excited. He reported that Soo-young's body's preparedness program was spreading like wildfire in Kaesyeong, with tons of people starting to practice it. But he warned that there was a problem. The city was still full of people loyal to the old dynasty. This was causing a lot of unfairness, creating an atmosphere completely different from the capital city. The other official's interest was piqued. He mentioned that he had a friend working there as a gatekeeper, a man named Han Myung-ho. He paused for a moment, thinking about his friend. The official who'd just come back recognized the name. He remembered seeing him, describing him as a small, weak man who had a really tough time with the training. Su-young, who had been listening in, suddenly understood. That's why Han Myung-ho's name was never in any of the letters from Gaisheng. He was being sidelined because of the city's politics. It all made sense. Because Han Myung-ho was born small and weak, he was being completely left out of the training. With that business settled, the official announced he was leaving now that Seong Samun was here. Su-young turned to Seong Samun and told him to take good care of the historical revisions in his absence. Sometime later, they arrived in the city of Gyeseong. They rode slowly through the streets. Su-young mentioned that while he'd passed through before, this was his first time actually staying in the city. Seong Samun joked that with his impressive build, everyone would recognize him. But Su-young was worried about something else, the old families who might still hold a grudge against the current king. As they looked down into the street, they saw a bizarre argument. One man was shouting that he was a holy figure, while another screamed back that he was a fake. Down below, one of the men was carrying the other on his shoulders, shouting that he was a loyal subject. The other man grabbed his ear, calling him a disrespectful fool. He yelled that King Taejo would be furious if he saw this. The other guy screamed back that he was talking about a completely different king. But then, he suddenly stopped. He looked up at something. A huge figure on a horse was looking down at them. The man started screaming, thinking he was some kind of Buddha, and told everyone to run away. Watching it all unfold, Seong Samun just sighed. Seong Samun couldn't believe what he was seeing. He wondered how a rumor about a Buddha could have even started here, noting how different this place was from the capital. His companion reminded him of their goal, suggesting they start by trying to find the descendants of Dai Guangyan. Meanwhile, at the Gaeseong magistrate office, an official came rushing out to greet a royal visitor. The man introduced himself as Gi Gaeon, the governor. He apologized for not coming out sooner, but Su-young told him it was fine, saying he didn't want to be a burden. The governor insisted he was no burden at all, claiming everyone had been eagerly waiting for his arrival. Behind him, his own men were tripping over each other. Su-young just watched him, taking it all in. Suddenly, he ripped off his robe, flexing his massive chest. He declared that he was moved by the governor's sincere dedication to scholarship. He continued flexing, showing off his back muscles. The governor and his men just stared, completely stunned. Nearby, Seong Samun's companion let out a long, already tired of the prince's antics. After things settled down a bit, they got down to business. The governor explained the situation. According to old records, a man named Dai Guangyan had served under King Taejo and was given the surname Wang. But he admitted that finding his descendants now would be incredibly difficult. He didn't even know where they should start looking. Seong Samun listened, knowing exactly why it was so hard. The royal family had spent years trying to erase any trace of the old Wang lineage. King Sejong himself had ordered all royal portraits of the previous dynasty's kings and queens to be destroyed. He had them burned and their statues buried, wiping them from history. With all traces gone, the search seemed hopeless. But then, the governor remembered something. He recalled a recent report about a man named Ji Wuji, who was taken in for being part of the Wang lineage. Instead of punishing him, the king had given him a special position. He was appointed to an office that allowed him to continue his family's ancestral rights. The governor then offered to let them meet the man in person, so they went to the shrine to speak with him. But when they asked about the Wang family, the man claimed he didn't know much. Seong Samun pressed him, asking to see a family record. The man completely panicked at the request. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, saying he was talking about the royal family registry. He insisted the court should already have a copy of that. Seong Samun understood immediately. The man wasn't going to help them. Later that evening, back at Jeongdok Palace, Su-young stood with one of the court ladies. He commented that things were about to get a lot harder. The lady asked if he was still going to do his body's preparedness routine before bed. He told her, of course. He gripped the wooden bar, but he had another idea. He turned to Seong Samun and held out a heavy piece of equipment. He called it a weighted training vest that would suit him perfectly. Su-young explained that he'd already sent his own gear ahead. The scholar was starting to understand what was happening. He just stood there as Seong Samun begged him for help. Elsewhere, another man was having a similar problem. He was panicking, wondering how he was supposed to carry the heavy equipment by himself. Turns out, this was his punishment for skipping the body's preparedness routine. His friends just told him to think of it as a chance to make up for it. But one of them wasn't finished. He grabbed another weight plate with a grin. He slammed it onto the bar, making the poor guy's workout even harder. The men just laughed, throwing more heavy plates onto the log. The poor guy underneath was completely trapped. He was in tears, groaning under the crushing weight. But just as another weight was about to be added, a hand reached out and stopped it. A voice boomed, telling them to stop right there. It was Su-young. He was furious, asking if they only learned body's preparedness to threaten other people. He yelled that this was not how he taught them to act. The men stood completely still, facing their teacher. Their faces went pale with fear. They finally recognized the Grand Prince and couldn't believe it. Instantly, they all dropped to the ground, bowing and apologizing. apologizing. They promised it would never happen again. The man Su-young saved bowed deeply, thanking him over and over. Su-young noted his small frame and weak stamina. He looked at the man, and a thought crossed his mind. A weak guy being pushed around by everyone else. And then it hit him. He recognized that face. This had to be Han Myung-ho, a key figure from the history books. He helped Han Myung-ho to his feet. Then he asked him straight up why he wasn't doing the body's preparedness training. Han Myung-ho looked embarrassed. He admitted he'd tried it for a few days, but quit because he didn't feel any different. Su-young just looked at him and said, "It's human nature to start strong and then get lazy." He explained, "That's why you have to be just as careful at the end as you are at the beginning." The words hit Han Myung-ho hard. He just stared, completely speechless. Su-young then asked him how it felt to hear the words that would be spoken at his own funeral. His gaze was sharp and serious. Han Myung-ho quickly tried to explain that those weren't words for his death, but a motto he hoped to live by. Su-young just turned and started to walk away. As he walked away, Su-young figured it didn't matter. Han Myung-ho would probably only last 3 days anyway. He realized that this lack of commitment was exactly why the man was still just a palace gatekeeper, even in his 30s. Su-young clenched his fist. It was clear this guy needed some special attention. Very, very special attention. He knew exactly what he had to do. Sometime later, Su-young stood before a group of men in a training yard. He welcomed them to the body's preparedness session, hoping they would learn a lot. He then introduced Scholar Yoon, a man who had studied under him. Su-young explained that Yoon would be helping them with their training. Scholar Yoon stepped forward to begin the lesson. He told the men they would soon be adding a new concept to the manual, because everyone's body is different. Scholar Yoon explained that how you move and what you eat directly affects your ability to build and maintain muscle. He called this sustainable muscle, which comes from eating the right food and avoiding sickness. It was all about creating a lifestyle that supports your body's growth. That's when Han Myung-ho spoke up. He recalled hearing that Taoists used to drink mercury to keep their bodies from decaying. He then asked Su-young if that was the kind of thing he was talking about. Su-young sighed internally. The man was already looking for a shortcut, trying to use medicine to get out of actually exercising. Su-young turned to face him, ready to set the record straight. He started to explain how he built his own body. He said he just thought of his father while he trained and ate a lot of quality meat. It was that simple. Su-young looked him dead in the eye and said he never touched any of that medicine nonsense. Han Myung-ho stammered, quickly agreeing with the prince. With that settled, Su-young announced it was time to begin the body's preparedness training. As the training started, Scholar Yoon noticed Su-young was watching 2 men very closely. He asked the prince if there was something wrong with them. Scholar Yoon explained that the younger one was a promising student. The older one, Han Myung-ho, was basically an outcast. He admitted he tried to help Han Myung-ho before, but eventually gave up. The man just had no persistence. But as they watched the younger man lift, Scholar Yoon was completely amazed. He praised the man's deadlift, noting there was no wasted movement. The form was absolutely beautiful. The young student just smiled, saying he still had a long way to go. As the student prepared for another lift, Scholar Yoon jumped, startled by his focus. Then it was Han Myung-ho's turn. He struggled just to get the weight off the ground. He finally got it up, but his form was terrible, throwing his back into it. Scholar Yoon immediately stopped him, yelling that he needed to keep the movement smooth. Han Myung-ho just gasped for air, admitting he was at his limit. That's when Su-young stepped in, asking Han Myung-ho how long he'd been training. The man guessed it had been about 7 months. Su-young thought back to what he knew from history. The record said Han Myung-ho was born early, but the books also said he wasn't weak at all. He could drink well and ride horses with no problem. Something wasn't adding up. The history book said he was an active man who lived a full life. Su-young was confused. 7 months of training? That just didn't seem right. To Su-young's eyes, the man's body looked like it had only ever been used for reading books. He had bad posture, a potbelly, and skinny arms and legs. Han Myung-ho admitted that every time his body ached, he would rest for a day or two. He only started training again once the soreness was completely gone. Su-young completely lost it. He grabbed the man and yelled that it was normal for muscles to hurt after a workout. He told Han Myung-ho that he would hold the bar with him and that he needed to match his movement exactly. Before Han Myung-ho could even process what was happening, Su-young was behind him, forcing him into the exercise. Scholar Yoon could only watch as Su-young started counting out the reps, forcing the man through the movement over and over again. But Su-young just screamed at him to hold the weight, refusing to let him stop. Han Myung-ho collapsed to the ground, screaming from the effort. But Su-young wasn't done. He announced they were moving on to chest exercises next. Han Myung-ho was in complete disbelief. He told the man that building muscle was the most important thing. Once he grew stronger, people would start to see him differently. Then, Su-young made him an offer. If he could keep up with the training for 3 full days, he would have a drink with him. Han Myung-ho was floored. The chance to have a drink with the Grand Prince was an unbelievable honor. That was all the motivation he needed. He shouted that he would give it his all. 3 days passed. Han Myung-ho held his cup with a shaky hand. He groaned that his entire body felt like it had been beaten. But Su-young just told him that the pain was proof he had trained properly. He gestured to the food, telling him to eat up since he'd prepared plenty of protein. Then he brought up a mutual friend, Kwon Ram. Han Myung-ho's face lit up, excited that Kwon Ram might have mentioned him. But Su-young got serious, asking why a man from a good family hadn't taken the lesser exam yet. Han Myung-hoi explained that he'd tried the scholar exam 2 years ago, but that was the last time. He said that these days, the exam had become a complete madhouse. The problem was that the exams were now flooded with men who were not just smart, but also strong and well-built. He felt that compared to them, a guy like him didn't stand a chance. This was the new standard Soo-young had created. Soo-young just smiled and explained that all those strong, well-built men were actually his students. Han Myung-hoi was completely confused. He said they simply balanced body's preparedness with their studies. Then he made a surprising offer. He told Han Myung-hoi to quit his job and come study at Pei Timber Hall. Han Myung-ho was stunned. He pointed out that he was already 40 years old and thought it was too late for him to start over. But Soo-young told him that age and circumstances don't matter when it comes to learning. The words hit Han Myung-hoi hard. He couldn't believe he had the chance to become the Grand Prince's student. Soo-young saw the ambition overflowing in the man. He thought to himself that as long as that was kept in check, Han Myung-ho would be a very promising asset. Meanwhile, at the governor's office, the mood was completely different. Inside, someone was expressing their disbelief. The officials were at a complete dead end. They complained that at this rate, they would never find any trace of the Wang family. Then, Soo-young announced a plan that no one saw coming. He told them they were going to dig up the royal tombs of the previous dynasty. The officials explained why finding any trace of the Wang family was impossible. One man boasted that he had changed his surname to his mother's line and burned all his family records. Another chimed in, guessing that all the descendants were probably drowned ghosts by now. One official even admitted to Soo-young that he'd thrown the royal genealogy into a river, terrified that it might curse him. After hearing all their excuses, Soo-young laid out his own idea. He explained that if they wanted to restore the public's trust, they had to unearth the statue of King Taejo Wang Gyeon. It was a statue that his own father, King Sejong, had buried 24 years ago. The official was worried, pointing out that digging up something the king himself buried would cause serious trouble. But Soo-young just smiled, claiming he was merely repairing a spot where the ground had collapsed. The officials just stared back, completely confused by his answer. Suddenly, one of the officials had an idea. He voiced a fake concern, wondering aloud what might happen if there was an accident during the repairs. The other official caught on, adding that digging too deep might accidentally cause something to happen. He then brought up a rumor he'd heard that a wealthy noble had buried gold and silver near that very tomb. The older official nodded slowly, saying that someone with bad intentions might just cause that kind of accident. The younger one agreed, suggesting it would probably be someone with ambition and a love for money. He then pointedly mentioned a certain someone who was thrilled just to share a drink with the Grand Prince the other day. Soo-young just smiled. He told them to send a letter to the king immediately, making it clear he was one step ahead of them the entire time. From inside the building, a man's voice cried out, complaining that his entire body was aching. Someone was giving him a massage, telling the person to press even lower, right into the back of his thigh. The woman doing the massage noted that he'd bulked up quite a bit in just half a month, but he complained that it was torture. Every time his body improved, they just increased the weight on the training device. His wife reminded him that this was his only chance to build a relationship with Grand Prince Soo-young. She told him to give it his all, because his life might depend on it. He agreed, determined to see it through. But a second later, a sharp pain shot through his back, and he cried out. Seeing him like this, she mentioned hearing about a new clinic. It was run by medics who had learned special rehab techniques. Turns out, the treatment was developed by one of Grand Prince Soo-young's own students. His influence was spreading everywhere. The new treatment, developed in partnership with local doctors, was said to be incredibly effective. The man realized that becoming one of Grand Prince Soo-young's people opened up a lot of paths to success. That's when someone leaned in and whispered a rumor that a wealthy man had buried treasure in Hyeonneung. The news was completely unexpected. They were at Hyeonneung, the tomb of King Taejo from the old dynasty. Soo-young looked at the tomb and said it broke his heart to see it so neglected. He told his men they should clean it up quickly. Then he added with a smile that they needed to be careful and make sure there were no accidents. The official immediately shouted his agreement, ready to get it done. This man had heard the rumors too. He'd signed up for the restoration project, hoping that if he found the treasure, his entire life would change. The other workers looked at the huge mess. One of them wondered how they were supposed to handle all this by themselves, but another man just laughed. He called him out, saying he wasn't there to work hard either. He was just there for the treasure, like everyone else. The man got all nervous, denying everything. He stammered, asking where someone would even hide treasure in a place like this. But then, an idea hit him. He realized the best place to hide something would be somewhere rugged and hard to get to. He pointed to the northern ridge and claimed it for his group. He grabbed 3 others and told them to come with him. The man who'd been called out just watched them go, completely confused. He couldn't figure out why that guy was suddenly working so hard. And so, the digging began. Every swing of the shovel was filled with greed. The man who'd claimed the spot was completely obsessed. The only thing on his mind was the treasure. He and his crew worked like crazy, clearing away anything that stood between them and the prize. He told himself that a little pain was nothing compared to what he stood to gain. He pushed his body to the absolute limit, pulling up every last root by hand. 4 days later, as the sun began to set, they finally hit the bottom. The leader thanked everyone for their hard work. One of the men asked if he was coming. The leader told them to go on ahead, claiming he needed to check for any leftover roots. The other suggested they grab a drink before starting the search. The man agreed, but his face told a different story. He clearly had his own plans. He stayed behind for a reason. As he felt the ground, he could tell the soil was different here. This was the spot. Just as he was about to start, a voice came from behind him. Turns out, he wasn't alone. The big man grinned, reminding him of their deal. They were supposed to split everything 50-50. With that settled, they started digging. The big man couldn't hold back his excitement, ready to finally see what was buried beneath. Every scoop of dirt brought them closer. The other man watched, his mind completely fixed on one thing, the treasure. He could barely contain himself. He just had to see it. His eyes widened. They'd hit something. Peering into the darkness, they saw it. They had finally found it. It wasn't what they expected. Unsure what it was, he just told the others to get it out. Under the moonlight, they prepared to lift their prize from the ground. With all their strength, they began to haul the heavy object up. But just then, a loud voice cut through the darkness. A group of men with torches had found them, demanding to know what they were doing. The man panicked. He never thought they'd be discovered out here. As one of them made a run for it, a guard shouted behind him. The guard caught the man who was trying to escape, his face twisted with rage. He screamed at him as he threw a punch right at his head. The Grand Prince was sleeping when someone started screaming for him from outside his room. His eyes shot open instantly. The shouting was urgent. Su Young stepped outside and demanded to know what was going on. The messenger was bowing low, struggling to explain what happened at Hyunung. He finally got the words out, explaining that there had been a robbery, but instead of being worried, Su Young just grinned. He realized someone was trying to bait him. Without hesitation, he gave the order to prepare at once. They were heading straight for Hyunung. They rode hard through the night, pushing their horses as fast as they could. When they finally arrived, the place was already a mess. A man with a torch was screaming at someone, calling them a filthy thief. The official grabbed the thief by the face, his expression twisted with rage. The man screamed for help, but it was too late. Just then, Su Young and his men arrived on horseback, right in the middle of the mess. His voice cut through the noise as he demanded to know what was going on. He was furious, yelling at them for causing trouble at the sacred resting place of King Taejo. The thief, now kneeling on the ground, started begging for his life. He claimed it was all just a mistake he made while digging, but the official next to him just screamed at him to be quiet. The man screamed as he was dragged away. Su Young just watched from his horse, his expression unreadable. He closed his eyes and let out a long, tired. With the thieves captured, one of them knelt by the wrapped statue and started crying his eyes out. He wailed about how King Taejo could have suffered such a terrible shame. The other thief, tied up and desperate, started yelling that they were tricked by someone from the royal Yi family. The official's expression turned cold. He asked if the thief was referring to him when he mentioned the Yi family. The thief immediately bowed his head in fear, but the official ignored him. He turned to the crying man and asked a simple question. How did he know it was a statue of King Taejo? The man looked up and began to explain. He said it was something his grandfather had told him a long time ago. He recalled the story of when the statue was kept at the Bangonsa temple. His grandfather had told him that only King Taejo's statue had its crown coated in real gold. The official put the pieces together. It really was King Taejo's statue. He wondered for a second why King Sejong would have buried it, but quickly decided that wasn't important right now. The official completely broke down, crying and begging the Grand Prince to spare him. He admitted he was wrong and pleaded for just one more chance, but Su Young wasn't angry. He just put a hand on the man's shoulder and told him to hang in there. He leaned in close, promising he'd find a way to fix everything. The official thanked him, completely relieved. Su Young explained that if he was going to use a known schemer like him, then having a little bit of insurance was only fair. This whole incident gave him the perfect hold over the man. With that settled, Su Young ordered the thief to be taken to the governor's office. A new day was beginning. As they led the thief through the town, Su Young put on a show for everyone. He yelled at the man, threatening him for daring to damage the king's statue. He made it clear that after a crime like this, the thief's life in the city was over. The man could only sweat in silence, knowing he was done for. The thief grabbed onto Su Young, begging to be exiled. He insisted he deserved the harshest punishment possible. Su Young calmly asked if he truly understood what that meant. Exile would send him to the most remote, northern part of the country. The thief looked terrified, but he agreed without hesitation. The man figured it was better than dying, but the look on Su Young's face suggested this was all part of a bigger plan. A few days later at the governor's office, a man arrived with a cart full of gifts. He said it was nothing compared to the favors his ancestors had received. He told Su Young he'd heard about the damaged statue of King Taejo and offered a generous amount of gold to fix the cracks. The pile of gold was huge, far more than what was needed for repairs. The man explained he'd collected it over time and now had a request for the Grand Prince. He explained that the statue was originally a symbol for a ceremonial rite that kicked off the Lantern Festival. He then asked if that rite could be allowed to happen again. Su Young agreed to the man's request. He said he would summon a royal descendant named Wang Wuji to the governor's office to oversee the whole thing. He told the man not to worry, that everything would be taken care of. The visitor bowed deeply, thanking him over and over. But then the visitor mentioned he had a request of his own. Su Young smiled, asking if this was about the books he'd been looking for. The man explained that at a recent gathering, a descendant of the Wang family had given him his family's genealogy, along with several books collected by his ancestors. ancestors. Su-yang looked through them. They were records of Balhae and other lost kingdoms. The man added that while it wasn't a huge collection, it was enough to piece together a lost history. Su-yang's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. Among the books was the official genealogy of the Wang family. He asked the man how he possibly managed to find all of this, since everyone believed these records were lost forever. The visitor just figured they must have been too important to be destroyed in the fires. Su-yang just grinned, joking about the whole thing. He sarcastically asked if the man had just found the books floating in a river, but it didn't really matter how he got them. In the end, everything had worked out. 10 days later, that same man had done something incredibly stupid. He'd gone and dug up the statue of King Taizhou, the one the retired king had ordered to be buried forever. The reality of what he'd done hit him hard. He knew he deserved to be exiled, or maybe something even worse. But his biggest fear was that Grand Prince Su-yang would be disappointed in him. And then the summons came. He was being called to the royal palace. He tried to calm himself. If the retired king was the one calling for him, maybe it wasn't for a punishment after all. He just stood there, waiting for whatever was coming next. The summons brought him all the way to Hanyang, the capital city. An official told him he was a bit early, and that the retired king would arrive soon. Myung-hoe just nodded nervously, but it turned out someone else was already there, watching him from around a corner. The old man stepped out and asked if he was Myung-hoe of the Changju Han family. Confused, Myung-hoe said yes and asked who he was. The man introduced himself as Huang Hui. Myung-hoe was stunned. It was the prime minister. He quickly bowed, saying it was an honor. The prime minister suddenly grabbed his hands, looked at him intensely, and told him he had a very good face. He then added that Myung-hoe would be excellent if he could just clear his mind of distractions. Myung-hoe had no idea what he was talking about. The prime minister leaned in and told him he knew everything. He said Myung-hoe would soon be following in his footsteps. The man's face fell as he realized what that meant, working until the day he died. The prime minister's voice was calm. He told Myung-hoe he'd heard about the terrible thing he'd done and asked if he was ready to face the consequences. Myung-hoe's face went pale. He was shaking. The prime minister wasn't finished. He asked Myung-hoe if he was ready to face the consequences for his terrible act. Myung-hoe was shaking, completely frozen with fear. He stammered, asking what the prime minister could possibly mean. Just then, a new voice cut in. The retired king had arrived, and he saw them talking. The prime minister and Myung-hoe immediately bowed. The king apologized for keeping them waiting. He looked right at Myung-hoe and told him not to worry. He explained that Grand Prince Su-yang had already told him everything. Myung-hoe couldn't believe what he was hearing. Overcome with emotion, he dropped to the ground and apologized for bringing shame upon his majesty. The retired king told him to forget his own feelings. His job now was to help the current king win back the hearts of the people in his hometown. But Myung-hoe was terrified. He explained that he couldn't possibly live there anymore. All the officials from his hometown would recognize him on sight. The king had a simple solution. He told Myung-hoe to just change his body until it was unrecognizable. Myung-hoe didn't understand at all. He just looked down at his own body, completely lost. That's when the king laid out his final decision. He wouldn't be punished. Instead, for the next 3 years, he was ordered to train in body's preparedness. The king promised that once he was covered in muscle, not even his closest friends would know who he was. Without a moment's hesitation, Myung-hoe accepted the order. Tears started streaming down his face. It looked like he was never going to escape this new fitness-obsessed world. It all started when he returned to the capital city, Hanyang, with the historical texts he had found. Meanwhile, my brother was moving ahead with plans to develop the north, using the historical texts I'd found. An official pointed out that the best place to start was Dongyang Yongwonbu, which used to be the capital of Balhae. Then he shared some big news. A chief named Hoshina had already discovered the ruins of a fortress in the area. My brother nodded. He'd gotten the report too, saying Hoshina found it while trying a strange new way to find black soil. With that first location found, they knew their next target was a place called Sangyong Yongcheonbu. One of the officials remembered something from my notes. He asked if there was supposed to be a large lake nearby. Another man added more details from my research. The old city was huge, built just like the Tang capital, with a river running along its west side. My brother looked over the map. The ruins would be easy to find, but there was a problem. If they left them alone, the area could become a perfect hideout for bandits or rebels. My brother laid out the plan. Hoshina, the chief who found the ruins, would formally join their kingdom. Then, he'd be tasked with mapping out all the small towns along the northern border. He slammed a pin into the map, marking their target. The final goal was to bring the Jurchens under their rule for good. His officials bowed deeply, accepting the command without a single question. But while all that was happening, I was back in my element. That feeling after a good pump. It was perfect. He was right. Working out back in his own home just felt different. And after being away for so long, it felt great to be back with the weights again. Su-yang was worried. He knew that not many people would volunteer to go work in the harsh northern frontier. But his brother just smiled, reminding him of the scheme he and their father had come up with. Turns out, the plan was working perfectly. The brother explained that over 80 secondary and illegitimate sons had already submitted petitions to be freed from their status. With valuable goods like furs now flowing from the north, people saw a real chance to earn rewards by pioneering the new territory. Soo-young realized he'd been so busy with his other projects that he hadn't been paying enough attention to what was happening locally. His brother told him to take a break once his work was done. He then revealed that he'd already found the perfect person to send north. He said the man was 40, but learned fast and was incredibly strong, able to lift around 80 kilograms in 3 different exercises. And that man was already busy fueling up. The man he'd chosen wasn't a secondary son himself, but he had a younger, illegitimate brother. He volunteered to go north for his brother's sake. That selfless attitude was exactly what they needed. So he was appointed as the magistrate of Joyang County. And that man was already busy fueling up. This was Hong Il-dong. With a mountain of empty bowls next to him, he happily yelled for one more. His companion, Hong Gildong, pointed out that he'd already eaten 10 servings. Il-dong quickly corrected him, reminding Gildong that he was his second eldest brother. He added that in official matters, he needed to be addressed by his title. He then turned to the server, asking if they had any rice cakes, since they were a bit short. The woman was completely stunned. The third man at their table just laughed. He said the rumors about Il-dong's appetite were true, calling it impressively manly. Il-dong just laughed, saying he was at a loss for words after getting such a direct compliment from the regional commander. Il-dong told his brother not to get so hung up on titles and formalities between them. He promised that if Gildong trusted him and focused on his physical training, he could become a high-ranking official one day. He added that Gildong was more like him than their eldest brother. Gildong's face lit up. He was completely on board. With that settled, Il-dong turned back to the commander and asked who was temporarily in charge of Gyeoyang County. The commander explained that a man named Hong Yun-seong was chosen for the job. He was known for being a quick thinker and a sharp strategist, though he came from a different family line. Il-dong loved that idea. He immediately decided he would make this new guy his sworn brother. Meanwhile, at Gyeoyang Fortress, things weren't going so smoothly. An official was losing his mind, wondering when the new magistrate would finally show up. With winter coming fast, he was worried they wouldn't have enough time to finish the repairs. The other official agreed, admitting that the thought of winter was making him nervous too. But Hong Yun-seong wasn't buying it. He asked if the man was really nervous, since he knew he was planning to transfer to the warm southern region in a year anyway. Turns out, Yun-seong had his own scheme. It started as a plan to get sick on purpose, so he could get out of his duties. But the whole thing backfired, and now he was trapped there. To keep up the act, he had to look like he had a fever, so he was trying to work up a sweat. But faking a fever was nearly impossible in a place this cold. He swore to himself that this time, he'd find a way to retire and move south. Just then, he heard someone at his door. It was the other official. He looked confused, asking how Yun-seong could still have a cold when the battle had ended a whole month ago. The official came in with an apology. He told Yun-seong that the king himself had sent something for him. Yun-seong read the scroll. It was a promotion. To make things worse, the king had also sent medicine for his supposed illness. In that instant, he knew. His dream of a warm, quiet retirement was completely gone. The other official smiled, thinking Yun-seong was overwhelmed with gratitude. He told him the king was clearly recognizing his hard work, but it didn't stop there. The official explained that Yun-seong was now in charge of the area until the new magistrate arrived. He poured the medicine, telling Yun-seong to drink it and build his strength back up. He screamed inside. His plan hadn't just failed. It had given him the exact opposite of everything he wanted. With their goodbyes said, Hong Il-dong and his men set off for Gyeoyang. One of his companions gave him some advice for the road. He suggested they use the supplies at the local office for stone and rice, but buy their fur coats here, where the prices were better. But Il-dong just laughed, boasting that his body was so strong from training that the winter cold meant nothing to him. His companion looked worried, reminding him that the cold in the north was much harsher than what they were used to. Il-dong just put an arm around him, saying that if you train hard enough, you can overcome anything. The other guy just sighed. Sometime later, they finally reached Gyeoyang Fortress. Someone announced the new magistrate's arrival, but as they walked into the courtyard, they saw the place was completely falling apart. It was totally deserted. Il-dong wondered where everyone could be, getting a bad feeling that something terrible must have happened. Suddenly, a voice yelled out a warning. Something was collapsing right on top of them. The ground shook as a huge chunk of the fortress wall started to break apart right above them. He screamed as the rocks came crashing down. He was sure this was the end, but the final impact never came. He looked up to see Hong Il-dong holding the massive boulder with his bare hands. The magistrate just calmly asked if he was okay. The man was completely speechless, just managing to stammer that he was fine. Once the dust settled, he dropped to his knees and bowed deeply. He thanked the new magistrate over and over for saving his life. He apologized for the terrible welcome, admitting that if Il-dong had been even a second later, it would have been a disaster. But Il-dong wasn't worried about formalities. He just told the man they needed to move somewhere safer before anything else collapsed. The man in red led them inside, apologizing that the office was only a temporary setup. He introduced himself as Hong Yun-seong, an assistant secretary who had been managing things until the new magistrate arrived. The magistrate smiled warmly and introduced himself as Hong Il-dong, the new leader of the region. Once they were settled, Yun-seong began to list all the problems they were facing. It was a lot more than just broken walls. They had to build houses and clear land for farming, but they were seriously short on people. On top of all that, the Jurchens who were supposed to help were complaining and refusing to cooperate. But Il-dong wasn't worried. He just said something called body's preparedness would solve everything. Yun-seong had no idea what he was talking about. Il-dong was completely serious. He truly believed that every single problem could be solved through physical training. Yun-seong just smiled. He clearly thought this new magistrate was completely out of his mind. So, Early the next morning, Il-dong put his plan into action. He gathered all the men who were supposed to be working and asked if everyone was there. He told them that since they didn't know how to work, he was going to teach them himself. The men were not impressed. One of them muttered that it was just digging holes and wondered what they could possibly gain from it. But Il-dong remembered something Grand Prince Suyang once said. He explained that even simple physical movements can lead to learning. He gripped the tool tightly, ready to show them exactly what he meant. With one powerful strike, he showed them the first move. He then turned to his brother, Gildong, and told him to scoop out the dirt where he had just struck. Gildong agreed, but he was clearly annoyed by the whole thing. As he worked, he grumbled to himself. He could have had a quiet life as a petty official, but his pushy older brother was going to be the death of him. Then, Il-dong led them all in a series of powerful, coordinated strikes. The officials watching couldn't believe their eyes. The speed at which the men were working was incredible. Il-dong explained that this wasn't just simple labor. It was a method to train their bodies. With a grin, Il-dong called out to Gildong again. It was time to move on to something he called spiritual pressure training. Gildong's heart sank. He knew exactly what that meant. He was going to be the test subject again. Il-dong just hoisted Gildong onto his shoulders like he was nothing. This was the spiritual pressure training he was talking about. The officials watching were stunned. One of them recognized the move from the assistant secretary's winter training. Hong Yun-sung watched from the side. He realized Il-dong wasn't just strong. His body showed he was also incredibly disciplined with his diet. But he wasn't completely sold. He knew this kind of military-style show of force could cause problems down the line. So, Yun-sung stepped forward to confront him. He told the magistrate that just clearing the farmland wouldn't solve their real problems. He warned Il-dong that if he kept this up, he'd be stuck managing the Jurchens himself. Il-dong just smiled and said that was exactly what he wanted. Yun-sung pressed on, arguing that running the town was about more than just land. The people watching started to whisper, sensing a serious disagreement between the two men. Il-dong's smile grew wider. He had another idea. He announced that he had a proposal. Since he was already swamped with work, he would choose from the exiled men. The test was simple. Whoever could keep the ball away from him the longest would get a job. Hong Yun-sung couldn't believe it. He was seriously going to decide something so important with a ball game. Il-dong looked over the crowd and asked who wanted to go first. No one moved. They all just looked at each other, nervously. Finally, one of the men timidly raised his hand and volunteered. Il-dong beamed, happy to have a challenger. The volunteer stood across from Il-dong, holding the ball. With the signal to start, the test began. The challenger barely had time to move. Il-dong dodged him effortlessly and sent the man flying. The other men watching were horrified. This wasn't a game at all. Without even a moment's rest, Il-dong called for the next challenger. The poor guy took off running, but Il-dong was right on his tail. But this one was different. Il-dong grinned, impressed by the man's speed. Still, it wasn't enough. He took him down and immediately called for the next person in line. Hong Yun-sung watched from the side, analyzing Il-dong. He was surprised that someone so big could move that fast. He had completely misjudged the situation. He thought it was just a stupid game, but it wasn't. Il-dong was actually evaluating each person's physical condition. He praised the man for his effort, but told him he needed to work on his lower body strength. Yun-sung held the ball, still trying to make sense of it all. He admitted Il-dong was evaluating them, but at the end of the day, it was still just a ball game. He almost had to laugh. Managing a town was a massive responsibility, and Il-dong was using a game to decide who would help him govern. Suddenly, it wasn't funny anymore. His smile vanished. He realized Il-dong wasn't just being unconventional. He was treating the entire northern frontier like a joke. Yun-sung dropped to the ground, curling his body around the ball to protect it. From his tone, Il-dong seemed impressed, calling it a new technique. He even praised Yun-sung, calling him clever, but the smile vanished in an instant. The clever move didn't matter. Il-dong just powered through, pinning him to the ground. Then, Yun-sung felt his feet leaving the ground. He had no idea what was happening. Il-dong was lifting him straight into the air with one arm, ball and all. Yun-sung screamed in shock. He threw him across the field. The other men could only watch, their faces filled with terror. Without even looking back, Il-dong called for the next challenger. As the dust settled, another man stepped onto the field. It was Hong Yun-sung. He looked straight at Il-dong and said he would give it a try. Il-dong just grinned, clearly happy to have someone who wasn't afraid. They took their places on the field, ready to begin. Yun-sung was completely focused. He knew he wasn't like the others. Il-dong laughed, saying he was looking forward to this, and dared Yun-sung to try and stop him. The signal was given, and in a flash, the match was on. Il-dong lunged forward with incredible speed, but Yun-sung managed to dodge just in time. The force of his missed lunge was enough to stir up the ground. Yun-sung created some space, but he knew Il-dong wouldn't back down. He thought to himself that Il-dong was just as fast as he'd expected. If speed wasn't going to work, he needed a different plan. Il-dong charged at him again, not giving him a moment to rest. That's when he made his choice. He would win with endurance. So instead of dodging, he braced himself and met the charge head on. The impact was massive. The two men were locked in a test of pure strength. Il-dong pressed down with all his weight, but Yun-sung held firm, refusing to give an inch. They dug their feet into the ground, the force of their struggle shaking the dirt. The men watching from the side were stunned into silence. One of them couldn't believe it. He already knew Il-dong was a monster, but to see someone actually hold him off was insane. For them to be on completely equal footing, with neither side backing down, it was something they'd never seen before. Il-dong explained to the others that the game was something Suyang had come up with. when he was younger, based on an old sport. He admitted that in all his life, he had never seen anyone stand up to Il-dong like this. But then, the balance shifted. With a final massive push, Il-dong sent Yoon-sung flying backwards. But Yoon-sung wasn't done. He landed on his feet and immediately lunged back at Il-dong. Il-dong was actually having fun. He was grinning through the strain, thrilled to have a real opponent. Yoon-sung, on the other hand, was shocked by Il-dong's incredible brute strength. He realized he was stuck completely tight. There was no way to break free from that hold. That's when Il-dong made his move, using his power to rip Yoon-sung's hands away from the ball. The men watching gasped. They knew that was the end of the match. Il-dong grabbed him, his grip like a vice. He pinned Yoon-sung to the ground, holding the ball over him, and told him it was time to surrender. But Yoon-sung wasn't done. He was the top graduate of the military training command, and his pride wouldn't let him lose like this. He refused to be disgraced, pouring every last bit of his strength into one final push. The crowd gasped. Even Il-dong looked surprised. And somehow, he did it. Yoon-sung held his ground, stopping Il-dong's push completely. The men watching started to get excited. They couldn't believe what they were seeing, from Assistant Secretary Hong Yoon-sung. Soon, everyone was chanting his name. They were all shouting for him to hold on, to keep fighting. Il-dong wasn't mad at all. He just smiled, realizing he had seriously underestimated his opponent. With a final breath, Yoon-sung decided it was time to end this. He got a solid grip on Il-dong's side, locking his hands tight. He dug his feet into the dirt, using every muscle in his legs for power. And then, unbelievably, he lifted the giant man clean off the ground. The crowd was speechless. One of them yelled out that he was actually lifting him. Yoon-sung twisted his entire body, putting all of his momentum into the throw. He sent the huge man flying through the air like he weighed nothing. The men on the ground just stared up, watching him fall back to earth. The magistrate was completely winded, his face a mix of shock and exhaustion. Hong Yoon-sung was breathing just as hard. That last move had taken everything he had. One of the officials raised his hand, looking just as surprised as everyone else. He declared the match was over. By the time night fell, things had calmed down. The men gathered for a meal, and the magistrate addressed them from the porch. He told them he'd let them know the results soon, and assigned their new jobs. To reward them for their hard work, he offered everyone horse meat. But one of the men noticed the magistrate wasn't eating, and asked him why. The magistrate just grinned. He explained that since he was in his cutting phase, he could only drink powdered grain tea. Hong Yoon-sung was stunned. The magistrate was doing that well, even while cutting? The mood was good that night. One of the officials noted that even the Jurchens seemed happy. The magistrate agreed, saying it was all thanks to being prepared. Hong Yoon-sung approached the magistrate, giving him a thumbs up. He told him he was amazing out there, admitting he hadn't broken a sweat like that in a long time. The magistrate warned him that he wouldn't be sweating much longer with the cold on its way. Then he teased him, asking if a top graduate of the military was really afraid of a little chill. To prove his point, he began to tell a story about a time he had to relieve himself outdoors in the middle of winter. He explained that it was so cold, the liquid froze the moment it hit the ground. That's when it hit Yoon-sung. With the fortress in its current condition, surviving the winter would be almost impossible. The fortress walls were crumbling apart. Their situation was even worse than he imagined. The magistrate's mind was already working. He suggested they could turn this into leg training. If everyone carried stones to insulate the walls, they could solve two problems at once. But before he could finish, someone shouted at him to stop. Suddenly, another man jumped to his feet. His name was Gildong, and he shouted that he had experience building an official building before. He practically begged to be put in charge of the repairs, calling the magistrate's idea a great one. The magistrate was thrilled. He told Gildong he was surprised by how eager he was, and gave him the job with a thumbs up. Gildong promised to give it everything he had. The next morning, Gildong was already hard at work by one of the furnaces. When he saw Soo-young, he admitted he was just glad they managed to stop his crazy idea from the day before. He then asked what Soo-young was doing up so early. Soo-young's eyes are fixed on the wall heating units. He told Gildong he didn't think they were made of proper unfired clay bricks. He explained that real bricks were made with white clay and stone powder. But even the most basic ones should have worked better than this. Gildong showed him exactly what was wrong. He pointed out that the wet clay holding the unit together had already dried and gotten hot, but the brick itself hadn't warmed up at all. Soo-young was confused. He agreed it was strange that the wet clay had dried so completely without the brick heating up. He knew these wall heaters usually cracked because the mud would dry out and break. This was something else entirely. Soo-young explained that he used to just patch the cracks with more clay without giving it much thought. He had a theory that the clay was absorbing heat too quickly and then cooling down just as fast, and that rapid change in temperature, he figured, was what was causing the cracking. He admitted he'd always just assumed smoke was leaking out through the gaps, but now he saw the real problem. But seeing the problem up close gave Gildong an idea. He announced that he just remembered the possible solution. He suggested that if they replaced the current walls with proper wall bricks, they'd be able to handle the winter cold much better. Soo-young was confused, asking what wall bricks were. Gildong, on the other hand, was already excited, miming how they'd carry them. Gildong explained that wall bricks hold heat for a long time, which would slow down how fast the cold got in. That's when it clicked for Soo-young. If the walls stayed warm, the heat from the floors would last longer too. Soo-young added another point. With normal walls, one crack meant a huge repair job, but with bricks, you could just patch the broken spot or swap out the damaged ones. It was a much better system. Gildong admitted he wasn't sure if his idea was right, but he figured if bricks could block out summer heat, they should also work against the winter cold. Soo-young was impressed. thinking to himself that Gildong was much sharper than his older brother. Without wasting a second, Gildong ran off, calling out to someone in the distance. The man he was yelling for, Dim, looked up from his work. Turns out, Dim was already a step ahead. He told them he'd already spoken to a mason, Manga. He explained that he knew they used wall bricks in the side walls when building certain kinds of roofs. Because of that, he was sure that Mason would be skilled in firing bricks. Suyang was pleased. He ordered someone to be sent over to fire a large batch of wall bricks. Dim asked him just how many they were talking about. Before Suyang could answer, Gildong jumped in and said 5,000 should be enough. Suyang just stared, a little surprised by the huge number. Dim was floored by that number. He immediately asked where on earth they planned to get enough firewood to make that many bricks. He had a point. One of the main reasons bricks weren't used much in Joseon was because there was never enough firewood to fire the kilns. But it turns out this region was different. The mountains here were full of wood, and under the excuse of Suyang's preparedness training with the Jurchens, they had the perfect cover to start chopping it all down. The men worked non-stop, producing a huge amount of wood. Officially, it was all for building defensive fences, but they had a much bigger project in mind. 6 months later, winter arrived. November was freezing. Just as they expected, the cold was brutal that year. One of the guards took a drink, trying to stay warm. Suyang saw the guards trying to warm up with a drink and immediately walked over to stop them. Even in the freezing cold, he seemed to be radiating heat. He looked at them seriously and pointed out that their lips were already turning blue. He told them a steam bath was what they really needed, not alcohol. The guard knew he was right, but he looked worried. He explained that the problem was the steam baths themselves. Turns out, Suyang's idea was so popular that there was a huge waiting line just to get in. Inside, it was a whole different world. The men were shouting and laughing, finally feeling the warmth return to their bodies. Dim was amazed. He couldn't believe his youngest brother had turned out to be so capable. He smiled, thinking about how well his brother's plans were working out. At first, he'd been worried. When Suyang said he'd build the public bathhouse and government office out of bricks, Dim thought it would be an expensive failure. But then he saw the numbers. Turns out, making 5,000 wall bricks cost almost nothing. Just 4 seom of rice. The man in charge of it all, Gildong, had done an amazing job. Dim couldn't help but think the man was blessed with good luck. Meanwhile, in Gyeongwon province, another official was dealing with a very different report. He couldn't believe it. The report said that another province had suffered only half the casualties that his had. The man explained how the other province was thriving. They had built a steam bath to save on firewood and used bricks to make a government office that stayed warm all winter. They were even training the local tribes to keep them busy and strong. Hearing all this, the official felt a wave of frustration. He couldn't help but wonder what he had been doing this whole time. He asked for an update on their own big project with the black soil. The other man looked at him grimly. It had failed again. He shot up from his seat, furious. As he walked away, his subordinate continued the report. They had already gone through about 900 kilograms of iron ore. Every last bit of it had turned into useless, weak scrap metal. He stared at the ground, hating the cursed black soil that was causing all this trouble. At the workshop, a blacksmith was hard at work, hammering away at the metal. He brought the hammer down with all his strength. The blacksmith was furious. He yelled that even cheap candy was tougher than the metal they were trying to make. When the official arrived, the blacksmith told him the bad news directly. The black soil was completely ruining the metal. The official stared down at the useless black lumps. The blacksmith explained that the stuff was sticky, almost like pine resin. That's when it clicked. If it acted like pine resin, maybe it could be used like it. He ordered the blacksmith to scrape off the soot and bring it to him. The blacksmith had no idea what he was talking about. The official figured that if people could find uses for cow dung, this stuff had to be good for something. Turns out, what they were calling useless black soil was actually asphalt. Meanwhile, at the Sugong Palace, a group of officials were finally heading home for the day. They were completely exhausted. Working on the new laws for the kingdom had drained every last bit of energy from them. Meanwhile, the king was absolutely furious. He yelled that anyone refusing to cooperate with the census was a thief of the state. The king had threatened to send even more people into the harshest exile. Suyang wiped a bead of sweat from his face, relieved they had managed to stop him from completely exploding. One of the officials started thinking through the consequences. If they sent every single criminal up north and then tried to spread out the power in the provinces, it would still create all sorts of new problems. He walked alone, wishing the grand code for the government had answers for a problem like this. That's when King Sejong cheerfully announced that, as for the grand code, nothing had been finalized yet. The official just stared, completely stunned by the news. King Sejong just smiled and said that the laws for the grand code hadn't actually been decided yet. The official tried to play it cool, but inside, he was completely losing his mind. The king explained they were still adjusting punishments from an old issue with Minister Huang. That's when he noticed the minister was still in the room. The old minister turned to Suyang, desperately begging him for mercy. Suyang casually explained that they'd been discussing the punishment code. Since other options seemed unfair, he'd sentenced Minister Huang to forced labor instead. Hearing this, the old minister just pleaded to be allowed to retire. But Suyang seemed to be thinking about something else entirely. He then announced his belief that they could turn forced labor into a much fairer kind of punishment. For him, This was just another form of training. King Sejong looked on, clearly interested in what Su-young was suggesting, but Minister Huang was in total despair. He just wanted to retire, not cause a complete change in the law. Later, Su-young was with another official. He explained that sitting all day puts a lot of strain on the body and offered to help relieve the tension. He began to stretch the man, telling him to breathe out slowly. The official let out a surprised grunt. After a moment, the official told him to continue what he was saying earlier about the punishment system. Su-young started by explaining that right now, forced labor begins with beating the criminals. Then, they're sent far away and worked almost to death. The official nodded. He admitted that was exactly why he was always hesitant to hand out that kind of punishment. Su-young laid out his idea. What if they built prisons and gave criminals hard but restorative work? It would give them real time to change. He was completely serious about this. The current system was all about public shame and harshness. He asked if a system focused on rehabilitation could truly change almost anyone. Su-young then used Minister Huang as the perfect example. The minister was horrified, begging the Grand Prince to spare him. The official pointed out a problem. That much labor could ruin a prisoner's health. But Su-young calmly replied that it was possible to work without hurting the body. He reminded the official of the walking wheel they had developed before. He suggested they could use the wheel instead of forcing prisoners to make those long, dangerous journeys into exile. Su-young explained that with his method, prisoners wouldn't have to walk for miles on muddy roads or suffer in the freezing weather. He argued that this new system could actually be seen as a form of mercy. The king let out a happy. He told Su-young that his words and his care always seemed to lift the heavy burdens from his mind. The king was sold on the idea. They could call it imprisonment and have officials manage it. He admitted he was tired of trying to keep track of every single person he'd exiled. With this new system, regular reports would be enough. But that raised a new question. Who would volunteer to reform the prisoners in these jails? The king then turned to the official, reminding him that he had disciples who were skilled at that sort of thing. The official's eyes lit up. He remembered the Pei Timber Hall. They had already succeeded in reforming the young barbarians. That settled it. If they could handle that, they would definitely be willing to reform prisoners. The king and the official raised their cups, both pleased with the solution. The king smiled, complimenting Yu on being so thoughtful. But then he changed the subject, reminding Yu that he shouldn't just focus on work, but on his family too. Yu looked a little confused by the sudden turn, cautiously asking what the king meant by family matters. The king got straight to the point. He was talking about Yu's eldest son, Hyundong, and asked if it wasn't time for him to get married. The boy, Hyundong, was exactly 16 years old this year. Apparently, there had been marriage proposals for him before, but at the time, everyone was still dealing with the trauma from the war and was completely exhausted. Because of all that, the marriage talks had just quietly faded away. The family who had first approached them was the family of the left state counselor, Manhwa. The counselor himself appeared, gratefully telling the Grand Prince that he was happy they were considering joining their families again. Manhwa claimed his mind was unsettled, and that's why he couldn't move forward with the marriage talks. Su-young wasn't buying it. He pointed out that 3 years had passed, so if the counselor really wanted to resume the talks, he would have sent a matchmaker by now. Manhwa just laughed nervously. He made another excuse, saying his daughter insisted she needed more time to study. But Su-young knew the real story. Manhwa's political power had completely collapsed, so he couldn't possibly bring up marriage talks again. He figured if the counselor still had any power, he would have pushed his daughter to marry the crown prince instead. That's when a young man's voice called out, interrupting his thoughts. It was Hyundong. He apologized for interrupting, but Su-young just waved it off. He told the boy to properly greet the left state counselor, who might soon be his father-in-law. Hyundong immediately turned and offered a formal greeting to the counselor. He bowed low, showing his respect. The counselor complimented Hyundong's impressive build for a 16-year-old. Su-young brushed it off, saying the boy hadn't even started his real training yet. He then turned to Hyundong and asked what he needed. Hyundong held up a scroll. He explained that he'd made a copy from an old stone tablet and wanted Su-young's opinion, since he wasn't sure of its origin. As Su-young looked at the text, he recognized a name, Great King Jin-hung. He immediately wondered if the tablet was from one of the famous monuments the king had built to mark his territory. The left state counselor chimed in. Based on phrases he recognized from his own historical work, he figured the tablet was about 900 years old. Hyundong was amazed, telling his father that his knowledge was incredible. Su-young just smiled and encouraged him to keep studying, reminding him that there's always more to learn. The boy eagerly agreed, his face lighting up. As Hyundong walked away, the counselor couldn't help but marvel at how impressive the boy was, both physically and academically. Su-young explained that Hyundong used to be very frail. He told the surprised counselor that he had adapted his training into simple children's games to help the boy get stronger. He used things like hoop spinning and rope jumping, and the results were impressive. He added that these exercises weren't just for children, they were also great for women. Hearing this gave the counselor an idea. He suggested a friendly game of shuttlecock kicking. He thought it would be a good way to break the ice with their wives as well. Su-young grinned, clearly liking the suggestion. A few days later, they put the plan into action. The game started with a powerful serve. The shuttlecock flew like a bullet, smashing into the wall behind the woman. She just stared, completely stunned by the force of the hit. The other woman couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. She was trying to understand how another woman could possess that kind of strength. But there she stood, holding the racket with a look of pure confidence. The man got straight to the point. He told Sukdeok that her marriage talks with Lord Doan, Grand Prince Suyang's son, were starting again. But that wasn't all. He added that the High Lady of the Three Han also wished to meet her and would be visiting in a few days. He looked serious as he explained everything. This wasn't just a casual visit. He warned her to be extremely careful because one mistake could end the marriage talks completely. Sukdeok wasn't worried about meeting her sister, though. It was the other two who made her nervous. They were famous for their intense physical training. She, on the other hand, was just a homebody. In fact, she hated moving around at all. Someone showed her a strange piece of clothing, asking what it was. Turns out, it was an invention from Lady Debian. The woman explained that the item was called a melty, basically a type of suspenders. She said it was designed to keep a skirt from slipping down. First, she showed Sukdeok how to tie it around her waist. Then, she pulled the straps up over her shoulders and tied them securely in the back. Lady Debuin explained that with this, even if someone stepped on her skirt, it wouldn't slip down. But the preparations didn't stop there. She told Sukdeok she also needed to wear guards for her knees and elbows. For the final step, she instructed her to take off her heavy wig and put her hair into a pouch to keep it out of the way. With everything in place, the transformation was complete. Sukdeok was ready for action, dressed and ready. Sukdeok gave a formal greeting to Lady Debuin on the court. Lady Debuin saw that she was ready and asked if she had ever played shuttleball before. Sukdeok nervously admitted that it was her first time, but Lady Debuin wasn't bothered at all and just told her to follow her actions. She started with the basics, showing her how to do a serve. Next, she demonstrated a powerful drive shot. Then came the high clears, which sent the shuttlecock soaring into the air. And finally, she showed her the most powerful move of all, the smash. Sukdeok watched all of this, looking worried. She wasn't sure if she could do any of it. Lady Debuin just smiled. She promised to teach her everything step by step, starting with how to properly grip the racket. Turns out, Sukdeok was a natural. Lady Debuin was impressed, complimenting her good posture and how fast she was picking everything up. A warm feeling spread through her. She realized this was the first time anyone had ever praised her for exercising, and she really liked it. Seeing her confidence, Lady Debuin suggested they play a light round to test her skills. Sukdeok eagerly agreed. She told Sukdeok to serve first, but the friendly smile was gone, replaced by a look of pure competition. Sukdeok took a breath and served, sending the shuttlecock flying high into the air. It dropped faster than expected. Lady Debuin moved to hit it, but she was too late. A man keeping score marked a line on the board and announced that Sukdeok had scored the first point. He then explained the rules to them. The first person to reach 21 points would be the winner. She couldn't believe it. She had actually scored a point, and that's when she realized this was actually fun. All her life, she thought moving her body was just difficult and exhausting, but this was incredible. She was having the time of her life. Then, the friendly game ended. Lady Debuin returned the serve with serious power. The shuttlecock came flying back at her like a cannonball. The look in her opponent's eyes was completely different now. It smashed into the ground before Sukdeok could even react. But her opponent, Lady Debuin, responded by leaping into the air. Sukdeok couldn't believe her eyes. She had never seen a jump like that in her life. The hit was like a flash of lightning. It smashed into the ground with so much force that it bounced and got stuck right in the wall behind her. She was terrified. She couldn't understand how a shuttlecock could move that fast. Across the court, Lady Debuin complimented Sukdeok's skills. Then she smiled. She told Sukdeok that from now on, she was going to play for real. Sukdeok panicked. She realized her opponent hadn't even been trying until now. Lady Debuin served. The real game had begun. She moved with incredible speed and power. Sukdeok couldn't keep up. Sukdeok tried to fight back, but the points just kept stacking against her. Lady Debuin was on another level entirely. The score just kept getting worse. She threw herself across the court, trying to return the shot, but it was no use. She couldn't understand it. How could someone be this good just from playing at home? Meanwhile, Lady Debuin just stood there, casually bouncing the shuttlecock. She hadn't even broken a sweat. Lady Debuin's eyes narrowed. She told Sukdeok to try and return this next shot, but something had changed in Sukdeok. She was fired up now, ready to play for real. She grinned, determined to send a powerful smash right back at her opponent. But as she moved, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. She stumbled, completely confused. The pain was real, but she refused to let it stop her. Ignoring the pain, she pushed off the ground and jumped, determined to make the shot. One of the attendants watched from the side, completely stunned by what she was seeing. She made perfect contact. The shuttlecock exploded off her racket. She celebrated as she hit it perfectly. The shuttlecock shot back with incredible speed, but her victory was cut short by a sharp pain that shot through her wrist. First her ankle, and now this. She couldn't believe it. The pain was too much. She lost her balance and went down hard. She cried out as she hit the court. Lady Debuin immediately ran over to see if she was okay. Lying there, completely exhausted, a thought crossed her mind. She wondered if this was just what it meant to be part of Grand Prince Suyang's family. Lady Debuin just stood over her, looking down without a word. Sukdeok clenched her fist, realizing this. When Suyang heard the news, he looked worried. He immediately asked Lady Debuin if she had pushed the girl too hard during their game. Lady Debuin explained that she hadn't pushed her at all. The girl just wasn't used to using her body. She then wondered if this whole experience might make Sukdeok refuse to marry into their family. But then she remembered the look on the girl's face. She hadn't seemed upset upset by the challenge at all. In fact, she looked incredibly determined. Thinking about that moment changed everything for her. A smile spread across her face. After seeing that fighting spirit, she was certain. She declared that she definitely wanted that girl in their family. Su-yang let out a laugh, completely relieved. It seemed he had been worried for nothing. Elsewhere, a young man knelt quietly as an older official prepared him for a formal event. The official commented on how much the young man had grown. He joked that he was so sturdy now, he almost fell backward just trying to tie up his hair. The official teased the young man, asking him when he'd gotten so big. The official asked if he was ready. The young man, holding a scroll, said he was. This coming-of-age ceremony was a big deal. It was hosted by the Grand Prince's brother, but the special courtesy name was chosen by King Sejong himself. The official read from the scroll, announcing that Lord Doan had now reached adulthood and completed his ceremony. He was given a new name and told to follow the example set by Grand Prince Su-yang, to study hard and always do the right thing. Lord Doan smiled, promising to obey the king's command. A special day was chosen in April for another important event. Just a few days later, the wedding ceremony was held. The wedding ceremony was a formal affair, full of tradition. The bride kept her head down, looking a little shy. Lord Doan, the groom, looked at her with a gentle smile. Watching from the side, a man commented on how well the groom had grown up. He put a reassuring hand on his wife's shoulder. She looked up at him, her expression full of gratitude. He smiled back, telling her it was all thanks to her. Another man joined them, asking where he should send his own son for marriage. The official laughed, telling him there were plenty of good matches to choose from. The couple stood together, officially married. Later, the newlyweds paid their respects. Su-yang's wife smiled, saying that seeing their new daughter-in-law put her mind at ease. She thought about the bride's future, knowing she was destined for great things. She just hoped the intense shuttleball game hadn't scared her off. The new bride told Su-yang that she didn't see his training as a hardship, but as a way to strengthen her body. She thanked him for being so understanding. But then, she said she had a favor to ask. She wanted to read and fully learn the body's preparedness manual. Su-yang laughed, impressed by her attitude. But he told her there was a problem. The young couple looked at him, completely confused. Su-yang explained the problem. He flexed and said that since he was born a man, he only understood a man's body. Because of that, there was no version of his manual made specifically for women. He told her that all the standards were designed for men. His own wife had to learn everything directly from him, one step at a time. But the new bride wasn't giving up. She argued that if a path exists, there must be a way to walk it. She reminded her father-in-law that he had created the original manual himself through practice. So, she declared that she wanted to figure out the basics on her own. Her father-in-law smiled, impressed by her determination. He told her to go ahead and try. That's when Su-yang stepped in. He decided he would quickly put together all the lessons he'd taught his wife and new daughter-in-law and create a body's preparedness manual just for women. A moment later, a loud scream echoed from one of the houses. Turns out, it was the new bride. An attendant was trying to stretch her out, scolding her for being as stiff as a board. She warned her that if she was this rigid, she could forget about training. The new bride cried out in pain. She complained that her thighs felt like they were going to split apart. As an attendant told her to relax, Su-yang watched from a distance. He wondered if it was even possible to create a proper body's preparedness manual for women. Just then, a messenger arrived. Su-yang was being summoned by his father, the king. He was annoyed by the timing. He needed to finish the manual and figured it couldn't be anything important. He made his way to the king's chambers. When he arrived, the king got straight to the point. He announced that Tsushima Island was asking to increase their number of trade ships. Su-yang was confused. He reminded his father that the Gaihai Treaty had already set the limit at 50 ships and asked why they would suddenly want more. The treaty had been established because of increasing piracy from the islanders at Busan port. To keep the peace and reduce their raids, Joseon limited their trade ships to 50 and granted them fishing rights. Su-yang thought about it. Something was wrong. From what he remembered from history, the treaty should have held up for a long time. King Sejong sighed. He explained that they once sold ginseng to Japan at double the price, just to keep the market from crashing. Su-yang couldn't believe what he was hearing. The king continued, explaining that the request for 100 ships was just an excuse. What they were really after was ginseng. Turns out, Tsushima Island was just the middleman. Someone on the Japanese mainland wanted the ginseng badly. He suspected it was the head of the Ochi clan. This man, Ochi Norihiro, was trouble. He had once demanded an entire province from Joseon, claiming it belonged to his ancestors. The king admitted their biggest problem. As frustrating as it was, they didn't even have a proper map of Japan. Su-yang was shocked. How could they not have a map? Then it hit him. The man who was supposed to make the maps was Shin Suk-ju, but he couldn't, because Su-yang had taken him on a trip to Ming. He realized with a cringe that this was his fault. One of the officials was furious. He argued that they should use force against the rude barbarians, just as the king had done before. But his anger quickly faded. He remembered their main forces were all stationed in the north. That left them with no good options. The court looked to the king, waiting for a decision. That's when Su-yang spoke up. He suggested they just give them the ginseng, and even the seeds. The other officials couldn't believe what they were hearing. Miles away, in Japan, a different conversation was happening. A lord was yelling at his subordinate for selling ginseng at half price. He screamed that this foolish mistake had shown the Ochi clan just how valuable it really was. The Tsushima Island, Lord So Shigemoto, explained the problem. The Aochi clan had started mining silver and now wanted to trade directly with Joseon, cutting them out completely. If Joseon bypassed them and traded directly, Tsushima Island would be left with nothing. They would starve. But the subordinate was terrified. He knew that if they made a reckless move, they'd be the ones who ended up dead. The Lord gave his subordinate one last chance. He ordered him to go to Yoseon and fix the situation. The command was simple. If he failed, he was to end his own life. In the eastern hills, near present-day Busan, two men were riding down a path. One of the riders was an interpreter named Shin Suk-ju. The official traveling with him was impressed, noting that for an interpreter, Shin Suk-ju had a powerful build and was an excellent horseman. Later, the official explained the situation to the Vice Minister of Rights. He reported there was a misunderstanding. The ginseng wasn't sold by the court, but was found up north. The Vice Minister asked him to explain what he meant. Instead of answering directly, the Vice Minister told him someone else would explain. He ordered the official to travel to Hanyang with Shin Suk-ju. Following his orders, they traveled until they arrived at a huge mansion late at night. As the gates opened, Shin Suk-ju saw a group of powerfully built guards. He wondered who this northern general could possibly be, but one of the guards immediately stopped them. He looked shocked and demanded to know what on earth they were doing there. The official took one look at the guards and asked if they were barbarians. Shin Suk-ju panicked, immediately telling him to watch his mouth, but it was too late. The guards heard everything. One of them repeated the slur, calling the official a disrespectful brat. They asked if he was looking to get beaten up. The official was frozen with fear, but instead of backing down, the official just yelled back, insulting them again. Suddenly, a powerful voice cut through the tension, asking what they were doing to his guest. The guards all dropped into a deep bow. The man who stepped out of the shadows was none other than Grand Prince Suyang. He smiled warmly, welcoming them and saying they'd come a long way. As he led them through the courtyard, he apologized for calling them so late. He then got right to the point, explaining that a gift he'd sent seemed to have caused a big misunderstanding. Shin Suk-ju repeated the word gift, clearly confused by what Suyang was talking about. Suyang laughed and reminded him about the 180 gun of wild ginseng he'd sent. He acted like it was no big deal, but Shin Suk-ju couldn't believe how large the gift was. He explained that the sulfur and copper they got in return were vital for making gunpowder and cannons for the army in the north. But inside, Suyang was just playing a part. He needed them to see him as a simple, strong general and hoped his act was convincing. It seemed to be working. Shin Suk-ju saw him as a true national hero, someone who could solve any problem with sheer strength alone. Suyang continued his story, claiming that while they had success against the Jurchen tribes, fighting the Mongols at the same time drained their supplies. He said that's why he had to sell the ginseng. He added that because it all happened so quickly, the royal court was kept completely out of the loop. That's when the other official chimed in with a key detail. He explained that in Japan, the Mongols were known by a different name, Mukuri. The official jumped up in shock. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He demanded to know why the legendary Mukuri, the same ones who crushed the Kamakura shogunate, would be fighting Joseon now. Suyang calmly continued his story. He told them he'd once captured the Mongol king, Taisun Khan, but that the king managed to escape in the middle of the night. He looked them dead in the eye and said he should have just killed the king right then and there. The official was sweating, completely terrified. The thought of Suyang taking down a king was just too much for him to handle. Miles away, a different conversation was happening. A Japanese official explained that the profit they had made from the ginseng was massive, but that wealth brought nothing but trouble. He said others grew jealous and started attacking them repeatedly, trying to steal it for themselves. Now, those same rivals were getting desperate. They were trying to cut them out completely and trade directly with Joseon. He laid out their options grimly. At this rate, they would either be attacked and killed, or they would simply starve to death. The Japanese official bowed so low, his head touched the floor. He was completely out of options and begged for their help. Suyang just grinned. He saw his opening. He told the man he'd been through enough and ordered him to get up. That's when an idea hit him. He put his cup down, ready to explain. He proposed something no one expected. He would personally go to Japan, meet their shogun, and give him ginseng seeds so they could grow their own. He explained that he would go as part of a diplomatic mission and hand over all the ginseng directly to the shogun. Most importantly, he would make sure that trade with Tsushima Island would continue just like before. The official was completely overwhelmed, tears streaming down his face. He just kept thanking Suyang over and over. Suyang told him not to worry about it, but the man stayed on the floor, bowing, wondering how he could ever repay such a favor. Suyang just smiled, telling the man it was way too early to thank him. Miles away in Kyoto, Japan, a man arrived at the Nanzen temple to speak with his father-in-law. Inside, he begged the monk to stop ignoring worldly matters and help them. He explained that Joseon was barely holding on in a war against the Mongols. He couldn't understand why the mighty Ming Empire would need help from Joseon in the first place. Hosokawa Katsumoto explained that to get war supplies, Joseon was sending them ginseng seedlings and seeds. The monk was silent. It didn't make sense. Joseon was giving away its national treasure for just copper and sulfur. But there was one more thing. Katsumoto told him that the Joseon general, Grand Prince Suyang, was personally joining the mission. That changed everything. The monk's expression hardened, and he gave a new command. They were to head for Akamagaseki at once. The monk, a former warlord named Yamana Mochitoyo, made a decision. He declared that he had to meet this Grand Prince Suyang himself. Back in Joseon, at the port of Byokrando, preparations were underway. Workers were mixing a strange, smelly black soil from Gyeongwon. They had no idea what it was for. Turns out, it was a special coating for the ships. When applied to the hull, it stopped sea worms from eating through the wood, making the ships last much longer. This treatment was especially important for the ships headed to Japan. A supervisor called out, telling everyone to wrap things up and do a proper job. The captain, Bang Gilju, reminded them that the ship carried his name, so they had to make sure it was perfect. 1 month later, it was time. As they stood before the massive ship, Suyang reminded his companion, Shin Sukju, that their last trip was 10 years ago. He joked that maybe they could pull off another miracle this time. Shin Sukju quickly insisted that he was much stronger now, though he didn't look entirely sure himself. Suyang just watched him, a small smile on his face. Suddenly, a voice called out to Shin Sukju. He turned to see another group approaching them on the docks. It was Prince Anpyeong, and he had brought a respected monk with him. The monk thanked the prince for giving him the chance to build connections with the Buddhists in Japan. Prince Anpyeong bowed deeply. He admitted that he had offended the Buddhist community in the past, and this was his chance to make things right. The monk seemed to accept the apology. The prince added that the master's heart was as wide as the ocean, and he had surely forgotten the offense already. With everything settled, Prince Anpyeong proudly announced the plan. He would serve as the vice envoy for the mission, while his older brother, Suyang, would be the chief envoy. Suyang's expression was dead serious. He understood the weight of this mission completely. Shin Suk-ju looked up with a confident grin. He announced that he, too, was greatly looking forward to it. He announced that even on a diplomatic mission, they couldn't skip their training. He'd already ordered weights to be loaded onto the ship. His companions could only marvel at his energy. But then, one of the men suddenly shouted, refusing to go. He realized he'd overlooked a major problem. Down on the docks, a group of men were protesting. They yelled that they'd rather swim than get on that ship. Turns out, they were from an inland area and had never been on the open sea before. One of the men explained their fear. They heard they would have to keep sailing even after arriving in Japan. At this rate, they were convinced they'd die at sea. So Yang stepped in to calm them down. He promised he would talk to the Japanese officials and arrange for them to travel by land. His companion looked shocked, wondering if that was even possible. So Yang just grinned, telling them to leave it all to him. The thing is, making a huge delegation of 600 people travel by land would be a huge insult to their hosts. It was completely unreasonable. But that was the whole point. If he was supposed to be playing the part of a reckless general, this was the perfect move. One of Suyang's men started to panic, asking what he was doing, but his friend just smiled and told him to calm down, trusting that his leader had a plan. With that settled, the order was given. The entire fleet set sail for Japan. Half a month later, they arrived in Nagato, Japan. As the ship pulled into the harbor, the locals gathered to watch. They'd never seen a vessel that big or that black before. The monk watching from the crowd was pleased. This was the perfect chance to slip in with the chosen delegation and watch them up close. The gates opened to welcome the guests, but as the first envoy stepped through, the crowd just stared in disbelief. They couldn't tell if the door was too small or if the man was just impossibly huge. It was Suyang. Not only was he massive, but his horse was too. A stable hand nervously stepped forward, offering to take the reins. Suyang swung his leg over the horse. He wasn't worried about the stable hand. He was thinking the man should be worried about him. He hit the ground with so much force, it kicked up a cloud of dust. A man stepped forward to greet him, and Suyang introduced himself as the Grand Prince and Chief Envoy of the Hoseon mission. The man, Uchi Norihiro, nervously introduced himself as the representative of the Ochi clan. He was clearly shocked by the prince's size. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Meanwhile, the rest of Suyang's men poured off the ship. They were screaming with joy, just happy to finally be on solid land after so long at sea. The locals watched them pass, completely amazed. They whispered about the furs the men were wearing, thinking they must be bodyguards for someone incredibly wealthy. Ochi Norihiro formally invited the prince and his men to a banquet to celebrate their arrival. Suyang noticed a group of monks nearby. Uchi explained that famous monks from Kyoto had gathered to greet them. One of them stepped forward, introducing himself as Sozin. The name instantly clicked for Suyang. He knew exactly who Yamana Sozin was from his time's history books. He remembered that Sozin had become a monk just to give his son power, all while pulling the strings from the shadows. Suyang knew his being here wasn't a coincidence. It had to be a political move. Uchi didn't even try to hide it. He admitted that's exactly why he brought him, calling it a fortunate meeting. But the Hoseon envoy had brought someone along too. They introduced the Buddhist master, Shinmi. Master Shinmi greeted them in Sanskrit. He said it was an honor, and that since they could both speak the language, they wouldn't need any interpreters. Sozin was completely lost. He admitted he didn't understand a word, and the monk next to him looked stunned. Turns out, one of the Japanese monks also spoke Sanskrit. He was completely impressed, praising Master Shinmi for his wisdom. The others just looked on, Stunned by the Joseon monk's knowledge, Su-young watched, satisfied. This was exactly why he'd brought Master Shinmi. He knew they'd try to spy on him, and this was the perfect way to shut them down. He had completely outplayed them. Later, they all gathered for drinks. The mood in the room was still pretty tense. An attendant came to serve them, but she seemed a little confused by their behavior. Uchi quickly put his hands up, telling her that they would pour their own drinks. The man next to him agreed, also waving her away. She insisted, explaining that they were honored guests, and it was her job to serve them. But they were firm, telling her again that it was fine. They didn't want her help. The attendant kept trying to serve them, but the Joseon men were not having it. They screamed at her to stop. The host then brought out a special meal. He explained that since they were from Joseon, he had prepared a hot pot with mountain whale meat just for them. This was a big deal. The Japanese hadn't really eaten meat openly for hundreds of years, so this was prepared just for the Joseon envoys. One of the men took a bite. He realized it wasn't whale at all. It was wild boar, and the smell was awful. They hadn't even drained the blood correctly. He turned to the man next to him, Yang, and asked what he thought. Yang looked like he was about to be sick, confirming that something was seriously wrong with the meal. The host noticed their reactions and asked nervously if they didn't like it. He even suggested adding some pepper. That was the last straw. One of the Joseon warriors shot up from his seat, furious. He yelled that this was not right. He slammed his fist. He shouted that they might be seen as barbarians, but they knew how to properly respect meat, and he demanded they bring out something prepared the right way. The man's anger wasn't just about disrespect. He explained that his men were Jershens. They knew good pork, and this was not it. They demanded proper quality meat. The Japanese host was completely confused by the outburst. One of Su-young's men tried to stammer out an explanation, but he didn't know what to say. That's when Su-young stepped in. He told the host that his men were naturally angry, then announced a solution. They would just hunt for their own food. The host was completely stunned by the idea. To make it official, Su-young offered a payment. He presented a chest full of valuable furs, calling it a fee for borrowing their mountain for one day. The host tried to apologize, but Su-young waved it off. He explained that he wasn't upset, just worried about muscle loss from the lack of protein. The host had no idea what he was talking about and nervously asked if muscle loss was some kind of common disease. With that, Su-young yelled that it was time for the hunt. He and his men charged forward on their horses, leaving the Japanese hosts behind in a cloud of dust. The host panicked, yelling for them to wait, but it was too late. They were already gone. He just stood there, completely baffled. He had no idea what to make of these strange guests from Joseon. The Japanese host just stood there, completely stunned as they rode off. Suddenly, another man galloped past him on horseback. The host recognized him instantly, calling out in disbelief that it was his father-in-law. The bald man glanced back, furious. He screamed at the host for being an idiot and ordered him to follow immediately. As he raced through the trees, it all started to make sense. He realized the sudden hunting trip had to be a cover for spying. He was convinced the Yosin king had lost his mind and sent his own brother as the first wave of an invasion. He swore he wouldn't let that happen. But when he stopped to look around, Su-young's group was nowhere to be seen. He was all alone. Then, a sudden rustle came from a nearby bush. A massive, angry boar burst out of the trees, roaring as it charged forward. The monk panicked, pulling back on his horse's reins as the wild animal charged straight for him. But before the boar could hit him, someone else moved in. A single punch landed right on the boar's head with incredible force. The animal went down instantly, completely knocked out. The monk stared, completely speechless. He couldn't believe someone had done that with their bare hands. Looking at Su-young, the monk didn't see a man. He saw a demon. Yang turned to the monk on the horse. He calmly asked what brought a man like Sozin all the way out here. Then he cut right to the point, asking if he should just call him by his real title, the head of the Uchi clan. Sozin was stunned. This man saw right through him. Sozin explained that he'd come because he was worried. He didn't want the hunt to cause needless killing or suffering for the common people. Su-young apologized for causing any worry, but he made it clear his men were enjoying themselves way too much to stop. And he was right. His men were loving the mountains and the freedom of riding their horses. That's when Su-young changed the subject. He told Sozin he'd decided not to travel by sea after all. He smiled and made his real request. He offered to pay generously for permission to travel over their land. Sozin couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was completely stunned. Su-young put a hand on his shoulder, admitting it was a big ask. But he said with an important monk like him helping, he was sure everything would be fine. To sweeten the deal, Su-young promised to also send generous gifts to the Nanzen temple in Kyoto. Sozin was completely cornered. He stammered, trying to find the words to say no. Su-young calmly patted the deer he'd brought down. He told Sozin that as a wise monk, he was sure he understood exactly what was being asked of him. With the deal sealed, Su-young smiled. He told Sozin he would trust him on this. Elsewhere, one of Sozin's men heard about the agreement and was furious. He couldn't believe the entire envoy of 600 people was going to travel over land. They would be tearing through the mountains, hunting as they pleased, and doing it all using his master's name as an excuse. The monk was furious. He couldn't believe how much of a brute Su-young was, and to think this man was the brother of the king of Joshin. It was insane. 17 days later, they finally arrived at the Nanzen temple in Kyoto. One of the monks saw his master and rushed over, surprised to see him back so much earlier earlier than expected, but Sozin looked completely drained, like he had been through a nightmare. The attendant rushed to his side, asking what on earth had happened. Sozin just collapsed, saying he was completely exhausted. He started to explain what happened. The moment their journey began, maybe the prince already knew who Sozin was, and was just acting that way on purpose to throw him off. Another man chimed in, asking if he should address Sozin as the head of the Ouchi clan instead. He agreed that there was no way the prince was completely clueless about the situation. Sozin refused to believe it. He was certain that a man like Suyang couldn't possibly be a person of learning. This all went back to 7 days earlier. Sozin was walking alone, clearly thinking about something. He peeked around a corner, watching from the shadows. He decided right then he was going to find out exactly what was going on in that man's mind. Sozin watched as Suyang lifted a strange metal bar with stone wheels on the ends. But Suyang wasn't satisfied. He complained that the weight didn't feel right and ordered an attendant to add another plate. The attendant grabbed one of the stone plates and tried to lift it. He strained, barely able to move it, and wondered why it was so incredibly heavy. One of Suyang's men, Dim, scoffed at how the men from Japan couldn't even handle a single weight. He called out to another man, Yang, telling him he needed to help out. Yang, who was busy with his calligraphy, sighed. It seemed there was no other choice. With Yang's help, the extra plate was loaded onto the bar. Suyang tested the new weight and smiled, declaring that it finally felt perfect. That was the last straw for Sozin. He stormed over, demanding to know what in the world they were doing with this strange equipment. Suyang didn't even stop his workout. He just smiled and explained that it was called a strength-building exercise, and it was the best way to develop upper body strength. Sozin could only stare in shock. He realized the man was lifting those massive 40-jun weights on both sides of the bar. Suyang said it finally felt right, and then he lifted it 100 times, like it was nothing. Sozin listened as the other man spoke. He agreed that Suyang was a natural warrior, but he figured a man so obsessed with building muscle couldn't be very smart. The man said it seemed logical. He believed that even someone as thoughtless as the prince wouldn't dare to act so freely once he reached the capital, Kyoto. He told the monk not to worry too much about it. Several days later, the group arrived at the imperial residence in Japan. A voice welcomed the envoys from Choseon. The man introduced himself as Hosokawa Katsumoto. He explained that he was the Conrei, an advisor to the shogun. Suyang stepped forward, introducing himself as the leader of the diplomatic mission. He then introduced the man beside him, Grand Prince Anpyong, as his deputy. That's when Suyang noticed a familiar face in the room. He called out to Sozin, surprised to see that the monk had arrived ahead of them. Sozin didn't say a word. He just sat there, sweating and looking absolutely furious. Suyang laughed and thanked the monk, saying that because of him, they had a very comfortable trip overland. Sozin just gritted his teeth, trying to hold back his anger. Hosokawa Katsumoto invited them to sit and rest after their long journey. He explained that the shogun would be with them shortly. The two groups sat across from each other in the large, quiet room. The atmosphere was formal and a little tense. A moment later, the sliding doors at the end of the room began to open. Suyang glanced up, waiting to see who would walk through. The person who entered was Ashikaga Yoshimasa. He was the shogun, a young man who would one day start a huge war, but also have a major impact on Japanese culture. Suyang and his men immediately bowed, formally greeting the shogun of Japan. The shogun greeted them with a smile. He told Suyang that he was known as a heaven-sent warrior and that his presence was truly impressive. Suyang replied that he was being too generous. Internally, he sized the shogun up, guessing he was only about 17 years old. The shogun continued, explaining that he had actually seen them approaching from far away. He remembered watching them arrive. Something had completely captured his attention. It wasn't Suyang, though. The shogun admitted that his horse was what immediately caught his eye. Suyang looked completely confused. The shogun excitedly asked if he could paint a picture of the horse. Suyang couldn't believe it. This was their very first diplomatic meeting, and the leader of Japan was asking to draw a picture of his horse. Internally, he had to ask again, just to make sure he'd heard correctly. The shogun wanted to draw his horse? Even the shogun's own advisor was sweating. He couldn't believe the rudeness. The young leader was acting completely on his own whim, ignoring all political rules. That's when Grand Prince Anpyong stepped in to save the conversation. He commented that the shogun must really enjoy painting, and even architecture. Anpyong added that he also had skills in calligraphy and art. He was sure they would get along very well. The shogun's face lit up. He thought it was a great idea for him and Anpyong to go discuss art separately. He said he'd leave the boring political talk to the other two. And just like that, the shogun and Anpyong walked off to draw the horse. The shogun asked if its name was Hukwu, and Anpyong promised there was a story behind it. With the two of them gone, Suyang turned to the advisor. He got straight to the point, saying it was time to discuss the matter of ginseng. An official stepped forward, presenting a decorated box. The real negotiations were about to begin. The shogun's advisor, Katsumoto, looked at the ginseng seedling. He was impressed that it hadn't wilted at all after such a long journey. Suyang watched them, thinking that the playful shogun should just stick to his hobbies. He decided he would handle all the important matters concerning the ginseng himself. With that settled, one of Suyang's men stood up to explain. He told the Japanese officials to listen carefully, warning them that you can't just plant ginseng anywhere. He described the specific steps. First, you peel the outer layer from the seeds and dry them. Then you have to plant the seed in the exact same hole where ginseng previously grew. One of the Japanese officials looked concerned. He asked what the chance of the seed actually sprouting was. The expert calmly held up one finger. He said the success rate was only about 1/10. The Japanese officials couldn't believe it. They started whispering to each other, and 1 in 10 chance was incredibly low. It sounded like they were being set up for a loss. Soo-young knew it wouldn't fit his image to explain all the details himself. That's why his brother had recommended Yigukgam, a man who was very skilled with words. Yigukgam leaned over the table, examining the root carefully. He explained that a single ginseng root like this one can produce about 60 seeds. Another one of Soo-young's men chimed in with a huge grin. He asked them, wasn't it good enough if just 6 of those seeds managed to sprout and grow? This was all part of the plan. He was only going to teach them the most basic planting technique, leaving out all the important tricks. The Japanese official thought about it for a moment. When they put it that way, it actually did make sense. Soo-young was sure they would spend all their time and energy trying to grow the ginseng and make a fortune. One of his advisors suggested they end the talks there for the day. He pointed out that everyone had different opinions on how to handle the ginseng, and it wouldn't be settled quickly. Soo-young agreed. One of Soo-young's men continued laying out their plan. He reminded everyone that the officials they'd been talking to weren't the ones who made the final decision. The real power belonged to the shogun, Ashikaga Yoshimasa. And right now, the shogun was in a stable, completely captivated by Soo-young's horse. The strategist explained that since the shogun was spending so much time with Grand Prince Anpyeong, a famous artist, things were going exactly as planned. He was sure that because of this connection, it was only a matter of time before the shogun took Yoseon's side. 3 days passed. Soo-young was in the middle of a workout when he heard the news. He couldn't believe they were suddenly holding a festival. He didn't get it. There was no holiday or special occasion to celebrate. That's when Grand Prince Anpyeong explained everything. He'd been at a temple discussing paintings with the shogun, and he happened to mention Soo-young's horse and his incredible accomplishments. Anpyeong explained that after hearing all those stories, the shogun suddenly insisted on holding a festival. He wanted to see Soo-young's legendary martial skills for himself. Soo-young was not happy about it. He complained that a festival was a huge waste of time and money. Besides, what did the shogun even want to see him do? And just like that, it was festival day. As the procession moved through the streets, the crowd roared with excitement, shouting that the Grand Prince from Joseon was here. They were throwing money into the air, celebrating his arrival. People cheered for the mighty general who had crushed his enemies in battle. Inside the carriage, one of Soo-young's men was completely overwhelmed. He couldn't believe how much money was flying in from every direction and had no idea what to do. Another one of his men just laughed. He told his friend to relax and just think of it as money raining from the sky. But the other guy wasn't having it. He grumbled that he'd rather not get hit by a rain of coins, especially since it was foreign money. Finally, the procession arrived at its destination, the Ryoanji Temple. A man in a large hat was waiting for them, surrounded by guards. He shouted a welcome, saying they must be tired from their long journey. It was the shogun. He told Soo-young he'd heard great things about his strength and had prepared a lot of things for him to enjoy. Soo-young turned to Anpyeong and asked him exactly what he'd been telling the shogun. Anpyeong just smiled and said he only told him the story about his horse, Hukwu. Anpyeong started to tell the story. He explained that after Hukwu's owner died, the horse went wild and charged straight at Soo-young. He described how Soo-young caught the massive animal, threw it to the ground, and pinned it by the neck until it finally stopped fighting. Anpyeong finished by saying the horse was so moved by Soo-young's strength that it willingly became his loyal mount. Soo-young just forced a laugh. He thought to himself that his plan to be seen as a simple muscle-bound brute had succeeded perfectly. That's when a group of huge men stepped forward. One of them declared that when it came to strength, they were just as powerful. One of the huge men stomped his foot on the ground. It was a clear challenge. The shogun's advisor introduced them as Rikishi. He explained they were masters of sumo wrestling, personally trained by the most powerful lords in Japan. Soo-young just smirked. So that's what they called their sumo wrestlers. He could see right away what they were trying to do. They wanted him to prove his strength in a sumo match. He knew they had some muscle, but they mostly just bulked up by eating a lot. The problem was, he was a total beginner. There was no way he could win fairly if he had to follow their rules. He decided right then that he wasn't going to play their game, so he just told them straight up that unfortunately, he didn't know the first thing about sumo rules. Instead, he pointed to a massive, ornate palanquin nearby. He explained that this thing usually took several men just to lift. Then he ripped his top open and proposed they try moving it, using only their own individual strength. The Rikishi stared in disbelief. They couldn't understand how someone could be so strong without a huge gut, wondering how a body could be so perfectly sculpted. The shogun, however, was absolutely thrilled. He praised Soo-young's magnificent body and ordered his Rikishi to accept the challenge. So, one of the Rikishi stepped forward to go first. He grabbed onto the wooden bars and strained with everything he had, letting out a huge yell, but it was no use. The palanquin didn't even budge, and he collapsed onto the ground, completely defeated. The Rikishi roared, putting every last bit of his strength into the push, but it was no use. He couldn't believe it. The thing wouldn't even move. He collapsed to the ground, completely defeated. He declared that the task was impossible for any normal person. That's when Su-young stepped forward. He calmly announced that he would give it a try. He explained that pushing from behind was the wrong way to do it. Instead, he wrapped a thick rope around his chest, preparing to pull with his entire body. He declared that he would move it using only the pure strength of his lower body. Everyone watched as he got into position. The rope was tied tight, connecting him to the massive palanquin. The Rikishi stared, their faces full of doubt. They didn't seem to think this was possible, but the rest of the crowd was completely captivated, watching with amazement. He took a deep breath and lowered himself into a perfect squat stance. He focused every single muscle in his body into one explosive pull, and then slowly, the wheel began to turn. It was actually moving. The crowd gasped. He was moving the palanquin all by himself, something that took several men just to budge. People started whispering his name in disbelief. They had never seen anything like it. The entire crowd erupted, chanting his name over and over. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. He dug his foot into the ground and took another powerful step forward. He thought about how once you take that first step, your body just naturally follows. A huge grin spread across his face. This was the thrill he lived for, the sense of achievement that filled him with power. That's when one of the officials suddenly rushed forward, shouting for him to stop. He begged Su-young to stop, afraid that he was going to injure himself. Su-young just turned and roared for everyone to hear. He declared that this was the perfect body his royal father had given him, and it was a body that he had perfected all by himself. As he flexed, his power seemed to take the form of a massive dragon behind him. The crowd stared in complete awe. They whispered that it was like watching a dragon come to life. With the crowd fired up, the shogun threw his arms open and declared that the festival could now truly begin. Later, in a quiet room, the shogun was presented with a huge, detailed painting. He asked if the incredible artwork was really for him, and the artist confirmed that it was. The artist promised that if he ever saw another scene as beautiful, he would gladly paint that one too. One of the guests was amazed, saying it was like looking at a real city. Another person laughed, teasing the artist for acting so humble before, when he was clearly proud of his work now. One of Su-young's men watched from the side. He realized that with the shogun in such high spirits, this was the perfect moment to act. He approached the shogun and said he had something to ask. It was about the Ochi clan. The shogun looked at him, curious to hear more. The official explained the problem. He said the Ochi clan was claiming to be descended from an ancient prince and was now demanding land within Joseon. The shogun's men thought the whole thing was ridiculous. They pointed out that the kingdom the clan was talking about had fallen 800 years ago. Su-young just laughed and offered a simple solution. He suggested they just look at Japan's historical records to settle the argument once and for all. The shogun explained that the records were kept in a place that was hard to get into. But then he made a surprising offer. He would have them copied and sent over himself. Su-young was immediately suspicious. He wondered if it could really be that simple. And there it was. The official revealed what they wanted in exchange. He asked Su-young to show them another feat of strength, mentioning he'd heard Hoseon's archery skills were the best. Su-young just grinned. He told them he had brought his bow along, just in case. As they set up the area, the crowd was already buzzing. Someone pointed out that his arrows looked more like spears. One of the Japanese officials asked if all bows from Joseon were this massive. The man with him explained that no, only Su-young's bow was this huge. Su-young stepped up and drew the massive bowstring back. The power needed was obvious from the strain in his arms. His eyes narrowed, completely focused on his target. He let the arrow fly. The arrow hit with so much force that the crowd gasped in amazement. One of the officials started clapping, completely blown away by the display. Su-young laughed, holding the bow high. He boasted that this was the same weapon he used to scare off their enemies. Nearby, one of the officials asked his superior if they should present the festival budget to the shogun. The senior official just told him to forget it for now. The Japanese official looked on, thinking to himself that Su-young was just a child who wouldn't understand any of this anyway. Meanwhile, a serious negotiation was taking place. The first offer was to trade ginseng for a huge amount of copper, sulfur, and buffalo horns, but they still hadn't set a price for the ginseng seeds. So, the Joseon envoy made a different offer. They would accept skilled workers instead of goods. He argued that it was a fair trade, since the seeds wouldn't make money right away, and the workers would need time to adjust to their new land. The Japanese official seemed interested. He asked exactly what kind of workers they had in mind. The answer came back immediately: 100 blacksmiths and 50 prospectors. And on top of that, they wanted 200 fishermen. The official paused, thinking over the sheer number of people they were asking for. He slowly opened his fan, considering the proposal. The Japanese official snapped his fan shut. He told them he would discuss the offer with the other lords before making a final decision. Several days passed. The Japanese officials met to go over the numbers. One of them pointed out that sending a single blacksmith was like giving away 60 silver nyang over 30 years. He decided the loss was too great, so he made a counteroffer. They would send the fishermen, but they were cutting the number of other craftsmen in half. The Joseon envoy was furious. He clenched his fist, realizing the official had been friendly to their faces while planning to go back on the deal all along. Su-young knew he couldn't win a war power of words. So he cleared his throat and made a simple announcement. Anyone who wanted ginseng seeds had to provide the exact number of craftsmen Joseon asked for, no exceptions. The shogun made it official. He announced that the ginseng seeds would be given out based on how many craftsmen each lord sent. The Japanese officials were completely shocked by this. One of the officials started to understand what this meant. The shogun had just made it their problem. They now had to figure out how to provide the craftsmen themselves. Another official couldn't accept it and begged the shogun to change his mind. The shogun's face darkened. He asked the man if he was questioning his authority. The official immediately tried to take it back, but the shogun shut him down. He yelled that he was tired of them arguing about nonsense for months. The host and envoy just smirked at the Japanese official. He told him he should have managed his own leader better. With the matter settled, the shogun turned to the envoy. He said they should get some souvenirs before leaving and told him to follow. The official kept begging, pleading with the shogun to listen to them, but the shogun just held up his hand, signaling that the conversation was over. And just like that, the official was thrown right out of the building. That's what he got for questioning the shogun's decision. Grand Prince Anpyeong walked in, followed by his men. He explained that he was worried someone might try to change the contents of the document. So, to be safe, he had his own court artists make a perfect handwritten copy. He smiled, sure that there would be no problems with it. He presented the massive stacks of paper to an official, telling him it was the Chronicles of Japan he had asked for. Normally, a text like this would be kept secret forever, but because the transcribers were so charmed by Grand Prince Anpyeong, they made sure their work was flawless. It was the complete Chronicles of Japan. The official looked up from the pages. He said he'd already glanced through it. He had found something important. The text claimed that Ochi was descended from Baekje, and he asked Anpyeong if that was really true. The official made it clear that whether Joseon chose to reward Uchi or not was entirely their own decision. He advised them to compare the text with other records when they returned home to figure out how much power Ochi really had. Grand Prince Anpyeong simply thanked him, saying they had enjoyed their stay because of his kindness. And with that, their diplomatic mission in Japan was finally over. After a festival where the Jurchens showed off their horseback skills, it was time to go. A man yelled for everyone to hurry and get on the ships. The order was loud and clear. The Hosen men had become quite popular among the Japanese during their stay, but there was one thing they all hated. As they rowed towards the docks, one of them let out just the sight of another ship was enough to make him feel seasick. Master Shinmi bowed to the Japanese monk, grateful for the opportunity to connect with them. The other monk returned the sentiment, saying that he was the one who had learned much from their visit. Grand Prince Anpyeong watched the exchange. He recalled how Master Shinmi had cleverly stopped a spy named Sozin from getting any information. Below him, the monk was already focused on the future, vowing to deepen his studies. Anpyeong knew what was coming for Japan. He thought about the countless hardships they would soon face because of the Onin War. He hoped the ginseng seeds he'd given them would be nothing more than a passing breeze, unable to stop the storm that was coming. Weeks later, on the day of the first full moon festival, the envoy finally returned to the palace. A voice welcomed him back, praising him for a successful diplomatic trip. Inside, King Sejong listened to their report. He teased them, saying he'd heard they even pulled a palanquin themselves during a festival. He added that he already knew the Japanese shogun was a poor leader. The king worried if the shogun could prevent the troubles that were sure to come in the next decade. Suyang thought to himself, knowing that history blamed that very shogun for the start of the Onin War. Suyang listened to his father, thinking to himself. He was surprised his brother could already see the trouble brewing in Japan, but the king changed the subject, asking if Suyang remembered the man he'd sent north to free his brother from slavery. Suyang knew exactly who he meant. The king explained that he'd heard the man used Suyang's training methods to discipline the uncooperative Jurchens, which helped the settlement survive the winter. On top of that, his brother had constructed brick buildings to block the freezing northern winds. The king then mentioned the Japanese in Dongnai, who were apparently struggling to handle wrought iron and steel. He hoped that they, too, would find good leaders and become a great benefit to the country. Suyang understood his father's point. He laughed, admitting that many people had a negative view of the diplomatic outcomes he and Grand Prince Anpyeong had achieved, but not everyone was happy. Some were suspicious about why the princes handled the relations with Japan themselves. A man stood before the king and introduced himself. It was Jo Guk Gwan, the newly appointed Minister of War. He didn't waste any time. He told the king they should have brought back skilled warriors and swords from Japan, not just craftsmen. He explained that Japanese swords were completely different from their own, both in shape and in how they were made. Because of this, he argued, the artisans they brought back would struggle to produce any quality weapons. The king wasn't bothered by his concerns. He told the minister that the very difference he was worried about is what gave the artisans their value. To prove his point, he simply ordered someone to bring him one of the swords. A servant immediately presented it to him. He gripped the handle and began to explain. Japan had a huge problem. They didn't have any quality steel. The king didn't just talk. He lifted the sword high and brought it down with all his strength. The Minister of War couldn't believe what he was seeing. The Japanese sword slammed down, sending sparks flying everywhere. The king explained its secrets. The blade used a soft iron core wrapped in hardened steel. With that one strike, a solid block of stone was split in two. He told them that because Japan lacked good iron, their smiths had to master this complex method. If those same craftsmen were given Joseon's high-quality steel, they could create legendary swords. The officials were stunned. They had always assumed the Japanese just had better steel. But the truth was, their smiths were just that good, putting incredible care into their work. Jo Guk Gwan bowed deeply, admitting he had foolishly misunderstood the king's deep insight. The king simply told him it was fine. The king announced that Grand Princes Suyang and Anpyeong, along with everyone on the diplomatic mission, would be rewarded for their success. With that settled, he declared he could now focus on creating a fitness plan for women. Suyang listened, a small smile forming on his face. The king then turned his attention directly to Suyang. He reminded him that he had negotiated with Taisun Khan before and was a capable leader. With that, he gave him a new mission. He wanted Suyang to head to Harbin. Suyang was completely caught off guard. He couldn't believe he was being sent to deal with Taisun so suddenly. The story jumps forward to June of 1454 on the Songhua River. The previous commander in the north, Yi Jing-ok, had been too rigid and wasn't very good with strategy. That's why Suyang was sent. The king had told him that he was skilled at strategy and that it was up to him to handle the situation. Suyang stood there, thinking. He regretted not dealing with Taisun Khan when he had the chance. On the boat, he saw piles of boxes. They were all letters sent by Taisun Khan. Suyang had no idea the man had been so persistent. The story goes back 5 years. Turns out, Taisun Khan wasn't dead. After being captured by Joseon's forces, he had somehow managed to return alive. His return caused chaos among his own people. They started blaming each other for the defeat. The argument got so heated that one of them was thrown out. On top of their own fighting, they were also being pressured by Ming forces that had moved in after Joseon left. The man sneered, mocking the other for acting tough when he'd never even faced Suyang himself. Faced with their own failures and outside pressure, they had no choice but to stay quiet. 5 years passed. A massive wall between the Ming and Oirat territories was finally complete. A Joseon official read the report with a smirk, thinking about how scared their enemies must be. Meanwhile, the Ming officials were having their own problems. They were running out of money and knew they'd have to withdraw their troops from the area soon. One of them decided they shouldn't push their luck. He reasoned that with Seo Yuteong stationed in Liaodong, they didn't have to worry. He planned to report their decision to the emperor. Back in Joseon, the official closed his book. He knew exactly what would happen next. With Ming gone, the conflict between the Oirat and the Mongols would start all over again. He tapped his fingers on the book, thinking. He thought to himself that watching a fire from far away was always fun. But then a wicked smile spread across his face. He wondered if maybe he should do more than just watch. Maybe he should fan the flames himself. A boat pulled up to a wooden dock. An attendant announced that they had arrived. He stepped onto the dock, satisfied with the journey. He looked around with a smile. So this was Harbin. It was a simple settlement, surrounded by stone walls and wooden fences. As Suyang walked through the settlement, two men hurried over to greet him. They introduced themselves as Li Mangjan and Li Gae, welcoming the Grand Prince after his long journey. Suyang praised Li Mangjan, saying he'd heard about his excellent work and was impressed he'd built this place in just 3 months. The man humbly replied that there was still a lot left to do. He then turned to Li Gae and complimented him on his work with the docks and roads. Li Gae explained that he'd come straight from Gyeongsang province, confident that his field experience would be a big help. Li Mangjan then led them toward the military barracks. He also mentioned that the Jurchens lived separately, west of the fortress, because they refused to mix with their people. He invited Suyang to look around, suggesting they could visit the western area later that afternoon. Suyang stepped inside. The soldiers inside immediately snapped to attention, greeting the Grand Prince with a loud shout. He was impressed. Their discipline was clearly very tight. He gave a small nod. This was a good start. Li Mangjan led them to the 6th Firearms Unit. He explained that they were trained 3 years ago. Suyang looked at the soldier, inspecting the weapons, and asked if these were the new breech-loading cannons. The soldier confirmed it was. He explained that with the new carriage mounts, they could fire the cannons from almost anywhere, making them incredibly useful. Turns out, these new weapons were an evolution of the older hand cannons. But there were problems. They were hard to carry and had a limited range, which made them difficult to use alongside the regular hand cannons. Another issue was that firing them over and over tended to mess up the alignment of the parts, which caused dangerous leaks. Basically, for this time period, the new cannons were still full of problems. Still, they were better than the old hand cannons, so they'd have to make do. Suyang then pointed to some stacked containers and asked what they were for. They were explosive shells, but even the shells had a weakness. The soldier explained that they could absorb moisture, which would cause them to misfire. The soldier finished his explanation, stressing that the shells had to be stored perfectly to avoid misfires. Just then, another official hurried over, apologizing to Suyang for not greeting him sooner. He looked closely at the Grand Prince and saw that he was pale. He asked if something had happened and suggested they go inside to talk. Once they were inside, the conversation immediately turned to the troubling news Suyang had read in the letters. The official laid out the situation. Yexian was arranging for his sister to marry Taisun, all to make his own family the rightful heirs to the Khan. He explained that while it was presented as a move for legitimacy, Yexian's real goal was to control the throne himself. Suyang thought about the original history he knew. Back then, Taisun couldn't even build a proper army and was eventually killed by Essen. But in this new timeline, both men had their own forces. The official noted that Taisun's army was less than half of Yexian's and wondered why so few people people supported him. Looking over the map, another man pointed out that the numbers didn't tell the whole story. Far fewer soldiers were actually willing to fight for Taisun. They concluded that sending their own troops to help him was the only option. One of the men laid out the worst-case scenario. If they did nothing, all the Mongol tribes would eventually fall under Yexian's control. Another official agreed, and unified Mongol force would be a massive threat to their country's safety. Su Yang listened as they debated. Sending troops across the river was risky. It would be hard to get them supplies, and it would definitely get the Mongols' attention. But the official added that the Mongols were already fighting among themselves. Su Yang had wanted to just watch their enemies tear each other apart, but now it felt like they were about to get dragged into the mess. That's when a new plan started to form in his mind. He slammed his hands on the table. He told them his plan. They would summon Taisun and arrange a marriage for him with Yexian's own sister. The officials just stared, completely stunned. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. Su Yang explained that this would put Taisun in a terrible position. He'd hate the idea of the marriage. But Su Yang added that there would be a condition attached to the offer. The condition was simple. As a sign of good faith, Yexian would have to destroy Harbin. This move would prevent them from ever having to fight him in Mongolia, where their own supply lines would be cut. He explained that fighting Yexian in Mongolia would lead to heavy losses. The only smart move was to lure him to their own territory. He pointed to the map, declaring that Harbin would be the battlefield. If they defeated Yexian there, his authority would completely fall apart. That would make Taisun the clear and rightful leader. Sometime later, Su Yang and an official were riding near the fortress. The official explained that the local Jurchens were helping them build fences. Su Yang asked if the tribe had been fully brought under their control. The official admitted they hadn't, but explained that after hearing about Su Yang's reputation, they were being very careful and just watching to see what would happen. As they approached the camp, one of the men looked up. He recognized the figure on the horse and realized it was Hokwu. The men at the camp stared in disbelief as an announcement rang out. Grand Prince Su Yang had arrived. The official with Su Yang shouted for everyone to come out and greet the Grand Prince. As the official stood there, one of the workers spoke up. He explained that they had found a lot of strange things while building the fences. He seemed a little nervous as he asked the official to take a look. The man held out a small statue with dozens of arms. The official recognized it instantly. It was the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara. He took it in his own hands, noting that it was beautifully detailed and made with great care. The moment the workers realized the statue was valuable, they got excited. Another man immediately rushed forward, asking the official to look at his find too. Suddenly, he was surrounded. Everyone was pushing forward, begging him to look at what they had found. He held up a hand, trying to calm everyone down. He told them to line up, one at a time. Looking at the gentle plains and the sheer number of Buddhist artifacts, the official put it all together. This place wasn't just a field. It was likely the site of an ancient Balhae temple. The official looked over the construction site, his mind racing. The workers stood by, waiting for his orders. He knew the nomadic tribes of the early Jin dynasty couldn't have made something this detailed. This craftsmanship was from a different era entirely. He realized he couldn't let these Balhae artifacts be mistaken for Jurchen relics. This was a critical distinction. He knelt down for a closer look, a plan already forming in his mind. He remembered a key fact. Most of the Jurchens were Buddhist. A wicked smile crossed his face. He thought that if he could cleverly use their faith, he could get them to do anything. The workers around him immediately followed his lead, putting their hands together in prayer. Just like that, a simple construction site was turned into a holy ground. The official stood back, watching his plan fall perfectly into place. He realized this was his chance. He could win over the Haixi Jurchens. He was completely sure his plan would work. Miles away, a messenger approached his leader, Taisun Khan. He told the Khan that a letter had arrived from Grand Prince Su Yang. It was an urgent request to meet in Harbin. Just hearing Su Yang's name made Taisun's blood boil. He clenched his fist so hard his knuckles turned white. He couldn't believe it. The Joseon prince had actually come all the way north. A nasty grin spread across his face. He told the messenger he would go, saying he had to see that brat's face again. The official declared that the relics belonged to Buddha and must be returned to him. The workers were completely moved, agreeing with every word. He raised his hand and proclaimed that Buddha himself had appeared in this northern land. He then suggested they build a temple right there to honor Buddha's presence. The crowd was in complete awe, totally swept up in the moment. Elsewhere, another official couldn't believe what he was hearing. A temple out of nowhere? The man with the plan explained his thinking. The relics weren't from the Jurchens, but from an ancient Balhae temple. He laid out his strategy. If they built a temple to honor the ancestors of the Hulun tribes, they could win their loyalty. The official knew these artifacts were enough to build a small temple, and for the Jurchens, who still followed Buddhism, there could be no better gift. Inside, a figure knelt in silence, preparing for what came next. The official was completely on board. He told the Grand Prince they would request support and start construction right away. Then, he asked if Su Yang had a name in mind. Su Yang clenched his fist, ready to give the new temple its name. He threw his arms up and announced it would be called the Black Dragon Temple. The official's inner voice wondered if it was because Su Yang's body looked like a black dragon. But Su Yang had a reason. He pointed out on a map that this was the place where the Songhua River flowed into the Black Dragon River. Su Yang laughed, pleased with his own logic. The official just sighed and agreed that the Grand Prince could name it whatever he wanted. When Su Yang asked what he'd just muttered, the official quickly insisted it was nothing at all. 2 months passed. At the new Black Dragon Temple, Soo-young was already hard at work. He commented that the iron barbells felt much better and thought it was fitting to be training for war at a holy site. The official watched him, agreeing that all of this was possible only because of the Grand Prince. Then it was the official's turn. Soo-young immediately started coaching him, ordering him to lower the weights more as the man stammered nervously. He yelled that if the official wasn't going to go any lower, he might as well just use the barbell instead. After the workout was finally over, the official looked relieved, commenting on how quiet the night had become. He let out a deep remembering how crazy things were during the first month after opening the Black Dragon Temple. He recalled how all the local hoolings had swarmed the temple, each one begging to have their ancestors enshrined there. He thought the place was going to burst, but it was all worth it. The official knew that thanks to the power of the Black Dragon, they wouldn't have to worry about any problems at home when they were finally thrown into battle. The official waited. He knew a response should be coming any minute now, and that response came from Tyson Khan. When Tyson Khan arrived, he immediately looked down on the place. He called the residents pathetic and noted that it was from Joseon. He then looked over the guards, insulting their armor. He said it was like putting nice things on pigs. A nasty grin spread across his face. He found the whole sight pathetic. He walked in and sat down across from Soo-young, telling him to stop talking. The Khan immediately demanded strong liquor, but all they had was soju. Soo-young watched him carefully. He could tell something was seriously wrong with the Khan. The man could barely stand straight, and his words were a mess. He was completely out of it. Tyson Khan didn't even bother with a cup. He just grabbed the bottle and started chugging it down. Soo-young noticed the man's hands were shaking. He'd clearly lost a lot of muscle since they last met. The Khan was a wreck. He'd become an alcoholic. Suddenly, he threw the bottle and started screaming at Soo-young. He accused him of ignoring all his letters and explanations, demanding to know why he hadn't sent any support. Soo-young just listened, his expression unreadable. The Khan continued to shout, questioning if he wanted people to think he'd gotten friendly with Joseon. The Khan was losing it. He yelled, asking if Soo-young even understood the mess he was in. He explained that his rival, Esen, was systematically killing off the weaker members of his own family line. Because of that, the 10,000 men he had left were all relatives of the ones Esen had killed. His army was completely broken. After listening to the whole story, Soo-young finally spoke. He told Tysoon to just surrender and marry Easen's sister. Tyson Khan was so stunned, he spit his drink everywhere. He jumped to his feet, absolutely furious. He screamed at Soo-young, calling him crazy and questioning if he was even a Joseon prince for saying something so ridiculous. He slammed his fist down, accusing Soo-young of spouting nonsense because he knew he'd never get the throne himself. He yelled that if he fell, Joseon would be the next to be invaded. Soo-young just looked back at him, completely calm. He agreed, but said Tysoon should surrender with one condition. He explained that Joseon had already built a base in Harbin and was gathering the Jurchen tribes. The plan was simple. Tysoon would tell he'd only agree to the marriage after Esen drove Joseon out of the land. Tysoon Khan was speechless. He couldn't understand what Soo-young was talking about. Just then, a servant announced that the food was ready. Soo-young told her to bring it in, then looked at the steaming bowl she was holding. It was some kind of rich meat broth. Soo-young told Tysoon it would help him sober up, bluntly adding that his face looked terrible. Without a word, Tysoon picked up the bowl and started to drink. He drank it all down, letting out a breath. He admitted the stuff was strong. As his head cleared, he got serious. He told Soo-young that Esen was no fool and wouldn't attack just because of a simple condition like that. He explained that he once sent troops to take weapons from Esen after hearing he'd collected a lot of gunpowder weaponry. His men had found the stash. A soldier had yelled out that he'd found them, a whole pile of rifles. Tysoon's men were in a panic, grabbing the rifles as fast as they could. One of them yelled for the others to move faster, warning that Esen was on his way. But it was too late. Esen stood there, sword drawn, absolutely furious at Tysoon's men. He screamed that he was going to kill every last one of them. Without another word, he moved. One of the soldiers looked up, gasping in fear. The attack was so brutal that even the officials started running for their lives. Suddenly, one of the officials lunged forward, grabbing the rifle with his bare hands. He screamed, begging the soldier not to shoot. He looked absolutely terrified. He knew that if that gun went off, it would be over for all of them. The soldier was furious. He screamed at the official, demanding to know why he was stopping him. The official looked terrified. He tried to explain that the gunpowder had hardened from age. He warned that if they fired the gun, it would explode right in their hands. That's when the flashback ended. Soo-young explained his point. Esen's men might have weapons, but they were out of good gunpowder. He didn't think they'd risk attacking Joseon's forces. He was sure that any gunpowder stored for 5 years would be ruined by moisture. With that settled, he asked if the Ming prisoner was still alive. Tysoon admitted they still had the prisoner because they needed his knowledge of firearms. He finally agreed to Soo-young's plan, calling him a muscle-brained idiot. He figured it didn't matter if he died following orders or just drank himself to death. It was all the same to him. Soo-young just let out a quiet, the plan was now in motion. In January 1455, a Mongol council was called. Tyson Khan arrived. walking straight into the lion's den. Essen sat on his throne, thinking. He couldn't figure out why Taisun would call for a meeting at his base, of all places. To make things even stranger, Taisun had brought the very cannons and firearms he'd stolen from him. Essen watched him carefully. It didn't seem like a trap, but something was definitely off. Finally, Essen spoke. He just asked him what his business was. Taisun looked him right in the eye. He announced that he would accept the marriage proposal. The entire room went quiet. Essen couldn't believe it. He asked if Taisun truly understood what that meant. Taisun didn't back down. He confirmed he was serious, but told Essen there was one condition. Taisun laid out his condition. He told Essen that Joseon had built a huge fortress at Harbin, right on the Black Dragon River. He then asked if Essen's soldiers were strong enough to drive them out. Essen stared back. His eyes narrowed. He demanded to know if Taisun was telling the truth. Taisun didn't even hesitate. He simply gave the order to bring in his proof. 3 men were brought into the room. The moment they appeared, the court erupted in anger, recognizing them as men from the Jin dynasty. Essen looked furious, demanding to know why these men were standing in his court. One of Essen's own men fell to his knees, begging him to punish Joseon for this. The men who'd been brought in just knelt there silently. The scarred man finally spoke up. He explained that Joseon had been hiring workers, so they went to the Black Dragon River to find a job. He said they had set up camp by the river to rest for the night, but while they were sleeping, something went wrong. The scarred man continued his story, saying a loud thunder woke them up in the middle of the night. He looked absolutely terrified. He told Essen that when they looked, they saw a huge pillar of fire rising into the sky. The man explained that the thunder and fire meant a gunpowder storage had blown up. Essen listened quietly, then asked what happened after that. He claimed that Joseon soldiers suddenly accused them of setting the fire. He insisted they were innocent and had been tortured. Essen didn't seem convinced. He just asked if that was really what happened. He looked down at the man, his voice turning cold. He pointed out that if he was tortured, it was strange that he managed to escape without a scratch. His eyes narrowed. He asked the man if he really thought he was a fool. Essen stared down at the man, his voice cold. He was done listening to stories and demanded to know what trick he was trying to pull. Back with Suyang and Taisun, Suyang wasn't surprised. He had expected Essen to be suspicious. Taisun argued that Essen was too cunning to fall for a simple story. He said they'd need to provide real intelligence, like troop numbers, to make him believe it. He then sarcastically asked Suyang how he was supposed to get that kind of information. Suyang just smiled, completely unfazed. He calmly said that of course, Taisun wouldn't be the one getting it, then gave an order to bring them in. Taisun looked over, confused, and waiting to see who Suyang was talking about. A moment later, a man was thrown into the room. He looked furious and immediately screamed Taisun Khan's name. Without a second of hesitation, the man lunged forward, ready to attack. He threw a punch right at Taisun's face, screaming that he was a treacherous bastard. But the punch never landed. A hand shot up and stopped it cold. It was Taisun. He grabbed the man and slammed him face first into the floor without even breaking a sweat. Taisun gritted his teeth, insulted. He scoffed that even drunk, he wasn't weak enough to be taken down by some villager. That's when Suyang stepped in, placing a hand on the man's head. He asked him what the point was in killing a Khan who had come to Joseon for help. He then challenged the man, saying a real warrior would use that anger to sneak into enemy territory and cause some real damage. The young man's eyes widened. He agreed, saying he would endure it for the greater good. Taisun just looked confused by the whole thing. Suyang turned to Taisun and explained. The young man's ancestors had their clan destroyed by Genghis Khan. His grudge against the Khan's family line was enormous. With a confident smile, Suyang laid out his plan. He was going to use the Haixi Jurchens to trick Essen. The young man slammed his forehead to the ground. He swore that if there was any lie in his words, they could kill him right there. He explained that a monk from the Black Dragon Temple had saved him when Joseon's guards weren't paying attention. He declared that he now wanted revenge, like a true warrior. With a raw mark on his forehead from his bow, he looked up and begged the leader for help. Essen listened, his expression unreadable. He thought to himself that if this man was telling the truth, it might be the perfect opportunity to attack Joseon. He made his decision. He ordered one of his men to send 5 scouts to Joseon's fortress and map out their military positions. The strategy was simple. They would cut off Joseon's gunpowder supply, seize it, and use it against them. Hearing this, Taisun finally accepted the proposal. Another leader spoke up, pledging to add 3,000 of his own troops and request even more from the Tombed tribe. He smiled, telling the Taishi to handle the rest of the details. The alliance was set. The 5 scouts sent by Essen arrived at Joseon's fortress. It was strangely quiet. The lead scout was surprised. They had really built a massive fortress out here. He ordered his men to carefully note the positions and numbers of the cannons built into the stone walls. One of them tried to sketch a map, but he couldn't see clearly from where he was hiding. He stepped back to get a better view and snapped a dry twig under his foot. The sound echoed in the quiet woods. He looked up and saw a rider sitting on a horse, looking right at him. The Hosen soldier looked down at them with a grin. He announced that he'd found some spying rats. It was Suyang. He smiled, telling the terrified men it was time to educate them about Joseon, starting with squats. A moment later, their screams for help echoed from the fortress. Meanwhile, Suyang and his men were riding through the freezing mountains. He let out a huge sneeze. The soldier next to him was surprised. He mentioned that bigger guys usually handle the cold well, but Suyang seemed to be an exception. Suyang just smiled. He explained that his body was all muscle and skin with almost no fat, so the cold got to him easily. His companion laughed and told him them to just hold on a little longer. They were almost there. Turns out, this was their first time meeting the new military commissioner of Liaodong. They rode up to a massive fortress, their destination in sight. Inside, they met with the commissioner. He slammed his hands on the table, completely shocked by their report. He couldn't believe they were talking about the Oirats. Suyang confirmed the bad news. The Oirat forces were targeting Harbin, and he had come to warn him that trouble was on its way. The commissioner started to panic. He nervously bit his nails, trying to guess the Oirat's strength based on their last big battle. The very thought of another battle sent him over the edge. He started shouting orders, demanding every single report they had on the Oirats. He needed to know their numbers right away. But one of the officials pointed out a huge problem. The reinforcements had withdrawn 6 months ago after the Great Wall was completed. The commissioner didn't care. He yelled that if they had to, they would just mobilize the farmers to fight. Suyang just watched him, realizing there was no point in trying to reason with the man while he was this worked up. One of the soldiers stepped forward, offering the commander a drink and asking him to please calm down. Without a word, the man snatched the bowl and drank the whole thing in one gulp. He slammed the empty bowl down on the table. He let out a long breath, finally starting to calm down. He looked a little embarrassed and apologized for his outburst, blaming his symptoms. He was amazed at how fast the medicine worked and asked what was in it. The soldier explained it was made from poppy shells. Suyang immediately knew what that meant. The commissioner wasn't just stressed. His anxiety was so bad, he was using drugs to cope. Now that he was calm, the commissioner looked at his report. He explained the only troops they could send were from the Jianzhou Jurchens. It was Chongshan's forces, about 5,000 households in total. He said the troops were originally promised to Joseon, but he figured it would be fine if they just used them to protect their own northern defenses instead. Suyang couldn't believe what he was hearing. The man was just going to break his promise to Joseon. Suyang couldn't believe what he was hearing. He thought the man's plan was completely insane. He remembered the promise they had made to Joseon. He remembered exactly who Chongshan was. At first, Chongshan had served Taisun without question. But the second it became clear that Joseon was going to win, he betrayed Taisun and completely cleaned out his main camp. The commissioner seemed proud of himself. He explained that Chongshan had betrayed Joseon and backstabbed Taisun, calling him a bat who just switches sides to benefit himself. Suyang listened, trying to follow the logic. If that was true, then why on earth would anyone trust him? Suddenly, a big man in orange robes, the commander, started laughing. He slapped the commissioner on the back, praising his keen insight. The commissioner looked startled, but quickly agreed, laughing nervously along with him. The commander's plan was simple. Since Chongshan was a traitor hated by everyone, they could use him. If he jumped into the middle of the battle, he would create chaos, and they could take advantage of it. Suyang grabbed the commissioner's arm with a tight grip. He ordered him to make sure the men were sent north. The commissioner, looking terrified, quickly agreed. Sometime in March, an alarm was raised across the rocky terrain. The prisoners had escaped. One of the men ran as fast as he could, his face red with anger. This was not going according to plan. Turns out, their imprisonment was just Suyang's brutal training. They were being forced to do squats and bench presses. The man screamed that he'd had enough, yelling that he would rather be tortured for real. He was crying from the sheer misery of it all. He yelled that he was quitting and led the others in a desperate escape. But Suyang was already moving to stop them. The escape attempt ended almost as soon as it began. Suyang caught the first man, and his scream echoed through the yard. He casually threw 2 more over his shoulders, like they weighed nothing. The others didn't get far either. He made sure none of them would be trying to run again. With all the escapees rounded up, Suyang calmly asked if they were tired of training already. He then offered them a choice: keep training or experience the dreaded bathroom torture instead. That was all it took. The men scrambled back, screaming that he was a monster and begging to be spared. For their little stunt, Suyang gave them a new order: 3 sets of 100 squats. The training was brutal, but Suyang was pleased with the results. He corrected their form, telling them not to shout on the last count. Just then, a soldier ran up, shouting for the Grand Prince. He delivered the news. The Oirat forces were gathering on the other side of the river. The soldier confirmed that their leader, Essen, was among them. A huge grin spread across Suyang's face. He knew the fight he'd been waiting for had finally begun. He turned to his men and yelled for everyone to get ready. Miles away, the Oirat forces moved through the woods, their heavily armored soldiers marching in formation. Their leader, Essen, turned to one of his commanders, a man named Alec, and asked for news from the scouting team. Alec reported that they hadn't spotted any Joseon soldiers yet, but he warned that the area was full of places perfect for an ambush. Essen was confident, believing the northern terrain gave his army the advantage. He turned and asked if there was any news from his scouts. His commander looked nervous. He confessed that their scouts had been captured near the Hoson camp, calling them idiots under his breath. Just then, another soldier shouted, pointing across the river. There was movement. It was Suyang, standing on a massive platform loaded with weights, being carried by his men. Essen and his men stared in complete disbelief. They had no idea what they were even looking at. The platform was stacked high with what looked like giant, heavy stones. And underneath it all were Suyang's soldiers, their muscles straining as they held the impossible load. He stood on top like a king, looking down on everyone. This wasn't just an army. It was a show of pure strength. With a massive grin, Suyang yelled across the river, telling them to witness his mercy. Turns out, Suyang was thinking back to his old life before he was a prince. He remembered being deeply impressed by a movie about ancient Spartan warriors, but he wasn't interested in the story. He just liked the muscles. And now, back at the river, that movie gave him an idea. He decided he would break the enemy's morale, just like in the film. He would use his muscles and the sheer absurdity of the situation to crush their fighting spirit. Across the river, the Oirat soldiers realized their captured scouts were being held as hostages. They watched the strange display, completely confused about what Suyang was even trying to say. The Oirat commanders couldn't believe what they were hearing. They thought Suyang was actually going to release the prisoners. Suyang looked down at the captured scouts. He told them their master was here and they were free to go. The prisoners just stared, completely stunned. One of the prisoners snapped. He screamed that their leader would kill them for this failure. He started shouting threats at Suyang, completely losing it. Suyang wasn't fazed at all. He calmly reminded the man that his father was the old king and his brother was the current king. He asked if the scout really knew who he was threatening. Then he leaned in with a sharp look. He asked if maybe the prisoner's body wasn't fully prepared for what was coming. The prisoners froze in terror. They had no idea what he meant by body's preparedness, but they knew it was bad. As the prisoners scrambled away, one of Suyang's men asked if it was really okay to just let them go. Suyang replied calmly that it didn't matter. They wouldn't reach their camp anyway. The soldier looked confused. He didn't understand why they wouldn't make it back. Suyang explained his cold calculation. He said that if the hostages returned to their camp safely and with bigger muscles than when they left, it would completely destroy the morale of the entire Oirat army. Suyang knew that as soon as the Oirat leaders figured this out, they would never let their own men enter the camp. An arrow flew through the air. It struck one of the fleeing prisoners right in the back, and he went down instantly. Even the other Oirat commanders were shocked. One of them screamed Taishi's name, demanding to know what he was doing. The dying prisoner looked up in disbelief, unable to understand why his own people had attacked him. But Taishi had made up his mind. He gave the order to shoot the returning prisoners, calling them idiots. One of the other commanders couldn't believe it. He argued that those men had been inside the Hosen camp and could provide them with information. Taishi snapped. He grabbed the commander by his collar, furious. He called the man a fool and demanded to know if he had any idea what would happen to their army's morale if those men returned. He screamed the order one last time, kill them all. Arrows rained down, and the prisoners were cut down where they stood. Several days later, the focus shifted to General Bayan's unit. They were stationed by the coast, where a column of smoke rose into the sky, signaling that something was happening. From a hidden spot on the shore, two lookouts watched the water. One of them announced that a supply ship was approaching. But as the ships got closer, the lookout realized something was terribly wrong. The supply ships were completely engulfed in flames. On deck, a soldier screamed for everyone to extinguish the flames, but he was already choking on the smoke. It was too late. That's when a huge explosion ripped through one of the ships. It was an ambush. A second later, arrows rained down from the cliffs, striking the men on deck. With the ships lost, the only order left was to abandon them. Two men managed to escape to the shore. One of them, shivering from the cold, was the vice inspector. His subordinate quickly offered him dry clothes. The vice inspector asked for a status report. His subordinate told him 4 men were dead, but the rest had made it out okay. He quietly took in the news of his fallen men. The survivors gathered on the shore, watching the wreckage of their ships burn in the water. While checking the supplies that washed ashore, they found a large number of small wooden boxes. The vice inspector immediately ordered his men to check what was inside. One of the soldiers used his sword to pry a box open. Inside, they found a fine powder. They couldn't believe it. It looked like gunpowder. The vice inspector took a small pinch to test it himself. It was definitely gunpowder, and of very high quality. The other soldiers just watched, completely confused. This was what happened to the supply ship. It was a brutal ambush, with the entire structure above the canyon collapsing down on them. Back in the present, the vice inspector confirmed his suspicions. It was absolutely gunpowder, and the quality was excellent. Among the supplies, they found a scroll made of wooden pieces. The vice inspector asked what was written on it. He unrolled it and read the text. He said it was nothing special, just details about where the gunpowder was made and what it was for. The soldier standing nearby just smirked, looking very pleased with the situation. He then gave the order to take all of the boxes back with them. Without hesitation, the men started loading all 60 boxes of gunpowder onto their ship. With the discovery secured, the vice inspector turned and walked away. His work here finished. But the vice inspector realized the message wasn't simple at all. It was written in a code that only someone who could read Hanja would understand. The characters on the scroll looked like a random list, but when you put them together, they spelled out one word, fake. Turns out the whole thing was a trick. Out of 60 boxes, only 3 actually had gunpowder, and he had no plans to tell the fools who fell for it. This was Josen's way of showing them what real anger felt like. 3 days later, the enemy soldiers moved the stolen supplies through a narrow canyon. One of their commanders looked on, feeling confident. He suggested they attack again, believing their numbers and high morale would guarantee a win. Their leader, Essen, seemed to be thinking it over, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, cursing the sneaky tactics of the Joseon army. But Suyang wasn't fooled for a second. He watched the enemy's movements and knew right away that the wagon was just a decoy. He looked up at the cliffs. This wasn't a supply group. It was their front line. The enemy was setting a trap. The leader, Sir Ban, explained his plan. He warned his men that if they attacked now, the enemy would just call for reinforcements, which would be a huge problem. So, for now, they would wait. 10 days passed. From his spot on the cliff, Sir Ban watched the enemy convoy. After 10 days of waiting, their guard had finally dropped. He knew it was time to move. One of his men approached and pointed out a perfect spot for an ambush just up ahead. He explained that there was a ridge right beside the road, which was perfect for faking a retreat. It was also an excellent place to hide their main force for the real attack. Sir Bayan grinned. The plan was perfect. He gave the order to move out. The soldiers were hidden all along the rocky cliffs, waiting for the signal. From their lookout spot, Sir Bayan watched the enemy through a strange device. He could see them riding through the canyon below. It looked like they were finally getting impatient. A grin spread across his face. They were rushing right into the trap, exactly as he'd planned. His subordinate asked if he found it satisfying. Sir Bayan said of course he did, wishing everyone was this predictable. But that thought made him emotional. He remembered how exhausting it was dealing with his brother, Su Yang, who was the complete opposite. The subordinate got curious and asked about the device. Sir Bayan explained it was a telescope and that he was pretty sure he could build one himself. He then jokingly offered it to make one for the soldier, but only if he swore loyalty to Joseon. The soldier just looked confused, questioning if that was even ethical. Suddenly, the subordinate spotted movement on the front ridge. He shouted a warning. The enemy was there. He grinned, ready for action. The enemy was finally here. Down below, the convoy moved slowly through the narrow path, completely unaware of the danger above. Su Yang walked with his men, his eyes scanning the cliffs. He knew something wasn't right. But the carts weren't carrying normal supplies. They were filled with his custom-made training gear. That's when the first arrow flew from the cliffs, striking a wheel. The ambush had begun. Without missing a beat, Su Yang slammed his hand on a cart. He ordered his men to push them forward and form a barricade. He put his back into it, moving the heavy cart with pure muscle. With a single powerful strike, he broke off the side of the wooden cart. Just then, a storm of arrows rained down on them. The men screamed for everyone to take cover, but it was too late to run. As arrows filled the sky, Su Yang lifted the massive wooden plank, using it as a shield. He roared at his men, ordering them to do the same, break off the sides of the carts, and use them for cover. The first wave of arrows hit hard, pinning them down completely. But the other soldiers were terrified. One of them cried out that they weren't strong enough to just rip carts apart, questioning if they were supposed to be mighty warriors. Su Yang didn't have time for excuses. He yelled back that they were to follow their superior's orders without question. The soldier completely lost it, sobbing about how unfair it was that he wasn't a 5th rank officer. Another man just wondered why he always got so angry whenever promotions were brought up. The enemy commander ordered his men to stop firing. He scoffed, thinking they were just simple support soldiers, hiding behind broken wood. Confident he had them cornered, he ordered his troops to close in and finish them off. But one of Su Yang's men, hiding behind a large wheel, saw something that made him freeze. His eyes widened in pure terror as he realized what it was. It was artillery. He screamed for everyone to fall back, but it was too late. A huge explosion tore through the enemy soldiers, sending them flying. The commander watched the smoke clear, his fist clenched tight as he looked at the damage. He finally understood. These weren't support soldiers. They were the real Joseon army. Furious at being tricked, he ordered his men not to retreat, but to prepare for a full charge. The smoke cleared, revealing the damage. The Joseon army stepped forward through the dust, ready to press their attack. An officer gave the order for the musketeers to fire one more round and then immediately pull back, but they weren't done. The next order was to get the grenades ready. Moments later, explosions started going off all around the enemy soldiers, who were now running for their lives. One of the soldiers started yelling, realizing they'd been completely tricked. He screamed that there was no way they could win against artillery. Commander heard him, completely shocked by the panic spreading through his ranks. Just then, a Joseon commander rode up on his horse, looking down at the battlefield. This was Park Jungsun, the commanding officer. He ordered his men to stop advancing and to only attack the ones who were trying to run away. The Joseon soldiers were cleaning up the battlefield, cutting down any enemies who tried to escape. Just then, a soldier ran up to the commander with an urgent report. The enemy was scattering, splitting into 5 separate groups, but the commander immediately ordered his men not to chase them. He told them to hold their formation and avoid any reckless moves. The enemy forces were in full retreat, disappearing into the woods. Meanwhile, the enemy soldiers who had scattered were regrouping. One of them laughed, admiring his sword. He commented on how great Joseon steel was, making the fight more fun for him. His chieftain got the same report. The Joseon army had divided into 5 groups. The news caught him completely by surprise. Unlike the Joseon commander, he saw this as a golden opportunity. He ordered his men to split up and hunt them down, promising a big reward for their heads. Just then, a soldier ran up to the commander with an urgent report. He said that 5 of the Jurchen tribes at their rear had broken formation and were chasing the enemy. The commander was stunned. He clenched his fist, knowing they could be walking straight into an ambush. He quickly thought through the possibilities. If the enemy was just regrouping, this was a chance to hit them from behind. But if it was a trap, his allies would be completely wiped out. Before he could decide, the sounds of fighting echoed from the canyon. The battle had already started. He gritted his teeth in frustration. They'd rushed into battle in less than 15 minutes. It was an ambush, just as he'd feared. One of his men muttered that the Jurchens were nothing but trouble for disobeying orders, even questioning if they were worth saving. The question hung in the air. What should they do now? The commander sat on his horse, facing the consequences of his allies' mistake. His men looked to him, asking what the plan was. The commander didn't hesitate. He made his decision. They were going to rescue them. One of the soldiers immediately protested, warning that they could all get caught in the same trap. but the commander yelled back, reminding them that they never would have stood a chance against the Oirats without the Jurchen's help. With no time to waste, he spurred his horse forward, ordering everyone to move out immediately. They charged toward the canyon, where the sounds of battle were getting louder. Down in the canyon, the Jurchen warriors were being showered with arrows from above. It was a complete slaughter. One of the warriors stared in disbelief, finally understanding they had walked right into a trap. The chieftain stared at the enemy, his face tight with worry. They were outnumbered 2-1. He thought this might be the end for his tribe, but then his expression hardened. Just as he was about to rally his men, an arrow flew right at him. It hit him square in the chest, knocking him clean off his horse. His men rushed to his side, trying to pull the arrow out of his armor. Seeing their leader go down, the soldiers lost all hope. They started screaming that the chieftain had fallen. One of his men was already crying, mourning his death, but the chieftain shot up, absolutely furious, and yelled at them that he wasn't dead. He held up the broken arrow, roaring that it would take a lot more than that to bring his tribe down. He ordered his men to quit their whining and get back on their feet. He touched the dent in his chest plate, explaining that the armor from Joseon had saved not just him, but his entire tribe. He hated to admit it, but the diet of bland chicken meat also played a big part, and he remembered the 2 years of torturous exercises Su Yang put them through back in Yongwon. But all of that work had made them much stronger. He drew the bowstring back, his muscles straining with incredible force. Taking aim at the enemy, he let out a furious roar. The arrow flew across the battlefield and slammed into an enemy soldier on the cliff, the impact sending him flying. The arrow hit its mark, and the soldier went down hard. The enemy commander, Sir Bolai, was stunned. He couldn't understand how an arrow shot from below could have so much power. He wondered what these supposed leftovers had done to get so strong. He gritted his teeth. They had started this fight with a surprise attack and were supposed to have the upper hand. Just then, a soldier ran up with a panicked report. He told Sir Bolai that their forces were getting pushed back. He explained that the enemy had helmets and armor, so they were just shrugging off their arrows, and their archery strength was monstrous. To make matters worse, another soldier pointed toward the canyon. The main Joseon army was approaching. His men turned to him, anxiously waiting for his orders. Sir Bolai was furious at the thought of losing to these remnants, who weren't even proper Joseon troops, but he knew it was over. He ordered everyone to retreat. His men couldn't believe it. They protested, arguing that retreating now would completely destroy their morale. Sir Bolai silenced them with a single shout. He explained that if the main Joseon army arrived, they would face a total defeat. As the enemy forces scrambled back up the canyon, the Joseon soldiers started cheering. They had won. The relief was overwhelming. They cried tears of joy, celebrating that they had survived the ambush. But their commander quickly put a stop to it. He ordered them not to chase the enemy, warning that another ambush could be waiting. He rode over to meet with the leader of another group, asking if they were safe. The other man confirmed they'd been ambushed too, but had successfully fought them off. The leader was impressed. He reported that the other tribes were also safe, and said it was time for everyone to head back to the main camp. But elsewhere, another battle was raging. Explosions tore through the enemy soldiers, sending bodies flying. A Joseon soldier wound up like a pitcher and hurled another explosive grenade right into the middle of them. One of the enemy soldiers caught what was thrown at him. He screamed, thinking it was a bomb about to go off. But when he looked down, it was just a rock with a cute face drawn on it. He had no idea what was happening. That's when a Joseon soldier started laughing and pointing, making fun of him for falling for such a simple trick. His fun was cut short by a hard punch from one of his own comrades. The Joseon commander looked on, completely drained. He couldn't understand why the enemy wasn't retreating yet. One of his men explained that the wild Jurchens had blocked the escape route. He complained that this was getting so tiring, he felt like he was going to die from exhaustion. The soldiers were getting fed up, yelling for their allies to just let the enemy run away. The commander watched them go. He couldn't believe they really thought they stood a chance with their tiny horses and old weapons. One of the soldiers whined about being hurt, but his friend just told him to stop exaggerating. Meanwhile, the enemy had set up a massive camp at the base of the mountains, and their patience was wearing thin. Inside the main tent, the enemy leaders were tired of waiting around. One of them suggested they should just fill the moat and storm the fortress, claiming its walls were nothing special. Another commander agreed. They were all eager for a fight, but their leader wasn't so sure. He thought his men were being too eager, reminding them that Joseon was a dangerous enemy. He decided someone needed to be a sacrifice to test the enemy's defenses. He looked over and called out for Ashidamur. A young man named Ashidamur stood up straight. He answered his father without hesitation, ready for the order. The leader gave the order. He was sending Ashidamur with 8,000 troops to attack the Joseon fortress. Ashidamur clenched his fist, full of confidence. He promised his father he would definitely crush their fortress. Several days later, his army arrived at the Songhua River, right below the fortress walls. Suddenly, the defenders rolled huge black bombs down the hill toward them. The bombs went off, and the entire area erupted in fire. The explosion sent soldiers flying everywhere. Ashidamur screamed at his men, telling them to dodge the rolling bombs, but it was too late. He realized they were being hit from every direction, cannons from the front, arrows from above, and explosives from below. He was completely trapped, with no idea what to do. Just then, a blade swung right for his head. Ashidamur stared up at the fortress, completely overwhelmed by its power. He knew it was over. They were doomed. The terror was written all over his face. He was convinced they were all going to die there. From the top of the fortress, a rifle barrel appeared. One of the soldiers below was hit and went down instantly. Ashidamur let out a scream, completely overwhelmed by the chaos. One of his men rushed to his side, asking if he was all right. Ashidamur was on the ground, totally dazed. That's when they realized where the attacks were coming from. The fortress towers were armed with soldiers carrying rifles. Ashidamur completely lost it, screaming at his men to destroy the towers. His subordinate grabbed him, trying to get him to calm down, but it was impossible. The subordinate explained that the towers were set up to protect each other, making any direct attack a death sentence. Looking at the chaos, the man argued that they had to fall back. He insisted that now that they knew the enemy's defenses, it was time to withdraw before their losses got even worse. Ashidamur clenched his teeth. He was furious, but he knew there was no other choice. Ashidamur knelt before his father, begging for forgiveness. He argued that if Molihai hadn't stopped him, he could have destroyed the fortress towers. His father slammed his fist down and shouted at him. He explained that Molihai stopping him was the only reason their losses weren't far worse. He then laid out a new plan. They would only pretend to attack the towers, tricking the enemy into wasting all their gunpowder while keeping their own losses low. He told them to take new weapons crafted by a captured Ming artilleryman. Their only mission was to force Joseon to use up every last bit of their gunpowder. Later that night, the camp was quiet under the snowy mountains. One of the soldiers was laughing, eager for the next fight. He mocked the Joseon army for wasting their gunpowder, boasting that they now had a supply of their own to use. Nearby, the man who had crafted the new weapons watched with a twisted smile. He was curious to see how well his creations would perform. He walked off, completely sure that the Hoshun army was about to be blown away. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a gong echoed across the fortress. It was an alarm. A soldier ran up to the Grand Prince, anxiously asking what was going on. He pointed towards the Songhua River, reporting that something big was being moved across to the southern shore. And worse, enemy cavalry had formed ranks around it, guarding it closely. The Grand Prince grabbed a spyglass, asking if the enemy had brought artillery. Looking through it, the soldier was stunned. It was a trebuchet, mounted on a wagon. He couldn't understand how they'd managed to build it. The soldier explained what he knew. A captured Ming artilleryman had apparently built it for them while he was a prisoner, then escaped. The Grand Prince listened, his expression serious. He understood exactly what they were up against. The Grand Prince analyzed the weapon. He knew a real trebuchet was dangerous because its design gave it incredible power and range. And since they were fixed to the ground, they were also super accurate. Inside the fortress, his men struggled to get their own weapons ready. But looking at the enemy's machine, Su Yang wasn't impressed. He told his soldier it looked too crude to be a real threat. Still, he ordered their towers to target it with artillery, just to be safe. The order reached the artillerymen in the towers. One of them was excited, ready to finally use their cannon. But as they aimed, they realized the enemy was aiming right back at them. The enemy fired first. Their towers shook from the impact. But when they looked, all they saw were small stones scattered on the floor. The soldier was confused, wondering why they'd throw something so harmless. The order came down immediately. Fire back at their trebuchet. Their cannon shot missed. The artilleryman knew it was tough to hit anything accurately from this far, so he ordered his partner to adjust their aim. But before they could fire, a lookout screamed for them to stop. He saw the enemy's trebuchet moving again. The enemy machine launched its next attack. On the wall, the soldiers watched as something flew right over their heads. It landed with a thud. It was just a straw mat. One of the men wondered why the enemy would throw something so useless, but his partner noticed something was wrong. The mat was soaked in oil. Suddenly, the mat burst into flames, and the men jumped back. That's when they saw them, a line of enemy archers, their flaming arrows already aimed at the fortress. The soldier couldn't believe they had appeared out of nowhere. The archers pulled back their bowstrings, ready to fire. He looked up and screamed. It was a fire attack. The flaming arrows slammed right into the wooden watchtower. A commander immediately started shouting orders. He told his men to get rid of the artillery and escape down the emergency ropes. They had to move fast. If the gunpowder stores caught fire, the whole tower would go up. And just like that, the watchtower exploded. Back in the command post, Su Yang couldn't believe what he was hearing. The enemy had used oil-soaked mats. One of his commanders confirmed it. This had been their plan all along. The smoke from the fires was so thick, it was impossible to see. One of the commanders pointed out that even with their gunpowder, they couldn't aim. To make things worse, they had already lost 2 towers. Before they could figure out a new plan, a soldier yelled out a warning. The enemy was already at the walls with siege ladders. The command was given immediately. Don't spare any gunpowder. On the walls, soldiers scrambled to get the rocket carts into position. They were ordered to aim for anyone climbing the ladders, and the archers providing cover. Down below, a cavalry commander rallied his men. He told them to mount up and follow him straight into the fight. The order to fire rang out, and a massive explosion tore through the enemy lines. The attackers were hit head-on. The force of the blast was devastating, sending soldiers flying. But the defenders weren't done. Another volley of fire ripped into the charging enemy. As the defenders fought desperately on the walls, a giant figure stepped onto the battlefield. His voice boomed with the order to move out. The cavalry didn't hesitate for a second. They charged forward, determined to push the enemy back. The commander pointed forward, ordering his men to sweep right through the enemy's main force. They rode straight into a line of enemy archers. The charge was devastating. They cut through the enemy ranks with ease. In the middle of the chaos, the enemy commander, Ashitamur, saw something that made him pause. He spotted a man in fancy armor and knew he had to be a commander. Ashitamur completely lost his nerve, screaming for his guards to protect him. But a Joseon soldier was already charging straight for him, his blade ready. The Joseon soldier roared, furious that they dared to attack his home. Ashitamur just stared back, completely paralyzed by fear. Without a word, the soldier drew his blade. He brought the sword down in one clean, powerful motion. One strike, and the enemy leader was finished. He fell from his horse and didn't move again. On the other side of the battlefield, things were falling apart. A soldier ran up to an injured commander named Molihai, screaming that they needed to retreat. Their left flank was completely gone. The order was given, and the entire army broke into a panicked retreat. The news spread like wildfire through the Yosin ranks. Their general had taken down the enemy leader, and the battle was won. From the fortress walls, they watched the enemy flee, leaving their fallen scattered across the battlefield. The news of their victory spread up to the fortress walls. A soldier yelled out that they had taken the enemy commander's head and that the enemy's left side was in full retreat. But just as they were celebrating, a strange sound cut through the air. A commander on the wall immediately tensed up. Something was flying straight toward them. A second later, a huge explosion ripped through the wall, sending soldiers flying everywhere. One of the soldiers looked over the wall in shock. He couldn't believe it was artillery. The warning spread quickly. The enemy was firing cannons from their right flank. The commander on the wall looked down and understood everything. The enemy had used their first attack as a distraction, just to lure their cavalry out into the open. It was a trap. He didn't waste a second. He immediately ordered his men to return fire. The enemy cannons opened fire, and the fortress walls were hammered by explosions. The soldiers on the wall were caught completely off guard by the sudden attack. The barrage was relentless, tearing right through their defenses. One of the officers panicked. He told his commander they had to move their best cannon immediately before it got hit, but the commander refused. He gritted his teeth and told the man to just wait a little longer. Just then, another shell slammed into the wall right next to them. His men were starting to lose their nerve, one of them shouting for the Grand Prince in desperation, but the commander held firm, telling himself to wait just a little bit longer. He had a plan. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the enemy's attack stopped. A soldier on the wall looked down, confused. The cannons below were just sitting there, smoking. Another soldier confirmed it, yelling that the enemy artillery had completely stopped. It looked like their cannons had malfunctioned. This was the moment the commander had been waiting for. He gave the order to attack from all sides. The fortress cannons answered with a massive volley, tearing into the enemy lines. Meanwhile, in the enemy camp, the mood was grim. A commander asked for a report on their losses, and the news was terrible. All of their cannons had been destroyed. The officer continued, his face full of shame. They couldn't even recover Sir Ashitamur's body. The losses were devastating. Sir Molihai was critically injured, and out of 7,000 soldiers, only 3,000 were left. The enemy leader roared in fury. He screamed that a Joseon general had killed his son. The enemy leader screamed at his men, demanding to know what the hell they had been doing. An officer burst into the room, begging for forgiveness. He desperately asked why their cannons had suddenly malfunctioned in the middle of the fight. He explained that they loaded them exactly as the artilleryman had instructed, using one barrel of powder for each load. But when they used the fourth barrel, and the powder burned too slowly, it melted the lead and grease inside, completely destroying the cannons. The leader suddenly understood. He realized the bamboo scroll contained coded instructions for the artilleryman. They had been deceived from the very start. Furious, he ordered his men to bring him the traitor, but the officer looked down, admitting that it was too late. The artillerymen had already escaped. The leader was stunned into silence. He slumped in his chair. He knew Bayan's forces must have been wiped out as well. They had been played completely, made to look like fools. A slow, bitter laugh escaped his lips. He knew exactly who was behind it. Taisun must have been working with Joseon from the very start. He realized they had all conspired against him. He immediately ordered a full retreat, telling his men to warn Bayan as well. An officer spoke up, worried. He said if the defected tribes won a big victory now, they would become a joke to the rest of the world. The commander scoffed at the idea. He called the defected tribes a bunch of nobodies who used to herd sheep, questioning how they could possibly win. But then, a thought hit him. What if they had been pretending to be fools all along? Miles away, Sir Chungshan's forces were moving through a narrow canyon. An officer was trying to reassure him, but a scout galloped up with terrible news. The defected tribes had attacked again, and another 500 of their strongest men were gone. This wasn't the first time. One of his officers was losing hope. He asked how long their enemies would chase them, suggesting it might be better to just go back and surrender. Sir Chungshan exploded with anger. He reminded the officer how many horses he'd already given up just to get away, and called him crazy for suggesting they go back. He tried to give his men something to fight for. He told them they just had to push a little further north to reach Harbin, the capital of their ancestors. Several days later, their journey came to an abrupt stop. They were blocked by 2 Joseon archers. Chungshan held up his hand, insisting they weren't there to fight and just wanted to speak with an officer. He was completely confused. He couldn't understand why Joseon troops were this far out. Before he could process it, one of his men ran up screaming. The defected tribes were right behind them. Then another soldier pointed to the cliffs. The West Jurchens were surrounding them from above, bows drawn. They were trapped. nowhere left to run. Sir Chung-shan was terrified. He had no idea what to do. A Hossein officer stepped forward, asking if he was looking for someone in charge. But as he got closer, he seemed to recognize Chung-shan. Chung-shan couldn't believe it. He called the man Aguchi and asked if he was now a servant of Yoseon. The officer corrected him, saying the king had given him a new name, Zhang Chengryol. Zhang Chengryol demanded to know why they were trespassing. Chung-shan tried to act friendly, claiming they were old friends just heading north to reclaim their ancestors' land. When that didn't work, Chung-shan got desperate. He offered to join Yoseon, promising 5,000 war horses as a sign of his sincerity. Zhang Chengryol exploded with rage. He pointed at Chung-shan and called him a thief for daring to trespass on their land. He told Chung-shan that he'd gladly kill him right there, but he was going to grant him one final mercy. The offer was simple: turn around within 2 hours or they would be attacked. Chung-shan's men started to panic, yelling that they were completely surrounded and begging their chief for orders. Zhang Chengryol's hand tightened into a fist. He was done talking. The name echoed in Chung-shan's mind. The man he once knew as Aguchi was now someone else entirely. He looked down. There was no way out of this. With no other choice, he screamed that he surrendered. He begged to be taken to Joseon, promising to pay for all his crimes. A slow, satisfied smile spread across Zhang Chengryol's face. This was the outcome he wanted, and just like that, Chung-shan became a prisoner. The Battle of Harbin had ended in a great victory for Joseon. Meanwhile, back in Joseon, time moved on. It was now February of 1455. At the Sunset Glow Pavilion, a large crowd had gathered, all dressed in white, for a funeral. A young man walking with Suyang smiled, saying he was glad his older brother knew the way. Suyang replied that his father, the king, had called him to this place about 3 times before. His companion seemed surprised, remarking that so many people were already there, even at dawn. An older official overheard them and asked if the reason wasn't obvious. He explained that this was the funeral of the chief state counselor, Wang Hui. One of the officials rubbed his eyes, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. The official finally recognized him, asking if he was Han Myung-ho. Han Myung-ho just smiled, joking that he was hurt. It took so long to be noticed. The officer was stunned. He pointed out that Han Myung-ho had gotten even bigger than him, a military man, wondering if this was the power of his training. Han Myung-ho laughed modestly, saying he still had much to learn. He admitted someone had told him that if he bulked up, no one would recognize him, and it turned out to be true. The mood changed when another man pulled him aside. He quietly asked if the late father had left any final words. Han Myung-ho paused, his expression turning serious as he thought back to that moment. He recalled the man's last piece of advice. It was about life and public office. The memory came back to him clearly, kneeling before the chief state counselor, listening to his final words. The counselor was talking about high-ranking government positions, but the words went right over Han Myung-ho's head. He didn't understand any of it, so he just nodded along. He told his friend that the counselor smiled right before he passed, saying he was leaving someone behind. His friend couldn't believe it, questioning why he'd be smiling at a time like that. The friend quickly covered his mouth, trying not to cause a scene at the funeral. Han Myung-ho's expression grew serious again as he remembered something else. Whenever Prime Minister Hwang looked at him, it felt like a parent sending their child off to war. With the conversation over, Han Myung-ho thanked his friend for coming. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone was pushing themselves through a hard workout. He was pushing his body to the absolute limit. This was Han Myung-hwe, and he was in the middle of a brutal workout. An official watched from the side, completely impressed. He complimented Han on his perfect form, calling him remarkable when it came to chest exercises. Han Myung-ho landed back on his feet, finishing the set. The official added that dips were the best exercise for the parallel bars. With the exercise done, Soo-young announced it was time to record the day's results. The book was called The Muscle Survival Book. Han Myung-ho thought the name was a bit much, asking why they couldn't just call it a body preparedness record, since the current name sounded like a hit list. But the official reminded him of the reason. When Han first started training, he complained that every single session felt like he was dying. The official insisted the name Muscle Survival Book was perfect, but Han Myung-ho's friend disagreed, thinking record sounded much better. Looking at him now, it was hard to believe that just 3 years ago, he would have done anything to get out of training. But he had changed completely, not just on the outside, but on the inside too. His friend decided that was worth celebrating and suggested they get a drink, so that's what they did. Over drinks, his friend asked if he'd finished his work compiling the history of Goryeo. Han confirmed he had, and as a reward for his efforts, he'd been transferred to the office of the Inspector General. His friend was so happy for him, he started crying, joking that Han had finally escaped from that tomb of books. Then he brought up the rumors he'd heard about Han easily passing the recent scholar examination. He asked if Han was going to take the special secondary exam, and Han confirmed he was. These special examinations weren't a regular thing. They were only held when the country had a major event to celebrate. The friend asks if the exam is to celebrate finishing the history of Goryeo. Han Myung-ho adds that it could also be for the new grand code for state governance, but Han's friend explains that those are just the official reasons. The truth is, they're short on people to settle the northern frontier. He adds that they also desperately need workers to repair fortress walls that were destroyed in the recent battles. Han Myung-ho asks if he means places like Joyang and Harbin. He leans in closer, ready to share some other rumors he'd heard, but his friend suddenly slams his hand on the table, telling him to stop talking about improper things. Han Myung-ho just laughs. He points out how much his friend has changed, saying he used to love hearing gossip like that. The friend's expression turned serious. He remembers a terrible moment from his past and says he can't afford to make another mistake. The conversation ends there as the night grows quiet. Han Myung-ho stumbled, clearly having had too much to drink. His friend caught him, asking if he was all right. Han insisted he was fine, but he could barely walk straight. His friend teased him, saying that for all his body training, he still couldn't handle his alcohol. Han hiccuped and explained that wasn't it. He was just suddenly thinking about someone named Wang Wuji. The friend remembered him, the guy who had asked about Han's face. He explained that Wang Wuji was from the King Taizhou family, something he discovered while compiling the history of Goryeo. Apparently, the Wang family had originally made all their money from trade ships sailing the seas. The word trade immediately caught Han Myung-ho's attention. His eyes lit up at the thought of all that money. His friend saw right through him and grinned, asking if he was suddenly interested in money now. Han just stammered, trying to play it cool. The friend just laughed and said, who wouldn't be interested? He mentioned that even the previous dynasty had traded with the Arabs for the same reason. Han Myung-ho repeated the word Arabs, stroking his mustache. You could see the gears turning in his head. His friend bragged that while the official history books missed a lot, he remembered everything. He grinned and asked if Han was up for another round. The thing is, even though his training had suppressed it, Han Myung-ho's desire for wealth and power was still there. But he didn't let it distract him. He kept training his body relentlessly, and he studied just as hard, preparing for the special exam. The day finally came to check the results. He pushed through the crowd, where one man was sighing that he'd failed again. But when Han Myung-ho found his name, he couldn't hold back his smile. He had passed. All around him, people were celebrating. One young man ran towards his brother, shouting that both of their names were on the list. His friend was overjoyed, telling Han that his prediction about the exam questions had been perfect. He was excited, saying that only the royal exam was left. He was sure they would both pass it together. Han Myung-ho felt it too. He had a good feeling that this time, he would finally get a government job. But when he sat down for the final exam, his confidence completely vanished. He looked up, completely confused. He saw that there were 3 different exam topics, not just one. This had never happened before. An official announced the new instructions. They had to choose one of the 3 topics and write their essay on it. Han Myung-ho couldn't believe it. He hadn't prepared for this at all and had no idea what to do. Turns out, the whole thing was the king's idea. An official stood before him, confirming the topics for the final examination. The official couldn't believe it and asked if the topics were really correct. The king just smiled and confirmed that they were. The first topic was about diplomacy with the Ming dynasty and what policies the kingdom should adopt. The second was about the northern frontier, asking how to bring the tribes into their kingdom. And the third was about trade with the Ryukyu kingdom, which is modern-day Okinawa. The official tried to reason with him. He argued that even the retired king only ever gave one topic. He warned that this would just throw all the scholars into confusion. But the king looked thoughtful. He explained that what the kingdom needed now was something different. He said he was looking for someone with a wide perspective, someone who could not only plan big things, but actually carry them out. He needed a person with real talent. Basically, he was looking for a natural-born genius. He told the official not to worry about it. The official simply bowed and agreed. But the king had his own reasons for doing this. He thought that if a truly brilliant mind was found through this exam, then he'd finally have someone smart enough to help him work his little brother, Su-yang, even harder. Miles away, Su-yang suddenly shivered. His friend asked if he was sensitive to the cold, and Su-yang just mumbled that he must be. Later, the examiners began to grade the essays. One of them unrolled a scroll and chuckled, completely surprised by what he was reading. The examiner couldn't believe what he was reading. The essay argued that the Japanese needed to be controlled. He wondered what kind of person would write something so bold. The writer's logic was different. He compared controlling a country to controlling his muscles. Since he could do one, he figured the other should be just as easy. The examiner tossed the scroll aside, thinking the writer must have been so nervous that he just wrote down complete nonsense. The other official picked it up. He was just as confused, especially since the writer was from a well-known hall. He couldn't understand the strange answer at all. They all just stared at the scroll, completely baffled by what they were reading. Later, the head examiner stood before the king. He explained that he had narrowed down the final candidates to just 11 people, but there was a problem. He told the king that one of the essays was completely off topic. Still, the logic in it was so perfect that he felt he had to show it to him. The king was curious and asked to see it. The examiner held up the scroll. It was Han Myung-ho's essay. The king read the strange essay, completely hooked. He looked up and demanded to know who wrote it. The name on the scroll was Han Myung-ho. The head examiner explained that Han Myung-ho wasn't just some random person. He had been recommended by the retired king himself. Not only that, but the respected minister Huang also thought very highly of him. The king continued reading. Han's essay started by talking about the past, when the nation used to trade with everyone, but he argued that this chaos had nearly destroyed the country. King Taizhou had to stop all trade to fix things, but that just let the Japanese take advantage of the situation. The king couldn't help but laugh. This man wasn't answering any of the questions. He was arguing against the questions themselves. Instead of repeating past mistakes, Han's solution was simple. He suggested they should reach out and trade directly with the Arab world. The head examiner was completely thrown off. He couldn't believe Han Myung-ho's answer was about the Arab world. He asked the king if he should just throw the paper away, but the king just smiled. He started laughing, saying that not only was the guy entertaining, he was also right. The examiner then pointed out 2 other essays that were also excellent. compliment. The king acknowledged that Lim Wanjun's essay on Ming and Kim Sisiup's on the northern tribes were the best. He told the official to pass them both. Then he added that Han Myung-hoi should be included too, since his essay technically addressed the problem with Japan. The officials bowed and were about to leave, but the king suddenly stopped them. He told them to keep Han Myung-ho's paper aside for him. He wanted to read it again. This guy had really caught his attention. The story shifts forward to March of 1455 at a prison in Pyongyang. Inside, the prison security chief, Jang Bomsu, was reading a letter teasing him about his comfortable life. He chuckled to himself. The letter was from a friend, playfully telling him that a high-ranking official shouldn't act so casually. Turns out, the letter was from the Grand Prince. He wrote that after arriving in the freezing cold of Harbin, things had gotten serious. He explained that he and Gildong had headed north because a battle was expected. You could tell he was tired of all the fighting. He ended the letter with a joke, telling Jang Bomsu to get ready for a bunch of new prisoners he'd be sending his way. Jang Bomsu realized his friend was just trying to share his misery. But just as he finished reading, a loud shout came from the prison yard. Someone yelled that a prisoner was escaping. As guards ran past, Jang Bomsu just stood there, trying to figure out what was going on. It was the prison's deputy warden, Seong Samun, and he was completely freaking out. He yelled that a prisoner had run off during reformation training and that they needed help. The escaping prisoner was sprinting across the yard, screaming that he wasn't about to rot in there, but his run came to a dead stop. Someone was standing right in his path. Before the prisoner could even react, the man grabbed his head and slammed him face first into the dirt. This guy wasn't playing around. He turned and dropped a second prisoner with one clean punch. A kick took out the third. Just like that, the escape was over. All three of them were down for the count. The man stood over the captured prisoners, bragging that taking down 3 guys was nothing compared to what he'd seen on the battlefield. The other official was clearly impressed, calling him the prison security chief. The chief, Jang Bomsu, just laughed. He was definitely enjoying the compliment. This was Pyongyang prison in March of 1455. A new figure stepped into the prison yard. He looked out at a group of prisoners running in giant wooden wheels. He announced that the king had granted them mercy. He explained that they wouldn't be punished with pain, but with labor. This work, he claimed, would cleanse their weak hearts and let them repay the kingdom. But as one of the prisoners ran, he couldn't help but think it was all nonsense. What the hell was this guy even talking about? The official just kept rambling on, quoting old rulers and philosophers. The prisoner was completely done with it. He just wanted him to shut up. The prisoner couldn't stand it. He screamed that he'd rather just be beaten. Another prisoner got sick from the hard labor, but the guard wasn't worried about him. He just yelled at him not to puke on the special tiles and to use his mask instead. The magistrate realized the guard didn't care if he was sick, only where he was sick. The whole thing was ridiculous. He was the magistrate of Eumjuk County. He couldn't believe this was the kind of job he was being forced to do. That was it. He slammed his pickaxe into the ground. He screamed that he couldn't take it anymore. With his fists clenched, he demanded that they bring out their superior. He was done playing their games. The magistrate knelt before 2 officials. This was the superior he had demanded to see. The official looked down at him and calmly asked if he was the one looking for him. Pai confirmed it, then stated his former title. He was once the magistrate of Eumjuk County. He began to tell his story. When a group of prisoners was transferred to this place, he was sent along with them. Back then, the officials were asking each prisoner about their old job. One man said he was a leather worker. Because he had a useful skill, the guard took him away to work under a master artisan. Pai screamed in frustration, asking why he was stuck doing the worst jobs. The official simply read from a scroll. As a magistrate, Pai had committed corruption. His sentence was 30 years in prison. 30 years. The number hit him like a punch to the gut. He begged, asking if there was anything else he could do, insisting he could still be useful. The official thought about it. He offered Pai a job making woodblock prints of educational books, since it required someone who could read. Pai was overjoyed. He started quoting famous thinkers, promising he would do his absolute best. But the official wasn't finished. He made it clear that Pai would still have to turn the exile crank every single morning. There was no skipping that. Pai didn't care. He immediately agreed, bowing deeply in gratitude. Later, an official gathered a group of prisoners in the yard. He announced that anyone sentenced to 10 years or more would not be serving their time there. Instead, they were being sent to build a huge stone bridge at a place called Namgang. One of the prisoners realized what this meant. No more turning the crank, and no more listening to the official's constant nagging. Another prisoner then asked the most important question. How long was this bridge work going to last? The official laid out the schedule. They would work for 5 days straight and then get 2 days of rest. One of the prisoners asked, hopefully, if that meant they could just eat and sleep on their days off. Satisfied that they understood, the official yelled at them to go pack their things. He announced their destination. They were heading to Namgang. They arrived at the river, and the hard labor began immediately. The prisoners were forced to break rocks and move earth, starting the foundation for the new bridge. One of the men grumbled to himself, thinking about how much money he could be earning for this kind of work if he were free. Pai, the former magistrate, was in pain. He'd spent his entire life just reading books, and now he was being forced to do this. But for slaves, it didn't matter how hard they worked. Earning their freedom was as impossible as reaching for a star in the sky. As Pai and the other prisoners struggled, they suddenly stopped, their attention caught by something. A man named Jang Bomsu, who had earned his freedom through training, roared at them, demanding to know who was complaining. Without another word, he swung his pickaxe with unbelievable force, shattering the earth and rock with every single strike. The other prisoners could only stare in complete disbelief. They had never seen anything like like it. He yelled at them to work just like he did. He threatened to send anyone slacking off to a new prison being built up north. Terrified, the prisoners got back to work. One of them grumbled that there was no way they could keep up with someone who had gone through so much training. Later that night, inside a government building, an official walked into a room filled with large, wrapped packages. He looked at them curiously and asked what they were. The official explained that it was nothing special, just some summer clothes and a few small things. But it was more than just clothes. He presented a glowing chest as a gift. The deputy warden, Seong Samon, wasn't having it. He told the man to take it back. Seong Samon explained that all their supplies, for both guards and prisoners, come directly from the king. The official sighed, complaining about how he was supposed to move everything back by himself. Hearing this, 2 guards immediately offers to help carry the packages for him. The official looked relieved and thanked them, but Seong Samon cut in with a serious warning. He told them that anyone who took so much as a bite of what was offered would end up as an inmate themselves. The official and the guards froze in terror. The man quickly changed his story, stammering that he'd just have his slaves move it later. Then he turned and ran for it, yelling that he was leaving. Turns out, this was exactly why Seong Samon was chosen as the deputy warden. He was known for his strong character and his absolute refusal to be tempted by bribes. Meanwhile, at Grand Prince Soo-young's house, the yard looked more like a training ground than a noble's home. Suddenly, a scream echoed from inside. A woman was touching a man's arm, saying his biceps felt like solid rock. She worriedly asked if he was all right. He insisted he was fine, explaining that if he didn't loosen up now, he'd have to do leg day. She warned him not to overdo it. She reminded him that he wasn't alone anymore. She was pregnant. Later, out in the training yard, she greeted another woman, calling her mother. The mother asked if she was having any trouble with her health. Suddenly, a scream cut through the air as a wooden bar slammed into the dirt. Soo-young's wife had collapsed from exhaustion, but her mother-in-law just stood over her, yelling at her to get up. She looked completely drained, barely able to whisper that she couldn't continue. The mother looked at her, completely confused by her words. Still on the ground, Soo-young's wife started to explain that she really couldn't do it. Then, she just burst into tears, screaming that she couldn't take it anymore.